list. Last year we had 8,000 startups, but United States has 30,000. So we really need to go there to become the startup nation. And that startup nation will happen when you see more and more initiatives like T-Hub. I think the only thing which is holding back Indian innovation and startup revolution is perhaps the capital. I think it was already mentioned, we did sign one, I think one MOU has been signed. Moment these things are put into place, I think, tell you, sky's the limit. Each one of you would have seen either on the 30th January or on last Defense Expo or even recently a swarm drone display being done. If I'm not mistaken, it was being done by an Indian startup. The total cost of that swarm drone was less than 65 lakh rupees, including the drones. We as Indians have that capability of frugal engineering and frugal development. My last point, just to give you that confidence, today we have 450,000 engineers working as centers of excellence for R&D for foreign MNCs. And just the last year's data says that in last 5 years, foreign OEMs have saved $80 billion in research and development costs by having their centers in India. Cost of development in India still is around $40 per hour for a very fine research and development engineer. Compare that to almost 160 euros to $200 in United States of America. So we are blessed in this country with the capability to take us to the next level. All we need is little more light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm sure this will be provided shortly. With these words, I wish each one of you great times, smooth sailing, and fantastic developments going into the future. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Our company is a multi-platform development solution provider for defense technologies. We mainly supply to the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. We've just won an order for about 210 crores from the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force for supplying anti-drone defense systems. Now, not only are we looking at supplying to the Air Force and the Army, we soon have the Navy as well as a customer. We are also looking at supplying several smaller solutions to different arms of the armed forces. We're also looking at setting up international sales channels for the existing anti-drone product and for several other products that are there as a part of our kitty. T-Hub has been a fantastic partner in our entire journey. We've been with T-Hub from 2019. We've had T-Hub open its doors to us even during COVID. So it really helped facilitate our journey towards becoming the defense startup where we are today. See, it's my belief that as long as you can add value to a process, money will follow. Okay, so if you ask me, Big Bang Boom has been one of those companies which has been very successful in raising funding. So we followed a very unconventional fundraise model. Initially, different startups would go to a venture capitalist and ask them for money. We did not go to any venture capitalists. We literally raised money from angel investors who typically have a higher risk appetite. We have 140 investors on our cap table. A lot of people think that's a weird way of going about things. But to us, that completely revolutionized the way we could raise funds for our business. Now we have a lot of VCs who want to come on board. So instead of us starting from VCs, we're now ending up with them in our second leg of our journey. So if you can reimagine business in a slightly different fashion and you can add value to a certain sector, the funds will follow for sure. So right now, we have not only raised funds, but we've also acquired other companies who have not been able to raise funds and have integrated their technologies into what we are doing. So we have now, in a way, become a platform for being able to source funds for other people. Challenges are always going to be there. It's not unique to the defense sector, but it can always be. So it's been a journey. I mean, we won our first contract in 2019, and 2019 to 2024 is 5 years. Right? So saying that it's been all peaches and cream wouldn't be true because it's taken 5 years. But for a startup, who previously wouldn't have had an established track record in defense, to be able to develop indigenous technology with an extremely low cash burn, and from a IDEX win to a order win of this magnitude in 5 years is a massive achievement, not just for the startup, but for the defense ecosystem in general. So when the defense secretary tells you that this has been made a lot easier, it's absolutely true. Like, you couldn't even have imagined something like this, say, even 10 years back. For a startup without a prior track record to win a 200 crore contract, it's absolutely impossible. Because think of it this way: everybody in this ecosystem is taking risk in one fashion or the other. So you have startups who are staking their careers. You have venture capitalists who are staking their money. The government is taking its reputation. That's a big deal, right? So you have somebody who's actually gone out there. You've had ministers, you've had bureaucrats who have taken a decision saying that this is where we want to put our fund on. And there will be failures along this journey. And for someone to have the risk appetite to take failures is almost a guarantee for success.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
India, an emerging defense and aerospace innovation hub. This pivotal discussion will delve into the intricacies of India's emergence as a hub for innovation in the defense and aerospace sector, shedding light on the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. I'm glad to share that we have leaders from the Indian Air Force, DRDO, VC ecosystem, and entrepreneurs. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our esteemed panelists, each bringing a wealth of knowledge and expertise to this discourse. As our panelists, we have Air Marshal AVSM VM, Indian Air Force, Shri Srikumar Prabhakaran, retired, Shri G. Satish Reddy, Chairman of the Governing Body of Aeronautical Development Agency, Mr. Lakshminath V., Managing Partner, Pavestone VC, Mr. Sanjay Nikkanti, Founder and CEO of Dhruva Space Private Limited. As a moderator, we have Wing Commander Anish Anthony, retired, the Chief Operating Officer of T-Hub.
The first theme will be the optimizing the utilization of startup as a driver of innovation, defense and the aerospace sector. So my first question will probably go to you, sir. I think, like he said, there are almost 850 plus startups in the defense and aerospace innovation ecosystem today. How can the Indian government and established defense firms, they can help startups to integrate better into the defense innovation ecosystem? What do you think that the startups need to do from their side? And what do you think that the ecosystem, senior players in the ecosystem like the DPSUs or the corporates need to do to help them integrate better?
Point what you asked me. Firstly, looking at the innovations in the country, the startups in the country, there is a huge quantum jump in the number of systems which have come up. As you know, in 2016, there were about 460 or so startups. Now there are about 1,14,000 startups which have come up in the country and going on every day. And defense was normally kept away for all the even startups and in the industries also. That now, that gap has been filled. Industry are also working a lot for the defense and a lot of startups have also started coming in. A lot of schemes government has brought in, like Defense Secretary has mentioned some time back, the IDEX or the TDF or Make 1, Make 2, IDDM and all those things have come up. But still, as far as the startups are concerned, I feel there are many things which need to be addressed and which many things need to be simplified. Firstly, the funding. In India, I still consider in India, early stage startups or deep tech startups, funding is a question mark from India. As most of them are somehow managing with the funding from outside, and here getting it is little difficult. Second, when we look at even IDEX or anything, the funding is primarily for a product or a technological product, whichever way it is you say, as an end product or a technological product, not as such for a technology, which actually is supposed to have been from TDF. Somehow the TDF, I think last couple of years has not taken very well in the last couple of years. So that's another thing. So when you look at that type of a funding, the IDEX 10 crores, even though it has been increased from 1 crores to 10 crores, that is not sufficient. The TDF funding has been increased from 10 crores to 50 crores, that's a good thing. So that needs to be supported. Probably the other schemes like NRF or the quantum mission, which are about 50,000 crores and 6,500 crores which are coming up, these missions should be able to support the deep tech startups getting into technology. What I'm saying is, the startups here, if they have to beat the world market, and not just the Indian people, the product really has to be a technologically advanced or first of its kind product. Then you need to spend a lot, both funding wise and otherwise, a lot into the deep technology. This is one of the issues what we face. Second, whatever Defense Secretary said, they are all at the system level and product level what services the armed forces require. Many of the things which startups produce are not the end product what goes to services. Let's say you have a product, a subsystem or a product which goes into a tank or which goes into a fighter aircraft. The services won't come into picture unless he is responsible for the MRO of that and all that. It is some other agency which comes into picture, which has established supply chain. You have to break that chain and see that this product is into it. There is a pain involved into it. That pain, this agency, whichever is responsible, should be able to take the pain. This is a second issue, because many of the startups, they don't bring an aircraft, they don't build a tank. So they build a product which is a technology-based product which needs to get into it. You have, let's say, an IR camera you have. If he makes a bolometer-based camera today, how does it get into the system? Who takes the decision? How does it get into all the processes? And the man who is already responsible for it, how does he take a risk in the government side also? This risk-taking are a aggressive approach to have the new products or indigenous products or the startups-based innovations, we need to get into it. This is the second issue what it is. And thirdly, even the products which are getting into the services, one thing is it takes about 2 to 3 years time process today. And unless a product is normally in defense, the norm is if a product is not inducted into the services of the respective country, the other country won't buy. General norm it is. So how does this get into quickly? Whether this process can be hastened? If not, can the startup sustain this period of 3 years, 4 years, 5 years for the product to get into it? Development cycle, the acquisition process, the induction process, the trials, quality, whatever it is. This is another issue what the startups need to. One more issue I think I feel is, particularly in the defense, the connectivity for the startups is also a big question mark. Whom to approach for what? Whatever an idea I have. That's number one. Second thing is a suo moto proposal or an ab initio idea. How does it get into it? IDEX gives you challenges, you have to get into that challenges only. No, he has got a completely different thing and nothing connected to the verticals which are proposed by anyone. Need to propose that and I want to come into that, and how do I maintain that? How do I get into this system? Second, if I come out with an innovation, an innovative idea, and if you make it public, if I approach you, you are in the government, if you make it public, it is no more an innovation of the particular individual startup. You put it in limited and are open to take the idea and put it into, first mover advantage. Absolutely lost. So these, I can narrate many of the issues. I thought these are some of the issues what startups have, which you need to see. I don't think I should much comment on what startups should do, because they are just coming up. We need to encourage them. We need to understand them. Otherwise, the ecosystem won't come in the country. So maximum needs to be done by the bigger industries, or DPSUs, or the government needs to address the issues what I have mentioned.
Air Marshal Prabhakaran sir, I think you've served for more than 40 years in the Indian Air Force, right? At multiple levels, at an operator level, at a decision maker level, finally as an Air Marshal in the Southern Air Command, right? You've flown fighters, you commanded units. From a user perspective, right? there will always be an apprehension when adopting newer technologies. And more so, I think if you put from the lens of a pessimist, right, you will, typically we prepare for the worst. When in flying, we prepare for all of these emergencies who are inherently preparing for the worst case scenario where you can handle them effectively. So if I put that same lens onto startups and say, hey, am I getting a system which is not as well proven, which is not having such as much of a production line capacity, which the gestation period has not been as much as other. So how do you think that from the user perspective, from the armed forces perspective, you can open up to be enabled to accommodate for more startup related technologies to be adopted into the armed forces?
What I mean is that it gives an opportunity for the young innovators to get in touch with the end users. I can tell you my experience in the Air Force is because we always have to go through the ministry, through the DRDO. Ultimately, the user never really comes face to face with the actual innovator. So I was very glad to hear the Defense Secretary mention today that the ministry is changing its rules, making things much simpler. Even though, I mean, a lot of improvements have been done in the last 10 years, but still we have some way to go. But despite that, he mentioned that any of the innovator who has been selected, and today I could see some bright guys coming up and picking up prizes, that the Air Force, let's say it was an Air Force issue, or the Army or the Navy, they would handhold them to take them right till the end of the tunnel. So that is one thing which can happen when you have more such interactions right from the user up to the guy who actually makes the product.
So what would be your advice to startups? How can they reach out to help these navigate these barriers more effectively?
See, now, like once again, what the Defense Secretary mentioned in the website, all the various, and I think there are more than 2,000 or 3,000 items which have been listed out. So they could go on to that. They could see where it is that their, which niche, this thing they can work on. And thereafter they come and through T-Hub, through the ministry, once we get, because the Air Force directly cannot deal with the innovators. That's the problem, you see. But once they have been seen, like, for example, I would really love if the few guys, the few company, startups who were called on stage today, if through you all, they could be made to go to Air Headquarters, to the Directorate of Project, who's in charge of all new things, and give their ideas. Maybe something will click. Not all, I don't say all, but something could. So I think these are the ways and means of moving things ahead, because like I think it was often brought out, India is the third or the fourth largest, as far as defense equipment buying is concerned. Why should all that go abroad when we have all the brilliant minds, as Sri Bhatia mentioned, 450,000 Indian engineers working for companies abroad. So all this we need to harness so that we become, self-sufficient and not depend too much on others. In fact, I would like to bring this point. When he spoke about this dependence on others during war, I think Sri Bhatia mentioned during war, it becomes critical. I'd like to tell the audience, in the 1982 Falklands War, when Argentina against Britain, Argentina had just bought Super Etendard aircraft, right? And their pilots were just about undergoing training. They were halfway through their training, and they just got, I think, 6 Sea Eagle missiles when France put a stop to their training and a stop to any more knowledge passed on to them. So these 6 pilots who had been trained, between themselves, they quickly trained, they learned how to use that missile, and they knew they had only 6 of these missiles. And they managed to use it to sink 2 or 3 of you would be aware of that. So that's the kind of, hold which a foreign country can have on you when you're in trouble. So it is so important to be as self-sufficient as possible.
You got around 35 years of experience, right? Global business strategy, innovation, M&As. You now run Pavestone, which is probably one of the largest funds in India as a managing partner at Pavestone. One of the biggest challenges for defense startups in particular is the ticket size of that entire development cycle that they go through, right? I mean, it is not as easy or as easy to access to capital when it comes to getting that size of capital. Even from the investor's perspective also, the gestation period is too long for that, right? So how do you think that the startups could be able to navigate these challenges that they encounter in the defense and aerospace sector?
I run a $100 million fund. We focus on two areas. One is what we call B2B, and one is what we call as frontier technology. And I'll kind of tell you how that kind of fits in. And we probably were one of the first funds to support a defense startup. Probably 2.5 years back, the company is New Space Research, one of India's, the first Indian company to launch swarming drone technology, one of the most heavily funded companies at this point in time. So can talk a little bit about the journey, but I'll try to give you the gist of it. I think there are 2-3 things that we need to keep in mind. You know, as a VC, obviously, we have a fund, we have raised money from investors, so we owe a return to the investors. And there's a certain time frame that we operate in. So there's obviously a pressure on returning money, capital back, and there's a return pressure. So that's something you need to always keep in mind at the back of when you're trying to make a decision, okay? Second thing is, you know, when we look at this space, standard issues apply. One is, you know, if I'm funding something in a B2C space, I know that there are, you know, 500 million Indians, and I can see a large market, and I can do the multiples, right? Here, the usual questions are, you know, we have a single client risk. When the person is selling, there's just one large client he is to sell to. What happens if, you know, if there's a change in something, we don't know what it is, right? And then what's the impact? So that's something that we'll obviously have to consider. And people then, you know, kind of pivot with, you know, I have something for dual use kind of technology. I can do both commercial and defense and exports. That's one of the mitigation strategies. Second thing is I wouldn't say number of institutional investors, especially outside of India, do not invest in defense. So if your fund is focused on defense totally, then they would not, you know, invest in you. So
like a dual use startup, you have a dual use fund as well.
Yeah, right? No, in the sense it's very difficult for you to raise large amounts of money because, you know, they have the restriction, rightly, wrongly, that's another, very difficult for us to raise that. So very important to manage the LPs in your fund. So that's the second constraint that we have, okay? So in order to address that, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the other positives that is, in order to address that, we kind of look at it as, it's not just about startups. How do you make the startup a grown-up? Okay, that's the most important part, right? Yeah. Startup is nice. No? You get the fund, you get grants, you get to a certain level. The beauty of the game is how do you make it a large company, an institution, okay? So in order to do that, what we've been trying to do is we are looking at them through our what we call a frontier technology lens. We have a certain portion of our budget allocated for that. And if they do well, then we look at them through the B2B lens. Okay. That is, you know, and Satish Reddy sir mentioned that it is about, say, if you have to sell to you have to sell a platform, you're one part of it. Your product alone doesn't sell, okay? It is, how does it fit in? How does it work in many things? What's the cost of replacement? What's the cost of integration testing? Your product may cost 1 rupee. To test it, it may cost $1 million rupees. Okay? Yeah. So you should look at it through that lens. It's extremely important. And, you know, anybody who's been in large corporations and sold large systems like core banking know the importance of it. So understanding B2B mindset is extremely important. So we look at startups through a frontier technology lens, and if they do well, then we are open to consider it as a B2B. And we have 2 buckets for it, okay? Sure. Secondly, we also have our strong LP network. Today, we talk to a lot of LPs, and a lot of family offices are very interested in funding. So the fund may put a certain amount, but along with the LPs, you can actually put in a larger amount, okay? So that's the way we try to mitigate it. So fund is, when you look at your, let's say you're a startup and you're looking at a VC, early stage, early growth is great, but if they don't have a B2B strategy, you may not get supported long term unless they have a very strong LP network. That's the way I kind of think about it. Coming to the startups, I think fantastic energy, passion there. I think my only submission is when I look at it from a platform lens, okay? And the kind of skills that you need for this space is extremely different from, you need, it's a mission critical system. So the way you build it, you deploy it is extremely different. So that mindset is extremely important. So that's what I would like to say, and happy to take any more questions from.
Sanjay, I think, navigated this space quite well over the last few years, right? I think you've recently raised a round also. I think we'd love to hear about that as well. But what would be your advice to two parts, right? One is to startups who want to build out in the space sector. And second is to organizations like T-Hub who want to help out to build out a vertical for the space sector startups.
Started my company in 2012, straight out of college, talking to prospective customers. And my prospective customers were largely academic institutions who were trying to build space missions. When I also tried to talk to users, being the Triforces or talking to ISRO, DRDO, it was practically very difficult to sell because nobody was willing to believe that a 24-year-old can actually start like a space tech company in the country.
But why space tech? Why space tech, space engineering?
Sure. So after the success of Chandrayaan-1, there was a scientist from ISRO who had visited our university. I was studying at SRM University in Chennai. And he said that we as students could actually build a satellite. I was part of a very large audience and I was definitely very excited about the idea, but I wasn't really sure if something like that was possible. And then our university decided to fund that program and we ended up building this whole satellite. And during the process of building the satellite, I realized that, we are a country with 1 billion people, but, we've sent missions to moon. We were talking about other, really great missions. We have a fantastic defense program, but there's not a single private company in the country that was building full satellites and, serving global markets. So for me, that was like the trigger point that, as a 19-year-old, if I'm able to build out a satellite, why is it that, you can't build a business in the country? And that kind of motivated me to take this journey. However, first things first, it becomes when you're a startup, when you're trying to build out a business, the question, where do you get the money? Who is your customer, right? And for customer or business, you need a product, right? So where do you start? Right? So initially when we started off, we were talking about building a satellite, trying to raise capital. And then investors would be like, okay, but who is your customer? And I'm like, okay, I don't have a customer. And that's when I truly believe that the policy changes within the country opened up the opportunity for us, where, the Startup India program giving a level playing opportunity for a startup to also work with a large company large us to look at problem statements laid down by the users or R&D institutions. For example, our first large customer was DRDO, where we had actually bid for building rather indigenizing one of the most critical components that is used on satellites, which is the satellite solar arrays. We had built a small solar panel, a 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter one used for satellites. But when we went to DRDO and said, hey, we can actually build out like a 1 meter by 1.2 meter panel, it was not easy, right? Because ISRO was doing it for many, many years. And it's a very complex problem to solve. That we were able to solve by piecing multiple things together. Like we worked with the PSUs in the country, we worked with BHEL, we worked with L&T, which is a larger entity. We did the design. We leveraged the ecosystem to solve that problem. So once that problem was solved, we had investors to believe that, okay, hey, you know what, you have a customer, you're serving that need, and now the question becomes, are you good enough for a VC play or not, right? So when I started looking at capital, now that I have a product, now that I have a customer, the question became like, you know, who would back this business? And the problem when we were trying to raise capital in 2017, 2018 timeframe was precisely that, VC funds were largely looking at non-defense programs. And when you say that your customer is going to be a defense customer, VCs would be like, okay, probably not our bet. So what we did, how we were able to solve the problem is we had angel investors who came on board. So I had to talk to about 160 investors before finding our first play. Then the playbook became little more streamlined because the policy worked, the customer side of things worked. In terms of scaling up, just like what Sir mentioned, I think as a defense or a space company, if your strategy is you're only building a space or a defense company, it's very hard. So we are largely looking at a dual use case where the applications that we are building for space and defense will also have a commercial application. If we are building a remote sensing satellite, I can sell the remote sensing satellite data to many other people.
Primary forte has been communications. One of the, I still feel that you should have focus on that, which have both dual use purpose, and I think the world is moving to that, and try to do more and more focus in that. Probably somewhere we should work with the government and definitely get a bigger project, whatever, 108 satellites or whatever it is, that scheme. I think somehow I feel that you should focus more on that.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much for the advice. So one of our biggest challenges were, especially to focus on one specific application, was that how do you address a rapidly changing market environment? So instead of, so we wanted to build a foundation that will enable us to serve a variety of applications in any changing market environment. So instead of focusing on communication specifically, what we decided was that we will play a platform play, where if a customer wants a imaging satellite, the platform can be utilized for imaging application. If the customer wants it for weather, etc., again it can be customized for that application.
Hyderabad per se, Hyderabad, Telangana per se is has a lot of strengths when it comes to defense and aerospace manufacturing. You look at aviation academies, you look at the number of high precision engineering companies or SMEs that are there available in Hyderabad, right? A lot of corporates have already started moving in. Tassel Lelo, GMR Lelo, Boeing, all of Airbus, all of them have started moving in here. What are the kind of opportunities that you think that will unlock for startups, not only in the engineering, precision engineering space, but beyond that, do you think Hyderabad can become a defense startup hub for the rest of India, a defense startup capital for the rest of India?
See, yeah, one thing like Mr. Jayesh Ranjan was mentioning, Hyderabad has been a prime city or center for defense, primarily, and also aerospace. If you look at all the DRDO laboratories which have come here, have come in somewhere 1958 or 1960, and I'm sure majority of the laboratories are here, and actually they're mostly divided between Bangalore and Hyderabad, and majority of the funding goes to these laboratories because they are more of strategic in nature and working more in aero, missiles and electronic warfare and all that. Then if you look at the PSUs, again you have everything here. You have the complete HL unit, you have the Bharat Electronics working on electronic warfare, and BDL, which has got 2 units here, and then over and above that you have related materials, related NFC and NFTC, and then you have ECIL, which are there. And I almost think that the number of industries which have been supporting, which have been in the part of the supply chain here, have been about more than 1,000 industries which have been there in that. One example which not today, almost about 4 or 5 years back example I try to give. one of the missiles which got into armed forces maximum in number, value-wise, is Akash missile, more than about 25 to 30,000 crores worth. BDL is the integrator, or BDL is the production agency, whatever you call it. And almost about 86 to 87% by value of the Akash missile has been coming from the MSMEs and mostly from Hyderabad. 86, 87%. So BDL actually primarily has been concentrating only on the integration, and they went to the extent of supplying 60 missiles a month. And then one day I remember CMD BDL was promising that I can go even to 120 missiles a month. So that's out of the support what has come in. Now the things are changing. The warfare, actually technologies what are used in the war are changing a lot. Never we thought that drones will play so much of a role, and weapons, the lasers, the electromagnetics, electromagnetic pulse, and related so many systems started coming into it, which actually the startups have taken the forte. Like example you take in Hyderabad, the quantum technology. At least there are two companies which have come here who are working on quantum memories and quantum communication related things and all that. You see the drones and anti-drones systems, at least I think two companies have seen. One is that Big Bang Boom, and one more company from Hyderabad who have come up with small anti-drone systems which are required today, which actually is continuously changing today. See, today, if you talk about anti-drone technology, talking about a one-to-one system or a laser system or a jamming thing doesn't work today anymore after 1 or 2 years. You need to have technologies which are coming up in a big way, like swarm technologies, and there are 500 drones coming. How do you handle them? What type of technologies you require? This is where requirement. So the necessary background and base exists in Hyderabad out of so many academic institutions here, and that too particularly today, over and above that academic institutions, which are probably 300 academic institutions in around Hyderabad, then IIT which has come in, triple IT, and even in ISB, lot of innovations which are coming out. So lots of innovations are coming up. If you look at last 3 months, I myself, at least I have visited and gone to almost about 50 startups and seeing working for aerospace and defense. And so people are coming up. It's only the right guidance, what type of a right novel thinking, an idea which is not existing sort of an one, where you come out and you are able to design and get funds for that and provide is what is required. So I definitely perceive, very strongly perceive, for defense, Hyderabad as the strong base for innovations to come up, and aerospace also definitely, out of many things which are coming up in the aerospace sector, with ISRO also having its presence, and various other aviation sectors like you said, TASL and many other companies which are coming. Actually we were talking to Mr. Mohan Reddy also, the way their companies, many people who have become part of supply chain to the entire world. So you need to have all those components or subsystems and products which are there to come out with innovative, the technologies which are coming up and supply is one thing. And particularly with you, T-Hub and T-Works coming up, I think it has given the necessary boost into this city or into the state or surrounding places where a lot of people are jumping into it. And the only thing is, we have to see that those people who have jumped into it, at least down the line, 5 years, they should start tasting the success. Otherwise, the next batch, should not be held because these people didn't get the success. And that is where we all have to see that the state government and central government agencies which are present here, organizations present here, make the startups which have already jumped into it come up successfully. Whatever time period, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, whatever it is, that should happen. I think that kicks off the Hyderabad, which has got the necessary ecosystem, support system, all infrastructure existing in the industry base, whichever existing, you should be able to take on.
If you look at the 2025 capital outlay for the capital expenditure for the Ministry of Defense, almost $20 billion has been set aside for capital expenditure, right? Now you overlay that with the policy of having to procure locally as a norm and then go internationally in case of an exception of something that is not available here. Recently, I think the list 5 has come out for protective good, which you have to prepare only in India, right? When you overlay all of these things together, the defense sector now suddenly starts becoming a lot of opportunities start getting created for in-house homegrown countries. So do you see LPs, investors, funds looking at that opportunity positively? Do you see an inflow of funds, or maybe at a certain point of time, near future, medium future, defense-focused funds getting created?
Absolutely, I see that. My simple analogy on that is, see, end of the day when you're eating, right, dal roti makes the major portion of your meal, okay?
Yeah.
The innovation and all is nice, it's very, sexy, etc. But lot of basic stuff that you consume is most important. And when you talk of something like that, fundamentals are extremely important. So I strongly see that happening. And I see that there will be essentially 3 plays in that. One is there will be companies, there will be VCs which will fund that kind of enterprises at a B2B kind of level. Secondly, you will see PEs come in who will integrate some of these things and provide a longer solution. See, this is more a PE play than a VC play because this becomes a margin play rather than a revenue play, right?
Yeah.
The moment it's a margin play, you will see a lot more PE companies come in. And you will also see larger companies, look at this space and kind of do acquisition. So I see these 3 things, okay? I just wanted to point out one thing on what Satish Reddy sir said on ecosystem. I think absolutely, in the sense, ecosystem is the end of the day, it's not buildings, it's culture, okay? And culture is all about conversations, okay? Just to give, and it's going to take time. I was part of the management team which set up India's first multinational software company in '86, okay, Intergraph. And today, the GC system is one of the largest, okay. Why? Because there's a brand built. So the way I look at it is, 50 years back, if you talk to India, people associated you with Mahatma Gandhi,
Yeah.
okay. 30 years back, Mahatma Gandhi and yoga, okay. Now it's Mahatma Gandhi, yoga and IT. Okay, and space, right? I see that brand is an extremely important component. And I see that events like this, the conversations are very important. See, 30 years back, when you went to a coffee shop here, people will talk about, only 2 things. Where do I buy the next land? When do I go abroad? When do I get my green card, right? Those would be the conversations. But today, the conversations today are very different. What am I building? How do I make a difference? So that's extremely powerful, okay? And I see that as a big game changer. So.
Yes, please.
One of the things which came up, especially for the young innovators or startups, is that if you only look at the defense market, that means if it's only, let's say, the Air Force or the Army or the Navy, then you may be looking at a very small market. So one of the things which I think present day Indians, when they start something, is they have to look global, which means, I think it was brought out by one of the speakers, that you have to look at standards not just for the Indian Defense Forces, but something which in due course you can export. So it has to be that kind of a standard which you aim for right from the beginning.
Satish sir, you had a comment.
This particular point, people are looking at it. See, I keep saying in my talks, with the startup ecosystem coming up in the country, the mindset of the country has changed. The mindset of the country, whoever wanted to start industries earlier, used to be an ancillary mindset. Can I supply to DRDL? Can I supply to HMT? Can I supply to BHL? And what product you want and all. Now the mindset, whoever is working, I've seen lots of products. The product, actually, they are looking at a globally marketable product. Example, I'll give you just a medical device, somebody I was saying. You touch that with your thumb, then it gives you the blood sugar, BP, heart rate, and ECG, and whatnot, oxygen levels and everything. Nowhere exists in the world. The type of quality, the product, and each and every details the startup has gone into it, right from anodization, how to make the box, the unit,
the form factor,
much better than many of the most modern mobiles.
Handsets,
is much better the quality is. Only thing is, the problem is, as I said, the marketing capability, the initial funding, and the right connects into the world or in the country. These are the issues what we need to look at for the startups, and that happens, I think people are geared up. And it is the country, the type of momentum what it has got, if we are actually not sustain that momentum, it is very difficult for this country to get back again.
So are investors now starting to, the ISRO or the governmental space program has made a niche for itself across the world. I mean, it is very well renowned, recognized and all of that, right? In the private sector, do you see investors looking at Indian space sector as an opportunity to carve out a fund there, to be able to set aside fund, like they've set aside, PFs set aside for defense, for example, right? And then maybe move on to a B2B play. Do you think people are starting to carve out those in their portfolios, carve out those funds to be able to deploy into the space sector?
Definitely see a lot of interest from investors looking at the space and defense sector increase over the last 12 to 18 months. However, it's also, what kind of investors are looking is also very important.
Yeah.
A lot of capital has been raised in the Western markets to, meet certain goals. And but if you look at their capability on delivering results, some of them who've done SPAC deals and went public, they're not performing the way they were supposed to do. So there is also a possibility that some of these companies would like to deploy cash into India to look at tapping into the market opportunity as well as the manufacturing opportunity. In addition to that, I think also from an entrepreneur's perspective, I think the regulatory framework or the government frameworks have been extremely supportive. When we were trying to raise capital, we were also looking at debt options. And, in this particular round, we found participation of SIDBI as well as the Technology Development Board. And that is like a very welcome move, because this was not something that we were anticipating, or that system existed 24 months ago. And in fact, this framework is evolving very fast. We are talking to numerous bankers, and bankers are also looking at the possibilities where if you have a government contract, how it can be supported. So I think the future looks definitely bright if entrepreneurs are looking at the space and defense sector. The caveat being, please do not look at space and defense where government and military will be your only customer. It is extremely important to look at enterprise opportunities within India and also outside of India. As long as that framework is stitched out well, I think, businesses will thrive.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. I think we've had a great discussion here. I personally have learned a lot. Thank you very much for participating in the panel.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Systems is the indigenous company which basically demanding applications. We want to provide solutions for demanding applications. And we work with here. One is the counter this is the anti-drone system. Second is the heating systems for the high altitude and extremely cold environment. And the third area what we work is in the gyroscopes and accelerometers, which is the inertial systems. We are fortunate enough to win Indian's IDEX challenge, which is the startup challenge for anti-drone run by Ministry of Defense. We are the only startup company which is winner of MHA as well as the defense startup challenges. So we have also won a BSF Bhumi competition for illegal use of drones. So on anti-drone domain, we are working with not only Ministry of Defense, but we are working on Home Affairs requirement as well, which includes the policing as well as the border securities, etc. We are, since we are part of IDEX, we have incubated in T-Hub, and T-Hub has been very long-standing partner for us, and they are giving us, valuable guidance, what we need. Being a startup, we don't know much of the things in terms of processes. Sometimes we lack the understanding of how the purchases happens. So T-Hub has been very kind, and they are being helping. We are incubated here, which is our fortunate combinations. And at the same time, they are giving us open mind thought. We have grown significantly in the last 3 years. We have backed more than 400 numbers of systems order from Indian Army and Air Force combined. This makes us the largest company for supplying anti-drone systems in India in terms of numbers. I would say in single line that we exist because of the policy changes. See, earlier, so I have a 8 years background before starting my own. I was used to work in a defense in a large private company. And so I've seen it from 2006 onwards, the defense businesses. And it was used to be so tedious and so cumbersome to interact earlier with a customer. Okay. And with all these policy changes, recently what we have observed that customer is actually eager to tell us their problem, and when we have solutions which we think that they are likely going to solve that problems, they are very eager to allow you to test them. They are helping us in testing. They even give you their own inputs. They are actually helping us to improve the products. And the testimony of that product is the drone system, the anti-drone rifle. When we got the order for development of anti-drone system, we didn't have the portable system in our kitty. Okay, and Air Force walked us through their problem statement in terms of what they want and how they want. We designed specifically for Air Force from scratch, and that's how they, since they were part of the journey, they liked it. And this whole policy change, when we say, allowed us to get into partnering mode with customer rather than customer mode, and that gives us a product for them also and for us also, which is actually meeting their requirement. And so there are many things like they asked us that keep us, something for upgrade, because they were asking us that down the line things may change, then we need to upgrade in India. So we kept those channels, those space inside. And if suppose we were not part of that journey, then we would have developed something which might not be useful for Air Force, at the end. So this is exactly what we are saying, that there are policy changes which are so beneficial for startup. Any company which is starting, IDEX is one of the more. Even in tendering, the startups are getting benefit in terms of level playing. Okay, but earlier there was no level playing, so we can't fight up with the big companies. We can't fight up with the companies which are bringing white label goods. Okay, people buy from China, buy from here and there, and then they put it with their own name. We can't bid them and win the contract. But now the policies are so matured and so developed that it is so easy to compare paper to paper and oranges to oranges, apple to apple. So this is really good, and it is really true what you say.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
The presence of so many startups, the innovators here, makes the visit to Hyderabad very fruitful one. So far, procurement has been looked at bringing some very costly high technology equipment from abroad for the forces. To allay the fears of the local manufacturers, in 2021 December, our Prime Minister declared that the defense procurement will be primarily from local industry. It has been written down on stone. It cannot be violated just like that. So, if you think that defense forces require a particular type of equipment now or in future, you should start innovating, because you stand a very, very good chance to become a part of their supply chain. The presence of so many startups, the innovators here, makes the visit to Hyderabad very fruitful one. So far, procurement has been looked at bringing some very costly high technology equipment from abroad for the forces. To allay the fears of the local manufacturers, in 2021 December, our Prime Minister declared that the defense procurement will be primarily from local industry. It has been written down on stone. It cannot be violated just like that. So, if you think that defense forces require a particular type of equipment now or in future, you should start innovating, because you stand a very, very good chance to become a part of their supply chain.
to express our heartfelt gratitude and take the privilege to felicitate our esteemed guest, Shri Giridhar Armane, IAS Defence Secretary of India, for gracing us with his presence today. He is known for his illustrious career and distinguished service to the nation. Shri Armane has held various pivotal roles in both the central government and state governments, showcasing exceptional leadership and expertise. I humbly request Shri Giridhar Armane to grace us and share his thoughts on the future of Indian defence and aerospace ecosystem.
I am thankful to T-Hub, Jayesh Ranjan, Srinivas Rao Garu, and the Anthony and his team of the dynamic T-Hub team here. Reddy Garu is here, Satish is here, and many important defense sector industry leaders are here. Hyderabad is a beautiful city. It's always a pleasure to be here. And also the presence of so many startups, the innovators here makes the visit to Hyderabad very fruitful one. I would like to divide my comments into three parts. Firstly, I would like to tell you about the initiatives taken by government in procurement reforms. Secondly, in the innovative ecosystem reforms. Thirdly, quality reforms. Lastly, I would conclude by expressing what Government of India expects from the innovative ecosystem in the country. Firstly, coming to the procurement reforms. So far, procurement has been looked at bringing some very costly high technology equipment from abroad for the forces. To allay the fears of the local manufacturers, in 2021 December, our Prime Minister declared that the defense procurement will be primarily from local industry. Imports will be an exception. So it has been written down on stone. It cannot be violated just like that. Any exception has to be approved by the defense minister himself, and if it required, it goes to the cabinet. So if you think that defense forces require a particular type of equipment now or in future, you should start innovating, because you stand a very, very good chance to become a part of their supply chain. The second important thing which is done is that we have ensured that the procurement process itself is speeded up. It's delegated to various levels. Now, you have seen the emergency procurement recently. More than 100 contracts have been signed in a period of 6 months to 8 months, and many supplies also are taking place. Several of these are purely Indian designed, developed and manufactured. Similarly, we have the Make 1 and Make 2 programs also, where last year 2022-23 we have concluded more than 80 contracts with the local manufacturers. These can be very top order equipment like the tanks and infantry combat vehicles, and it can also be smaller equipment like spare parts, components of the various platforms we are using. Thirdly, in Make programs, that is Indian designed and developed manufacturing in India equipment, we are ensuring that orders are placed soon after the development is completed. In fact, the Make 1 and Make 2 programs are tied with the secure orders. Make 3, which also looks at technology transfer and manufacturing in India, is also tied to the guaranteed orders. So in terms of ensuring that whoever designs and develops in the country is rewarded adequately, reforms are already in place to ensure that they get the returns. The next most important reform is that we are requiring each and every critical technology required for these platforms which our forces are procuring are designed and developed in India. Normally, what used to happen previously is that there will be several Indian companies manufacturing parts, components, but the company which gets the order for entire platform used to import several of these components from abroad, despite having the local alternative. So we ensured that now, as per the new rules, the critical technologies have to be sourced from India. If they are already available, if they are not available, they have to be developed and manufactured in India. This is a major change. Why? Because so far, indigenous technology means it used to be labor component, it used to be the maintenance component, it used to be the documentation, it used to be the training. It never used to be the critical technology. It can be the metal bending, riveting, and those kind of low technology equipment, but it never was high-end avionics or electronic systems, IT systems, etc., which used to be very critical. What happens is that if we buy the IT systems, the software of these platforms from abroad, we are constantly dependent upon the foreign suppliers. The Indian supplier never gets a chance to supply. Those things are a thing of the past now. Now, we have mandated that the IDDM means it shall be designed and developed in India. It has to be manufactured in India. Next, I will come to the innovative system reforms. We had IDEX program in 2018-19 that itself was a very great revolution. In fact, it for the first time established a very simple process to ensure that the innovators are given some support, some mentorship, some hand-holding, and also a small amount of grant. It used to be 1.5 crores. Later, it was increased to 10 crores. Now, recently, we have ensured that these innovators, these young people who have started the companies, are also assured of the orders. They progress to the orders in a seamless fashion. It is not a very cumbersome process of going through several rounds of quality checks, etc. Because we are asking you to develop a particular technology, we agreed with you what it will perform, and you have developed according to that. The procurement from these companies has been simplified a lot. In fact, one of the officers from the services, Navy, Air Force or Army, will handhold you and ensure that the procurement process is also completed. One more important, very important change has been brought about. That is the spiral development. So far, we prescribe SQR, service quality requirements, at a particular level. It has to fly, if it's a drone, it has to fly up to 10,000 feet. If it flies up to 9,500 feet, we used to say, no, you have not met the SQR, so we cannot procure. Similar restrictions were there in many other requirements. So what we now say is that if you meet, say, 70% of the requirement, okay, we will place order for so many units. You still have a chance to increase it to the 10,000 feet and come back to us so that we can procure from you the remaining quantity. So the spiral development is going to be of great help to the innovators as they are assured of orders even if they meet not 100% but 70 to 80% of the requirement also. This will ensure that you will not suffer in future. We are also thinking of doing one more thing. Just now, some of the people I interacted with told me that the initial seed capital is okay. You may give 1.5 crore, 10 crore or 25 crores, but the matching grant is causing a serious problem. We want to solve that. We are thinking of tying you with the platform manufacturer. Suppose you manufacture a component and sub-assembly for a larger platform. We would like you to get in touch with the larger company which manufactures the platform and get the necessary funding from them. Apart from that, recently Finance Minister had a very detailed discussion with the Managing Director of SIDBI. She had instructed him to ensure that all the defense startups get the necessary funding at the lowest possible cost. The cost of capital has to be reduced for the startups in the country. So all necessary arrangements will be done for that. And from my side, from the defense ministry side, we will ensure that our companies, I have 16 of them, will ensure that they will come to your support. They will not ask for your equity. Please don't worry. They will extend you in terms of a interest-free loan if you are developing a part, a subsystem, a component which will go into the platform they are manufacturing. I request other industry representatives here. I have representatives of Tata, Mahindra, Boeing, Safran, very large companies are present here. I would also request them to handhold the startups, and they have been doing it. In fact, when Honorable Prime Minister went to US last June, he took along with him a large number of the startup innovators. There, he personally ensured that they get the necessary support from the American industry ecosystem. Just before he reached there, he had asked me to organize an event where Indian startups get an exposure to the American defense industry. So we had organized that IndusX symposium there, where many top US companies had interacted with Indian startups and have given several orders to these companies. So in terms of connect between industry, the established industry, which get most of the large orders, and the startups which provide the critical technologies needed, has been already started, and I hope it will, in times to come, will become very, very strong and be mutually beneficial to the large corporates as well as the startups. Now I come to the third important reform which government has undertaken recently, is the quality reforms. Quality control and quality assurance are very key to defense industry. You understand, one particular batch of ammunition which resulted in poor quality has caused the death of many soldiers a few years ago, 3-4 years ago. So quality control is to be given topmost importance in all the defense related manufacturing processes. So we are generally very careful. We have a very large organization with several thousands of people working for it, which will check the quality of various equipment, arms and ammunition we procure. However, many times it becomes so tedious that the manufacturers get worried that this process will never end and we may end up with no order in next few years. That will cast a shadow on their financials and will result in them getting out of the defense sector. It has happened many times previously also. So to ensure that the processes are very fair, objective and not very time consuming, we have introduced several reforms recently. Firstly, we are providing a single window system for quality control. So far we have been asking the manufacturers to go around several of the laboratories, several of the offices to get each of the systems to be certified. Now we say that if you are manufacturing, say, a battle tank, you can go to only one office and get all the systems certified through that office. He will handhold you. He will take forward the certification process on his own. There will not be multiple visits to multiple offices. The second important thing is the remote and virtual quality control. Now we have huge developments in IT and instrumentation. Many of you are fully aware of it, which will enable us to do the quality control, quality assurance work sitting in a remote area. There is no need to be physically be present. Right now, I have deployed several hundreds of my officers in these companies, manufacturing companies. I would like to get out of these offices, maybe In a central office, they can sit and watch what is being done in these offices through remotely operated cameras, etc. A part of this is also the automated quality control processes. Many of the machines these days come with the recording of the parameters of the goods being manufactured. They can be read and understood clearly whether the processes are proper or not from a remote location. That also has been enabled now, and many companies are already utilizing this. And lastly, in this series of reforms is the self-certification. If you have reached a certain stage in the manufacturing process, you can certify yourself that this is according to so and so standard, so and so mill standard, we confirm, so we can supply to you. Or third party certification. If there is NABL certified laboratory, they can come and check and give a certificate to you, which will be acceptable in the ministry. Like this, we want to declutter the quality control and quality assurance processes so that your procurement, the manufactured goods, the goods you have manufactured can be procured without any problem. So these are the three types of reforms which government has undertaken. I have listed only important ones. There are several of these things because our procurement process, quality assurance process is very complicated one. We had to change, we have to modify, we have to delete many of these processes. It is much simpler now. It can be much more simpler. I need your advice on that. But I have stated some of the important ones. Now, what do I expect from Defense Ministry side to the startups? We have issued lot of challenges through IDEX recently and through Aditi only last month. I would request all of you to work on them because there are guaranteed orders in them. If I ask for a small component of a battle tank or one of my aircraft fighter jets, I actually need it in large quantity. Please look into these positive indigenization lists which are there in our website. Similarly, the challenges are needed for actual life uses. We need to deploy these equipment as soon as you make them ready. That's why IDEX program in last 2-3 years has resulted in several contracts. I think 34 or 35 contracts have already been signed, and we are in the process of signing many more. More than 300 projects have been awarded for development under IDEX. So I want you to concentrate on the 5 positive indigenization lists issued by the ministry so that I can procure more and more goods from you. And also from the Aditi and IDEX challenges. The second one is the care for quality and the user friendliness. I was trying to procure an assault rifle for Indian Army. This assault rifle is like almost like a part of your body for a soldier who is guarding the border. It has to be very, very user friendly. It should not get heated up. It should be very easy to use. It should not malfunction, whether in Ladakh or is in Rajasthan. It has to be so good that the soldier will not feel that it's a burden on him. When I compare what is made by, say, 6R in US and what is made by our own defense PSU in our country, of course, our own equipment is fully indigenous, 100%. But the look, feel, and the quality all have much to improve. So, when you are coming up with a product, look at the design of it carefully, user friendliness of it carefully, and also the quality assurance also very carefully. Without these, we cannot really excel in any sector. Quality of actual functioning and quality of look and feel are also very, very important for getting success in procurement processes. The very look of your equipment should be so appealing. I would like you to work on it. Thirdly, for the capital, I assume that none of you want to part with equity in your companies. Don't get disheartened. We are working on the funding mechanisms. We understand that going through the defense ministry's processes is very tedious. We are in the process of reforming. We have already done a few. More are in the offing. But do approach the funding agencies, the DPSUs, without hesitation. We don't want to steal your IPR in the DPSUs. We are willing to fund you without any caveats, without any very difficult conditions. We would like you to succeed. Ultimately, if you succeed, we succeed, and our country's security is really in good hands. So, with this appeal, and again thanking T-Hub, which has come up as one of the best incubators in the country, and maybe it will rival some of the best in the world. Congratulating the team here, congratulating all the innovators here. I take your leave. Jai Hind.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This has been a privilege, just being part of this ecosystem for the last few years. And what I'm here to tell you a little bit about the story. But before I get that, respected sir, Shri Girdhar Armaneji, Shri Jayesh Ranjanji, and rest of my colleagues here from different industries, startups, and PSUs, I want to tell about that how over the last few years we have looked India very differently, within Collins Aerospace, within the world, how we are seeing that. And what we are seeing very interestingly is that India is becoming largely the global hub for innovation, research in aerospace and defense. And so when we started exploring the last few years, we understood that partnerships with T-Hub, we can really get into the Indian ecosystem, we can understand the true power of startups, and we can see how they can really solve the global problems that are there, plaguing in industry across aerospace and industry, in various forms. So with that, quick introduction. So I represent Collins Aerospace. It's a 100-year-old company, obviously through various mergers and acquisitions. We became Collins in 2018. We've been in India for about 30 years now. We have actually had an engineering site based out of Hyderabad. We recently opened a very big site in Bangalore. And now we're doing even operations in Bangalore as well. And what we've realized that beyond engineering design and manufacturing, there is a lot of interesting research collaboration opportunities. And that's how we started this Powered by Collins initiative. We opened up with T-Hub last year. That was our first year exploring the concept that can we give 4 or 5 global collaboration challenges that we are seeing that daily our customers are asking. And while we're trying to solve those problems, we see there is a need for acceleration, there's a need for quick productization. And we opened that up to the global ecosystem. The best thing was we actually used an Indian startup accelerator to reaching out for the global platform. And we had quite a big success. Last year, we had several incoming proposals. We shortlisted 1 or 2, we had 1 or 2 success stories, and that made us confident for us to come back again a second year and say that let's actually expand this. And in fact, bring those problem statements over here where Indian startups are doing very, very well. So bring in AI problems, bring in data analytics problems, and actually pose that over here. So that's what I'm very happy to share. The Powered by Collins initiative is open right now. And you can go in, you can actually find about it. You can find the 4 big startup collaboration opportunities we are looking at. And all we're really requesting you is through that, give us an introduction of how you think these problems can be solved. And then let's convene with some of the business owners, some of the people who have actually created those challenges and work together. So in closing thoughts, I feel this is just the beginning of what Collins is doing in India today. There is huge potential. beyond just the workforce, the 5,000 plus Collins employees who are across Hyderabad and Bangalore, there is a whole ecosystem where we see potential for huge collaborative innovation, huge research, and obviously reaching from here to the world, bringing solutions which are designed, developed, researched in India, but are deployed across the global landscape.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
These startups are a range of sectors in drones, in anti-drones, in radar simulators, in cybersecurity, in control systems, jammers, electro-optics, material science, and so on.
Which are relevant for the stakeholders and armed forces in our country. Like any other startup journey, this sector also requires lots of hand-holding and support. We just had a roundtable a while ago. Startups are able to understand the real problem statements that you face, get mentorship from you. Many of you have venture arms, get possibly some early stage funding support also.
And what we are seeing very interestingly is that India is becoming largely the global hub for innovation, research in aerospace and defense. And so when we started exploring the last few years, we understood that partnerships with T-Hub, we can really get into the Indian ecosystem, we can understand the true power of startups, and we can see how they can really solve the global problems that are there.
Firstly, coming to the procurement reforms. Procurement has been looked at bringing some very costly high technology equipment from abroad for the forces. Imports will be an exception. So it has been written down on in stone. It cannot be violated just like that. Any exception has to be approved by the defense minister himself, and if it required, it goes to the cabinet. Similarly, we have the Make 1 and Make 2 programs also, where last year, 2022-23, we have concluded more than 80 contracts with the local manufacturers.
Opportunities for startups in defense innovations. Let me start by giving you one example. I started as a startup. I joined that company in 2010. I was the first person to join in the defense group. We should, along with my subsidiaries, do about 1,700 crores of business, and 1,300 crores out of that is exports. Defense Secretary did mention about the quality of products. I can assure you, sir, the guns which we have exported are better looking than any other gun in the world, and we believe we have a world beater. So we can assure you on the quality. We have a target of touching 5 trillion in next 2 years' time. We are also wanting that 25% of that growth should be coming from manufacturing.
How can the Indian government and established defense firms, they can help startups to integrate better into the defense innovation ecosystem? What do you think that the startups need to do from their side?
Defense was normally kept away for all the even startups and in the industries also. A lot of schemes government has brought in, like Defense Secretary has mentioned, early stage startups or deep tech startups, funding is a question mark from India.
That it gives an opportunity for the young innovators. I can tell you my experience in the Air Force is because we always have to go through the ministry, through the DRDO. Ultimately, the user never really comes face to face with the actual innovator.
Second thing is, when we look at this space, standard issues apply. One is, if I'm funding something in a B2C space, I know that there are, 500 million Indians, and I can see a large market, and I can do the multiples, right?
So after the success of Chandrayaan-1, there was a scientist from ISRO who had visited our university. I was studying at SRM University in Chennai. Definitely very excited about the idea, but I wasn't really sure if something like that was possible. And then our university decided to fund that program, and we ended up building this whole satellite.
We work majorly in 3 areas. One is the counter drone, basically anti-drone system. Second is on the heating systems for the high altitude and extremely cold environment. In the third area, what we work is in the gyroscopes and accelerometers, which is the inertial systems.
Different startups would go to a venture capitalist and ask them for money. We did not go to any venture capitalists. We literally raised money from angel investors. Now we have a lot of VCs who want to come on board. So instead of us starting from VCs, we're now ending up with them in our second leg of our journey.
Us launching 4 missions in the last 2 years is a strong testament to how the government is trying to support space technology companies to, go into space. From number of Indian assets in orbit, I think roughly we have probably 1/6 or 1/10 of total number of space objects in orbit.
We are actually using a instant portable non-electric cooling technology to develop an instant cold vest for firefighters, especially those who are with the Indian Navy who will fight the fires on the shipboard. We are making a cold vest. Simultaneously, the same technology that we are using for fire protection, we are also using the same technology for first aid applications in sports and other related injuries. As we do with the cooling technology, latent heat to comfort technologies also has a recent patent granted on our instant portable non-electric heating technology as well.
Fantastic opportunities for us to collaborate, whichever sector you belong to, you are a startup, you're a corporate, or of course even government as well, to come forward and shake hands for not only sparing valuable time, but also the fact that he patiently heard us.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We are also recognizing several outstanding defense startups. We believe that this will be a very strong motivation for them in the time to come, followed by panel discussion.
We will ensure that this vertical remains strong, and tomorrow through IDEX and Aditi and other programs, we are able to support more and more startups also.
I feel this is just the beginning of what Collins is doing in India today. There is huge potential beyond just the workforce, the 5,000 plus Collins employees who are across Hyderabad and Bangalore. There is a whole ecosystem where we see potential for huge collaborative innovation, huge research, and obviously reaching from here to the world.
Firstly, I would like to tell you about the initiatives taken by government in procurement reforms. Secondly, in the innovative ecosystem reforms. Thirdly, quality reforms. Lastly, I would conclude by expressing what Government of India expects from the innovative ecosystem in the country.
Two constituents of that ecosystem, or the so-called the industrial base, are technology and the manufacturing competence. What we need to take a look is at the technology ecosystem.
So my first question will probably go to you, sir. I think, like he said, there are almost 850 plus startups in the defense and aerospace innovation ecosystem today. How can the Indian government and established defense firms, they can help startups to integrate better into the defense innovation ecosystem? What do you think that the startups need to do from their side? And what do you think that the ecosystem, senior players in the ecosystem like the DPSUs or the corporates need to do to help them integrate better?
The startups here, if they have to beat the world market and not just the Indian people, the product really has to be a technologically advanced or first of its kind product. Then you need to spend a lot, both funding wise and otherwise, a lot into the deep technology. This is one of the issues what it is.
Gives an opportunity for the young innovators to get in touch with the end users. I can tell you my experience in the Air Force is because we always have to go through the ministry, through the DRDO. Ultimately, the user never really comes face to face with the actual innovator.
And let's say you're a startup and you're looking at a VC, early stage, early growth is great. But if they don't have a B2B strategy, you may not get supported long term unless they have a very strong LP network. That's the way I kind of think about it.
Our university decided to fund that program and we ended up building this whole satellite. And during the process of building the satellite, I realized that, we are a country with 1 billion people, but, we've sent missions to moon.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hey, my name is Srikanth Paul. I come from North Carolina, Raleigh, and I have an AI startup that I'm trying to build up. And this is a wonderful opportunity to meet people and get the like-minded people. And what a great, way of understanding where the world is going and what kind of resources are available to get help if you need it. I think it's beautiful, and we'd like to see more about it, and like to continue to grow together. And thank you so much for doing this.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today we are here celebrating success of ISF across the board, and this is a launch event, but I can't believe the kind of energy in the room and the kind of startups that actually pitched today. And this is going to be an annual event, and this is going to be a 2-day conference going forward from next year in the same exact location. And we are expecting around 250 CXOs today, and this is going to continue. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name is John Levingston. I'm the Executive Director of the Crossroads Economic Partnership. It's located in Clarksdale, Mississippi. I am an economic developer. In my portfolio includes recruiting industry, workforce training, and healthcare in the Mississippi Delta. Now, the Mississippi Delta is the poorest region of the poorest state in the United States, and yet at this very time, we are recruiting more industries and doing more to move the needle in regard to healthcare than at any other time in the last 50 years. We are so privileged to be a part of the International Startup Foundation. We are in part because their mission aligns in many ways with ours. They are focused on helping people in rural areas of India acquire skills or new skills that will ensure employment in the future. We're doing exactly the same thing in a rural area here in the United States, which has suffered generational cycles of poverty. And it is an illustration to me of what we have in common globally with people all over the world. And being a part of this this organization and participating today, I think is in service of more and more people. I think it is a marvelous organization, and my hat is off to Jay Chowdhury and his entire team. I think our world is a safer and better place when we all get to know each other better. I have spent time in India, for example. I have found there is such an energy and sense of entrepreneurism there that is palpable. It is the same thing that one finds in certain sectors in the United States, even to this day. This is something that we have in common. We seek, we strive, we want to help each other in each of our countries. But when we work together between our countries, as allies, as friends, as colleagues, then the synergy that is created by this is greater than that which we could do separately. Additionally, as we all get to know each other better, it becomes a safer, more just and sustainable world for all of us.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Jay Chaudhary. I'm the founder and chairman for the International Startup Foundation. We came to United States to expand our startup activities outside of India. We got excellent response from United States. Many good quality, high quality startups came and presented today. In addition to that, a lot of CXOs and many venture capitalists from North America, they also came and participated in this. I think this is a great beginning how we can help the startups across the globe. I think definitely we are not only going to help the startups from India, but wherever the startups, good quality startups are there, International Startup Foundation is going to identify them and get them funding, get them a market so that they are successful and they create the wealth and create new job opportunities for the youngsters.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, my name is Dave Ghosh and I'm from Ignitus.ai. I'm the CTO and the head of solutions. It's a wonderful opportunity to come here and mix with like-minded people. There's a lot going on in the world of AI, and it's not possible to know everything unless you mingle around, see what different people are doing. I'm extremely excited, looking forward to the day. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV. To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm Zehra Hussain from UK, London. These are my paintings, watercolor paintings on paper. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
और यहाँ पर मैंने अपने वर्क डिस्प्ले करे इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे, लेकिन इस बार यहाँ नहीं किए, लेकिन नेक्स्ट टाइम करूँगा क्योंकि मैं और प्लेनेट के साथ कोलैबोरेशन में हूँ। तो बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहता है यहाँ पर, डिफरेंट आर्ट देखने को मिलती है, आर्टिस्टों से मिलने को, बात करने को मिलता है, बात करने का मौका मिलता है और अच्छे अलग अलग स्टाइलों में वर्क देखने को मिलता है, जो कि यहाँ की खासियत है। और यहाँ बहुत अच्छे अफोर्डेबल आर्ट्स वगैरह हैं जो कि आराम से आप परचेज कर सकते हैं, खरीद सकते हैं। तो बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है और यहाँ पहला एडिशन है इंडिया फेस्टिवल का, तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है और आर्टिस्टों से मिलकर भी बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। और हमारे बूथ में जो वर्क डिस्प्ले है वो भी बहुत ही डिफरेंट और सुंदर सुंदर अलग अलग आर्टिस्टों के, जो कि बहुत खूबसूरत है। थैंक यू।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
హైదరాబాద్ లో ఐ థింక్ దిస్ ఇస్ నియర్ అత్తాపూర్, పివి ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ వే పిల్లర్ నంబర్ 68 దగ్గర కింగ్స్ కోహినూర్ కన్వెన్షన్ హాల్లో జాతీయ స్థాయి అంటే ఇండియా ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ హైదరాబాద్ మొదటి ఎడిషన్ ఇక్కడ ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. ఇందులో కొన్ని వందల స్టాల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, వందల కాదు వేల రకాల కళా ఆకృతులు అంటే ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్, కళలు గొప్ప నైపుణ్యంతో వందలాది వేలాది మంది తయారు చేసిన ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ ఇక్కడ ప్రదర్శించడం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. అసలు ఇవి ఇటువంటి మనం చూడాలంటే గతంలో ఎడిషన్స్ పోవాలంటే హైదరాబాద్, బాంబేనో, బెంగళూరు, ఢిల్లీ పోస్ట్, ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్కే వీళ్ళందరూ అంతర్జాతీయ స్థాయి ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా హైదరాబాద్ అంటే బాంబే, ఢిల్లీ, బెంగళూరు, ఈవెన్ లండన్, అంటే ప్రపంచంలో కూడా తయారు చేసిన ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. కాబట్టి ఇది మంచి అవకాశం. కాబట్టి హైదరాబాద్ లో ఉన్న ప్రజలందరూ కూడా దీన్ని సందర్శించి వాళ్ళకు నచ్చినటువంటి ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ ను కొని వాళ్ళ ఇళ్లలో ఉంచుకుంటే అది ఒక స్పృహను కలిగజేస్తుంది. దాంతో పాటుగా ఈ రోజు ఉన్నటువంటి నిరుద్యోగ పరిస్థితుల్లో, అన్ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ సిచ్యువేషన్ లో ఇవి కొని మన ఇంట్లో పెట్టుకుని మనకు సంతృప్తి ఉంటది. ఇది వాళ్ళకు ఒక ఉపాధి. ఇటువంటి ఆర్టిస్టులకు కష్టపడి నెలల తరబడి ఒక్క బొమ్మ వేయాలంటే, పెయింట్ వేయాలంటే కొన్ని 6 మాసాలు పడతా ఉంది. అంటే అటువంటి వాళ్ళకు మనం వాళ్ళను ఆదుకున్న వాళ్ళంటే వాళ్ళు పోషించే వాళ్ళది. కూడా ఇందులో అందరూ పాల్గొనాలా, చూసి తరించాలా, కొని తరించాలా. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
ఈరోజు కోహినూర్ కన్వెన్షన్ మేదీపట్నంలో జరుగుతున్నటువంటి ఇండియా ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ 7th, 8th, 9th జూన్ తారీఖులలో జరుగుతుంది. ఇది దేశంలోనే ఒక ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ లాంటిది. అంటే ఇది ఒక ఆర్ట్ ఎక్స్పో లాంటిది అన్నట్టు. ఇక్కడ దాదాపు 30 గ్యాలరీలు, 250 మంది ఆర్టిస్టులు, 3500 ఆర్ట్ వర్క్లు ఇక్కడ ప్రజెంట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. సో ఇలాంటి కార్యక్రమాలు అనేటి హైదరాబాద్ కి చాలా ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి, ఇది మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఈ ఆర్ట్ యాక్టివిటీ ఇక్కడ జరుగుతుంది. అండ్ దీని ద్వారా మన ప్రాంతీయ కళాకారులకు ఎంతో ఉపయోగము. అంటే ఆర్ట్ మార్కెట్ అనేది దేశవ్యాప్తంగా ఎంతో అభివృద్ధి చెందున్న క్రమంలో హైదరాబాదు ఇంకా ఆ స్థాయికి ఎదగలేదు. కాబట్టి ఇలాంటి కార్యక్రమాలు నిర్వహించడం ద్వారా మన కళాకారులకి ఎంతో ప్రోద్బలాన్ని, వాళ్ళకి సర్వైవింగ్ కి లేదా వాళ్ళ ఆర్ట్ వర్క్ ని సేల్ చేసుకోవడానికి చాలా ఉపయోగపడేటువంటి డాస్ ఇది. సో కాబట్టి హైదరాబాద్ ఆర్ట్ సొసైటీ తరఫున మేము పూర్తిగా సహాయ సహకారాలు అందించి ఇక్కడ ఈ కార్యక్రమం నిర్వహించడానికి పూర్తిగా తోడ్పడ్డాము. సో ఇది అద్భుతమైన కార్యక్రమం. ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా ఆర్ట్ లవర్స్, ఆర్ట్ ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్ పీపుల్, ఆర్ట్ బయర్స్ కానీ, సో వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి ఈ ఆర్ట్ వర్క్ ని తిలకించాలని ఆశిస్తున్నాం.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So what we do at House of Emerge is we collaborate with artists to recreate existing art in our form, which is showing or showcasing a portrait or an artwork from one side, and as you walk through it, changing dimensions to showcase a completely different artwork from the other side. And the story is also what emerges from the center as a composition of the two. So if you look at any of the artworks, from one side you'll see the guy singing, from the other side you'll see the lady listening to him intently, and from the center it'll look like he's singing to her. So that's what's emerging as a composition, and that's what we want to kind of grow as our skill set of artworks. So thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
we are with a lot of variety of artworks, Indian art, like we are representing Indian culture, Indian art and culture and everything. Like, you can come and visit here and see our artworks, which has a lot of variety and like colorful stuff also. So you can come and visit, please.
Hi everyone, I am Devarshi, one of the artists of this gallery, and what she says that we are representing the art of Kolkata and the traditional art form, and definitely it's a few of them are a modern art also. So please visit, you'll get different type of art here and join us, and you can collect and you can decorate your room, everything with the beautiful art. So do visit our store.
नमस्ते, मैं गौतम दास हूँ, कोलकाता से आया। मैं कॉन्टेम्पोरेरी आर्टिस्ट हूँ। तो बेसिकली मैं लैंड के ऊपर काम करता हूँ। मेरा खेजूर का पेड़, उसके ऊपर मैं कुछ स्टोरी रखता हूँ।
And one more thing is we are my father-in-law is an artist, and since 50 years he has been working in this field actually. So we are trying to extend the legacy of his artwork, and his son is also joining. So we are trying a lot to exploring in the art world. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
इंडिया फेस्टिवल यहाँ हैदराबाद में ये दिस इज आवर फर्स्ट एडिशन हैपनिंग फ्रॉम टुडे टिल संडे 9 June. Here there are almost 30 art galleries participating from different cities: Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, even Hyderabad, Singapore, and some smaller cities like Baroda, Pune. There are 80 stalls here, and in the 80 stalls, 290 artists are exhibiting almost 3,000 paintings, sculptures, photography, some pottery, ceramic works, serigraphs, prints. Here you will find यहाँ जो आर्ट वर्क्स एग्जिबिट किए गए हैं उसमें अपकमिंग आर्टिस्ट, यंग आर्टिस्ट, बडिंग आर्टिस्ट, योर मिड करियर एस्टेब्लिश्ड आर्टिस्ट और योर मास्टर आर्टिस्ट, ऐसा सब टाइप का आर्ट, every form of art, whether it is abstract or figurative or semi-abstract, landscape, portrait, religious art, this kind of art available here in all the stalls in different mediums, different styles. So I request all the art enthusiasts, art lovers in Hyderabad to please join, come to India Art Festival and celebrate make the celebration of this mega event, India Art Festival, along with the 290 artists. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
ఈ ఆర్ట్ ఇండియా ఫెస్టివల్ అనేది చాలా బ్రహ్మాండంగా మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా రాజేంద్ర పాటిల్ ఆధ్వర్యంలో స్టేట్ ఆర్ట్ హైదరాబాద్ లో మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా జరుగుతుంది. చాలా బ్రహ్మాండంగా జరుగుతుంది. ఎందుకోసం అంటే ఇంత మంచి షో మన హైదరాబాద్కి వచ్చినందుకు మనం చాలా సంతోషపడుతున్నాము. అందులో ఈ రోజు నా డెమో ఉండడము, ఈ రోజు 3:30కి నా డెమో ఉంది. ఆ డెమోలో నేను లైవ్ వర్క్ చేయడం అనేది నాకు వచ్చిన అరుదైన అవకాశం. ఆ అవకాశం వచ్చినందుకు నేను చాలా సంతోషపడుతున్నాను. ఈ సందర్భంగా రాజేంద్ర పాటిల్ సార్కి నేను థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తున్నాను. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే ఇంత గొప్ప షో హైదరాబాద్ రావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయము. ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ ఈ వర్క్స్ ని చూడాలి, నేర్చుకోవాలి. స్టూడెంట్స్, బయర్స్, ఆర్టిస్టులు ఇన్ని గానం ఒకే చోట ఇన్ని గొప్ప గొప్ప వర్కులు చూసే అవకాశం హైదరాబాద్ వాళ్ళకి వచ్చినందుకు దీన్ని ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ చూసి ఆనందించాలి, దీన్ని ఆస్వాదించాలి. మళ్ళీ వీళ్ళు నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఆల్ ఇండియా మొత్తం భారతదేశంలో కాకుండా సింగపూర్ నుండి పెద్ద పెద్ద గ్యాలరీస్ కూడా వచ్చాయి. ఈ అవకాశము మన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రాల వాళ్ళు దీన్ని తప్పకుండా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి. అందరూ ప్రతి ఒక్కరు చూడాలి, దీన్ని మనం ఆస్వాదించాలి. ఇట్లాంటి షోలు మళ్ళీ హైదరాబాద్ లో చాలా విరివిగా తరచుగా జరుగుతూ ఉంటే ఆర్ట్ మార్కెట్ అనేది ఇక్కడ గొప్పగా క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది. అందరికి ఆర్టిస్టులకు అందరికి ఒక ఉపాధి, మంచి ఆర్టిస్టులకు అందరికి మంచి వర్క్స్, సేల్స్ అవన్నీ జరుగుతాయి. ఈ మార్కెట్ క్రియేట్ కావడం వల్ల ఇంకా కొంతమంది ఆర్టిస్టులకి మంచి జరుగుతుంది. అప్పుడు గొప్ప గొప్ప ఆర్టిస్టులు కూడా రావడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటది. కాబట్టి ఇట్లాంటి షోలు రాజేంద్ర పాటిల్ ఇప్పుడు ఈ షో ఫస్ట్ షో చేశారు. ఆయనకు చాలా హ్యాపీనెస్ ఉందని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఈ షో గొప్పగా జరుగుతుంది కాబట్టి ఆయన నెక్స్ట్ షోలు కూడా దీనికంటే బ్రహ్మాండంగా నిర్వహించడానికి చాలా మంది వస్తుంటుంటారు. హైదరాబాద్ మార్కెట్ ని అందరూ ఆస్వాదించాలి, దాన్ని నేర్చుకోవాలి. మనమందరం కూడా దానికి ప్రోత్సాహంగా నిలబడాలి, ఆయనకి మద్దతుగా నిలబడాలి. ఇట్లాంటి షోస్ ఎన్నో రావాలని రాజేంద్ర పాటిల్ కి నా యొక్క థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తున్నాను. నాకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు నేను కూడా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ అండి.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
హలో, నేను లభ్య. నేను హైదరాబాద్లో ఫస్ట్ టైం ఇండియా టెక్ ఫెస్టివల్ కండక్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఐఎమ్ రియలీ హ్యాపీ అండ్ ఎక్సైటెడ్ టు డిస్ప్లే ఆల్ మై paintings, and this is the third time in this platform, and I have already exhibited my paintings in Bombay and Bangalore as well, and in Hyderabad this is the first time. And my concept is mythology based abstract, and it's been my signature paintings. And yeah, I've done 12 paintings here. I've displayed 12 paintings. Yeah, this is the
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
आफ्टर रिटायरमेंट मैं आजकल ये मिक्स मीडिया में काम करता हूँ। ये 4 वर्ष है मेरे। और मिक्स मीडिया का मतलब क्या है कि इसके अंदर वाटर कलर, ऑयल पेंटिंग और फोटोग्राफी और सब कुछ आ जाता है। तो क्या है, मैं क्या कंप्यूटर के ऊपर उसको पास करके वहाँ कंपोज करके और वहीं पेंटिंग बनाता हूँ पूरा। और फाइनली आई टुक प्रिंट्स ऑन कैनवस एंड देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन ऑफ टचिंग एंड एवरीथिंग आई डिड फिनिश्ड एंड okay, I am doing.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I left my job for painting and this is for my parents, and now for the last 10 years I am doing my painting, and these 2 paintings I have done it on the greatest epitome of love of Jesus on the cross, and he loved so much that he gave his life on the cross for the remission of sins of all mankind to save us. And this one is the second painting on the truth, my way, the truth and the life, because Jesus is the only way to life, and he is the only way and he is the only truth. And Jesus, he's not a religion as people think. He wants to build a relationship. He is the creator of the universe. Though I come from a Hindu background, but when I came to know about him, then all the misconceptions were removed, and now our family is totally in Jesus. And thank you, Jesus, for everything.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
మన హైదరాబాద్ లో ఫస్ట్ టైం ఈ ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ జరుగుతున్న శుభ సందర్భంలో మేము స్టాల్ తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఈ స్టాల్ లోపల ఆల్మోస్ట్ 35 స్కల్ప్చర్స్ నేను డిస్ప్లే చేశాను. దాంతో పాటు ఆయిల్ పెయింటింగ్స్ కూడా ఇక్కడ డిస్ప్లే చేయడం జరిగింది. సో ఇందులో ఫైబర్ గ్లాస్ స్కల్ప్చర్స్, ఆయిల్ పెయింటింగ్స్ ప్లస్ బ్రాంజ్ స్కల్ప్చర్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా డిస్ప్లే చేయడం జరిగింది. హైదరాబాద్ లో జరగడం అనేది చాలా సంతోషకరమైన విషయమే చెప్పాలంటే, ఎందుకంటే మొదటిసారి జరుగుతుంది. సో వేరే వేరే రాష్ట్రాలలో ఎప్పుడు జరుగుతూనే ఉంటది, కానీ హైదరాబాద్ లో కూడా ఈసారి జరుగుతుంది. నెక్స్ట్ టైం కూడా జరగాలి. ప్రతి సంవత్సరం జరిగితే ఇక్కడ ఆర్టిస్టులకు కానీ లేకపోతే ఆర్ట్ బయర్స్ కానీ ఆర్ట్ లవర్స్ కానీ ఎంతో యూస్ఫుల్ గా ఉంటదని నా ఉద్దేశం. ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ అనేది ఈ నెల 7వ తారీఖు నుంచి 8, 9, 10 వరకు అంటే 3 రోజులు ఈ ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ ఉంది. కాబట్టి ఈ 3 రోజుల ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ లో ఇందులో ఆడియన్స్ కూడా చాలా, అంటే ఆర్ట్ లవర్స్ చాలా బాగా స్టెప్ ఇన్ అవుతున్నారు, వస్తున్నారు, చూస్తున్నారు, చాలా ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తున్నారు. వర్క్ ఎంక్వైరీస్ కూడా జరుగుతున్నాయి. వాళ్ళు అంటే పర్చేజ్ చేయడానికి కూడా చాలా ఇష్టపడుతున్నారు. సో ఇది ఆర్టిస్ట్ కి నిజంగా చెప్పాలంటే చాలా సంతోషకరమైన విషయం. మంచిది, ప్రసాదం జరగాలని కోరుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I have been participating in India Art Festival for last many years, and it's always wonderful to be a part of this festival, as this is the only festival of its kind which promotes artists of all the level, whether they are student artists, they are junior artists, they are senior artists. The organizers, they take care of each and every artist. They have a student section, artist section separately, and other section as well. As for the masters also, you can see in different galleries. And I am a professional artist from Delhi College of Art. I have done my masters. You can see here some variety of the products. You can see my painting. I am specialized in spatula work, Varanasi, and dance and music. These two things and few moments of daily life I have always been capturing in my paintings. You can see here the vibrant colors and all knife work in my paintings. In Banaras, in dance and music and other, you can see this festive mood. So there are many things you can see, and there are a painting of other artists also. There's one artist is from Calcutta, Basu Haldar. One artist again from NCR, Saurav Mohan. And these sculptures are very special sculptures. These sculptures nobody else does in India. These are Dogra style, but you can see closely they are stone and metal casting. So nobody does this kind of work. He is the only artist from Shantiniketan, and this is an exclusive work which attracts a lot to all the visitors and buyers. And this is also designed by us, ceramic pottery done in Shantiniketan, West Bengal. This is the best platform we have to showcase our talent, to showcase our vibrancy of the participation. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Art Festival organizers, excellent organizing idandi. It's a good platform for young budding artists వాళ్ళ వర్క్స్ షోకేస్ చేసేదానికి. మేము హైదరాబాద్ సిటీని ఇంత చూస్ చేసుకొని ముందుకు వచ్చిన దానికి we're happy, and దీనివల్ల you're promoting young artists and the people of Telangana to buy art. So in this process, I think we're going to the economy of artists for survival. Walla, I would say it will promote them to progress, to work harder in the art field. Thanks, Andy.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Congratulations on this beautiful venture, the first venture of India Art Festival, and it's wonderful to see stalls of different artists here. అంటే మనం యూజువల్లీ ఎగ్జిబిషన్స్ కంతా పోయినప్పుడు వేరే స్టాల్స్ అన్ని చూస్తాం, కానీ ఇక్కడైతే కలర్ఫుల్. ఇట్స్ అ ఫీస్ట్ టు మై ఐస్, అండ్ ఐ థింక్ ఇట్ ఇస్ డెఫినెట్లీ అ ఫీస్ట్ టు ఆల్ దోస్ ఆర్ట్ లవర్స్, and I wish and hope that more and more events happen and they are connected to common people also, so that a value for art, because AI is already taking up the world around, but then I think creative intelligence is going to be the on the top always, and nobody else can ever conquer it also. So hats off to all the artists over here, and all the best to all of you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
और इस वक्त मैं हूँ हैदराबाद में, जहाँ पे इंडिया आर्ट फेस्टिवल का बहुत ही प्रेस्टिजियस प्लेटफॉर्म लगा हुआ है, और यहाँ पे हमारा ऑरा प्लैनेट का बूथ है जिसमें काफी सारे कलाकारों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया है और काफी अच्छे आर्ट वर्क्स आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं। करीबन 12 आर्टिस्ट हैं जिनके आर्ट वर्क हमने शोकेस किए हैं, जो हैदराबाद के भी आर्टिस्ट हैं। इसके अलावा दिल्ली, मुंबई और भी कई जगह के आर्टिस्टों ने अपने काम यहाँ पे शोकेस किए हैं। तो अभी ये फेस्टिवल आज 7 जून है, आज से स्टार्ट है और ये चलने वाला है 9 जून तक शाम 7 बजे तक। तो आप लोग आए, पेंटिंग देखने के साथ ही आप पेंटिंग को खरीद भी सकते हैं, बहुत ही अफोर्डेबल प्राइजेस में आप अपने घर ले जा सकते हैं।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, I'm Anju Poddar. I want to tell you how happy I am. For me, art is my prana. It gives me so much happiness and this brings happiness to everyone around us. And I want to congratulate the organizers for doing such a nice show. So many artists, upcoming artists, so many galleries, because it gives you happiness. And I've seen so many new artists, so many art galleries showing such nice work. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
ఇండియా ఆర్ట్ ఫెస్టివల్ హైదరాబాద్ మొదటి ఎడిషన్ ఇక్కడ ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. ఇందులో కొన్ని వందల స్టాల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, వందలు కాదు వేల రకాల కళా ఆకృతులు, అంటే ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్, కళలు గొప్ప నైపుణ్యంతో వందలాది వేలాది మంది తయారు చేసిన ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ ఇక్కడ ప్రదర్శించడం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. అసలు ఇవి ఇటువంటి మనం చూడాలంటే గతంలో ఎడిషన్స్ పోవాలంటే హైదరాబాద్, బాంబేనో, బెంగళూరు, ఢిల్లీ పోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్కి వీళ్ళందరూ అంతర్జాతీయ స్థాయిలో ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా, హైదరాబాద్ అంటే బాంబే, ఢిల్లీ, బెంగళూరు, ఈవెన్ లండన్, అంటే ప్రపంచంలో కూడా తయారు చేసిన ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. కాబట్టి ఇది మంచి అవకాశం. కాబట్టి హైదరాబాద్లో ఉన్న ప్రజలందరూ కూడా దీన్ని సందర్శించి వాళ్ళకి నచ్చినటువంటి ఆర్ట్ వర్క్స్ ను కొని వాళ్ళ ఇళ్లలో ఉంచుకుంటే అది ఒక స్పృహను కలిగజేస్తుంది.
Here you will find यहाँ जो आर्ट वर्क्स एग्जिबिट किए गए हैं उसमें अपकमिंग आर्टिस्ट, यंग आर्टिस्ट, बडिंग आर्टिस्ट, योर मिड करियर एस्टेब्लिश आर्टिस्ट और योर मास्टर आर्टिस्ट, ऐसा सब टाइप का आर्ट, एवरी फॉर्म ऑफ आर्ट, वेदर इट इज abstract or figurative or semi abstract, landscape, portrait, religious art, this kind of art available here in all the stalls in different mediums, different styles. So I request all the art enthusiasts, art lovers in Hyderabad to please join, come to India Art Festival and celebrate this, make the celebration of this mega event, India Art Festival, along with the 290 artists.
సో ఇలాంటి కార్యక్రమాలు అనేవి హైదరాబాద్ కి చాలా ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి, ఇది మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఈ ఆర్ట్ యాక్టివిటీ ఇక్కడ జరుగుతుంది. అండ్ దీని ద్వారా మన ప్రాంతీయ కళాకారులకు ఎంతో ఉపయోగము. అంటే ఆర్ట్ మార్కెట్ అనేది దేశవ్యాప్తంగా ఎంతో అభివృద్ధి చెందున్న క్రమంలో హైదరాబాదు ఇంకా ఆ స్థాయికి ఎదగలేదు. కాబట్టి ఇలాంటి కార్యక్రమాలు నిర్వహించడం ద్వారా మన కళాకారులకి ఎంతో ప్రోద్బలాన్ని, వాళ్ళకి సర్వైవింగ్ కి లేదా వాళ్ళ ఆర్ట్ వర్క్ ని సేల్ చేసుకోవడానికి చాలా ఉపయోగపడేటువంటి డాస్ ఇది.
Art gives me happiness. All my senses get alive. I just want to tell you how happy I am to be a part of this show.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Following Dr. Kalam's vision of igniting rural innovation, MyStartupTV, in partnership with the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India and IIT Madras, travels 1,267 kilometers from Hyderabad to Chennai and Tirunelveli to witness RUTAG's mission in action. We will bring groundbreaking work undertaken by rural innovators. Stay tuned for stories of transformation and progress.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम सर।
वालेकुम सलाम। वालेकुम सलाम। महापरा आप ठीक हो?
जी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ऑल गुड।
अच्छे से?
सर
बहुत अच्छा, बहुत खुशी हुई। आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। माय स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन की तरफ से आपको वेलकम, आपका खैर मकदम।
thank you so much sir for introducing me and giving me an opportunity to have a conversation with you on my startup TV. Thank you.
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू वेरी मच। माय स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन हर हफ्ते, हर फ्राइडे को किसी न किसी नए एंटरप्रेन्योर को लाता है, किसी न किसी नौजवान जो एंटरप्रेन्योर होता है उसको लाता है, उसको मोरल बूस्ट के लिए और लोगों को ये दिखाने के लिए, अपने ऑडियंस को ये दिखाने के लिए कि कश्मीर में कितना टैलेंट है और कश्मीर स्टार्टअप्स में कैसे आगे बढ़ रहा है और क्या कुछ खास हमारे टैलेंट में है, कुछ नया क्या है इसमें। तो हमने नया पाया। आपने अपने क्राफ्ट से जो इनोवेशंस आप करती हैं, जो इनोवेशंस की तरफ आप गई हैं, उस बारे में हम बात करते हैं। सबसे पहला सवाल मेरा ये कि महापरा, आपकी एजुकेशन, आपके अपने बारे में, अपनी ज़ाती ज़िंदगी के बारे में हमें बताइए कि आपकी एजुकेशन आपने कब मुकम्मल की और आपका असल में गोल क्या था जिंदगी का। जी महापरा।
जी जैसे कि आपने ऑलरेडी इंट्रोडक्शन में मेरा नाम बताया, महापारा। मैं श्रीनगर जम्मू एंड कश्मीर से बिलोंग करती हूँ।
जी।
तो मैंने अपनी स्कूलिंग से ग्रेजुएशन तक जो है वो पढ़ाई अपनी मुकम्मल की है श्रीनगर से ही। उसके बाद मेरा जो सिलेक्शन हुआ था सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ जम्मू में हुआ था फॉर मास्टर्स डिग्री। तो मैं मास्टर्स करने के लिए वहाँ चली गई इन एनवायरमेंटल साइंस। एंड उसके बाद जब वो डिग्री मेरी मुकम्मल हो गई, उसके बाद मैंने एक और डिग्री यहाँ से ली, बैचलर ऑफ एजुकेशन में। वो मैंने सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ कश्मीर से पूरी हासिल की। तो उसके अलावा मैं अपने टेक्निकल एजुकेशन के बारे में भी बोलना चाहूँगी कि मैंने कंप्यूटर साइंस में भी ओ लेवल कर रखा है।
बहुत अच्छा।
और सर अगर मैं ऐसे बताऊँ कि मैंने अपने प्रोफेशन की शुरुआत जो है वो एज एन एजुकेटर ही की है।
ओके।
जी एज एन एजुकेटर मैंने प्रोफेशन की शुरुआत की। तो काफी साल वहाँ पे काम करने के बाद अभी राइट नाउ आई एम आल्सो वर्किंग इन एन एमएनसी। मैं ऑनलाइन वर्क कर रही हूँ, वर्क फ्रॉम होम। तो साइड बाय साइड मैं अपना प्रोफेशन जो है उसके साथ साथ मैं अपना पैशन भी फॉलो कर रही हूँ।
बहुत अच्छा। ये पैशन आपको बचपन से था, शौक हुआ पढ़ाई के बाद या पढ़ाई के दौरान ही?
सर बेसिकली ये है कि आई एम वेरी पैशनेट अबाउट आर्ट। तो मैं आर्ट बचपन से नहीं करती थी, जैसे कि हम स्कूल्स वगैरह में हर कोई हमारा एक सब्जेक्ट रहता है आर्ट का। तो यूजुअली मेरा भी वैसा ही एक सब्जेक्ट था। उसके अलावा मैं एज अ हॉबी अगर कभी मुझे टाइम मिलता था, फ्री टाइम, तो उसमें मैं कर लेती थी। बिकॉज हम स्टडीज में इतने इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं, बिजी रहते हैं, फिर स्टडीज कंप्लीट करने के बाद हम जॉब्स में चले जाते हैं, तो इतना टाइम नहीं मिलता था। बट वेन एवर आई यूज टू गेट फ्री टाइम, तो तब मैं थोड़ा बहुत आर्ट कर लेती थी फॉर एज अ हॉबी, अपना शौक पूरा।
आर्ट एंड क्रिएशंस की हम बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी तक हम अपने नाजरीन को, अपने सुनने वालों को, अपने देखने वालों को ये नहीं बता रहे हैं कि आपका आर्ट क्या है। अपने आर्ट के पर आइए, आप अपने आर्ट के बारे में हमें बताइए, क्योंकि आपके सामने भी हम देख रहे हैं कुछ चीजें हैं, आर्टिस्टिक चीजें हैं, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। प्लीज एलॉबरेट कीजिए अपने क्राफ्ट के बारे में, उसके बाद हम क्रिएशन पे आते हैं।
ओके सर, जैसा कि आप ने मेरा पेज का नाम बता दिया, क्राफ्ट एंड क्रिएशंस बाय महा। तो बेसिकली जो ये आर्ट मेरा है, इट्स अबाउट द बेस्पोक गिफ्टिंग। तो बेस्पोक का मतलब ही होता है जो कि कस्टम मेड हो, विच इज मेड फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर कस्टमर और यूजर। तो जैसे हमारे मतलब फॉर एग्जांपल मेरे कस्टमर की कस्टम मतलब उनकी चॉइस होती है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग मैं वो आर्ट में कस्टमाइजेशन करती हूँ। तो सर ऐसा है कि मैंने जो ये आर्ट है वो स्टार्ट किया 4 साल पहले। तो मैंने ये स्टार्ट किया कैंडल्स। तो आई कैन शो यू हेयर, आई हैव माय आर्ट हेयर, सो इफ इट इज विजिबल।
इट इज विजिबल, यस इट इज, हम देख रहे हैं
जी। तो ये आर्ट जो है मैंने कैंडल से ही स्टार्ट किया था। तो
अच्छा,
फिर धीरे धीरे जो ये आर्ट है मैंने
ये कैंडल ये किस चीज का बना हुआ है?
जी, यूजुअली जो कैंडल होता है वो वैक्स का ही बना होता है। तो
जी जी
वैक्स
जी जी।
मोल्ड जो है वो मैं खुद से, जो वैक्स मोल्ड है वो मैं खुद से फिर अपने घर में ऐसे किसी भी शेप के कैंडल्स, जैसे पिलर कैंडल हो गया या बॉल कैंडल्स हो गए, या फिर छोटे छोटे मैं टी लाइट्स भी बनाती हूँ, या किसी भी और अदर शेप के कैंडल्स जो है मैं रॉ वैक्स लाती हूँ और रॉ वैक्स को ही मोल्ड करके मैं इनको डिफरेंट शेप्स में बना देती हूँ। फिर जो वो डिफरेंट शेप्स बनती है उनके ऊपर अपना आर्ट मैं वो प्रेजेंट करती हूँ। जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं इसमें फिर ऊपर से जो आर्ट बना है ये मैंने खुद हैंडमेड बनाया है।
ये आर्ट किस चीज का बना हुआ है इस वैक्स पे?
सर ये आर्ट जो मैं बनाती हूँ बेसिकली ये एक्रेलिक कलर्स का बनता है और ज्वेल्स का बनता है। मतलब जैसे मोती हो गए या बहुत सारी ज्वेलरी आती है उस चीज का ये बनता है।
कलरिंग डिजाइनिंग भी?
यस। तो जैसे कि मैंने आपको कहा ये एक्रेलिक कलर्स है, मैं डिफरेंट एक्रेलिक कलर्स यूज करती हूँ इस पे। जैसे कि मैंने ग्रीन किया है या गोल्डन किया है, और साइड बाय साइड आप देख सकते हैं ज्वेल्स मैंने ऐड ऑन किए हैं।
बहुत अच्छा।
मेक इट मोर।
अच्छा, जब आपने ये स्टार्ट किया आपके मन में क्या था उस टाइम?
सर बेसिकली मैंने जब स्टार्ट किया ऐसा कुछ मैंने सोच के स्टार्ट नहीं किया कि मैं इसको आगे इन द फॉर्म ऑफ बिजनेस में ले जाऊंगी। बस मैं इंटरनेट हम हर दिन अभी आप देखेंगे 24 घंटे में मुझे लगता है 6 से 7 घंटे हमारे हाथों में फोन होता ही है।
यस यस।
तो हम कुछ ना कुछ देखते रहते हैं बिकॉज इट्स अ डिजिटल वर्ल्ड। आज की दुनिया डिजिटल दुनिया है, तो इंटरनेट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। हर एक चीज हमें इंटरनेट से ही देखने को मिलती है। तो इंटरनेट से ही मुझे ये आइडिया जो है बेसिकली क्लिक हुआ। तो वन डे आई वाज स्क्रॉलिंग समथिंग एंड मैं यूजुअली क्या करती हूँ, अगर मैं कुछ भी इंटरनेट से देखती हूँ मैं मोस्टली आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट के रिलेटेड ही चीजें लाइक करती हूँ बिकॉज मेरा पैशन है। मुझे अच्छी लगती है चीजें देखना, ये सब अट्रैक्ट करती है सब चीजें। तो एक दिन मैं ऐसे ही देख रही थी तो मुझे एक पेज मिला। सो दैट वाज बेसिकली अ फॉरेन पेज। तो वहां से मैंने एक ये देखा कि वो वेडिंग के रिलेटेड कुछ चीजें वहां पे थी, तो उनमें से एक कैंडल भी था। तो मेरे दिमाग में ये आइडिया क्लिक हुआ कि इफ दे कैन यूज इट फॉर वेडिंग पर्पस व्हाई नॉट समथिंग मोर यूनिक फ्रॉम दिस। तो मेरा आइडिया जो है वहीं से क्लिक हुआ। तो वहीं पे मैंने सोचा कि क्यों ना मैं कुछ यूनिक बनाऊं जो कि हम यहाँ पे भी अपनी वेडिंग्स में यूज कर सके या फिर गिफ्ट के तौर पे यूज कर सके।
तो उस टाइम ये ख्याल था कि ये आप बतौर पैशन और ये ख्याल आया कि आप इसमें इसको बेच सकते हैं, इसके कस्टमर्स बन सकते हैं आपके लिए?
सर टू बी ऑनेस्ट, जब मैंने मतलब ये आइडिया मुझे क्लिक हुआ तो उस वक्त मैंने ये नहीं सोचा कि मैं इसको बेचूंगी आगे। मुझे जस्ट अट्रैक्ट हुआ ये, तो फिर मैंने सोचा कि पहले मैं खुद के लिए कैंडल बना के देख लेती हूँ एंड फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई हैव टू लर्न हाउ टू मेक, बिकॉज मुझे भी पहली बार बनाना था। तो पहले मैंने सोचा कि मैं खुद के लिए बनाऊं, खुद को एक गिफ्ट दे दूं, देन अगर मेरे घर वालों को या मेरे फ्रेंड्स को पसंद आता है तो मैं मार्केट में भी ले जाती हूँ। जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया, मैंने बनाया, तो मेरे घर वालों से मुझे काफी एप्रिसिएशन मिला। मेरी मतलब जो फैमिली मेंबर्स है उनको बहुत ही पसंद आया। सो मुझे भी लगा कि नो देयर इज समथिंग यूनिक व्हिच आई हैव मेड। मुझे भी काफी एनकरेजमेंट मिली उस चीज से। देन आई थॉट अबाउट बिजनेस एंड ऑल।
Your idea comes into your creation, your art, and then converted into creation. तो आपने जो क्रिएट किया ये चीज, उसके बाद आपने इसको सोशल मीडिया पे डाला?
जी सर, जी सर, बिल्कुल।
तो सोशल मीडिया पे डालती आपको एप्रिसिएशन मिल गई या आपको लगा कि हम मार्केट है?
देखिए हमारे पास अगर मैं बात करूं, इतने ज्यादा जो आर्टिस्ट वगैरह होते हैं या जिनके अंदर कुछ भी स्किल होता है, तो पर्टिकुलरली इन कश्मीर इतने प्लेटफॉर्म्स नहीं है हमारे पास, इतने स्टेजेस नहीं है कि हम अपना जो कोई भी टैलेंट है या आर्ट है या व्हाटएवर स्किल जो हमारे पास है वो शोकेस कर सकें। तो मेरे पास मेरे दिमाग में एक ही चीज आई, दैट्स इंटरनेट, सोशल मीडिया, क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया का ही दौर है, डिजिटल वर्ल्ड है। सो मैंने सबसे पहले ही सोशल मीडिया पे ही अपलोड किया, तो टू नो कि रेस्पॉन्स कैसा आएगा। बट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मेरा फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्स जो था वो काफ़ी अच्छा था, सबने अप्रिशिएट किया उस पे। मतलब फिर मुझे काफ़ी लोगों से या इवन अपने फ्रेंड्स से भी ये सुनने को मिला कि यू शुड गो एंड थिंग्स रिलेटेड टू दिस आर्ट, क्योंकि ये काफ़ी यूनिक और अट्रैक्ट कर रहा था सबको।
वहां पर मेरे जहन में एक सवाल आ रहा है, अगर आपने साइंस में ग्रेजुएशन की, उसके बाद आपने मास्टर्स किया एनवायरमेंटल साइंस में,
जी,
उस टाइम अगर आपके पास ये पैशन था तो अपने सब्जेक्ट आर्ट्स एंड क्राफ्ट्स को ही क्यों नहीं लिया? वो तो सब्जेक्ट है, ऑटोमेटिकली आप मास्टर्स उसमें कर सकती थी।
बिल्कुल सर।
That means you are have a different goal because you have done B.Ed also.
या बेसिकली जैसे मैंने कहा, हमारी जो आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट का सब्जेक्ट होता है वो हमारे सिर्फ स्कूल में होता है, बस वो स्कूल तक लिमिटेड होता है। उसके बाद यूजुअली हर कोई जो होता है वो प्रेफर करता है दैट आई शुड बी डॉक्टर, आई शुड बी इंजीनियर। मैंने जिसमें मास्टर्स किया है उसी में कुछ करूं, सो दैट्स व्हाई मैंने फिर बैचलर ऑफ एजुकेशन डिग्री की, सो दैट मैं एजुकेटर बनना चाहती थी।
Yes, yes.
हाँ, प्रोफेशन मैंने फिर एज एन एजुकेटर ही स्टार्ट किया।
आपने स्कूल में पढ़ाई भी की है, जहां तक आपकी स्किल सेट का ताल्लुक है, बराबर आपके बाहर से एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव स्किल्स आपके पास उतनी ही है जितना क्रिएटिविटी स्किल्स हैं, जितना माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ऑनलाइन स्किल्स हैं, जितने आपकी आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट स्किल्स हैं। मैं ये सोचूं कि नौकरी की जो यहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा डेल्यूशन है, नौकरियां नहीं मिलती हैं, या आप सेटिस्फाई नहीं थी नौकरी, सरकारी नौकरी करने में, या तो सेटिस्फाई नहीं थी या मिलती नहीं थी, उसके बाद आपने अपने मन को, अपने क्रिएटिव आइडियाज को क्रिएशन में बदल दिया।
सर आपका कहना बिल्कुल सही है कि जैसे कि हमारा जो जम्मू कश्मीर है, पर्टिकुलरली अगर हम कश्मीर वैली की बात करें तो वी ऑल नो कि यहाँ पे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जो है वो काफी ज्यादा है। देयर आर नो जॉब्स एंड एवरीबडी इज ट्राइंग टू गेट गवर्नमेंट जॉब। हर कोई बच्चा जो है वो पढ़ाई लिखाई कंप्लीट करके गवर्नमेंट जॉब ही ढूंढना चाहता है टू गेट मोर सिक्योर्ड इन देयर लाइफ। तो मेरा भी गोल यही रहा था काफी टाइम तक कि मैं कोई गवर्नमेंट जॉब ही करना चाहती थी, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो ड्रीम जो है वो पूरा नहीं हो पाया। देन देयर इज अ सेइंग सर, जो मैं बोलना चाहूंगी, बराक ओबामा की कोट है, वो बोलते हैं कि देयर इज नो एक्सक्यूज फॉर नॉट ट्राइंग। तो अगर हम हमेशा यही सोच के बैठेंगे कि अब गवर्नमेंट जॉब है या कोई और जॉब है नहीं मिल रही है तो बस लाइफ इज ओवर, हम कुछ और ट्राई करें जिसमें हम बेटर कर सकते हैं। सो मुझे ऐसा जब मुझे ये आइडिया क्लिक हुआ तो मुझे काफी हद तक ये लगा कि आई एम वेरी गुड इन आर्ट एंड क्राफ्ट, सो आई शुड बी डूइंग मोर रिलेटेड टू दिस फील्ड। तो मैंने ये जो वेंचर है स्टार्ट किया, और इसी में मैं आगे भी मतलब ये कंटिन्यू करना चाहती हूँ टू गेट मोर सक्सेस इन दिस फील्ड।
महापारा, जब आप
अच्छा, इवन मुझे हर एक से एनकरेजमेंट मिली, एप्रिसिएशन मिला, और उसी एनकरेजमेंट एंड एप्रिसिएशन की वजह से जो है आज मैंने काफी अपने कस्टमर्स का कमाए हैं। काफी कस्टमर्स अभी मुझ पे बिलीव करते हैं, दे जस्ट टोल्ड मी देयर कस्टमाइजेशन एंड दे आर रेडी कि आप जो बना दोगी आप अच्छा ही बना दोगी, बिकॉज दे बिलीव इन मी। सो वो एप्रिसिएशन ही था, और वो काफी बाहर के लोगों से ही जो एनकरेजमेंट मुझे मिला, दैट्स व्हाई आई एम हियर टुडे।
महापारा, आपके सामने जो आइटम्स है ना, वो मुझे अभी भी ये सवाल पे मजबूर कर रहे हैं कि ये क्या चीज है, आप क्या दिखा सकते हैं एक एक करके, ये चीजें क्या है?
बिल्कुल, जैसा कि मैंने आपको अभी दिखाया, दिस इज द कैंडल प्लेटर। जो मैंने मेन स्टार्ट किया था बेसिकली कैंडल से ही, फर्स्ट आइटम जो मैंने अपना क्राफ्ट में स्टार्ट किया दैट वाज द कैंडल। तो
दिस इज यूज एंड थ्रो प्रोडक्ट, इज इट?
नो सर, नो,
हाँ
इज नॉट यूज एंड थ्रो, इसको हम जलाते हैं, इसको हम एक दिन में जलाएंगे तो ये पूरा खत्म हो जाएगा। नो,
फिर यानी जलाने के बाद तो कैंडल खत्म हो जाएगा।
बिल्कुल जलाने के बाद तो खत्म हो ही जाएगा।
हाँ,
वैक्स तो मोल्ड हो जाएगा, मेल्ट हो जाएगा।
ठीक, वही हाँ।
बट जो इसकी ट्रे है वो तो यूज एंड थ्रो नहीं है, वो आप किसी और चीज में भी यूज कर सकते हैं। आप इसको डेकोरेशन पर्पस के लिए भी यूज कर सकते हैं।
कुछ और आपके उस प्लेट के साथ कुछ और आइटम है, ये क्या है आपके सामने?
उसके बाद मैंने कुछ और भी आइटम्स, जैसे कि ये निका मिरर आप देख सकते हैं। यूजुअली ये वेडिंग सेरेमनीज में यूज होता है। तो इसके साथ साथ मैंने जो निका नामाज है वो भी कस्टमाइज किए हैं, एंड दीज आर ऑल हैंडमेड प्रोडक्ट्स।
जब आपने इसको अपने सोशल मीडिया पे डाला तो सबसे पहला कस्टमर जो था वो कहाँ का था, और वो सबसे पहले प्रोडक्ट की कीमत आपको क्या मिली?
मुझे आई रिमेम्बर, क्योंकि सबसे पहला कस्टमर इंसान कभी नहीं भूलता है, क्योंकि उस टाइम आपको जितनी हैप्पीनेस होती है वो मुझे लगता है जो भी
जिंदगी भर याद रहती है,
याद रहेगा। बिल्कुल। तो मुझे याद है मेरा जो एक कस्टमर था वो श्रीनगर का ही रहने वाला था, एंड उसको चाहिए था कैंडल फॉर द गिफ्टिंग पर्पस। तो उन्होंने मेरे से कैंडल बनवाया, वो काफी बड़ा कैंडल मैंने बनवाया था उनके लिए। तो उस टाइम भी मैं अभी सीख ही रही थी, बट जैसा कि आपने बोला, जब मैंने पेज पे अपलोड किया तो उनको काफी अट्रैक्ट हुआ, अपीलिंग लगा वो चीज कि कुछ नया है, यूनिक है। तो फर्स्ट ऑर्डर मेरा वहां से था, और जब उन्होंने रिसीव किया वो, तो काफी अप्रिसिएशन भी उन्होंने मुझे एज अ रिव्यू लिखा वहां पे, तो जो वो भी मैंने फिर अपने सोशल मीडिया के पेज पे अपलोड किया।
उसको आपने बाय पोस्ट भेजा वो आइटम?
नहीं सर, मैं यूजुअली क्या करती थी, क्योंकि पहले जब हम स्टार्टअप्स करते हैं तो काफी प्रॉब्लम्स आती है, काफी हार्डशिप्स आती है जो हमें फेस करनी पड़ती है, एंड व्हेन यू आर न्यू टू इट, तो उस टाइम पे डिलीवरीज में या पार्सल्स देने में मेरी फैमिली मेंबर्स मेरी काफी हेल्प करते थे। माय फादर सपोर्टेड मी, माय ब्रदर सपोर्टेड मी। तो उस टाइम पे मुझे याद है मेरा जो भाई है उसने सबसे पहली पार्सल जो है वो डिलीवर किया था मेरे बिहाफ पे।
बहुत अच्छा। तो उस पहले
सो सबसे पहले जो मैंने कैंडल बनाया था तो उसके मैंने 600 रुपीज चार्ज किए थे।
ओके, तो उसमें खर्चा कितना लगा था?
सर खर्चा तो मुझे लगता है खर्चे से ज्यादा मेहनत लगी थी, अगर आप ऐसे
यस
जी। खर्चा तो ऑलमोस्ट आप मान लीजिए 300 to 400 लगता ही है। तो उसमें उस टाइम पे मुझे 300 to 400, क्योंकि मैं बल्क में नहीं लाती थी रॉ मटेरियल्स, मुझे पहले थोड़ा थोड़ा लाना पड़ा, क्योंकि मैं अभी सीख ही रही थी। तो जब हम थोड़ा सा लाते हैं तो वो हमें ऑब्वियसली महंगा पड़ता है।
300 का हुआ, आपने प्रोडक्ट को 600 में भेजा, बीच में जो आपकी मेहनत है, आपका टाइम है, उसमें आपका सबसे बड़ा पैशन फुलफिलमेंट है।
यस।
तो पैशन फुलफिलमेंट की कॉस्ट आपको मिली, अपने शौक, अपनी मेहनत की आपको मिला कुछ, ठीक। तो उसके बाद मुझे ये सवाल जहन में आता है कि वो रॉ मटेरियल आपने लाया था वो भी किसी कॉस्ट का था, उसमें आपको सपोर्ट किसने किया? आपने रॉ मटेरियल जो खरीदा तो वो कहाँ से खरीदा, उसका फाइनेंशियल वो किसने एप्लीकेशन कहाँ से पूरी हुई?
सर मैं आपको बता दूं कि मैंने जो ये स्टार्ट किया, देखिए हर एक स्टार्टअप को करने से पहले आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट जरूरी होती है, क्योंकि बहुत कम ऐसे स्टार्टअप्स होते हैं या बिजनेस होते हैं जिनमें हमें जीरो इन्वेस्टमेंट लगती है, वो बहुत कम होते हैं। बट यूजुअली
बिल्कुल सही,
मोस्टली जो भी बिजनेस होता है उसमें हमें कुछ ना कुछ इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ता है।
करना ही होता है।
जी। तो मुझे याद है मैंने जस्ट 5000 के रॉ मटेरियल्स मैंने 5000 रुपीज से स्टार्ट किया। जितना भी रॉ मटेरियल था वो मैंने लाया, ठीक है। तो क्योंकि अलग अलग चीजें होती थी, एक्रेलिक कलर्स अलग है, कैंडल वैक्स अलग था, ज्वेल्स अलग थे, पेंट अलग था, वो सब चीजें तो अलग अलग मुझे लानी पड़ती थी। इस वजह से वो मुझे महंगा पड़ता था उस टाइम पे। बट मुझे अपना शौक पूरा करना था, तो मैंने दैट टाइम आई वाज आल्सो डूइंग अ जॉब। जैसे कि मैंने बोला मैं एज एन एजुकेटर जॉब कर रही थी। तो मैंने जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है वहां से की, एंड मोस्ट ऑफ ऑल उस टाइम पे मेरी फैमिली ने भी मुझे काफी सपोर्ट किया, बिकॉज जस्ट मैंने उनके साथ ये आइडिया शेयर किया था कि मैं करूं या नहीं करूं। पहले उनको समझ ही नहीं आया कि व्हाट इज दिस, मतलब क्या आइडिया है,
क्या सोच रही है महापारा, क्या सोच रही है,
बिकॉज ये ऐसी चीज है जो अभी तक मतलब हुई नहीं थी यहाँ पे, यूनिक है। तो मेरे पेरेंट्स को भी ये समझ नहीं आया कि व्हाट इज दिस, तो दे वर सेइंग मी दैट टाइम कि ठीक है, अगर तुम्हें अपना शौक पूरा करना है तो आप कर लो, देख लो, अगर आपको लगता है ये अच्छा है कुछ तो बना लो। तो वो सपोर्ट जो है उस टाइम पे अगर मेरे पेरेंट्स नहीं करते तो आई डोंट थिंक कि आज मैं इतना अच्छा पेज अपना जो है वो चला रही होती। तो थैंक्स माय पेरेंट्स।
महापारा, मुझे एक बात बताइए, आपके घर में और कौन कौन से हैं?
मेरे फादर एंड मदर एंड मेरी एक सिस्टर है और मेरे एक भाई है और मैं हूँ, आई एम द यंगर वन इन द हाउस।
ओके, गुड। अभी जो आपने कहा कि आप कुछ और भी जॉब कर रही हैं और ये आपका पैशन है, पार्ट टाइम जॉब है, क्या पार्ट टाइम जॉब को में सबसे मजा आपको आता है या आपको मजा आता है अपने इस पैशन में?
मुझे लगता है अगर हम ऑनेस्ट
महापारा, आपके जो पेज पे मैं देख रहा हूँ, अभी मैं उसी पे हूँ, आपके पेज को देख रहा हूँ मैं, ये अपने बहुत एक खूबसूरत जो हैंड बैग होता है ना, लेडीज बैग, उस पे आपने कुछ काम किया है, वो क्या है?
जी मेरे पास, मैं आपको दिखाती हूँ।
हम्म,
तो ये अगर आप देखेंगे अभी
हाँ,
फॉर ब्राइड्स, तो ये भी फिर मैंने साइड बाय साइड स्टार्ट किया था। तो इसका भी मुझे ठीक ठाक रेस्पॉन्स आया, बट इस पे मुझे काफी मेहनत लगती है, काफी टाइम कंज्यूमिंग है, तो इस वजह से मैं ये बहुत कम करती हूँ जो ये बैग्स का मैं करती हूँ।
ये आइटम महंगा जाता है, इसलिए आपको लगता है कि इसका ज्यादा डिमांड नहीं है आपके पास?
महंगा भी जाता है और दूसरा ये टाइम कंज्यूमिंग भी बहुत है, क्योंकि मैं जॉब भी कर रही हूँ साइड साइड। तो जो मुझे कैंडल्स या बाकी वेडिंग रिलेटेड ऑर्डर्स आते हैं तो मुझे वो कंप्लीट करने में ही वो सारा टाइम चला जाता, तो बैग्स बनाने में इतना टाइम नहीं मिलता है, दैट्स व्हाई उनको मैंने फिलहाल के लिए पेंडिंग ही छोड़ दिया।
अच्छा, मुझे एक बात बताइए, जो इसमें रॉ मटेरियल आपने बोला कि एक तो वैक्स है और तो कलर्स हैं,
कलर्स,
ज्वेल्स, और रॉ मटेरियल इसमें और क्या लगता है?
देखिए सर, जैसे कि मैंने आपको मिरर प्लेट दिखाया, तो मिरर प्लेट ये मैं मिरर में बना नहीं सकती हूँ, बट इसके ऊपर
अच्छा,
है
so
वो
this is your raw.
दिस आल्सो कम्स इन अ रॉ मटेरियल। दीज आर
Yes.
द फ्लावर्स, दीज आर द एक्रेलिक नेम्स, तो ये सारी
फ्लावर्स आर दिस, यस, ये भी आपके पास नहीं, ये भी आपको खरीदने हैं, ये भी आपका रॉ मटेरियल है?
ये सारे रॉ मटेरियल है। फिर इन सब रॉ मटेरियल
कंसीविंग इट, यू आर आर्टिस्टिंग इट,
बना सकता हूँ, वो मेरा स्किल है।
हाँ, you are artisting it, you are making your art, various products you are buying from the market, then you are conceiving an idea how to make it beautiful, how to make it more presentable, you are making it at home, then comes the market from social media. अच्छा, सोशल मीडिया के अलावा ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है कि आप बाहर मार्केट में इसकी मार्केटिंग करें, रियल मार्केट में?
जी सर, हो सकता है। जैसे कि मैंने कहा कि मैं साइड बाय साइड जॉब भी कर रही हूँ, तो इस वजह से इतना ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं मिल पाता है। बट मैंने इससे पहले एग्ज़िबिशन्स पे भी पार्टिसिपेट किया, तो एग्ज़िबिशन में भी मैंने अपना जो ये प्रोडक्ट्स वगैरह है ये शोकेस किए थे, तो काफ़ी वहाँ पे भी, जो आपको पता ही है एग्ज़िबिशन्स में जब लोग आते हैं तो वो आपकी चीज़ें देखते हैं एंड दे यूज्ड टू सी इट वेरी कीनली कि क्या चीज़ नई है, क्या यूनिक है और क्या यूज़फुल है। तो वहाँ पे भी मुझे काफ़ी एप्रिसिएशन मिला। तो इनफैक्ट कई कस्टमर्स या कई लोग मुझे ये भी बोलते हैं कि आप हमें मैम बताइए आपकी शॉप कहाँ पर है, हम आपकी शॉप पे आएँगे चीज़ें देखने के लिए। बट इट्स जस्ट एन ऑनलाइन वेंचर, तो अभी मैं ऑनलाइन ही कर रही हूँ सारा कुछ। जो भी मुझे बनाना होता है वो मैं घर पे बैठ के ही सब कुछ बनाती हूँ और ऑनलाइन में सिर्फ़ और सिर्फ़ उसको प्रेज़ेंट करती हूँ ताकि वो लोगों तक जाए, उसकी रीच लोगों तक जाए, और टू गेन मोर कस्टमर्स एंड टू गेन मोर अटेंशन फ्रॉम द पीपल।
महापारा, कोई ऐसा दिन भी आएगा जब आप इस पैशन को, इस वेंचर को फुल टाइम अपना प्रोफेशन बनाएंगे?
Yes sir, alhamdulillah I am very very satisfied with my art और जो मैं फॉलो कर रही हूँ, बट मेरा लॉन्ग टर्म गोल ये है जरूर कि मैं इसको फुल टाइम करूँ आगे जाके, बिकॉज मैं इसको, क्योंकि मुझे इतनी सेटिस्फेक्शन और हैप्पीनेस मिलती है ये अपना पैशन फॉलो करके कि मैं इसको छोड़ना नहीं चाहती हूँ, एंड आई वांट टू मेक इट मोर बिग। मैं इसको बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा बनाना चाहती हूँ, तो मेरा लॉन्ग टर्म गोल तो यही है कि मैं इसको फुल टाइम दूं और एक अच्छा सा अपना स्टूडियो बनाऊं जहां पे मैं अपनी और भी नई नई क्रिएशंस जो है वो बना सकूं।
और आपका फाइनेंशियल जो गोल्स हैं वो भी पूरे हो सकते हैं इससे?
यस यस
यानी
डेफिनेटली।
एक दो चीजों पे पावर रखने से बेहतर है अगर हम एक ही चीज पे फोकस करें, दैट विल गिव यू बेटर रिजल्ट्स।
यस इंशाल्लाह माय लॉन्ग टर्म गोल इज दैट आई विल बी वर्किंग, मैं इंशाल्लाह वर्क करना चाहूंगी उस पे आगे, तो या
महापारा, आपके जो मैं देख रहा हूँ आपका इंस्टाग्राम पेज जो है, काफी सारे फॉलोअर्स हैं, काफी खूबसूरत प्रोडक्ट हैं और आपके बहुत सारे लाइक्स भी आ रहे हैं। तो मुझे एक बात बताइए, इंस्टाग्राम के अलावा आप और कौन सा सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म यूज कर रहे हैं?
सर इंस्टाग्राम के अलावा मैं फेसबुक पे मेरा पेज था, बट फेसबुक पे इतनी अच्छी रीच नहीं मुझे मिला और इतना अच्छा सो मैंने फिर वो इतना फॉलो नहीं किया, तो इंस्टाग्राम ही अभी मोस्टली ट्रेंडिंग में है और ज्यादा यूज भी करते हैं लोग, तो मुझे लगता है कि मेरे जितना भी अभी तक रीच गेन हुई है या फॉलोअर्स मिले हैं वो मेरे इंस्टाग्राम से, या जो भी कस्टमर्स बने हैं वो मेरे इंस्टाग्राम से ही बने हैं। तो जी इसके अलावा मेरा कोई और सोशल मीडिया पे कोई और साइट पे कोई पेज वगैरह नहीं है।
आपके पास यूट्यूब चैनल आपने स्टार्ट नहीं किए जिससे आप हमें सिखाते हैं और नए नए लड़कियों को, नए नए लोगों को?
जी देखिए मुझे काफी ज्यादा लड़कियां मैसेज करती हैं कि हमें आपसे सीखना है, तो मैं उनसे भी यही कहती हूँ कि इंशाल्लाह जब भी मुझे टाइम मिलेगा सो दैट मैं अपना जो ये आर्ट है मैं आप लोगों को भी सिखा सकूं, क्योंकि आर्ट ऐसी चीज है कि वो अपने तक इंसान नहीं रख सकता है, अगर दूसरा भी इससे फायदा उठाएगा तो व्हाई नॉट। तो बट आई एम जस्ट मैनेजिंग टू मेंटेन माय टाइम जो मैं जॉब और इसके बीच में कर रही हूँ, सो आई होप वन डे ऐसा भी दिन आएगा कि जो जब मैं फुल टाइम अटेंशन जो है अपने पैशन को ही दूंगी।
महापारा, आपके पेज पे मोर देन 5000 फॉलोअर्स हैं, कितने फॉलोअर्स आपके कस्टमर्स में तब्दील हो गए हैं?
सर जैसा कि मैंने बताया मुझे 4 साल हो गए फॉलो करते हुए, तो पहले साल तो मैं बिल्कुल सीख ही रही थी, तो बट जैसे ही मैंने अपलोड किया वहीं से कस्टमर्स आने स्टार्ट हो गए, तो जैसे कि मैंने आपको दिखाया मेरे जो आर्ट प्रोडक्ट्स हैं वो काफी मतलब बड़े होते हैं, तो जैसे कि मैं इनमें मोस्टली वेडिंग एसेंशियल्स बनाती हूँ, कैंडल प्लेटर्स, रिंग प्लेटर्स, निकानामास, तो ये थोड़े बहुत मतलब जब वेडिंग सीजन होता है तभी मोस्टली कस्टमर्स मेरे आते हैं, तो आई थिंक मैंने अभी तक 300 प्लस कस्टमर्स जो है वो अपने डिलीवर इनके प्रोडक्ट्स जो है वो किए हैं अभी तक।
Are there customers which belong from outside Kashmir also?
Yes, outside Kashmir मेरे products yes, throughout India and throughout other countries also.
महापारा, और कुछ हमें बताना चाहते हैं? मैंने आपका रिज्यूम पढ़ा, आपकी क्वालिफिकेशन मैंने बताई, अपने नाज़रीन को बताते हैं कि महापारा मकसूद ने साइंस ग्रेजुएशन के बाद मास्टर्स भी किया, बीएड भी किया, स्कूल में पढ़ाई भी की, उसके बाद उसको लगा कि शायद बाहर नौकरी नहीं मिलती है या जिसके लिए लोग ज्यादा भागदौड़ कर रहे हैं, जिसके पीछे लोग दौड़ते हैं, ऐसा दौड़ने के बजाय इसने कोशिश की कि अपना स्टार्टअप, अपना एक वेंचर, अपना एक शौक, अपने एक क्राफ्ट को क्रिएशन में बदल दें। तो महापारा, आपका पैगाम क्या होगा उन नौजवान लड़के और लड़कियों को?
जी सर जैसा कि सही बात है कि यहाँ पे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट है, जॉब्स मिलने मुश्किल है, लोग इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं बिजनेस में बट उनके पास लैक ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट है, तो अगर किसी के पास टैलेंट है वो अपना टैलेंट बाहर नहीं निकाल रहे हैं, शायद डरते हैं या एक्सप्लोर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं या क्रिएटिव माइंड नहीं है। सो आई थिंक मेरा मैसेज ये रहेगा सबके लिए कि अपने आप को चैलेंज करना जो है दैट इज द की टू अचीव योर एंडीवर्स। अपने आप को हमें हमेशा चैलेंज करते रहना चाहिए कि टू डू समथिंग बेटर, सो दैट कि हम जो है किसी अगर हमें जॉब नहीं मिल रहा है तो व्हाई नॉट टू ट्राई फॉर एनी अदर थिंग, क्योंकि एक ही चीज के पीछे अगर हम भागेंगे तो वहां पे हमें सक्सेस नहीं मिल रही है तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हम ट्राई नहीं करेंगे किसी और जगह। तो हमें ट्राई करते रहना चाहिए हमेशा, और सबसे बड़ी बात होती है बिलीव इन योरसेल्फ। अगर आप अपने आप पे बिलीव करते हैं, अगर आप मोटिवेटेड रहेंगे, पॉजिटिव रहेंगे और हमेशा जो है अपनी डेडिकेशन के साथ काम करेंगे तो यू विल डेफिनेटली अचीव माइल्स।
अच्छा, एक और चीज ये कि आपको अभी आपने पर्सनलाइज ये अपना बिजनेस, अपना वेंचर रखा है, इसके रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए या किसी और इदारे के पास आप गई फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट के लिए, या उस वो ड्रीम आपने किया है कि मुझे इतना पैसा चाहिए, मैं बैंक के पास जाऊंगी या किसी सरकारी इदारे के पास जाऊंगी, उनसे हेल्प मांगूंगी, उनसे एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस मांगूंगी, ऐसा आपने कभी किया?
जी सर, एक्चुअली अभी तो मैंने ऐसा कुछ सोचा नहीं है, बट मैं किसी इदारे के पास नहीं गई या किसी फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट के पास, गवर्नमेंट के पास नहीं गई, बट माय अल्टीमेट एम इज टू कन्वर्ट दिस 5 फिगर इनटू अ 6 फिगर, जो किसी पैशन से करना चाहते हैं। तो डेफिनेटली अगर हमारे गवर्नमेंट हमें ऐसा कुछ प्रोवाइड करते हैं, वेरियस स्कीम्स और ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स, तो डेफिनेटली मैं ट्राई करूंगी वहां पे और अपने पैशन को भी, अपने बिजनेस को भी वहां पे रजिस्टर करना चाहूंगी। सो डेफिनेटली आई विल थिंक अबाउट इट एंड आई विल डेफिनेटली डू द रजिस्ट्रेशन।
हमारा जम्मू कश्मीर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट JKADI बहुत बड़ा इंस्टीट्यूट है जिसका मकसद यही होता है नए नए आइडियाज को कन्वर्ट करना इनटू प्रैक्टिकल बिजनेस वेंचर, बिकॉज दिस इज योर बेस्ट आइडिया, व्हाट यू कैन हैंडल, what you have the capacity, what you have talent, you have art, you are converting it into something. Now there are some formalities, now there are इसमें अपना स्टाइल होगा, इसमें अपना फॉर्मल स्टाइल होगा आपके इस करने का। तो मेरा मशवरा है कि आपको JKADI या किसी और डिस्ट्रिक्ट इंडस्ट्री सेंटर है या बाकी इदारे भी हैं, KVIB है, KVIC, उनके पास अगर आप जाएंगे सपोर्ट के लिए तो दे विल गिव यू डेफिनेटली, if not financial, they will give you moral support, they will give you educational support, they will give you professional inputs about your craft.
Definitely sir, thank you for the advice, I will definitely work on this.
महापारा, मेरा लास्ट क्वेश्चन ये
जी
कि अगर कल को आपकी शादी होती है, आपने तो आपको लगता है कि आप ये पैशन कैरी कर पाएंगे?
बिल्कुल सर, मैं जैसे कि मैंने कहा, पैशन एक ऐसी चीज होती है जो इंसान हमेशा जिससे सेटिस्फैक्शन मिलती है, तो मुझे लगता है कि पैशन को इंसान को कभी नहीं छोड़ना चाहिए। अगर वो उससे खुश रहता है, सेटिस्फैक्शन मिलती है, हैप्पीनेस मिलती है, तो उस पैशन को हमें कभी छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए, उसको आगे परस्यू करना चाहिए। हर्डल्स आए, कुछ भी आए, बट यू हैव टू कॉन्कर दोज हर्डल्स। आपको आगे बढ़ते रहना होता है, बिकॉज इट्स लाइफ ऐसी ही होती है और हमें हमेशा लाइफ को इसी नजरिए से देखना चाहिए कि चाहे कितनी भी मुश्किल आता है, बट हमें अपनी सक्सेस की तरफ ही जाना होता है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच महापारा,
थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग मी एंड हैविंग अ कन्वर्सेशन विद मी। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू। डू लाइक माय स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन?
डेफिनेटली।
थैंक यू महापारा, थैंक यू। तो हम अपने नाजरीन को बता दें कि ये थी महापारा मकसूद, जिसके साथ हम बात कर रहे थे उनके स्टार्टअप के बारे में, उनके बिजनेस के बारे में, उनके आर्ट एंड क्रिएशन के बारे में। माय स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन रीजनल ब्रॉडकास्ट में मैं हूं आपका मेजबान आबिद गौहर। हम बात कर रहे थे एक नौजवान लड़की के साथ जो अपना वेंचर चला रही है पिछले 1-2 सालों से, लेकिन साइड में चला रही है, और उसका ख्वाब ये है कि वो इस वेंचर को फुल टाइम अपना प्रोफेशन बनाए, अपना एक बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज बनाए, अपने आइडियाज, अपने क्राफ्ट को क्रिएशन में बदल के उसको दुनिया के सामने पेश करे और अपना एक बिजनेस वेंचर, अपना एक इनकम जो सोर्स है वो पैदा करे। तो आगे चलकर अगले प्रोग्राम में जरूर एक नए दूसरे मेहमान से आपको मिलवाते हैं। आज कश्मीर की वादियों में घूमने का जो हमारा सेगमेंट है, आज चलते हैं हम दूध पथरी की जानिब। मैं अपनी टीम को बता दूं कि वो दूध पथरी की सैर कराए हमें। ये वीडियो है दूध पथरी जो रास्ता जाता है। दूध पथरी बस्ती कश्मीर के जिले बडगाम में वाक़ा सयाहती मकाम है। यहाँ रोज बरोज सयाहतों की नई भीड़ उमड़ आती है सरकार ने कहा है कि साल 2023 में 28 लाख मकामी, मुल्की और गैर मुल्की सयाहों ने इस तबसा मकाम का दौरा किया, घूमने का इंतखाब किया। तो खासकर कोविड-19 के बाद इस जगह ने काफ़ी फ़रोग पाया, ये जगह काफ़ी तवज्जो तलब बनी, काफ़ी लोगों ने यहाँ का रुख किया। खुली फिज़ाएं, खूबसूरत रास्ता जाता है श्रीनगर से। ये जो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है, ये कुछ 42 किलोमीटर, 40 के थोड़ा ज़्यादा किलोमीटर दूर है श्रीनगर से, और ये 8,957 फुट की बुलंदी पर वाक़ा है। यहाँ का दर्जा हरारत आमतौर पर मुतदिल रहता है। इट रिमेन्स ऑलवेज प्लेजेंट। दूध पथरी इसलिए इसको कहा जाता है कि यहाँ दूध की वादी, क्योंकि यहाँ जो पानी है वो दूध की तरह सफ़ेद होता है, और सफ़ेद पानी के चश्मे यहाँ बहुत हैं। ये देखिए आप, जहाँ भी नदी बहती है उसका रंग सफ़ेद है, इसलिए इसको दूध पथरी कहा जाता है। यहाँ के मनाजिर में सब्जे से भरे मैदान, ये नाले, छनछनाते नाले, और इतना खूबसूरत मौसम, कितने लाखों टूरिस्ट यहाँ आते हैं, चाहे वो मकामी होते हैं, वो हिंदुस्तान के कोने कोने से आते हैं, और कुछ फॉरेन टूरिस्ट भी होते हैं। ये जेड के फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट का बोर्ड लगा हुआ दूध पथरी में। यहाँ हाइकिंग और ट्रैकिंग भी की जाती है। ये मकाम हाइकिंग और ट्रैकिंग के लिए भी माना जाता है। यहाँ के कुदरती रास्ते और मनाजिल पैदल चलने वालों को एक मुनफरिद तजुर्बा फराहम करते हैं। यहाँ लोग मछलियाँ पकड़ते हैं, यहाँ घोड़े पे सवारी करते हैं, पौनी वाली यहाँ बहुत सारे हैं। घोड़ी की सवारी का भी अच्छा खासा इंतज़ाम है। ये श्रीनगर से काफ़ी नज़दीक है, उतना टाइम नहीं लगता है, 1.5 घंटा के आसपास यहाँ का रास्ता जाता है दूध पथरी तक श्रीनगर से। यहाँ की सैर का बेहतरीन वक्त अप्रैल से अक्टूबर तक का होता है, जब यहाँ मौसम बहुत खुशगवार रहता है। यहाँ कश्मीर का एक खूबसूरत मकाम जो कुदरती खूबसूरती, पुरफजा मनाजिर और मुख्तलिफ सरगर्मियों की वजह से सयाहों के लिए एक दिलकश मकाम है। यहाँ का दौरा करके कुदरत के हसीन मनाजिर से लुत्फ अंदोज होना एक बेहतरीन तजुर्बा हो सकता है। अभी कुछ साल पहले यहाँ रास्ता सही नहीं था, लेकिन आजकल बहुत अच्छा रास्ता है, दूध पथरी को जाता है। 1.5 घंटे में श्रीनगर से हम दूध पथरी पहुंच जाते हैं। ये वादियाँ, हसीन वादियाँ, खूबसूरत मनाजिर, और बॉलीवुड भी अब इस तरफ मुतवज्जा हुआ है। बॉलीवुड की अभी नई कुछ शूटिंग हो रही है यहाँ पर दूध पथरी में। इतने हसीन मनाजिर दूध पथरी के। ये बडगाम ज़िले में है, कश्मीर का बडगाम ज़िला मोस्टली रूरल पॉपुलेशन में पड़ता है। ये खूबसूरत मनाजिर दूध पथरी के श्रीनगर से थोड़ी ऊंचाई पे है, तो रास्ते में जो भी रास्ता जाता है श्रीनगर से दूध पथरी तक, वो भी बहुत खूबसूरत है, वो भी दिल लुभाने वाला है। रास्ते में हर जगह आपको जी करता है कि आप वहाँ बैठें, वहाँ फोटोग्राफी करें, वहाँ मनमौज करें, वहाँ खाएं पिएं। बहुत खूबसूरत मनाजिर, खासकर इस मौसम में, जून का मौसम होता है, बहुत सुहाना होता है। जब गर्मी होती है वहाँ दूध पथरी में टेम्परेचर 2-3 डिग्री बहुत कम रहता है श्रीनगर के मुकाबले में। अगर आजकल यहाँ 32 है तो वहाँ दूध पथरी में 25-26 के आसपास होगा, और सर्द हवाएं चलती हैं। लोकल टूरिस्ट आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ बहुत सारे आते हैं, खासकर वीकेंड्स पे। तो सैलानियों का, जो बाहर से टूरिस्ट आते हैं, उनका रश तो लगा रहता है पूरे हफ्ते के हफ्ते। लोकल्स वीकेंड्स पे जाते हैं, सैटरडे संडेज को जाते हैं। बहुत खामोश, बहुत पुरसकून ये फ़ज़ा है, इसको हम कश्मीर में दूध पथरी कहते हैं। तो दूध पथरी के नज़ारों में अगर आप भी कश्मीर आना चाहते हैं कि ज़रूर आइए, और दूध पथरी को ज़रूर ढूंढिए, दूध पथरी कहाँ पर है। तो यह था हमारा एक छोटा सा सेगमेंट सयाहती मकाम कश्मीर से। क्योंकि कश्मीर का नाम जब भी आपको जहन में आता है, आपको कश्मीर की खूबसूरती याद आती है, जहन में आती है। कश्मीर की हवाएं, कश्मीर की ठंडी ठंडी हवाएं, यहाँ का पुरफिजा माहौल, यहाँ के खूबसूरत मनाजिर। तो इस सेगमेंट को दिखाने का हमारा मकसद ये होता है कि आप कश्मीर की तरफ गौर करें। कश्मीर बहुत पुरअमन जगह बन गई है, तो हम एक पॉजिटिव वाइब लेके कश्मीर से ये प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं। यहाँ के एंटरप्रेन्योर से बात कर रहे हैं, यहाँ के स्टार्टअप से बात कर रहे हैं। माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन को देखते रहिए। माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन की ये एक अवलीन कोशिश थी कि हम कश्मीर से यहाँ की एक ताज़ा हवा पूरे मुल्क और पूरी दुनिया को दिखाएं कि कश्मीर से क्या हो रहा है, कश्मीर में स्टार्टअप्स कैसे पनप रहे हैं, यहाँ का टैलेंट कितना है, यहाँ की खूबसूरती कितनी है, यहाँ का सोच और यहाँ के आर्ट और क्राफ्ट कितना बहुत ज़बरदस्त है, जिसको आगे बढ़ावा देने की ज़रूरत है। तो इसके साथ ही हम आज के इस प्रोग्राम को वाइंड अप करते हैं। माई स्टार्टअप टेलीविजन को देखते रहिए, लाइक करते रहिए, कमेंट करते रहिए। आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आप हमें देखते रहिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। See you again on the next Friday. Till then, bye-bye.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
నిజంగా ఇది చాలా అభినందనీయం అండి. కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం ఇటువంటి ఒక పథకాన్ని మొదలుపెట్టి పాఠశాల లెవెల్ నుంచి విద్యార్థులకు అసలు ఇన్నోవేషన్ అంటే ఏంటి, వాళ్ళకి ఒక ప్లాట్‌ఫార్మ్‌ని ఇచ్చి వాళ్ళ ఐడియాల్ని మార్చుకొని, ఐడియాల్ని ఒక ప్రొడక్ట్ కింద తయారు చేసుకోవడానికి వీలు కల్పించడం అనేది నిజంగా చాలా అభినందనీయం. సో మళ్ళీ మీతో ఇంకో ప్రశ్నతో వస్తాను. ముందుగా సంతోషి, నాకు తెలిసి నువ్వు విద్యార్థినిగా ఉన్నప్పుడే నీ మొదటి స్టార్టప్‌ని మొదలుపెట్టావు. సో అదసలు ఆ ఆలోచన విద్యార్థినిగా ఉన్నప్పుడు నీకు ఎందుకొచ్చింది? అండ్ ఆ స్టార్టప్ గురించి ఆ స్టార్టప్ ప్రయాణం గురించి కొంత చెప్పమ్మా.
ఐ థింక్ మా కాలేజ్‌లో నేను ఇక్కడ నుంచి బనారస్ వెళ్ళేదాన్ని. 49 అవర్స్ యూజ్డ్ టు బి ద జర్నీ. 49 అవర్స్ 49 గంటల జర్నీ. అమ్మ ఫుడ్, ఇఫ్ యూ కమ్ ఫ్రమ్ మిడిల్ క్లాస్ ఫ్యామిలీ, అమ్మ భోజనం కట్టించినా కూడా ఒక పూట ఉంటుంది. ఒక పూట పెరుగన్నం, ఒక పూట చపాతీ అంతే. బట్ 49 అవర్స్ యూ కెనాట్ సస్టైన్. సో ఈవినింగ్ 5 o'clock వెళ్తే రేపంతా ట్రైన్ లో, ఆ మరుసటి రోజు మధ్యాహ్నం గానీ సాయంత్రం గానీ దిగేది. సో ఫుడ్ వాజ్ అ వెరీ బిగ్ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ట్రైన్ లో జర్నీ చేసేటప్పుడు. 4 years వాజ్ అ హెల్ ట్రావెలింగ్ త్రూ దిస్. And then it's like Swiggy, Zomato. This was a time when there was no Swiggy, no Zomato. Flight journey was very, very expensive. Train journey was a common man's mode of transport from one place to the other. ఇలాంటి టైంలో లైక్ అరే చుట్టుపక్కల ఇన్ని రెస్టారెంట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, వీళ్ళ దగ్గర నుంచి ఎందుకు ఫుడ్ తీసుకోవట్లేదు అన్న ఐడియాతో. ఎందుకంటే ఆ టైంలో ప్యాంట్రీ ఫుడ్ కూడా మంచిగా ఉండేది కాదు. అంటే ఇప్పుడు థ్యాంక్స్ టు ద గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా, రైల్వే సిస్టమ్ అండ్ ఆల్ హాస్ ఇంప్రూవ్డ్, చాలా మారింది. లేకపోతే ఇంతకు ముందు అసలు ప్యాంట్రీ ఫుడ్ తినడానికి కూడా వీలలేదు కాదు. సో ఆ టైంలో లోకల్ స్టేషన్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు లోకల్ రెస్టారెంట్స్ వాళ్ళు వీళ్ళందరూ డెలివరీ ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు. సో మంచి ఫుడ్ ఎందుకు ట్రైన్ లో దొరకలేదు, ఎందుకు ఇంత కష్టము అన్న ఐడియాతో పుట్టినదే డెలివరీ అంకల్. దట్ వాజ్ మై ఫస్ట్ స్టార్ట్అప్. ఐ థింక్ వాట్ పృథ్వీ సెడ్ వాజ్ అ వెరీ నైస్ థింగ్. చిన్నప్పటి నుంచే ప్రాబ్లమ్ చూసి దానికి సొల్యూషన్ అన్న థాట్ ప్రాసెస్ ఉంటుంది కదా, దట్ విల్ మేక్ అ హెల్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ అ చేంజ్. అది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఆ కుతూహలం, ఏదో చేశాను అన్న సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ విల్ హెల్ప్ యూ బిల్డ్ one step after the other, one step after the other. నన్ను if I look back my journey when I was a 17-year-old, Santoshi with 33-year-old doing this. Impossible. I didn't have believed. It is always the first step that you take.
పృథ్వీ గారు, ఈ అటల్ టింకరింగ్ ల్యాబ్స్ తర్వాత నేను అంటే మీ సో ఈ అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ అనేవి ఎలా వచ్చాయి? ఎన్ని రకాల దానిలో పథకాలు ఉన్నాయి? ఎందుకంటే నేను చూసాను ఈఐసి, ఏఐసి, కేసిఐసి ఇట్లా రకరకాలు ఉన్నాయి. సో సో ఈ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ కి అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ ఏ విధంగా సహాయపడుతుంది?
మంచి క్వశ్చన్ అడిగారండి. అసలు అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ ఫస్ట్ ప్రపోజల్ లోనే లేదండి యాక్చువల్లీ అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ నుంచి. కానీ మెల్లగా ఏమైందంటే అటల్ టింకరింగ్ ల్యాబ్స్ నుంచి స్టూడెంట్స్ వచ్చి తర్వాత ఏం చేయాలో తెలియట్లేదు అనమాట. ల్యాబ్స్ నుంచి బయటకు వచ్చిన పిల్లకాయలకి, ఆ పిల్లలకి ఒక ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ చేసే ప్లాట్ఫామ్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలని అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ క్రియేట్ చేశారు. ఇది కొత్త విషయమా అంటే కాదండి, ఇది కొత్త విషయం కాదు. ఎందుకంటే అంతకుముందు డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ ఇస్తూ ఉన్నింది, ఆ తర్వాత మిగతావి కూడా ఇస్తా ఉన్నాయి. కానీ అవన్నీ పిల్లలకి ఫోకస్డ్ విధానంలో ఇవ్వలేకపోతున్నాయని చెప్పి అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ అనేది క్రియేట్ చేశారనమాట. ఆ అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ వచ్చి 10 కోట్ల దాకా గవర్నమెంట్ వచ్చి అకాడమిక్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్స్ కానీ, అంటే యూనివర్సిటీస్ కి లేదా రీసెర్చ్ సెంటర్స్ కి లేదా కార్పొరేట్స్ కి ఇచ్చి ఆ 10 కోట్లు 5 సంవత్సరాలు ఖర్చు పెట్టి, ఎందుకు ఖర్చు పెట్టాలి అంటే ఇప్పుడు సంతోషి లాంటి వాళ్ళు చాలా మంది ఉంటారన్నమాట. వాళ్ళకి కుతూహలం చాలా ఉంటుంది. ఎందుకంటే అది ఒక ప్రాబ్లమ్ ని సాల్వ్ చేస్తే ప్రపంచాన్ని మార్చామన్న ఇది సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. వాళ్ళందరినీ నిరాశపరచకూడదని చెప్పి అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ అనేది క్రియేట్ చేశారు. వాళ్ళు ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఆంటర్ప్రినర్స్ ఎవరైతే వ్యాపారవేత్తలుగా మారాలనుకుంటున్నారో వాళ్ళు అక్కడికి వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళ ప్రోడక్ట్ ని కానీ వాళ్ళ సొల్యూషన్ ని కానీ ఒక 360 డిగ్రీస్ అప్రోచ్ లో వాళ్ళకి హెల్ప్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది అనమాట. కంపెనీ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ దగ్గర నుంచి, బిజినెస్ ఎలా చేయాలనే దగ్గర నుంచి, ఎలా ప్రైసింగ్ చేయాలి, ఎలా మార్కెట్ లో ప్రైస్ పెట్టాలి, ఎలాగా మార్కెటింగ్ చేయాలి, ఎలా సర్టిఫికేట్లు తెచ్చుకోవాలి, ఎలాగ మిగతావన్నీ చేయాలి అనేది ఒక 360 డిగ్రీ అప్రోచ్ లో చేయాలనేది ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ తో వచ్చినది అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్. ఇందులో 2-3 రకాలు ఉన్నాయండి. ఒకటి గ్రీన్ ఫీల్డ్ ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ అంటారు అనమాట. అంటే మొదటి నుంచి స్థాపించడం, ఫస్ట్ టైం స్థాపించడాన్ని గ్రీన్ ఫీల్డ్ ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ అంటారు. ఇంకొకటి బ్రౌన్ ఫీల్డ్ ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్, అంటే ఆల్రెడీ ఇంక్యుబేటర్లు ఉన్నాయి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీకు చెప్తాను, సి క్యాంప్ అనేది ఒకటి ఉంది బెంగళూరులో, లేదా అమృత అనేది ఒకటి ఉంది. ఇలాంటివన్నీ ఆల్రెడీ ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ అయినాయి. వాటికి మళ్ళీ సపోర్ట్ చేయడానికి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్డ్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ అని పెట్టారు. తర్వాత అటల్ కమ్యూనిటీ ఇన్నోవేషన్ సెంటర్స్ అని పెట్టారు. కమ్యూనిటీ ఇన్నోవేషన్ సెంటర్లు ఏమైనాయి అంటే, అన్ని అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్లు టైర్ 1, టైర్ 2 సిటీస్ లో ఉన్నాయి. అవి అందరికీ కేటర్ అవ్వట్లేదు అని తెలిసి, కానీ ఇందులో అటల్ కమ్యూనిటీ ఇన్నోవేషన్ సెంటర్ లో 10 కోట్లు ఇవ్వరండి, 2.5 కోటే ఇస్తారు. మిగతా 2.5 కోటి ఎవరికైతే ప్రాజెక్ట్ అలాట్ అవుతుందో వాళ్ళు పెట్టుకోవాల్సి వస్తుంది. అంటే మ్యాచింగ్ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ అంటారు. ఇది ఎందుకు పెట్టారు అంటే, అంతా గవర్నమెంట్ చేస్తే ప్రైవేట్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ రావు అని చెప్పి ఒక ప్రైవేట్ ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ ని కూడా లోపలికి పిలిచి దీన్ని ఎంకరేజ్ చేయాలనే ఒక ఇంటెన్షన్ తో దీన్ని స్టార్ట్ చేశారనమాట. ఇప్పుడు ఎలా ఉన్నాయంటే ఆల్మోస్ట్ 100 అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్ల దాకా వస్తున్నాయి. అంటే 72 ఆల్రెడీ ఉన్నాయి, ఇంకొక 28 రాబోతున్నాయి. ఆ తర్వాత అటల్ కమ్యూనిటీ ఇన్నోవేషన్ సెంటర్లో 50 ఉన్నాయి దేశం మొత్తం. ప్రతి స్టేట్ లో ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఉన్నాయండి మన అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్లు, కమ్యూనిటీ ఇన్నోవేషన్ సెంటర్లు. నాకు 4 ఏళ్ళు అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్ లోనే పనిచేసాను. అంటే వాటిని ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేయడానికి, వాటిని బలపరచడానికి, వాటిలో స్టార్టప్స్ రావడానికి. అలాగే ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసినట్లయితే అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్ లో ఆల్మోస్ట్ 4000 స్టార్టప్స్ దాకా ఉన్నాయి. ఈ 4000 స్టార్టప్స్ ఆల్మోస్ట్ 3,000 కోట్ల దాకా రేజ్ చేశాయండి ఫండ్స్. అంటే మీరు అర్థం చేసుకోవచ్చు ఈ స్టార్టప్స్ ఎంత సక్సెస్ఫుల్ ఉన్నాయో. అండ్ ఐఎమ్ హ్యాపీ టు, నేను చాలా గర్వపడుతున్నా, అందులోంచి సంతోషి కూడా వచ్చినాను. ఎందుకంటే సంతోషి లాస్ట్ నేను వెళ్ళిపోయే 1 ఇయర్ ముందే ఫండ్స్ రేజ్ చేసిన దాని నుంచి. అండ్ స్మృతి ఇరానీతో కూడా తను మాట్లాడింది 1-to-1 బేసిస్ మీద. సో ఇలా ఉమెన్ బేస్డ్ గానీ, తర్వాత చాలా ఆంటర్ప్రినర్స్ బేసిక్లీ కేమ్ అవుట్, అంటే బయటకు వచ్చారు అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ నుంచి. అండ్ అక్కడే బేసిక్ గా గవర్నమెంట్ కూడా ఒక స్టెప్ ముందుకు వెళ్ళింది అనమాట. అంటే మామూలుగా చేయడం కన్నా ఒక ఫోకస్డ్ పద్ధతిలో చేస్తే ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ కూడా సక్సెస్ఫుల్ అవుతాయని చెప్పి అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్ బికేమ్ ఒక టెంప్లేట్ అయిపోయింది, ఇంక్యుబేటర్ ఎలా నడచాలి అని చెప్పి. సో ఆ టెంప్లేట్ నుంచి ఒక ర్యాంకింగ్ పద్ధతి కూడా స్టార్ట్ చేసింది వరల్డ్ బ్యాంక్ తో కలిసి. సో ఇప్పుడు దేశమంతా ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ కి అసెస్మెంట్ అనేది అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ చేయడానికి వాళ్ళకు ఒక మ్యాండేట్ వచ్చింది ఇప్పుడు. సో ఇప్పుడు 600 ఇంక్యుబేటర్లు ఇండియాలో ఉన్న 600 ఇంక్యుబేటర్లకు కూడా అసెస్మెంట్ చేసే బలం ఇప్పుడు అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ దగ్గర ఉందండి యాక్చువల్గా.
చాలా అద్భుతమైన పథకం అని చెప్పాలండి. ఎందుకంటే మనకి అంటే కేవలం ప్రభుత్వం ఇచ్చే పథకాలు వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయాలంటే చాలా కష్టమవుతది. ప్రత్యేకించి రూరల్, గ్రాస్ రూట్ లెవెల్ వరకు ఆ పథకాలు చేరాలి అనంటే మనకి ఖచ్చితంగా డిఫరెంట్ లెవెల్స్‌లో మనకి ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్‌ని పెంపొందించాల్సుంటుంది. అండ్ అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ వారు అది చేస్తున్నందుకు నిజంగా చాలా ఆనందంగా ఉంది. అండ్ అసలు మీరు అటల్ టింకరింగ్ ల్యాబ్స్ అనేది ప్రపంచంలోనే మొట్టమొదటి పథకం అని అన్నప్పుడు నిజంగా అది చాలా గర్వకారణం మనకి. నిజంగా మన యాహ్! స్టార్టప్స్‌కి
మర్చిపోయాను ఒక విషయం చెప్పడం మర్చిపోయాను. వరల్డ్ ఇంటలెక్చువల్ ప్రాపర్టీ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ అంటే ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్న ఇంటలెక్చువల్ అంటే పేటెంట్లకు సంబంధించింది ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఉంది కదండి. వాళ్ళ నుంచి మన ఇండియాకి వచ్చి అటల్ టింకరింగ్ ల్యాబ్ చూసి దాన్ని వరల్డ్ టెంప్లెట్ గా చేయడానికి 2 నెలల కిందటే ఒక రెజల్యూషన్ పాస్ చేసిందండి వాళ్ళ ఆఫీస్ లో. సో ప్రపంచంలో ఎక్కడ అటల్ టింకరింగ్ ల్యాబ్ వెళ్ళాలన్నా మనం దానికి ఒక టెంప్లెట్ ఇస్తాం అన్నమాట ఇండియా నుంచి. సో అదొక అచీవ్‌మెంట్ అని చెప్పాలి యాక్చువల్లీ చెప్పాలంటే.
చాలా చాలా అండి. ఖచ్చితంగా చాలా గొప్ప అచీవ్‌మెంట్ అనే చెప్పాలి. సో సంతోషి ఇప్పుడు మీ సిగ్నల్స్ బావుంటే తల్లి నాకు తెలిసి మీరు చాలా చాలా బిజీ ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్ అని. కానీ బిజీ స్కెడ్యూల్‌లో మా కార్యక్రమానికి వచ్చినందుకు నిజంగా నేను చాలా సంతోషం నాకు. సో నీ డెలివరీ అంకుల్ గురించి.
డెలివరీ అంకుల్ అన్న ఐడియా కేమ్ నేను 18 ఇయర్ ఓల్డ్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మ్యామ్. జస్ట్ లైక్ అనదర్ అటల్ టింకరింగ్ ల్యాబ్ లో స్టూడెంట్ లాగానే వాజ్ ఆల్సో సంతోషి యాక్చువల్లీ టు బి వెరీ ఆనెస్ట్. ఇక్కడ నుంచి బనారస్ వెళ్ళేదాన్ని మేము IIT-BH. 49 అవర్స్ జర్నీ ఉండేది. 49 గంటల్లో అమ్మ ఇచ్చిన ఫుడ్ ఒక పూటకి తప్ప వచ్చేది కాదు. ఒక పూట 2 పూటలు అంతే. మిగిలిన 6 పూటల జర్నీ మీరు అదే ప్యాంట్రీలో ఫుడ్ తీసుకొనే తినాల్సి వస్తుంది. సో అందుకని ఎందుకు మనం లోకల్ రైల్వే స్టేషన్స్ దగ్గర ఎవరైతే రెస్టారెంట్స్ ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళ నుంచి మన కస్టమర్ దగ్గర PNR తెలుసు, సీట్ తెలుసు, ట్రైన్ ట్రాకింగ్ ఉంది, ట్రైన్ ఏ స్టేషన్ కి ఎంత సేపట్లో వస్తుందో తెలుసు, హోటల్ వాడికి ఒక అరగంట ముందు చెప్తే వాడే తీసుకొచ్చి ఫుడ్ డెలివరీ ఇస్తాడు కదా అన్న కాన్సెప్ట్ తోటి డెలివరీ అంకుల్ స్టార్ట్ చేసాము. స్టార్ట్ చేసిన 3 మంత్స్ లో 95 సిటీస్ లో ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ అయింది మ్యామ్. ఐ థింక్ దట్ ఈస్ అ వెరీ వెరీ ప్రౌడ్ థింగ్ ఫర్ మీ. అండ్ ఇంకా ప్రౌడ్ థింగ్ ఏంటి అని అంటే 2016 లో IRCTC యాక్చువల్లీ మేడ్ ఇట్ లైవ్. What was a private idea, IRCTC took it live from a government. That is the success of that particular startup. It's about problem. ఇప్పుడు మేము చాలా సార్లు యాజ్ అ స్టార్ట్అప్ పిచ్ చేస్తాము. At that time they first ask what is the problem statement you are solving. నువ్వు సొల్యూషన్ ఏంటని చెప్పు అని అడగరు. నీ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఏం సాల్వ్ చేస్తున్నావు చెప్పు అని అడుగుతారు. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆల్వేస్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్. టెల్ మీ అబౌట్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఫస్ట్. హౌ బిగ్ ఈస్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్? ఎంత పెద్ద ప్రాబ్లము, ఎంత మంది ఫేస్ చేస్తున్న ప్రాబ్లము, దాన్ని నువ్వు ఎట్లా సాల్వ్ చేస్తున్నావు?
అంటే నువ్వు ఇచ్చిన ఆ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఎంత ఎంత డీప్ గా ఉంది అండ్ నువ్వు ఇచ్చే సొల్యూషన్ వల్ల ఎంత మంది ఉపయోగపడుతుంది
అంతే.
సొసైటల్ ఇంపాక్ట్ అంటాం. సో ఇవి రెండు కూడా చాలా ముఖ్యం మనం ఒక స్టార్ట్అప్ గురించి ఆలోచించినప్పుడు. సో ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే సంతోషి ఇప్పుడున్న ఈ స్టార్ట్అప్ ఆటోక్రసీ మెషినరీ ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్ ఏదైతే మొదలు పెట్టావో సో దీనికి అంకురం అనేది ఎక్కడ మొదలైంది? మొదలు ఎక్కడైంది? అండ్ నీకు మొట్టమొదటిగా నీకు ముందుకొచ్చి సహాయం చేసిన వాళ్ళు
అమ్మాయిని అయ్యుండి మెటల్ ఇండస్ట్రీ అనేది ఐడియా అనదర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఆఫ్ అన్ అటల్ టింకరింగ్ ల్యాబ్ మ్యామ్. ఐఎమ్ అ లివింగ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఆఫ్ దట్ అని చెప్పొచ్చు. 2008 లో వెన్ ఐ వాజ్ గెటింగ్ మై డిగ్రీ అంటే వెన్ ఐ వాజ్ చూసింగ్ ఏ ఇంజనీరింగ్ లోకి వెళ్ళాలి అన్నదప్పుడు రిమెంబర్ వేడిగా అట్లా ఐరన్ మెటల్ అట్లా పడుతూ కనిపించింది అనమాట. ఫోర్జింగ్ గాని అది చూసినప్పుడు ఇట్ ఈస్ లిక్విడ్ గోల్డ్. దట్ హాట్ మెటల్ ఇస్ లిక్విడ్ గోల్డ్ అనమాట. వెన్ యూ సీ సంథింగ్ లైక్ దట్ మీ ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ అక్కడే వస్తుంది. సో చూసింగ్ మెటలర్జీ వాజ్ నాట్ బై మై ర్యాంక్ బట్ అ చాయిస్ ఐ మేడ్. And in metallurgy, BHU was the oldest institute in the world, in India, sorry. BHU is the first institute to have a metallurgical engineering branch. So that was also a choice. సో మీరు చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి కరెక్ట్ గా వాళ్ళకి మైండ్ లో వేస్తే ఆ చాయిసెస్ వాళ్ళు చేసుకునేది అది. అండ్ ఆటోక్రసీ మెషినరీ అన్నది ఇఫ్ ఇట్ వాజ్ నాట్ మై మెటలర్జికల్ ఇంజనీరింగ్ థాట్ ఆర్ ఎనీథింగ్ ఐ వుడెంట్ హ్యావ్ చోజన్ దట్. అది అయ్యేదే కాదు. ఆ తర్వాత ఆటోక్రసీ మెషినరీ ఈజ్ అ మేల్ డామినేటెడ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ. ఐ థింక్ 2.5 years మీరు నన్ను చూసారు క్లోజ్లీ వెన్ ఐ యూస్ టు బి when I was taking baby steps అన్నమాట. చిన్న అడుగులు వేస్తున్నప్పటి నుంచి మ్యామ్ వాజ్ ఆల్వేస్ హ్యాండ్ హోల్డింగ్ మీ. అనదర్ ఎయిమ్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్. పృథ్వీ, ఐఎమ్ అ లివింగ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఆఫ్ వాట్ ఎయిమ్ కెన్ డూ. ఎయిమ్ అసలు యాక్చువల్లీ జనాల్ని ఎట్లా మార్చగలదు అనేది ఐఎమ్ అ లివింగ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఆఫ్ దాట్. అలీప్ విచ్ ఇస్ అన్ అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్ చేయి పట్టుకొని నడిపించారు. ఎవ్రీ టైమ్ వెన్ ఐ వాంటెడ్ అన్ ఇంట్రడక్షన్, ఒక ఇంట్రడక్షన్ కావాలి, నాకు ఈ ప్రాబ్లం వస్తుంది, ఇలా ఏమైనా చెయ్యొచ్చా. మై ఫండింగ్ రౌండ్ వాజ్ ఆల్సో బై ఎయిమ్. ఐఎమ్ జస్ట్ గ్రేట్ఫుల్ అంతే. అదర్వైజ్ ఫర్ అ గర్ల్ లైక్ మీ కమ్స్ ఫ్రమ్ మిడిల్ క్లాస్ ఫ్యామిలీ నుంచి వచ్చి ఇలాంటి ఏదో ఒక మ్యాడ్ జర్నీ, మా మమ్మీ అంటుంది ఏదో పిచ్చి జర్నీ అనుకున్నాను అని, అంత ధైర్యం చేసి అడుగు వేయడానికి ఇఫ్ ఇట్ వాజ్ నాట్ ఎయిమ్, ఇఫ్ ఇట్ వాజ్ నాట్ అలీప్, incubators like Jansi ma'am or Rama ma'am and even Sanjeev sir from them, AIM lo all of you guys, everybody were very helpful. I think a lot of Santoshi, lot of autocracy machinery 2014-15 government.
యా సో అలీప్ గురించి మాట్లాడినప్పుడు ఐ థింక్ ఈ ఆటోక్రసీ తొలి ప్రయాణంలో మొదటి సపోర్ట్, ఫైనాన్షియల్ సపోర్ట్ నీకు వచ్చింది స్టార్ట్అప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ నుంచి. ఎందుకంటే అది నేనున్నప్పుడే జరిగింది. యా సో అలీప్ నిజంగా అంటే ఆ విధంగా చాలా ప్రోత్సహించి నిన్ను అన్నిట్లో కూడా బాగా ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్లారు. సో పృథ్వీ గారు ఈ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ పెట్టారు. తర్వాత దీని ద్వారా మీ నెక్స్ట్ పథకం ఏంటి? దాని నుంచి స్టార్టప్స్ కి ఏ విధంగా మీరు సహాయపడ్డారు?
సో ఇప్పుడు మీరు నన్ను ఒక ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ క్వశ్చన్ అడిగారండి. నేను నా స్టార్ట్అప్ అమ్మేసిన తర్వాత ఇట్ వాజ్ అక్వైర్డ్ బై ఒక ట్రక్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరర్. ఎందుకు నీతి, అందరు అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్, ఎందుకు నీతి ఆయోగ్ వెళ్ళావు, ఏం చేయడానికి వెళ్తున్నావు అసలు గవర్నమెంట్ లోకి అని అడిగారు అనమాట. నేను అన్నా 2016-17లో నాకు సపోర్ట్ అంతగా దొరకలేదండి, ఎక్కడి నుంచి దొరకలేదు. అందుకే నేను అమ్మేయాల్సి వచ్చింది. యాక్చువల్లీ ఆటోమోటివ్, లైక్ జస్ట్ సంతోషి హ్యాస్ టోల్డ్, ఇట్స్ నాట్ జస్ట్ మేల్ డామినేటెడ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఆటోమోటివ్ అనేది, ఇట్స్ ఆల్సో డామినేటెడ్ బై పీపుల్ విత్ డీప్ పాకెట్స్. అంటే ఎవరికైతే ఎక్కువ డబ్బులు ఉన్నాయో అండ్ పవర్ ఉందో వాళ్ళతోనే నడుస్తుంది అండి ఆటోమోటివ్. అందుకే మీరు చూసే ఎక్కువ ఆటోమోటివ్ కంపెనీ మన దగ్గర నుంచి బయటకు రాలేదు, ఎందుకంటే ఇదే రీజన్ యాక్చువల్లీ. అండ్ దీన్ని మార్చడానికే నేను వెళ్ళానండి అక్కడికి, నీతి ఆయోగ్లోకి. అండ్ వీఆర్ ఫెయిర్లీ కాన్ఫిడెంట్, నేను కాన్ఫిడెంట్ గా చెప్పగలుగుతున్నాను. సంతోష్ లాంటి వాళ్ళని చూసినప్పుడు చాలా ఆనందం వేస్తుంది అనమాట. అంటే మేము ఏదో కొన్ని స్టెప్స్ అక్కడ కొన్ని ఆలోచించి చేస్తే ఇక్కడ రిపుల్ ఎఫెక్ట్, అంటే కంటిన్యూస్ ఎఫెక్ట్ అంటారు చూసారా, అది ఎక్కడ జరుగుతుంది అనమాట. అది చేయడానికే వెళ్ళానండి. అది యాక్చువల్లీ నాకు 4 ఏళ్ల తర్వాత అర్థమైంది, నా పని అయిపోయింది ఇక్కడ అనుకున్నా. ఏ విధంగా చేస్తానని అడిగారు కదా, దానికి చెప్తానండి. సో ఒక ఇంక్యుబేటర్ పెట్టడం అంటే ఏదో 40 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇచ్చేసి చేయడం కాదండి. దానికి కావాల్సిన ఎన్వైరన్మెంట్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలన్నమాట. ఎలా క్రియేట్ చేస్తామంటే, ఫస్ట్ ఒక టీమ్ ని ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేస్తాం ఇంక్యుబేటర్. ఆ టీమ్ కి కావాల్సిన శాలరీస్ కూడా వెళ్తాయండి ఈ ఫండ్ లోంచి. ఈ 10 కోట్లు ఇస్తాం కదండి, దానికి డబ్బులు వెళ్తాయి అన్నమాట. ఎందుకంటే అక్కడ పనిచేసే వాళ్ళు ఆ టెన్షన్ ఉండకూడదు, నాకు ఫైనాన్షియల్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉండకూడదు అనే టెన్షన్ ఉండకూడదు. కాబట్టి వాళ్ళకి ఆ గ్రాంటింగ్ నీడ్ అనేది వెళ్తుంది. వాళ్ళు ఆ ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ లో స్టార్టప్స్ ని అంటే ఇన్వైట్ చేస్తారు. అంటే కోహార్ట్ మోడల్లో కానీ లేదంటే రోలింగ్ బేసిస్ లో కానీ వాళ్ళు ఇన్వైట్ చేసినప్పుడు ఎవరి దగ్గర అయితే సంతోషి అన్నారు చూసారా ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటి అని, మీరు ఏ ప్రాబ్లం చేస్తున్నారు, ఏ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ని సాల్వ్ చేస్తున్నారు, ఇవన్నీ చూసిన తర్వాత ఒక ఎవాల్యుయేషన్ ప్రాసెస్ చేసిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన మెంటర్స్ ఇస్తాము మేము. నేషన్ మనకి మన అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ లో 5,000 మంది దాకా ప్రోబోనో మెంటర్స్ ఉన్నారు. ప్రోబోనో అంటే ఈ డబ్బులు తీసుకోకుండా మెంటరింగ్ చేసేవాళ్ళు. అది కావలసినప్పుడు మనం ఆ మెంటర్ ని కాంటాక్ట్ చేసి వీళ్ళకి ట్యాగ్ చేస్తాం అనమాట. సో ఏ సబ్జెక్ట్ కొంతమందికి బిజినెస్ ఎలా రన్ చేయాలనేదే తెలియదు, వాళ్ళకి సపరేట్ మెంటర్స్ ఉంటారు. కొంతమందికి ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్ ని ప్రైస్ చేసేదానికి తెలియదు, సో దానికి తగ్గట్టుగా డిఫరెంట్ మెంటర్స్ ఉంటారు. కొంతమందికి సరే సర్టిఫికేషన్ ప్రాసెస్ ఉంటది, దానికి ఎలా ఉంటది తెలియదు, సో దానికి సపరేట్ మెంటర్స్ ఉంటారు. సో వీటికన్నిటికీ సెపరేట్ మెంటర్స్ ఉన్నారండి. ఈ మెంటర్స్ ని ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తాము. తర్వాత సీడ్ ఫండ్ అనేది ఒక కాంపోనెంట్ ఉంటది. అంటే 10 లక్షలు వరకు డబ్బులు ఇంక్యుబేటర్ ఇవ్వచ్చు అనమాట ఒక స్టార్ట్అప్ కి. అది గ్రాంట్ గా ఇవ్వకూడదండి, ఈక్విటీ తీసుకొని ఇవ్వాలి అది ఖచ్చితంగా. మరి స్టార్ట్అప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ అనేది డిఫరెంట్ గా వేస్ లో ఇస్తుంది, అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ డిఫరెంట్ వేస్ లో ఇస్తుంది. ఇందులో మాత్రం గ్రాంట్ ఉండదండి, ఖచ్చితంగా ఈక్విటీ గానీ డెట్ గానీ ఇలాంటివి ఇవ్వాలి. డెట్ అంటే అప్పుగా గానీ, ఈక్విటీ అంటే షేర్ల రూపంలో గానీ ఇవ్వాల్సి వస్తుంది. ఆ 10 లక్షలు తీసుకొని ఫౌండర్ ఏం చేస్తారంటే అతని ఐడియాని ప్రోటోటైప్ వరకు తీసుకెళ్తారు. ఆ ప్రోటోటైప్ చేసేటప్పుడు చాలా ఇబ్బందులు పడతారనమాట. దాన్ని వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ డెత్ అంటారు అనమాట. 2 వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ డెత్లు ఉంటాయి ఒక మార్కెట్ లోకి వెళ్లే ముందు. ఫస్ట్ వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ డెత్ అంటే ఆ ప్రోటోటైప్ చేసే లోపలే పడిపోతారు అనమాట. ఎందుకంటే అక్కడ డబ్బులు కావాల్సి వస్తుంది ఒక ప్రోడక్ట్ ని తయారు చేయాలంటే. నెక్స్ట్ వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ డెత్ ప్రోడక్ట్ తయారు చేస్తారు, సర్టిఫికేషన్ వస్తుంది, ఆ తర్వాత మార్కెట్ అడాప్ట్ చేసుకోకపోతే అది వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ డెత్. ఇక్కడ 2 వాల్యూస్ ఆఫ్ డెత్ ని కవర్ చేయాలి మనం ఇప్పుడు. ఈ ప్రపంచంలో ప్రతి ఒక్క స్టార్ట్అప్ కి ఇదే ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉంటాయి. సో ఈ ఫస్ట్ వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ డెత్ కి సప్లై చైన్ నెట్వర్క్ పెట్టుకోవాలి, తర్వాత ప్రొక్యూర్మెంట్ ఉంటది, వర్కింగ్ క్యాపిటల్ కావాల్సి వస్తుంది, తర్వాత ఇలాంటివన్నీ ఉంటాయి అనమాట. సో ఈ స్కేల్అప్ చేసేటప్పుడు చాలా డబ్బులు అవసరం అవుతాయి కాబట్టి ఆ పడిపోకుండా 1 crore ఇస్తాము. ఆ 1 crore ని యూజ్ చేసి వాళ్ళు రేస్ చేసుకోవాలి తర్వాత. ఇప్పుడు సంతోషికి లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ వచ్చిందని ఇవే ఇచ్చే పరిస్థితులు ఉండవు, కానీ వాళ్ళకి రేస్ చేసుకుంటారు, అది మార్కెట్ రిలేటెడ్ టర్మ్స్ అనేది. బట్ 2 వాల్యూస్ ఆఫ్ డెత్ ని కవర్ చేసేలాగా ఒక ప్రోగ్రామ్ డిజైన్ చేశారు. సో ఏఐసిస్ నుంచి సీడ్ ఫండ్ వెళ్తుంది, అనిక్ నుంచి అటల్ న్యూ ఇండియా ఛాలెంజ్ నుంచి 1 crore రూపీస్ వెళ్తుంది అనమాట. ఇప్పుడు మీరు అడిగారు ఫ్యూచర్ లో ఎలా ఉంటుంది సపోర్ట్ అని. ఫ్యూచర్ లో సపోర్ట్ ఎలా ఉంటాయంటే అండి, ఇదే ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ ఉంటాయి, వాటికి సపోర్ట్ వెళ్తూనే ఉంటది. ఇంకా యాక్సెలరేటర్స్ అనేది ఒక కొత్త పథకం రాబోతుంది, అది ఇంకా కన్ఫర్మ్ అవ్వలేదు. కన్ఫర్మ్ అయిన తర్వాత వాటి డీటెయిల్స్ ఆటోమేటిక్ గా బయటకు వస్తాయి. యాక్సెలరేటర్ అంటే అదే మీకు చెప్పినట్టు మార్కెట్ కి వెళ్ళేదానికి సపోర్ట్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట దాంట్లో. సో అది ఒక కొత్త విధానం అనమాట. ఇప్పుడు దాకా ఇండియాలో లేవు యాక్సెలరేటర్స్, గవర్నమెంట్ ఉన్నవి కొన్ని ఉన్నాయి. ఇది డిఎస్టి డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ పెట్టిన యాక్సెలరేటర్స్ ఉన్నాయి, కానీ ఇది కొంచెం కొత్త విధానంగా వస్తుంది అనమాట. ఇది ఖచ్చితంగా చెప్పగలను దాని వరకు మాత్రం. సో అట్లాగా స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ని ఐడియా స్టేజ్ నుంచి మార్కెట్ స్టేజ్ వరకు ప్రతి స్టేజ్ లో 9 స్టేజ్లు ఉంటాయండి దాంట్లో. TRL 1 to TRL 9 అంటారు. మార్కెట్ రెడీనెస్ లెవెల్ 1 to మార్కెట్ రెడీనెస్ లెవెల్ 9 అంటారు. సో ఈ 9 స్టేజెస్ కి ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ యాక్సిలరేటర్ సపోర్ట్ చేసేలాగా స్కీమ్స్ వస్తాయండి. ఇప్పుడు దాకైతే 5-6 దాకే ఉంది, ఇప్పుడు 9 దాకా వెళ్తుందండి యాక్చువల్లీ.
Ma'am, I'm so glad you invited me to this. I'm so glad you invited me to this. I think Prithvi gave me so much more information, Ivala. So for all of them who are saying this, me in this journey I did not. నాకు అన్ని గురించి తెలియదు మ్యామ్. Prithvi, I'm calling you after this. Such accelerators is a wonderful thing.
Yes.
It's a wonderful thing, ma'am. అంటే మేము మార్కెట్ వెళ్తాము, కానీ ఏమవుతుందంటే చాలా సార్లు నిలదొక్కుకునేటప్పుడు ప్రాబ్లమ్ వస్తుంది మ్యామ్. చాలా ప్రాబ్లమ్ వస్తుంది. అండ్ Prithvi would have faced that himself. He had a startup and all. And 9 stages ఉంటాయి. Prithvi, I'm going to go back. I will look back into that. What are the 9 stages? నేను ఏ స్టేజ్ లో ఉన్నాను? Where is my death? Next possible death ఎప్పుడు వస్తుంది నా స్టార్ట్అప్ కి? So that I escape that particular death అని.
సంతోషి, వన్ మోర్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఏంటంటే యాక్సిలరేటర్స్ వచ్చి ఖచ్చితంగా కార్పొరేట్ యాక్సిలరేటర్స్ ఉంటాయి. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ జస్ట్ incubators accelerators. The corporates have to pump in money by partnering with existing incubators accelerators. So there will be some corporate support as well. So there is to infuse funds ni infuse cheyadaniki market loki corporates kuda vastarannamata. So adi
సంతోషి ఈ
గేమ్ ప్లాన్ చెప్పేశాడు మొత్తం.
కాదు, ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశమే అది. ఇప్పుడు ఒకటి చూడు, నువ్వు ఇన్ని సంవత్సరాలు నీ ప్రయాణం చేసి కూడా అండ్ స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా సీడ్ ఫండ్ తీసుకున్నావు, అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ నుంచి వెంచర్ క్యాపిటల్ ఫండ్ ఒకటి వచ్చింది నీకు. కానీ నీకు కూడా అనిక్ గురించి తెలీదు. అలానే అసలు ఎంతో మందికి ఎయిమ్ ఏ విధంగా సహాయపడుతుంది, అసలు ఎంతమంది ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ ఉన్నారు, ఇంక్యుబేటర్స్ అనే వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు అనేది కూడా తెలీదు. సో ఈ కార్యక్రమం మనం అందులోనూ తెలుగులో చేపట్టడానికి ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే అందరికీ అర్థం అవ్వాలి రీజనల్ లాంగ్వేజ్ లో. ఎందుకంటే మనం ముఖ్యంగా గ్రాస్ రూట్ లెవెల్, రూరల్ లెవెల్ అన్ని మాట్లాడుతున్నప్పుడు మనం అన్ని ఇంగ్లీష్ లో మాట్లాడితే వాళ్ళకి అర్థం కాదు. సో వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా అసలు ఏం పథకాలు ఉన్నాయి, ఏం కార్యక్రమాలు ఉన్నాయి, వాళ్ళు ఏ విధంగా సహాయాన్ని పొందొచ్చు, వాళ్ళకు ఒక మంచి ఐడియా ఉంటే అనే ఉద్దేశంతోనే ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని మొదలు పెట్టాం. సో ఇప్పుడు సంతోషి, నువ్వు అన్నావు అంటే ఈ మేల్ డామినేటెడ్ సెక్టర్ ఇది అని, రైట్? సో ఒక ఆడపిల్లగా ఈ ప్రయాణాన్ని నువ్వు మొదలు పెట్టినప్పుడు ఆటోక్రసీ తోటి ఏ విధమైన ఛాలెంజెస్ ని ఫేస్ చేసావు అండ్ వాటిని ఏ విధంగా నువ్వు నిలదొక్కుని ముందుకెళ్ళగలిగావు?
ఎందుకు మ్యామ్, ఇవాళ ప్రాబ్లం చెప్తాను. ఇవాళ ఐఎమ్ టేకింగ్ దిస్ ఇంటర్వ్యూ ఈ కార్ లోంచి తీసుకుంటున్నాను. ఇవాళ ఒక మీటింగ్ కి వెళ్ళాను. నేను నా సేల్స్ పర్సన్ మీటింగ్ లోకి వెళ్ళాను. ఫస్ట్ 10 minutes వాడు నేను కంపెనీ ఓనర్ అని కూడా అనుకోలేదు. మా సేల్స్ వాడిని చూసి వాడితోనే మాట్లాడుతూ ఉన్నాడు అంటిల్ మా వాడు తిరిగి ఇది మా మేడం అని చెప్పేదాకా. ఇంతకన్నా డిస్క్రిమినేషన్, డామినేషన్ ఏం చెప్పకండి. ఇది ఇవాళ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. ఇట్స్ అన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ టుడే. ఇదే నాకు ప్రతిసారి నేను మీటింగ్ లో వెళ్ళినప్పుడు జరుగుతుంది. దెర్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ న్యూ. ఇట్స్ ఎ మేల్ డామినేటెడ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ. అంటే నువ్వు యూ విల్ హ్యావ్ టు, అంటే నా గొంతు ఎత్తి నేను ఇక్కడ ఓనరు, నువ్వు నాతో మాట్లాడు, నువ్వు నాతో మాట్లాడితేనే బిజినెస్ అవుతుంది అని చెప్పాలి.
సో ఇప్పుడు నీ ఆటోక్రసీ మెషినరీలో
సేమ్ మారలేదు మ్యామ్.
అవును, అంటే చాలా చూస్తుంటాం అది. అండ్ నిజంగా చెప్పాలంటే అలీప్ ఇలాంటి సంస్థలన్నీ కూడా ఆడవాళ్ళకి చాలా సపోర్ట్ ఇస్తూ ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తున్నారు. ఇన్ఫాక్ట్ నేను రమాదేవి గారి అపాయింట్మెంట్ కోసం కూడా వెయిట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నాను. మ్యామ్ తో కూడా ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేయాలి. సో నా నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటంటే, నీకు ఈ ఆటోక్రసీ మెషినరీలో మీరు తయారు చేస్తున్న మెషిన్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో అవి ఎక్కువగా ఎవరికి ఉపయోగపడతాయి? ఓకే, అండ్ నువ్వు ఈ సొసైటీకి ఏ విధంగా నీ కంపెనీ హెల్ప్ చేయగలుగుతుంది?
3 years ముందు ఈ జర్నీ మొదలు పెట్టినప్పుడు వెంచర్స్ అనే మషిన్ ఇండియాలో లేవు మ్యామ్. అండ్ ఆ టైంలో మనకి ఎప్పుడు మనము 2G 3G స్కాములు విన్నాం కానీ ఐ థింక్ లాస్ట్ 5 years లో మనం 4G 5G ఇంటూ వచ్చాము. సో అప్పుడు ఓఎఫ్సి కేబుల్, తెలంగాణ ఓఎఫ్సి కేబుల్, ఆప్టికల్ ఫైబర్ కేబుల్, వాటర్ పైప్ లైన్, ఘర్ ఘర్ తక్ పానీ అని గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా ఇనిషియేటివ్. సో ఇప్పుడు మన ఇండియాలో ఏం ట్రై చేస్తున్నారు అని అంటే అండర్ గ్రౌండ్. ఇప్పుడు మనం అందరం జీపీఎస్ అని మ్యాప్స్ వేసుకొని వెళ్ళిపోతాము. I think what India is trying to build is an underground utility GPS network. 2 feet sewage line, 4 feet water line, 6 feet cable line, 8 feet electric line, 10 feet oil and gas line. ఇది అసలు వేసేటప్పుడు సరిగ్గా ఇప్పుడు వేయకపోతే నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్లు తిట్టుకుంటారనమాట, ఏం పని చేశారు వీళ్ళు, ఎట్లా వేసారు అని. సో ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ దట్ వీఆర్ ట్రైంగ్ టు సాల్వ్ ఈజ్ అండర్ గ్రౌండ్ యుటిలిటీ నెట్వర్క్ ఏదైతే వేయాలో ప్రిసైజ్ గా కరెక్ట్ డెప్త్, కరెక్ట్ లొకేషన్ లో వేశారు అనడం కాకుండా అది క్యాప్చర్ చేయడానికి కూడా ట్రై చేస్తున్నాం. దట్ వాస్ ద ఫస్ట్ ప్రాబ్లమ్. ఆ తర్వాత మేము డ్రిప్ ఇరిగేషన్ లోకి వెళ్ళాము. అండర్ గ్రౌండ్ డ్రిప్పుల్ వాటర్ ఏవైతే పెరినియల్ క్రాప్స్ ఉంటాయో వాళ్ళకి అండర్ గ్రౌండ్ డ్రిప్ లో వాటర్ వేయడానికి మ్యామ్ ఈ మెషిన్లు అని. తర్వాత మెల్లమెల్లగా సోలార్ అండ్ విండ్ రిన్యూవబుల్ ఎనర్జీస్ లోకి వెళ్ళాము. అండ్ తర్వాత అగ్రికల్చర్ సెక్టర్ లో ఉన్నాం. అంటే మ్యామ్ ఒక రకమైన అంటే ద జర్నీ నెవర్ స్టాప్స్ మేకింగ్ వన్. ద జర్నీ ఆల్వేస్ ఇవాల్వ్. మీరు ఒకటని మొదలు పెడతారు, 1+1+1+1+1. నాకు ఇప్పుడు కరెంట్లీ 23 ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి అండ్ దేర్ ఆర్ 12 ఇన్ ద R&D స్టేజ్. సో యు గ్రో, యు లెర్న్ టు అడాప్ట్ అండ్ యు గ్రో.
సో అంటే చూస్తుంటే మనం దారిలో రోడ్డు మీద వెళ్తూ ఉంటే సడన్ గా ఒక రోజు రోడ్డుని ఇలా అడ్డంగా తవ్వేస్తారు ఏదో కేబుల్ వేయడానికి. అది తవ్వేస్తారు, దాన్ని అలా వదిలేస్తారు. ఇప్పుడు కేబుల్ సైజు నీకు ఒక 10 mm ఉందనుకో, దానికోసం ఒక ఫీట్ మొత్తం విడ్త్ తవ్వేస్తారు.
ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఆల్రెడీ ఆవిడ ఎక్స్‌ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తున్నారు. సో ఇప్పుడు నా కంపెనీ సాల్వ్ చేసే ప్రాబ్లమ్. సో ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక ఓఎఫ్‌సి కేబుల్ వేయాలండి ఎవరైనా. ఆ ఓఎఫ్‌సి కేబుల్ 30 mm, 35 mm ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఈ పెద్ద యెల్లో జేసీబీలు, ఎక్స్‌కవేటర్లు అవన్నీ రోడ్ మీద చూస్తూ ఉంటారు. వాడు 30 mm కట్ చేయాల్సిన దానికి 3 ఫీట్లు కట్ చేసి నేను మళ్ళీ రోడ్ వేస్తాను, డైవర్షన్ తీసుకో, నేను చేస్తాను. ఇట్ ఈస్ అన్నెసరీ వర్క్. సో ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఈజ్ లైక్ ఇప్పుడు ఎవరైనా నా దగ్గరకు వచ్చి మేడం నాకు 50 mm కట్ చేయాలి, 5 feet డెప్త్ లో కట్ చేయాలి అంటే ఎగ్జాక్ట్ గా అంతే డెప్త్ లో అంతే విడ్త్ కట్ చేసి వదిలేస్తుంది మెషిన్. లో గ్యాస్ పైప్ లైన్స్ కావాలి. వీటన్నిటికీ కావాల్సిన లాక్స్ ఆఫ్ కిలోమీటర్ ట్రెంచింగ్ మనం అన్ని చోట్ల టేక్ డైవర్షన్ అని పెట్టలేం కాబట్టి అలాంటి చోట్ల మా మషిన్ ఆ ప్రాబ్లం తొందరగా సాల్వ్ చేస్తుంది. ఒక సింపుల్ జేసీబీ ఒక రోజుకి 200 మీటర్లు చేస్తే మా మషిన్ 5 ఇంతలు చేస్తుందండి దానికి. అంటే కిలోమీటర్ పని చేస్తుంది అదే ఒక రోజులో.
అంటే నేను చూసాను కదా నీ మెషిన్ గాని అది ఎంత ప్రిసైజ్ గా కట్ చేస్తుంది అంత అనేది. అండ్ అలానే మనం అప్పుడు పోయినసారి కూడా మనం మాట్లాడుకున్నాము. ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ పెట్టి, జీపీఎస్ పెట్టి దాన్ని ఎక్కడ ప్రతి లొకేషన్ ఎంత డెప్త్ తవ్వారు, ఏ డెప్త్ లో ఏం పెట్టారు, యూనో అవన్నీ కూడా మీరు మొత్తం డేటా అంతా కూడా క్రియేట్ చేసి, అంటే ఈ డేటా వల్ల కూడా మనకి ప్రభుత్వానికి చాలా ఉపయోగం ఉంటది. రేపు పొద్దున్న ఇంకేదో కేబుల్ పెట్టాలి అనుకున్నప్పుడు ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ
దట్ ఈస్ a data mine that India wants to sit on.
ఈ రోజున మాట్లాడుతున్న ఏఐ ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్లు, మెషిన్ లెర్నింగ్స్ అన్ని పెట్టాలి అంటే ముందు ఆ డేటా కావాలి మనకి. అసలు ఎక్కడ ఏం కేబుల్ ఉంది, ఓఎఫ్సి ఎక్కడుంది, పవర్ కేబుల్ ఎక్కడుంది, గ్యాస్ పైప్ లైన్ ఎక్కడుంది, ఇవన్నీ తెలియకపోతే రేపు పొద్దున్న ఏమవుతుందంటే మల్టిపుల్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ లోకి ఇంకా వెళ్తూ ఉంటాం. సో నిజంగా అంటే నువ్వు ఆలోచన నీకు ఎలా వచ్చిందో నాకు తెలియదు కానీ
మై మెంటర్ హస్ ఎక్స్‌ప్లెయిన్డ్ మై స్టార్టప్ బెస్ట్.
థ్యాంక్స్ అమ్మా. సో పృథ్వీ గారు, సో ఇప్పుడు మీరు అదే ఈ స్టార్టప్స్ కి అంతా హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నారు మెంటరింగ్ తోటి వీటన్నిటితోటి, అండ్ రేపు పొద్దున్న యాక్సిలరేటర్స్ తో కూడా ముందుకు వస్తామని చెప్తున్నారు. కానీ మనం చూస్తే అంటే ఇది నిజంగా గ్రాస్ రూట్ లెవెల్ వరకు అది రీచ్ అవుతుందా అందరికి? ఈ రోజు మనం ఎంతమంది గ్రాస్ రూట్ లెవెల్ ఆంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్స్ ని ఆర్ స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండర్స్ ని చూడగలుగుతున్నాము?
ఓకే. సో మీరు ఒక 10 ఏళ్ల కిందట గురించి ఆలోచించుంటే ఇన్ని స్టార్టప్స్ వస్తాయని కూడా మనం అనుకోలేదన్నమాట. సో అదే విషయం అదే విధంగా నేను చెప్తున్నాను ఇప్పుడు కూడా. మన యూత్ గా ఉన్న టైర్ 4, టైర్ 5 సిటీస్ లో ఉన్న చూసారంటే ఎంత పొటెన్షియల్ ఉందంటే దాన్ని ట్యాప్ చేయాలంటే ఎవరు ట్యాప్ చేయట్లేదు దాన్ని. సో ఇప్పుడు నుంచి మనం ట్యాప్ చేయకపోతే మనం ఎప్పుడు ఇంకా ట్యాప్ చేయలేము అది. సో దానివల్ల మేము ఏం చేస్తున్నామంటే 2 ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ లాంచ్ చేసామండి. అటల్ కమ్యూనిటీ ఇన్నోవేషన్ సెంటర్స్ అది ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ లాగానే, కాకపోతే టైర్ 4 టైర్ 5 సెంటర్స్ లో ఉంటుంది. కానీ వచ్చేది ఎవరు అక్కడికి, ఎవరు వస్తారు అక్కడికి, ఎవరికి రిస్క్ తీసుకునే అపిటైట్ ఉంటుంది, అదే ఆ ఇంటెన్షన్ ఎట్లా డెవలప్ అవ్వాలి అంటే, మేము లాంగ్వేజ్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అని చెప్పి లిపి అని చెప్పి స్టార్ట్ చేసాం. దీంట్లో భారతదేశ రాజ్యాంగంలో 22 షెడ్యూల్డ్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ ఉన్నాయి. ఆ 22 షెడ్యూల్డ్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ లో ఇన్నోవేషన్ కరికులం తయారు చేసాం. దాంట్లో ఎలా తయారు చేసాము అంటే, భాషని ఉంది మనం ఐటీ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ నుంచి, సెంటర్ ఫర్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ ఉన్నాయి మన యూనివర్సిటీలు, అద్భుతంగా పనిచేస్తాయి అవన్నీ. సో వీటి నుంచి కంటెంట్ తీసుకొని మనం దాన్ని మార్చి, అఫ్ కోర్స్ ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఇలాంటివన్నీ యూజ్ చేసాము. వాటిని కంటెంట్ డెవలప్ చేసి ఫస్ట్ కోహోర్ట్ డిజైన్ థింకింగ్ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ ని 22 షెడ్యూల్డ్ లాంగ్వేజెస్ లో మనము కోహోర్ట్ విధానంలో ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ అన్ని కూడా చేసాయి. ఇందులో నాకు తెలిసి హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి తెలుగులో కూడా చేసిన వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో. సో దీనివల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే, ప్రతి డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ లో, ప్రతి మండలంలో, ప్రతి పల్లెటూరులో మనకి ఈ ఇంక్యుబేటర్లు వెళ్ళి దానికంటూ సపరేట్ ఒక శాంక్షన్ వస్తుందండి, డబ్బులు వస్తాయి. అక్కడికి వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళు అక్కడ ఉన్న యూత్ తో మాట్లాడి వాళ్ళకి కోర్సులు ఇచ్చి ఫ్రీగా, ఇందులో డబ్బులు ఏమి ఉండవండి, గవర్నమెంట్ డబ్బులు తీసుకోదు దీంట్లో. సో దీంట్లో ఫ్రీగా వాళ్ళకి కోర్సులు ఇచ్చి ఆ డిజైన్ థింకింగ్, ఆ ఇన్నోవేషన్ స్పిరిట్ పెంచి వాళ్ళని అటల్ కమ్యూనిటీ ఇన్నోవేషన్ సెంటర్స్ కానీ, అటల్ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ కానీ తీసుకొచ్చి వాళ్ళతో ఐడియాని ప్రోటోటైప్ గా మార్చేంత వరకు వదలరండి ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ లో. సో దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే, మనం ఇప్పుడు దాకా ఇగ్నోర్ చేసిన సెక్టర్ ఉంటారు చూసా, బేస్ సెక్టర్ ఆఫ్ ది పాపులేషన్, వాళ్ళందరినీ ట్యాప్ అవుతాం అన్నమాట. ఆ తర్వాత ఏమవుతుందంటే, వీళ్ళలోంచి ఎవరైతే బాగా బిజినెస్ మోడల్ ప్రూవ్ అవుతుందో, మార్కెట్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ అవుతుందో, తర్వాత కొంచెం అడాప్టబిలిటీ స్కోప్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుందో, వాళ్ళని మెల్లిగా ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ నుంచి యాక్సిలరేటర్ సెంటర్స్ నుంచి మార్కెట్ కి కనెక్ట్ చేయడం అనేది ఒక పాత్వే అనమాట. సో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే అటల్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ మిషన్ అనేది ఒక స్కీమ్ కాదండి, అదొక జర్నీ. ఒక స్కూల్ పిల్లవాడి నుంచి ఒక ముసలి వాడైనా కూడా పెట్టచ్చు. అది 60 ఏళ్ల తర్వాత మీరు ఖాళీగా ఉన్నారంటే కూడా మీరు ఒక ఐడియాని తీసుకెళ్లి ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్ లో పెట్టి మీరు రన్ చేయాలనుకుంటే, 10 మందికి ఉద్యోగాలు ఇవ్వాలనుకున్నా కూడా అది పాసిబుల్ అండి. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ అన్ అంబ్రెల్లా స్కీమ్ అండ్ కవర్స్ ది ఎంటైర్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ లైఫ్ సైకిల్ ఆఫ్ అ కంట్రీ. అంటే ఇన్నోవేషన్ యొక్క మొత్తం దాన్ని ఏమంటారో నాకు తెలుగులో తెలియదు, ప్రయాణాన్ని మొత్తాన్ని స్కీమ్స్ లో తీసుకొస్తామండి. అది చెట్టునే కాదండి, చెట్టు ఎదిగిన తర్వాత కాయలు కాసిన తర్వాత కూడా.
నిజంగా అంటే ఆ ఆలోచన విధానం అనేది నిజంగా చాలా మెచ్చుకోవాలండి. మొత్తం అసలు ఏ విధంగా అయితే ఈ సహాయాన్ని, సహకారాన్ని డిజైన్ చేశారు, ఐడియా లెవెల్ నుంచి వాళ్ళు మార్కెట్కి వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళ ప్రోడక్ట్ ని అమ్మి యూనికార్న్స్ గా ఎదిగే వరకు కూడా వాళ్ళకి ఏ విధంగా మనం ఈ ఇంక్యుబేషన్ సెంటర్స్ ద్వారా సహాయపడొచ్చో, నిజంగా అంత ఎలాబరేట్ థింకింగ్ తోటి దీన్ని తయారు చేసినందుకు చాలా చాలా మెచ్చుకోవాలి నీతి ఆయోగ్ వాళ్ళని. అసలు నీ గురించి చదువుతూ ఉంటే అసలు ఎంత గొప్పగా ఉంటదంటే, ఈ అమ్మాయికండి 2020లో అలీప్ హబ్ నుంచి స్టార్ట్అప్ ఆఫ్ ది ఇయర్ అవార్డు, అలాగే 2021లో విమెన్ ఆంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్ ఆఫ్ ద ఇయర్ బిజినెస్ వరల్డ్ నుంచి, 2022లోనే మళ్ళీ స్టాన్ఫర్డ్ సీడ్ స్పార్క్ లో విన్నర్ గా వచ్చింది. అలాగే టెక్నాలజీ 2023 అవార్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ రేడియంట్ వెల్నెస్ కాన్క్లేవ్ నుంచి వచ్చింది. కోవే నుంచి విమెన్ ఆంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్ ఆఫ్ ది ఇయర్ గా అవార్డు తెచ్చుకుంది. అలాగే మళ్ళీ బిజినెస్ వరల్డ్ నుంచి 2023లో ఎమర్జింగ్ ఆంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్ ఆఫ్ ది ఇయర్ అవార్డు తెచ్చుకుంది. ఫైనల్ గా ఈ మధ్య జరిగిన నేషనల్ స్టార్ట్అప్ అవార్డ్ లో విన్నర్ గా వచ్చింది, స్టార్ట్అప్ ఇండియా వాళ్ళది. సో ఇన్ని అవార్డులు అన్ని నీకు ఈ వయసులో వచ్చాయి. అలాగే నీ స్టార్ట్అప్ కూడా చాలా బాగా ఎదుగుతూ వెళ్తుంది. సో ఇప్పుడు నువ్వు నీ స్టార్ట్అప్ ఏ స్టేజ్ లో ఉంది, రెవెన్యూ స్టేజ్ లో ఉన్నావని తెలుసు నాకు. సో ఎన్ని ప్రొడక్ట్స్ తోటి రెవెన్యూలో ఉన్నావు, ఎన్ని ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఇంకా డెవలప్మెంట్ లో ఉన్నాయి?
ఓన్లీ 4 ప్రొడక్ట్స్ మార్కెట్‌లో ఉన్నాయి మ్యామ్. ఫుల్ ఫ్లెడ్జ్డ్ ఆన్ సేల్. మిగిలినవి ఇంకా పుష్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఎందుకనంటే మా మెషినరీ వచ్చి ఇండియాలో చాలా కొత్తవి. సో, కస్టమర్‌కి అది కన్విన్స్ చేయడము, ఇది తీసుకుంటే మీకు ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఇవి సాల్వ్ అవుతాయి అని తీసుకోవడము, ఇవన్నీ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ మాకు వాళ్ళతోటి. మొత్తం 23 ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి మ్యామ్. నెక్స్ట్ 2 ఇయర్స్ ఈస్ ఓన్లీ అబౌట్ సేల్స్. లైక్ పృథ్వీ అన్నట్టు నాది డెవలప్‌మెంట్ అయిపోయింది. సో, నౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ గ్రోత్ స్టేజ్ వేర్ ఐ యామ్ లైక్ కాన్సంట్రేటింగ్ ఆన్ సేల్స్ అండ్ ఎక్స్‌పాన్షన్. సో, వి ఆర్ సప్లయింగ్ టు మిడిల్ ఈస్ట్, ఆఫ్రికా, యూరోపియన్ మార్కెట్స్, యూఎస్ మార్కెట్స్. అసలు మీరు నమ్మలేరు. సంబడీ సిట్టింగ్ ఇన్ ఇండియాలో, తెలంగాణలో, హైదరాబాద్‌లో, చెర్లపల్లి అనే ఒక చిన్న ఇండస్ట్రియల్ ఏరియాలో ఒక చిన్న స్టార్టప్ దగ్గరకొచ్చి పీపుల్ ఆర్ బయింగ్ అనేది. థాంక్స్ టు ఆల్ ద జెంటిల్‌మెన్ బిహైండ్ ఎయిమ్, అలీప్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీబడీ ఫర్ మేకింగ్ దిస్ హ్యాపెన్. 23 ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి మ్యామ్ టోటలీ. నౌ కంప్లీట్‌లీ వి ఆర్ ఎక్స్‌టెన్సివ్‌లీ పుట్టింగ్ ఇట్ ఇంటూ ద మార్కెట్. అనదర్ 12 మోర్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఆర్ ఇన్ ఆర్&డి స్టేజ్. అది అయింది అనంటే ఐ కెన్ టెల్ ఐ విల్ ప్రౌడ్‌లీ పుట్ ఆటోక్రసీ యాస్ ఎన్ ఇండియన్ కంపెనీ ఆన్ ఎన్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ మార్కెట్ విత్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్.
ఎక్సలెంట్. చాలా గ్రేట్ అమ్మా. సో, నీ జర్నీ అసలు అంటే నా కల ఏంటి అంటే నిన్ను ఒక యూనికార్న్‌గా చూడాలి.
అయిపోద్దండి తొందరలోనే.
ప్రాఫిటబుల్
అయిపోద్ది.
యూనికార్న్. మ్యామ్ ప్రాఫిటబుల్ యూనికార్న్. ఐ లైక్ ద వర్డ్ ప్రాఫిటబుల్ యూనికార్న్.
ఖచ్చితంగా ప్రాఫిటబుల్ గానే ఉండాలి నువ్వు ఏం చేసినా. సో, నీ నీ జర్నీలో నువ్వు ఎంతో మంది నీతో పాటు జర్నీ మొదలుపెట్టిన, ప్రయాణాన్ని మొదలుపెట్టిన స్టార్టప్స్‌ని చాలా వాటిని చూసుంటావు. రైట్. సో, వాళ్ళకి నువ్విచ్చే ఒక సలహా గాని ఆర్ అంటే నువ్వు చాలా ఒడిదుడుకుల్ని ఎదుర్కొని ఈ స్టేజ్‌కొచ్చావు. సో, వాళ్ళు కూడా అలాగే సక్సెస్ అవ్వడానికి నువ్విచ్చే ఏదైనా ఒక చిన్న టిప్ గాని, సలహా గాని ఏమనుకున్నా సరే.
నేను జ్ఞానం ఇస్తున్నాను అనుకోకండి. ఈ అమ్మాయి చేసింది అనుకోకండి. రెండేనండి. 2 చెప్తాను. నా లైఫ్‌లో లాస్ట్ 3½ ఇయర్స్ 20 బ్యాడ్ డేస్, 7 ఓకే డేస్, 0 హాలిడేస్. ఇది చెయ్యగలిగితేనే స్టార్టప్ అనేది స్టార్ట్ చేయండి. లేకపోతే చెయ్యొద్దు. ఎవ్రీ డే మార్నింగ్ ఎందుకురా నేను ఈ పని చేశాను అని మిమ్మల్ని మీరు క్వెషన్ చేసుకుంటారు. అండ్ దట్ ఈస్ ద ట్రూత్. పృథ్వీ ఐ యామ్ ప్రిటీ ష్యూర్ ప్యాషన్ ఇఫ్ యూ లవ్ ఇట్ యూ విల్ డూ ఇట్. షుడ్ బి వెరీ ప్యాషనేట్ ఇవన్నీ చెప్పడానికి బాగుంటాయండి. ప్రతిరోజు ఉండదు ఆ ప్యాషన్. ఏదో ఒక రోజు ఫ్రస్ట్రేషన్ వస్తుంది. బట్ దట్ ఈస్ ద ట్రూత్ ఆఫ్ అన్ ఆంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్ జర్నీ. ప్రతిరోజు ఇది నాకు ప్యాషనేట్, నేను వెళ్తాను, నేను పొడి చేస్తాను అన్నదైతే ఉండనే ఉండదండి. చెప్తున్నాను కదా 20 బ్యాడ్ డేస్ లో కూడా మీరు లేచి వెళ్ళాలి. 10 మంది చేత కాదు, అవ్వదు, కుదరదు, లేదు. ద థింగ్ ఇస్ డోంట్ టేక్ నో ఫర్ అన్ ఆన్సర్.
ఒకటేనండి. నువ్వు మాస్టర్స్ ఐఐటీలో చేసావు, ఐఎంలో చేసావు వాళ్ళకి అవసరం లేదండి యాక్చువల్లీ చెప్పాలంటే. అర్థమైందా? వాళ్ళకి కావాలంటే కొనుక్కుంటారు, లేదంటే పక్కకి వెళ్ళిపోమంటారు. అంతే సింపుల్. సో యూ హావ్ టు గివ్ ద ప్రొడక్ట్ అండ్ సేల్ ఇట్ అండ్ బిజినెస్ రిలేషన్‌షిప్ అంతే.
డోంట్ టేక్ నో ఫర్ అన్ ఆన్సర్ మ్యామ్. Yesterday, so we are making a paper making machine. Yesterday, somebody told me, "Oh my God, this is so evolved. Why are you doing it? It will not happen." Then Nenu Lakshman, my partner, we were talking about it, and he was like, "Nenna నీకేమనిపించింది వాళ్ళతో మాట్లాడితే 3 ఏళ్ల ముందు కూడా ఇదే చెప్పారు కదా మన ఫస్ట్ ప్రోడక్ట్ కి అవ్వదు, కాదు, కుదరదు, లేదు అని. సో ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ కూడా అదే చెప్తున్నారు అని. దట్ ఈస్ ద సేమ్ థింగ్. వాళ్ళు చేయలేకపోయారు, సో నీకు అదే చెప్తారు. ఎవరో ఒకరు చేసి చూపించేదాకా దే విల్ బిలీవ్. అప్పుడు ఓకే ఇది కూడా పాసిబుల్.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This is a great event. Definitely, I think as some of the speakers were mentioned that it was always like we always start the initiatives and do the MOUs kind of a thing. But this is going to be the next step of what they were, and now we wanted to kind of take it into the next level. I see a lot of synergy that has been there within the academic industry and the governments as well, and talent firm driving this whole initiative. Pankaj and his team has done a tremendous of work, and definitely whatever I see, typically like Pankaj kind of take it very seriously and kind of takes to the next level. That's exactly what everybody is kind of looking for. So I wish Talent Firm and this whole academic and industry connect a big success, and we're all part of it. I'm a mentor already, kind of delivering this at some of the colleges, whatever the knowledge that I have from the industry, and I'm happy to kind of do it more, and wish everyone a great success. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
which is basically the platform that's powering this initiative of IAC driven by FTTCI. We are happy to be part of this program, and we are looking forward to working with all the colleges and corporates to enable the children to achieve their potential. Talent Farm will play the role of enabling them to their potential. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
As part of the initiative Industry Academia Connect, we are looking forward to bridge the gap between academia and industry. And I think we are using a very innovative platform called Talent Farm. The idea is to basically bring all the use cases from the industry and enable students to work on those with best-in-class mentors from across the industry. We're looking forward to get started, 100 students to begin with, and we will be ramping this up across the state.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I would request Ms. P. Sangeeta, if you can come over and talk about and do a welcome note for on behalf of FTCCI leadership, please. Thank you.
I'm sure this platform will be an excellent platform for learning, networking, and lots of connects too. So on behalf of the Federation of Telangana Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I welcome you all to this Industry Academia Connect initiative. I welcome the chief guest for the event, Professor Uday Desai ji, guest of honor Sri Srikanth Sinha ji, and Sri Rajesh Duddu ji, other industry leaders, leaders from the academia, students, and friends from the media. A warm welcome to all of you. Academics is so important in the Indian parampara. We have actually teacher is equal to guru and guru is equal to God. So this is actually a divine platform for all of you, I'm sure. So I would like to congratulate the ICT committee for taking up this initiative, which is the need of the hour to develop more and more employable candidates, and it's a big boon for the industry to have employable candidates. I would also like to assure the colleges and students of full support from FTCCI in terms of industry participation. Thank you. Have a great day.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today's Industry and Media Connect and Education Academia Connect was a wonderful event organized by FTCCI, ICT, and Talent Farm, and I was happy to be a part of it. This is going to help the students grow in their careers, for sure. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are marching towards the $10 trillion economy, and we have a large role to play. So I will not do the questions, but I will let them each speak their point of view. And the point is also about where do we get started. There are multiple initiatives. There is a lot of people coming together, wanting to commit their time, all the value add that they are ready to pour in. But then from each one, we would like to understand what is it that you would like to kind of pour in your views, and where should we get started and how do we get started?
there are a lot of points, and we've been discussing on this topic. I think this is one of the topics, like you said, 10 years or 20 years back also we were doing Academia Industry Connect, and we were talking about women empowerment and how do we bring them to forefront and things like that. Again, we are talking about it. I think this needs a mindset change as well. Like how we are talking about product mindset, this needs a mindset change big time in terms of how are we bringing up our kids, how are we bringing up our organization, how is faculty treating both girls and boys in the college. It goes everywhere. I think this needs a fundamental change of mindset from the start. How you start treating your girl versus boy, and we were talking about boys need A, B, C, D, you need car and all, and girls would ask for home toys and things like that, right? I think this, the mindset needs to change completely. And when it comes to industry style, and I'm not going to talk about all the points because there are a lot of points in my head running at this point in time, but the key things that probably we should look at is setting up a good ecosystem or the support system for women employees. Not looking at numbers saying, oh, we have crossed 30% in the diversity ratio in our organization, that's an achievement. I don't know why we call that as an achievement, because you should look at the talent pool. You should not look at the number and say, yes, there's a tick over here. So that's the second point. I am a single mother. I have a 2-year-old girl, and I totally understand the need of the support system at home, at work, and people recognizing that, you need that time with your kid as well as you are committed to your work. So when you're at work, you're 100% at work. When you're home, you're 100% home. You need a very supportive staff, your supervisors, your peers, your reportees, and all. So that's why I said it needs a mindset change. I'll stop here and let's listen to other folks now.
Just to add, I think apart from, the usual tick boxes that are done in corporates, I've experienced this. I had number of leaders walking in, especially during the month of March, when everyone wants to portray that they're the most ID'd company, if I should say, which counts inclusivity, diversity, and equity, and equality to a certain extent in terms of various aspects, but they start off with gender, right? It's very irritating to be on the other side where you hear the numbers. But I think while the bad news comes in data, the good news is always the efforts that also count with organizations and individuals who are trying to set up initiatives that could really help these numbers move up, and the initiatives that we all talk about hopefully help more people to come into the workforce and stay in the workforce, right? The problem is no more about coming into the workforce. It's actually staying back in the workforce, because we all know the attrition rates in terms of mid-careers that are happening with women at work forces, especially with COVID. I think COVID actually COVID with a hybrid work environment has actually given a lot of perks and flexibility that's never spoken of in corporates in general, the flexibility of ensuring you kind of work from home and work from anywhere in whichever part of the world, and can still manage your calendars, right? So I think that's really important for us to maybe look at as well, how you're, as allies, I think the most important thing I've realized while we were noticing the wall of fame on the outside, because the number of men that we saw there and literally no women, it's also in this room when you look at it, then I think I see most of you as allies for your own respective homes, your organizations, your teams that you're literally supporting, right? How many of you could go back and be a shoulder to lean on for your respective team member, for your organization, for picking up an initiative? It's very easy for a woman to pick up an initiative and say, hey, I'm trying to do something with respect to diversity. If you see, actually most of the diversity teams that are run in organizations and corporates are mostly run by women, especially right from cutting a cake at the desk to running organizational institutional activities around inclusion and diversity are run by women, where a few of them will be sponsored by men. I think we're speaking about a few genders here, couple of genders here, if I should say so, right? But I think it's time that we see the other side, the other gender also picking up more initiatives that could help. Build spaces, build communities that could help get a dialogue and a discussion together. Otherwise, I don't think this will just be solved by 10 Sheetals, 10 Vaishalis, 10 Avnishas on the panel, right? It's got to be a community effort in how we build capacity as we go. I think with respect to startups, corporates, technology coming at the intersection of all of this, how do we solve this? I remember entrepreneurs back in those days, and back in those days could be just a decade back as well, just a year back as well, if I should say so. We used to hear a lot of people pitch conversations on pickle, papad, petticoats, especially for women entrepreneurs. That was the usual spectrum of sectors that they were looking at. But I remember, I think the last quarter, or I think just before the New Year's, we heard pitches of platforms, programs, and products. And I think this is the best time to see if you'd want to be an entrepreneur, especially as a woman. There are enough programs, and on the academia side as well, there's enough push that's coming in through. Maybe it's time that we reimagine these institutions and how we all perform as individuals as well.
I'll start by, we talked about all the T's since the morning, all the S. We had the RRR panel. This is by far the most diverse panel. Right? So, and we know what the state is today, right? Everybody knows the data, the numbers that we've been talking about and everything. But I want to start by the happy picture, right? Who's the supreme commander of our armed forces today? Right? Our Honorable President, Srimati Draupadi Murmu. I come from an organization where my business unit is led by a woman. The top leadership is majorly women in my organization. We have a very strong focus on DEI, right? We have Karen, who's our Chief Equity and Innovation Officer, a CXO level position, right? Why I'm saying all that is that in product organizations today, there is a lot of focus on diversity. So this is a very good time to be a woman in tech or a woman in product. Last 4 or 5 years, our Honorable Prime Minister has put in a lot of focus on Nari Shakti. Now, that doesn't mean that everything goes away, what Rashi has alluded to or Vaishali was talking about. I'll give you an anecdote. Once taking an elevator in my office building, it so happened I was the only man in that elevator amongst the group of women. And that day was like, a realization for me, what does it feel to be sitting in a meeting room full of men, right? And especially, being very honest and transparent when some take pride in making off-color remarks and jokes, right? That respect has to be there in the work environment. That empathy has to be built in. Diversity is not just a gender diversity. Diversity is of diversity of thought, right? I don't want to generalize that all women think alike, all men think alike. But yes, there's a pattern. And when you have women on the table, there is a diversity of thought, right? So my message to all the women out there, this is a great time because a lot of companies are hiring for diversity. Go out there, right? We men have a lot to catch up on. We are not even 30%, 40% in the second occupation that the most women run, which is the household, right? So if we do our part, if we come to at least 50% and take that 50% responsibility of the households, right, that would go a long way in having women sustain their careers and reach the leadership positions in the organizations.
Absolutely, I think that's where we call ourselves super achievers.
Or I can maybe just quickly add, whenever I introduce how I am from AWS usually while we were on these speaking engagements was, I used to have a slide which I couldn't today. I just realized, imagine a taxi and a candy along, right? And I think this is every parent's nightmare. I remember number of times while we were, and this is also coming in place in terms of how technology is playing these days. I was always told whenever I was playing in my respective lanes of the colony, do not get into a stranger's car, do not accept a candy, do not take water, do not even talk to them. Everything, that's coming that way, saying do not, right? And imagine a company like Uber literally building a business model based on that, where we tell them where we live, we accept a candy, we accept their experiences, we accept their water, we tell them where we are going, all these things that are really coming in place. So much so that we don't call taxis anymore, we call them Uber, Ola, we don't call banks anymore, we call them Paytms, we call them, mostly not theaters anymore, but we call Netflix, Hotstar, Prime taking over. And if you've experienced any of these technologies or applications and products, you've experienced AWS. That's how it always came to me, that technology has built a lot of trust that we cannot see. And I think with what Mr. Rajesh has mentioned with Uber, you can't explain this to as if, explain it to me as if I'm 5 or your grandmother. You can't explain the details behind all of this, right? But it's great to build that trust that this person that you don't know will take you from point A to point B and will also maybe give you a bottle of water. Just be nice to him. The least that you could do is be nice to him and maybe do a scanner at the end because they only accept cash these days. Or do a digital payment, call, ensure you have a quick knowledge of your scanner and then your OTP and everything else, right? So imagine how much of trust is being built with platforms like this. And all of these don't really have gender. And I think that's really important, to the point of diversity in thought. There's so much safety aspect that really came in, and people look at it from a women perspective as well, and how the number of initiatives that are really coming in the number of initiatives are being taken by these corporates as well to ensure there's enough trust that's being built between the consumer and the rider is also important, right? So I know there's still a lot more to do there, but we'll only realize the lot more to do when we have more women in the decision-making rooms, more women in the boardrooms who are making these feature designs or use cases, right? I think it's important maybe we all speak up in this room as well. There's nothing called a stupid or a silly question. We are expected to maybe do silly answers, but not on your side. No, I think it's interesting, right? I've done this in 2016, and it's just one of those best experiences because you also got to fundraise for your own expedition. So as a part of the group called 2041, along with this person called Robert Swan, who's the first person to walk both the South and North Pole. The idea is to learn more about climate change and come back to your respective city or the state that you belong to and become an ambassador for climate change. The best part is how you discover and how everything can just happen in a fraction of a second. The number of times I think I watch, every time I'm literally on my lowest of the lows, I go back and watch that video, right? Where there's an iceberg falling in just on the boat that we were on, and it could have been, I still remember my mom asking me if I had insurance while I was going there, right? So things like this can just really change the way on how the climate change is really not really spoken about. While the topic that we are on, I think the climate change and resource scarcity is not really being spoken about so much as we speak about technology and urbanization, right? So I think those topics also need some rooms and dialogues and discussions. I think that's where we wanted to build those communities. I came back and I was part of one of the teams that was doing Hyderabad Urban Makeover physical literacy days. We used to do Ragiri days and Happy Sundays towards the roads of ISB. If you know, the entire road was blocked so that we could do only physical activities and for families to come over and learn more about environment and what it's really doing to you as an individual, as an organization. I remember we did Car-Free Thursdays. I think I had a board as well that I carried to Antarctica where I wanted to talk about the initiative where all the IT employees were really picking up public transport on Thursdays and not really picking up their car are in their respective vehicle. So there are quite a lot of initiatives that were coming in through while we were in the PPP sector of the world, which is public-private partnerships. We worked across with Cyberabad Commissionerate, Sajnar Garu and the team, so that we could build this, right? So it's important to understand how you could I think once you're really interested about a cause, there are always platforms that will give you the position to go back and talk about it. If there are no platforms, I think it's your bare minimum responsibility to go back and create them. And that's what I believe organizations or initiatives like this will do as well. But I think it's an interesting experience that I had. Now that you asked me about Antarctica, I've also realized there's another train journey that I've taken called Jagrati Yatra. I'm not sure how many of you know about it. It's a train journey that's built, it's a train that's only built for entrepreneurs to go, happens every December. 500 entrepreneurs aspiring, someone who's been there, done that, is on the train along with 50 other set of mentors. The idea is you go back and meet, you go to 12 places across India, which we call the Middle India, covering Bombay to Bombay again. We go to meet Mr. Narayan Murthy in Infosys. We go back to Anshu Gupta in Delhi, Barefoot College, where they make grandmothers engineers, in Rajasthan and Thalonia. We come back to Bombay, right? So we go to these 12 places, and imagine being on the train every day morning. You go to these role models, come back in the night, sit down with your respective cohort which you're assigned to, live on the train for 15 days, and come back. Trust me, it was a life-changing experience for me. I think those experiences are many and many in India, because I've never experienced a tier 4 district. I've experienced a tier 3 district, tier 2 district, because my grandmothers are from a particular village. I went back during summer and I came back. But tier 4 district, where we still have women who use dry cloth, sand, dried leaves for their menstruation hygiene, is something that's still existing in India. For me, that was a big shocker, right? So you will, to the question of, I think, what Bharadwaj was asking, you don't have to, I think India, we have a lot of problems. We don't really have to ask for what's your problem or what's your latest problem, right? I think there are many problems as we go rural as well, not just urban. I think it's time that we maybe just, we don't have to romanticize the whole problem statement. I think it's time that we kind of build a business use case or understand how do we build a better solution across these problem statements. So for me, that was really a life-changing experience. And I hope whoever's inspired an aspiring entrepreneur, especially when you're a student, we've got enough platforms to do this. So,
fortunately, I'm blessed. I have parents who support me. I have about 24 years of experience now, and throughout my journey, they've been very supportive. So during the day, my mom becomes my daughter's mom, basically. She'll take care of her entire day. And in the evening, when I have a couple of hours, I am with her. So either it's my work or family. I am a very antisocial kind of person, so don't meet a lot of folks outside even on the weekends. So I'm able to manage, and knock on wood, it's all because of the support system I have. My supervisors, my peers, my office mates are very, very nice. And they all, we still have hybrid work culture. So I'm usually in office, but at least 3-4 days in a week I'm in office, and when I'm in office it's like 10 hours in the office. So I'm able to manage. So far so good. Probably when she gets older, I have to change my strategy a little bit. So I did change. I used to work probably 14-15 hours before she came into my life, and now it is 10 hours. And we'll see how it goes. Plus, I have a very good team, so I'm able to manage it well. I think it's just that you need that support. You need that ecosystem that supports you. Yeah, totally agree with that. I think we are in a very good era of deep tech, where all of us are always connected. And I think the deep tech. Someone was saying, right, if I had an opportunity, I would have come to be born as a youth now. But I think this is the era when you have a lot of things that you can avail and benefit out of. So, yeah.
So, I want to just add another perspective to that. We're talking about women in tech. What about women in other vocations, in other sectors, right? We have maids coming in our houses for doing the dishes and the cleaning. Most of them women. I haven't seen any man come in and do the dishes so far. They have kids, they have families. I go to the Vijeta store, most of the staff is female. They have families, they have kids, right? You go to the malls, everywhere, you would see a much higher participation of females in workforce in these sectors, right? They are managing. I don't know how. I sometimes ask my maid, what about the kids? And then she says, yeah, they'll play there. And, someday she'll say that I want to take a day off because the kid is not well. So they also have this real problem. So we should not, I'm sorry to say, sit here and fantasize that all the problems are with us.
I think with that we will close the discussion, and thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I think this is a fantastic forum where both industry and colleges get to meet and talk about how do we work together? How do we collaborate well? Talentform.ai has given a platform where the students and the industry mentors can connect, and we bring that the solutions for the problems that industry is looking for, people that the industry is looking for, and also get the talent ready for the industry, because there's a usual complaint that the talent is not ready, and the talent says that the industry is not picking them up. So I think there's definitely this need of coming together, and I see this as a great initiative of meeting both the objectives. Thank you so much for inviting me again. All the best.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
The Industry Academia initiative is one of the need of the hour, much most important initiative in enhancing the skill set, reducing the skill gap for the talent and the ecosystem at large, which also which also builds the entrepreneur mindset. Very, very happy and delighted to be part of this ICT committee and also the part of the event. I wish FTCCI Talentform and the ICT a very grand success for this future event ahead.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good afternoon. We are from Srinidhi Institute of Science and Technology. It was a great initiative set up. Through this, our colleges get a lot of exposure, and many of our startups, for our startups, it could be helpful.
This event helped us to network with a lot of different colleges, so which would be useful for our student startups to grow in the future.
We actually have a lot of prototypes in our college. Maybe with these industries coming into our college, it would help these prototypes set up to a next level. So yeah. Thank you for
giving this opportunity.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity, and looking forward.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm here in this FTCCI Talentform program. And this is one of the really very good and wonderful initiative, Talentform as well as FTCCI. This kind of industry connect along with the academics, and we have to bridge the gap that has been there for long. And definitely the way all these stakeholders are getting connected, I wish all these teams work together for a better tomorrow for Telangana and for India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
if we are to really become a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity, we have to become a product nation. Because if you look at the market cap of Apple, I think it's around $2.73 trillion. If you look at the market cap of Microsoft, it's about $3.25 trillion. So you just add Microsoft and Apple, and that's an aspiration for India in that sense, right? And why is that? Because we may have as many services companies, we may have as many startups, but unless we are going to create those world-class products, I don't think we are going to get there. And that is where we have TAS, T-Hub, T-Works, kind of entities which are partners of this initiative, which are all sitting together, brainstorming in terms of how do we do that. And to make product nation, we need product engineers, right? And that is where all of you sitting here who are representing the students, I mean, there are of course 5,000 students who are going to join this pilot initiative phase 1, but about 20 of you are real representatives of those students. And I think this message is what has to go across the length and breadth of country, that we need to build more product engineers. And how do you build product engineers, right? There's a certain product mindset which is required. You don't, you don't get up one day morning and say, today I'm becoming a product engineer. There's a certain mindset which has to be created right from schooling, college, and grooming in the industry, right? And this picture is what I want some of you to retain with you. Everyone ultimately gets a job, and IT industry has been very kind in giving jobs to a lot of people. But the question that we really need to ask ourselves is, are we building bricklayers? Are we becoming bricklayers in the IT industry, or are we becoming the architects in IT industry? I think for last 20, 25 years or 30 years, for example, when we started with the IT growth, it was all okay to get any kind of job. But today I think the young people have more confidence, they have more aspiration, and I think it's time to build on the foundation that our seniors and super seniors have laid, and really look at this as an opportunity for us, for India, to make those architects of the IT industry. You know, like in a building, you have the masons working and you have architects working. Essentially, both can go back home and say, we did a great job for that building. But you know the difference between a mason and an architect. The mason would just be following the instructions, putting things without knowing what he is doing. But the architect would have thought about it, would have designed about it. So I think that's where we have to get into that design thinking mode. That's where we have to get into that architect mode in terms of that thinking professional mode. How are we trying to do that? We are trying to do that by partnering with Talent Farm, and it's an AI-based platform where we are first of all bringing together a lot of industry problem statements. FTCCI is a rich body which has more than 5,000 direct members and 25,000 members. So from agri-tech to fintech to vaccine, pharma, healthcare, name an industry, and you have member companies of FTCCI. And we have now started working with these member companies to source problem statements, because I think I remember listening to Mukesh Ambani once where he said that his professor in the university would grade them based on the problems they identified rather than the solutions. And I think in the world of ChatGPT, building a solution has probably become easy. But do you identify the right problem? Can you understand the problem domain? Can you articulate the problem? Or are we going to shoot in the dark? Are we going to build fantasies in our college labs? I think that's the difference that we have to look at. And that is where the emphasis in this initiative is going to be a lot on identifying problem statements, understanding problem statements, and articulating problem statements. That itself is probably the first step, and we underestimate that a lot. Right? We are all, as engineers, very excited about how to do things without getting into why do we need to do things or what do we need to do, right? And I think that's where the basics are going to be set right in this program, where we'll start with why, then go to what, and only then we'll get to how. So don't think too much about the algorithms that you want to use or the Raspberry Pi boards that you want to use. First, let's ask ourselves, is it a problem worth solving? Is it something worth giving it a try? So that's where I think a lot of emphasis is going to be on why. And one way of doing that is bringing together a lot of problem statements from various domains so that you get an opportunity to choose those problem statements, pick up the problem that you want to follow. Someone may have affinity to agriculture, someone may have affinity to healthcare, education, whatnot, right? The other important thing that we are trying to do in this is get a lot of mentors. So we're very fortunate, and quite a few of them are sitting here today. We have some of the best-in-class mentors, and these are not mentors who have just lent their name. These are mentors who are lending their time. These are mentors who are working with us, discussing with us, brainstorming with us, helping us build the product better, helping us build this initiative better. In the ICT team itself, you saw a wide range of people coming from all sections of the society, coming from very large MNCs like SAP, startups, organizations like T-Hub and NASCOM, all kinds of organizations. So it's really an initiative where people have got together, because all of us have been struggling with this problem for the last 20, 30 years. I remember sitting as a student in 1997, 96, and someone coming and talking about the gap between industry and academia. And unfortunately, after 24 years back, I am standing here and talking about the same thing. Nothing much has changed, right? And I think we've had enough of Lee's time to correct that, but now it's a question of survival. Now it's a question of survival. It's also a question of, are we going to let go this opportunity, or are we going to make the best use of this opportunity with so much disruption happening around us? So I think one of the very big key points about this initiative is the kind of mentors who are associated with it, who are going to validate, who are going to help you understand those problem statements. Not just technology mentors, but also domain experts. Because if you want to solve a problem in agriculture, you also need an agriculture specialist. If you want to solve a problem in healthcare, you also want a healthcare specialist. If you want to design a hardware product, you need the support of T-Works for designing and prototyping. If you want to start your own startup, you need the incubation at T-Hub, right? So that's how it's going to work together. Now, in a screenshot, if I were to quickly take 2 minutes to explain how the whole story goes, you see on the left side, you have all the actors who are there on the platform, be it the recruiters, mentors, service providers, students, of course, and then there's that smart AI buddy, which does all the magic. You have multiple stages where the student goes through profiling, ideation, learning, building, and then finally showcasing or demonstrating it. There's a problem catalog, learning resources, a lot of online lab infra, cloud-based labs have been created in AI, cloud-based labs have been created in blockchain, Web3, all these areas. And then of course, the AI buddy kind of monitors your progress and keeps giving insights so that corrections and interventions can be done right in time instead of crying over spilt milk later on. Right? The AI buddy also does a lot of recommendations, scheduling and all that. And finally, as an outcome, you have a skill wallet, which is a verified blockchain-based wallet where your credentials are stored. You have an app store where you can showcase to the world what you have built so that you don't go with your resume. I mean, resume is a pass. You can't go in today's world and say, this is my bio data, right? You say, this is my portfolio. These are the applications I have built. This is my GitHub repository. This is my app showcase. Please have a look at it. And these are the mentors who have checked on me, who have given a industry assessment report so that it becomes a neutral report. And all these curated profiles, as you solve these problems, are shared with potential employees, of course based on your consent. If you think you don't want to share it, it's not going to be. But these are all shared with the industry recruiters or with the employees. This way it's a win-win situation because employers are also scrambling for talent. I keep telling this, you need only one job, but the company needs 100 people like you. So the problem is bigger on the other side. And when they get an opportunity to see curated profiles, when they know that the person is not just coming and writing on the resume, given an opportunity, I will do my best. Right? Everyone tells the same thing, right? That's the standard resume line. But how do I believe in you? Why should I waste my time on you? Why should I even train you? Now this is where a proof of concept, this is where data-backed, evidence-backed profile helps in the recruiter knowing, in the employer knowing exactly that these are your strengths. It's almost like you have worked with them and done an internship of 6 months with them. So I know every aspect of it. It's like how when a new team member joins me, over 6 months I get to know the strengths of the person, I get to know what are good and bad aspects of the person. That's exactly what happens here. So it becomes a huge opportunity as an internship for students to work on this. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We request your support. This is not an initiative of FTCCI. This is not an initiative of Talent Farm. This is an initiative which is going to be successful when all stakeholders work together. So I request the students, the academic fraternity, the industry mentors who are here, the partner organizations who are here to please come together and let's make it a reality. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hi, I think we had a great event today, the FTCCI Industry Academia Connect initiative. We had industry leaders from the academia and students all joining in and debating, discussing about how industry, academia and students can work together to ensure that
On one end, we help the students from getting great employability opportunities, and on the other side, we can solve the talent challenge that industry faces. I'm very thankful to all the mentors, to the industry guests who came down, who shared their insights on this. We had leaders like Rajesh Dudu, we had Mr. Srikanth from Task, we had Avnish Bhatnagar from ServiceNow, we had Rashi Srivastav from Quintele. I think it was a wonderful event. Thanks to Professor Uday Desai, who was the chief guest, and Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Special Chief Secretary for IT, Industries and Commerce, who could not join in person but recorded a beautiful message encouraging us and motivating us to do this. I think this is a great initiative of FTCCI with its Industry Academia Connect, along with Talent Farm as an implementation partner. The idea is to bring industry problem statements, mentors, access to learning resources to students. And as students solve these problem statements, the curated profiles of the students is shared with potential employers. This will effectively create a win-win situation for students on one side to get great employability opportunities and for industry to get great curated talent. So all in all, it's a win-win situation. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I think we had a great event today in terms of Industry Academia Connect program by FTCCI and powered by Talent Farm. We had some wonderful speakers in terms of Mr. Rajesh Dudu, Mr. Srikanth Sinha. We had our chief guest, Professor Uday Desai. We had a special address by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. We spent a lot of time in emphasizing the need for industry and academia to work together and ensure that we create models which are effective.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
This is one of my personal soft initiatives since almost 20 years, where we want to work with the students and see what the industry folks can come together and share their experiences. We got a lovely platform with FTCCI to run this as a large initiative now, and we will bring this to all the colleges that we are working very closely with. In fact, in the next 3 to 6 months, we should be having at least 100 students doing full-time internship with at least 10 projects or 10 companies. That's our first milestone. And immediately, we would want to take this into 2 different aspects. One where we want to do the nurture program, where we will engage about 100 women students. And the second is the accelerate program, where we will do a lot of large initiatives together. So thanks to FTCCI for allowing us to bring this initiative together. I want to thank all the colleges who have committed so far. We wish the rest of the colleges come soon. I also want to thank all the industry members around us who have come together and giving us all the strength to be part of this initiative. This will go a long way in creating a platform for nation building in a very small way that we people can organize. Thank you, and we will come back to you very soon with more updates on this. Thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
First question, Rajesh. A lot of talks on AI, a lot of talks on everything which is tech in the last 2 years, and suddenly the world has shrunk again big time. The biggest impact, I think, both on the industry side as well as the confusing the student a little more. But what would you like to tell the students here? The impact of AI, how to take it, how to be prepared for it, or use this as an opportunity, Rajesh?
Yeah, so what I would tell students is stop watching all those Hollywood movies where AI is shown in a sinister fashion, right? AI is not going to be sinister at all. And then the lot of things have changed, and these things come over the cycles, right? For instance, a small story that I experienced as a kid. My dad was a career banker with SBI, and one day he was usually he goes to office on Sundays as well. So one day he was at home, and I asked him what happened, and he said his staff is on strike. And I asked him, why is the staff on strike? He said, primarily the tellers are on strike because they're introducing automation in the bank. And those tellers felt that they will lose their jobs over a period of time. It's it's a different thing that all those tellers took the sponsorship from the bank to learn the computers, and they moved into the EDP department of the particular bank. So at that point of time, when they felt that they are going to lose the jobs, it's not actually has happened. So what has happened is they have reskilled themselves, and they have either gone into an EDP department in a bank, or they ended up taking up newer roles. For example, 15-20 years ago in the banking industry, you didn't have a relationship manager, you didn't have a wealth manager, you did not have a loan officer, you did not have an underwriter. But today, if you look at that same banking industry, the kind of roles that have emerged are quite different. So what has helped these people to tide over the change process is their willingness to learn, which is basically in terms of unlearn, relearn, and then redeploy themselves. And that's exactly what is going to happen in the world of artificial intelligence. Today, we have a factory model of churning out engineers in India, which that factory model, the other countries also want to replicate it. While we using that factory model to churn out those engineers have to make a little bit of a course correction in terms of the kind of the tools that they become familiar with, right? Like Srikanth has mentioned earlier as well. The discipline of engineering has changed quite a bit, and so is the case when AI comes into the picture. Today, while AI is being used to generate a lot of content, 80% of it is unreliable and unbelievable. And I'll also give you an example. I recently engaged Gemini, which is Bard, erstwhile Bard, and then I asked Gemini to share 10 unknown facts about Anand Mahindra. And then it said the first entrepreneurial venture of Anand was to sell the photographs that he took as a kid. Right? And I sent it to Anand. I WhatsApped it to Anand and said, this is what Bard is going to say. He said, absolutely crazy. Right? So it is generating a lot of content which is not reliable as well. So it's gonna bring what I call as the trust deficit. Those things aside, the interesting things that it is going to do is, ability to convert a legacy code into a new age code. Many large companies in the world today still run on mainframes and the legacy code, right? They are absolutely scared to touch it. But now there is a prospect of using a generative AI algorithm and apply it to that legacy code and see how that legacy code can be generated into a new age code. So the course correction that these engineers or the professionals need to do is how to use those particular tools in a right sense, and what is the additional inventory of the skills that they need to acquire. And a good inventory of skill that they need to acquire, which is what we were taught in the school as well, is the spirit of inquiry. That's where the prompt engineering is going to come from. If you don't have a strong spirit of inquiry, you won't be able to come up with meaningful prompts. So it kind of ties down to some of the basics that we have learnt in the school, where our professors have kind of asked us to foster that skill of the spirit of inquiry, which is going to work very well in the world of artificial intelligence as well. So this is how it is going to shape up over a period of time.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Rajesh. And I still remember, बचपन से हमको बोला है सत्य की खोज करो, right? I mean, absolutely. Everybody, when we were growing up, they want us to do satya ki khoj. So prompt engineering and satya ki khoj, if you ask the right questions, you'll get the right answers. Okay. Next question to Raghu. Raghu, as representation of NASSCOM, you do work with a lot lot of startups as well, mid-size, small, new age, deep tech, etc. What do you see as your experience of this entire, demand-supply paradox that we have for those startups, and what is it the necessary steps that are being taken to address that in your sphere?
See, on the challenges, if we see, first of all, thank you for having me here. If we see the industry challenges, if we take one step aside and see the last 6 years, the kind of disruption every sector has faced is unprecedented, starting with pandemic, followed by geopolitical stability, and followed by technology disruptions. So there are challenges on business along with the challenges on talent, right? Again, there are conventional challenges with talent in terms of skill gap, in terms of retention, and with pandemic, there is a widespread talent across the nation. Now, we see talent everywhere, which is a good problem to have. So the important point is what are the measures taken to overcome it, right? Whether it's as early stage startup, a mid stage enterprise, or a large enterprise, the steps taken to overcome these challenges. So if we see a technology sector point of view, which is what I would like to share a couple of points, technology sector has been very pivotal, in the growth of the entire segment. Despite of several disruptions, tech sector has seen a positive growth, right, in the last couple of years. And as we stand today, it is $254 billion revenue generating segment with 5.4 million workforce, and with a strong, diverse, workforce of close to 36% women, right? And these challenges of diversified or spread over workforce have also given opportunity to reach various geographies. We see a lot of tier 2, tier 3 centers picking up in tapping large potential of talent across these segments. So these and of course not the new block, the most prominent kid across the block, the Gen AI. In the recent survey, we see a lot of enterprises have committed their spend on building Gen AI capabilities. So it's a two-way street. One, of course, the academia coming forefront, building those partnerships with the relevant tech players to build the capacity to the students, and of course again industry also moving that hand to bring the practitioner's point of view to overcome these challenges, to build or reduce the skill gap, to bring solutions close to reality. So these are few aspects which we see is happening, and India leading the AI wave. I think with the inevitable India, as everyone speak, there is a large demand on with talent and technology are taking a center stage for every enterprise, as Mr. Rajesh said, to reimagine, to rewrite, to their entire growth pattern. So we see a lot of opportunities for the ecosystem, for the academia. It's more how these enabling initiatives will help them leverage the most out of it and reduce the scale.
Thank you. I like the word inevitable India. I like it. From incredible India to inevitable India. Wonderful. Thank you for that, Raghu. Ramesh, Dr. Ramesh, you have been leading this organization, I think last 2 years you mentioned. It's into product, it's into digital infrastructure for banking. As a product leader, this company and yourself, what's your experience, right? I mean, and you have a mix of a global presence outside India and India. What's your perspective on this entire scenario right now? Would love to hear from you.
Sure, thank you. I think it's probably the most pertinent topic of how do we manage the talent paradox, because whether it's a product company or a services or any other industry, without talent, I don't think it's going to move forward or there will be any progress, right? So while many points have already been called out, first is my perspective being on both industry and academia side is that the temptation to have a very short-term view needs to go both from the industry side as well as the academia side. And Professor Desai called out that an industry looks at it from a quarter-on-quarter versus a few years. I think I was fortunate to experience both sides. And that temptation is very much there today. While we talk of wanting solutions from the industry, we want them to be quick fix, turnkey, very point in time, which is not always the right scenario. Similarly, academicians, I think Srikanth called this out, right? That the first conversation always is about, can you come over for campus placements, right? So the moment the short-term view goes out, there is a possibility for a more meaningful conversation. That's my view. Second, both sides need to adopt a more supply chain type of a view, right? If you take an automobile industry, the supply chain is set up in a way that it's always for the long run. There are partner, dealer tie-ups. There are spare part tie-ups. There is a whole set of experts who are always associated with the spare part dealers or others. There are panels that are conducted. There is a huge amount of testing that's conducted before even a single nut or a bolt goes into a car, right? So I think that supply chain mindset needs to come in, whether it's a service company, product company, or any other industry, which will then automatically shift the view from a short term to a more medium term, long term. And thirdly, very important, well, there's a lot of talk of AI. I always call this out. One of my passion is to talk about emotional intelligence. The PI model that Srikanth called out, or the T model we had, I will put a foundational bar below, which is, call it the Roman letter 2 model or I model, is the NI, which is the natural intelligence. In all this buzz and noise that we are hearing about all of these, most students, unfortunately, maybe for no fault of theirs, are severely lacking, or they need desperate help on that, is how do we deal with this constant influx of information, and how do we build that natural intelligence, right? Make it stronger, the emotional intelligence. And our entire education system has been on who's got the best marks, who's going to the top institutes, who's scored the maximum. And we are all part of it. Let's admit it. We are all part of it, right? So till that obsession with only top institutes, top marks, top percentages it's there. We will have the same dialogue again a few years down the line. If we really want solutions and this to work, we'll have to step away from that. I think those will be my 3 things. Focus on foundational aspects from a student side as well as industry side. And since I'm on both sides, I'm being blunt about it. Yeah.
Fantastic. And artificial intelligence versus natural intelligence is not the thing. It's AI plus NI. Fabulous. Nice. I'll use that in some of my panel discussions as well, Doctor. Thank you for that. Rajesh, coming back to you, right? AI disruption, it's just become synonymous. But I think this could also be the moment for our country. What do you see how we can all come together as a community, right? So that's what we're trying to do. But how can we do it? How can we really make it happen? Any prescriptive steps that you can suggest?
Yeah, in terms of the best prescription that one can give is based on the model that has worked for us in the past, right? When I was setting up a financial processing services company along with Raman way back 10-12 years ago, at that point of time when I used to go to any bank or a financial institute, they used to give the example of a China Union Pay. And they used to say China Union Pay is the world leader in the financial processing, and China it exceeded India by a very, very wide margin from a digital payments perspective. And now if you look at, China is trailing far behind India from a digital payments. Recently there was also a WhatsApp forward that was showing a timeline how India has raced much ahead of China. So if we decipher in terms of what has happened, one, I'm not saying that we should bring in another demon exercise. That will be disastrous. So I'm not saying that you should bring in a demonetization experience. But what has happened is there was a clarion call from the Honorable Prime Minister and also the others saying that you should teach other people how to do digital payments, right? today now it's quite possible, I'm not trying to demean, but it's quite possible that a beggar on the street may teach other person how to accept a digital payment, right? They know how to start using the digital payment. So if you take that particular model, can we do the same thing like one teach and another person with regards to artificial intelligence? Can we replicate that particular model in terms of, first of all, what is AI? And here the focus is not on technology, the focus is on outcome. And one good example is Uber. If you tell your granny that Uber has cloud, Uber has robotic process automation, Uber has machine learning, she will throw the phone away, right? You're not going to tell her that. You're going to tell her that if you want to go from point A to point B in a safest and the cheapest manner, here is an app that will work for you. That is outcome and an experience led rather than focusing on the underlying technology. So is the case with AI, where you have to focus on what is the experience it is going to deliver and how it is going to make one's life a lot more simpler and easier. So if you bring that particular narrative forward and use some of the models that have helped us in the country and replicate it, then we will be far ahead when compared to others in the world of artificial intelligence. Whether it's artificial intelligence or natural intelligence, the idea is to make things better for an individual.
Yeah, exactly. And I do foresee that there is a requirement for AI for grandparents as a session too sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, AI for kids as well, right?
Yeah, of course.
In terms of, it's not only for grandparents. Maybe if you make the experience easier, it may turn the tables and the grandparent may be teaching it to the kid.
Wow, that would be interesting. Thank you. Thanks for that. Raghu, next question to you. We were discussing during our IAC meetings and as well, there are a lot of policy recommendations around fellowships, internships already with AICTE and other education bodies. But what could be done to make it really more meaningful, right? We had a couple of viewpoints in the morning session, but just to make it more programmatic, if you could share some of your viewpoints, and we will also try to incorporate that as part of this IAC policy framework. Yeah,
I'm sure you will put me in spot. So, see, my point of view is the policy is mainly an enabler to provide the basic access to facility, to mentorship, to enhance the knowledge and experience. Let me share my, experience. When I've started my career, I've, worked for a manufacturing organization where the training period was 1 year. So we were told to have a 6 months, just the training across various departments to understand how the business functions, and then 6 months on the job for a specific department which we will work in to understand how the workflow and what needs to be done and how it works, so on and so forth. For the first 1 year, it doesn't make any sense because as a youngster, we always wanted to jump on, the live project which is in progress and be the star, take that, award and good grand money and so on and so forth. But at the end of the year, we realize the actual sense of, imparting the training. It's not just to directly enhance our tech and soft skills, it is also to embed the cultural fit into the organization to see if we can, have the same vision of what, business is taking. So these any initiative which will enable, of course, we have chief guest and Srikanth sir and all the panelists have impressed upon the practitioner's point of view to understand the application per se, to have the right solutions in place. So, and I was also, looking for one of the, reading one of the podcasts where one of the leaders said, do not get fixated on what you want to do. Focus on, your fundamental aspect of what the problem is and how will you approach to do it, and take every opportunity it comes. This will lead you, in a right path. So I believe the stress upon the foundation of the problem skills, inculcating the cultural fit for with the enterprises. These things, will take along for any individual or also enterprises to have a long-term, strategy.
Oh, perfect. That's a very important point. And I think that leads to the question to you, Dr. Ramesh. Cultural fit, when you're hiring people, you cannot really make out in the first few interviews, 5 hours, how culturally fit this person will be to my organization. What are the basic tenets that you follow while hiring processes, right? What kind of mindset this person has? Anything that you can share, our students here will benefit a lot.
Yeah, great question on that, and very valid in how they get selected, as well as what we typically look at, especially in a product type of scenario, is that ability. We've talked so much about solving problems, right? If you extend that further, is there a bit of a design thinking mindset? We, of course, in 30 minutes, 1 hour, you can't find out all of it, but in the past, even if you're studying during your engineering days, what are some of the activities? I typically, for instance, look at beyond the academics. I believe IQ is there with everybody nowadays. Everybody has a very high level of IQ. What are some of the areas where this IQA has been applied? B, I talked of the emotional angle, right? Have you been able to take that mindset forward on addressing some very practical scenarios in your institute? Second thing is the dynamic aspect, right? Beyond the academics, have you also participated in various activities that are helping in the institution building? For instance, have you been on some committees? Have you been part of anything environment friendly, right? So where you can see that passion coming out of your what you have done there. The third thing I think is very clearly a can-do. We talk so much about it. There are no ready-made solutions in any place. Is that can-do spark or that attitude coming through in your actions so far, whether it's in your engineering or even outside? So if that ability, I think, matters a lot. In fact, in our current organization, it's one of our values, and that can do also brings out the sense of entrepreneurship, and it's not always waiting for direction. Culturally, unfortunately, India has been a bit of a direction taking scenario, and it used to hurt me when so many of my clients, and when I was on the consulting and services side, despite the best efforts, they would always point out that if you have a floor, everybody is waiting for instructions rather than standing up and saying something is wrong and this is how I'll solve it, or this is how we'll do it, why don't you listen to us? So that I don't, and even unfortunately our organizations don't encourage too much of that. That's a reality, right? So I think these 3-4 things as a combination are what we would broadly look at in a selection process, right?
यहाँ पे कोई क्वेश्चन पूछता है तो बोलता है अरे क्रांतिकारी आ गया. We don't want.
I call that out because it's not just the students. We as people who are interviewing them need a mindset change.
We do, and I think 25 years back we were getting interviewed, and we were talking like that, and now we want the other person to just tone down a little bit and work in a
just to add to what Ramesh has mentioned, all wonderful points, Ramesh. Only one thing that I wanted to mention is we seem to be living in a world where fake it till you make it seems to work, but when it comes to culture, faking it doesn't work. And it takes 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, for an experienced person to figure out whether you're faking it or you're really saying it. So for God's sake, don't ever follow that practice of faking it.
Brilliant point. Thank you for that. And I don't have any questions to you guys, but I just want, for the sake of the initiative, for the industry academic connect, 30 seconds, each one of you, what is the commitment that you guys can make? And I'll start with Dr. Ramesh. Sure. For taking this initiative forward. And this is getting recorded.
Yeah. After this, I'm going to get this tattooed on myself as well. So my commitment clearly is, I've shared this with both Manish and Pankaj already, is that I'll be there to share my experiences, and I clearly told him I don't want it to be a one-off sharing, would like to be associated probably with the full batch for a longer time, and quite frankly, I'm done with turnkey solutions and quick fixes, right? So that's my commitment.
Oh, thank you. We have already counted you in. We sort of volunteered you already for that. So thank you. And Ramesh, I think there's lots to do together. There is, I see not just through the organization that you're working with, but in your personal capacity. I think even if we can influence the students a wee bit with the learning that you have, that would be immense for them.
Sure. And I'll be more than happy. One last statement that applies to both all of us is, personally, I keep reminding myself, is this will need a lot of patience and perseverance. I hope that's something that we are all, FTCCI especially with as the institute that's bringing everybody together and talent farm, while we'll commit, it'll need a lot of patience to get the required outcomes, right? So Pankaj, I'm only looking at you here. No, thank you. Thanks again for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Good point. Raghu?
I'm already part of this ICT, so please don't ask me any more commitment. I am already committed. See, from NASCOM standpoint, we are always with, we support these initiatives which are the enablers for the industry, academia, and all the stakeholders. We are committed to work along with industry and academia to make it happen, make it, a large success. And yeah, I am with Srikanth sir. Given a choice, even I want to be part of this youth. At least I can tell I am part of youth.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that's not the reality. Thank you. And Raghu, your massive network that you have on the other side, I think we will drill into that a lot as we go forward. Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, to you.
Yeah, from my side, 2 points. One is in terms of, after so many accomplishments, I made one decision 18 months ago, which finally made my dad to say, "Nalayak se layak ban gaya." Because I decided to do PhD, which my dad did way back in 70s. He was one of the few PhDs in the world in grape culture, viticulture. Then it's a different thing that he went down the career path with a bank. So that was his cherished ambition to see his son with a doctorate degree. So I finally decided to do, and that to juxtapose that to what Professor Saab said earlier, enlightened self-interest. So with given my PhD journey and my enlightened self-interest, being a professor of practice comes naturally because it's of my enlightened self-interest. So if you have to marry this both, I'm happy to contribute probably 8 to 10 hours in a month to the student community, which I am committing to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ravi.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Today we are launching the program on IAC, Industry Academia Connect program. In this program, we enroll the colleges and universities as members, and we have also established collaborations with organizations such as T-Hub, Task, T-Works, etc. Make the students employable in the industry. Also, we prepare them for innovations to engage them in the startup activities. So that's the idea of the IAC program. It has been launched today in FTCCI.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I would request K. Mohan Radu Garu to please come over on the stage and talk more about ICT committee and the initiatives that we are taking. Please.
As you see, FTCCI, earlier it was called FAPC, Federation of AP Chambers of Commerce and Industry, before the state was bifurcated. Now, with the formation of Telangana, it's called FTCCI, Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry. As you have seen, it's a 106, 7-year-old organization. It's a premier chambers in the country, one of the premier chambers in the country. To run this chambers, we have 22 committees. One of them is our ICT committee. 22 committees comprise of international, banking, taxation, like that. We have 22 committees. Among the 22, one is this ICT committee. We have some major events happening every year from the FTCCI as such. For example, FTCCI Excellence Awards and FTCCI HR Awards, FTCCI MSME Conclave, then Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo, and International Conference on Shipping and Logistics. These are the events, annual events that happen every year by the other committees. When it comes to the ICT committee, it's an excellent composition of the members. We have Dr. Uday Desai as one of our advisors, and Mr. Rajanna P. Rajanna, the head of TCS, he is another advisor, and myself, the chair. As I told you, I'm the director at Informatics India. I'm in the field for over 40 years now, starting from the first generation computers. So then we have Bala Pedigari, he is a co-chairman. He is the Chief Innovation Officer at TCS. And we have Pankaj, he is the Director at Idea Labs. We have Sandeep Srivastava, Director at Microsoft. And then we have members from the top industries like SAP, Microsoft, TCS, Wipro, Infosys, like that. From all these companies, we have the members in this ICT committee. At ICT committee, we have 3 types of activities. One is ad hoc events that happen almost every month, one activity every month. And then we have annual events. Then we have sustained activity events. So sustained activities on the ChatGPT, like that, AI in sector-wise AI use cases, blockchain, digital transformation, like that. We keep doing events that on a regular basis. Then we have annual events. That's we have started an event called Impetus with HICIA, in collaboration with HICIA. That will be an annual event. And Impetus is a event that happens between FTCCI members and HICIA members, where HICIA members showcase their offerings, like IT offerings. Then the members of the FTCCI from the trade and industry, they come and take the demos, and then they go for it wherever it's required. That's the purpose of this Impetus. Then we have Deep Tech Roundtable. See why Telangana is lagging behind in deep tech units. On that, we have taken an initiative, and we have run a Deep Tech Roundtable last year, and this year next edition will happen soon. So these are some of the annual events. On the sustained basis, we have the MSME health card, where MSMEs, they have to be monitored and encouraged to comply in the technologies, the finance, HR, and compliance side. So all this, we are developing a forum with an application to monitor them and then grade them and give the health card system for MSMEs. That is one thing. Then we have the student industry interaction. Now the launch is happening now. And then we also have a activity for the startup and the industry interaction. Startups also need the right mentoring from the industry. Basically, the members of the FTCCI, they are the consumers of the technology and technological solutions. So the problem statement given by the industry people, that becomes more authentic for the startups to do the innovations. Otherwise, what happens, they do on a theoretical basis, and it may be accepted or may not be accepted by the industry. Whereas if it happens in the collaboration with FTC industry members, it will be more successful. That's the idea. So
That's about the ICT committee. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Mr. Srikanth Sinha, CEO of Telangana Academy of Skills and Knowledge, and Pankaj Diwan, please have a seat.
Share a little about the activities that TASK does and how it's helping the colleges and students and industry in ensuring that, what we've been talking since morning about the paradoxical situation where you have industry scrambling for talent and you have people worried about jobs and other things. So I would request you to first talk a little about TASK and then probably we can go further in the conversation.
Sure. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Pankaj and FTCCI and everyone involved in this program. Talking about TASK, I think the very simple thing that happened was when the state got bifurcated, 1,400 plus organizations were surveyed only to find out that the less than 10% locals were employed and the people who were employed were not meeting up to the expectations of the industry. And that's where TASK was created. 10 years forward, if you look at it, we have skilled close to about 9 lakh plus students, but skilling students isn't good enough unless until you skill the faculty members. 18,000 plus faculty members on pedagogy as well as technology, and we are industry agnostic, as I said. So we work with about 750 colleges, or should I say 750 colleges benefit from our programs. We work with 80 plus corporate partners all across India, offering 110 plus programs to all the colleges. And that's what TASK is today. Looking at our pillars, we have 3 pillars. Education, no, we don't run education institutions, but we look at the industry. We look at what the academia is providing, and if you look at the way we were set up, we were supposed to be a bridge between industry, academia, and the government institutions, and that's how TASK was set up. And that was our prime focus. But over the years, we have moved slightly. We have got a 2-pronged vision now. First is making our youth employable. So anything, and we don't have a logo here, but if you look at our logo, it's a tree, a learning tree which has got a fruit on each and every branch, which means any initiative that we take has to result in either a livelihood, a job, or an entrepreneurial opportunity. The second is, of course, employability, where we, more than 500 plus organizations advertise their entry-level jobs on our portal itself, and they are able to get their students. So all across all industries we work with. And talking about the models are very simple. We sit over and above the academic curriculum, right? And students, we register colleges with us, and students in those colleges, I've got a team of about 35 faculty members who go and conduct classes over there. We also do virtual classes, but this is a laddered approach. So what we realized early on was that skilling in the final year doesn't make help. It's more like eating a 500 mg capsule before going for your medical examination. Doesn't help anyone. And that's where we staggered the entire learning approach. So just to give you a very rudimentary example, AutoCAD. We start with the basic AutoCAD in first year, second semester. Second year is user level. Third year is advanced or professional level. And that's typically how we run all our programs. They are staggered. We also do this thing which is a different kind of a thing. So apart from technology, we also talk about behaviors, and we also talk about domains. So that's the kind of thing that we do. Second is more of a finishing school model, where we work with the industry vertical itself and ensure that we run short-term skilling programs along with industry partners or ourselves to skill for a particular industry. 70% of those people get placed. And the third is a very unique model and has played a huge part in the growing ecosystem of Telangana, is what we call as first day, first hour productivity program. where we work with a single organization itself. We customize the training program as per the requirement of that organization. If they are looking at about 50 people, we'll train about 100 to start with. We co-create the curriculum. And if I don't have the subject matter experts or the aircraft engines in my labs, I would much rather go and train on the shop floor of the industry itself, which has been a very, very successful model over here. Because it's a win-win, as the Honorable Special Chief Secretary also was mentioning. Instead of a lose-lose, it has to be a win-win situation for all. So that is a helicopter view of what we do. Of course, I would like to also, since entrepreneurship was also being discussed, we run a very unique program called I4TS, Innovating for Telangana. And this runs with a punchline called Samajika Avashkaranalu Sarlamaina Jivitanki, Social Innovation for Simplifying Lives. This is a virtual program, as it was said that, entrepreneurship cannot be taught in a classroom. We run this program virtually, and instead of diving deep straight into the entrepreneurship development program, we have an innovation and entrepreneurship mindset creation program first, which is 7 weeks linked to the SDGs. And then, for example, last year, 20,584 students got, or youth got impacted, I should say. Anyone in the age group of 18 to 35 can enroll for this program in Telangana and undergo this program. The videos are available online, and I'm happy to say, Pankaj, that last year we got the Scotch Gold Award for this program as a unique initiative that was run. So we bring it down from 20,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 5,000, 5,000 to roughly about 500 ideas of 1,500 people. Then they undergo a complete 20 weeks kind of a program, which is the entrepreneurship development, the mission model canvas, the business plans, and everything else. But we are slightly different again. Every startup, every entrepreneur wants themselves to be invested in, but they have never sold anything in their life. So we have a module in between called as Angdi or Mandi, where you actually have to go and sell something, because you can't teach consumer behavior in a classroom. You can't teach how to handle your first rejection, or what should you be selling, features, advantages, or benefits. And that's where we have a Karo and Sikho kind of a model built into between. So that is a helicopter view of what TASK does. Thank you.
Wonderful and very refreshing. So we've been discussing this in the past also. One of the things that I think we share as a common idea is about the whole concept of problem solving, hackathons and industry problems. And you saw today's initiative is very much based on that. Albeit it's not a one-day hackathon, it's a 6 months hackathon or a 8-month hackathon. I want to know from you, because again, you've worked so closely with colleges and students, what has been your experience in running these hackathon kind of programs? And do you think we are in the right direction in that sense?
Oh, absolutely. I think today the biggest problem is, and Pankaj, I think at the cost of repeating myself, you have of course heard it multiple times, and some of the college people also would have heard this, but I ask a question to every college or any student that I meet in any forum, which is, if I have to empty the Indian Ocean using a bucket, how much time will it take, right? And believe you me, 99% of the people say, oh, it cannot be done, right? Because the problem is they don't look at logical thinking. Computational thinking is just not there, right? Simple problem, size of Indian Ocean, size of bucket. If the size of bucket is as big as the Indian Ocean, it will take a couple of seconds only, right? But that thinking process is not there. Unfortunately, our educational institutions also today are only teaching syntaxes. And that is where the biggest challenge comes in. As a result of which, what you said in the beginning itself, we are creating, I don't want to use the word glorified clerks kind of a word, but yes, we are only creating people for the service and operations industry in IT. We are not having product mindset. And for creating that product mindset, it is important to have computational thinking, foundations, focus on the foundation. Today it's Python, tomorrow it will be Cobra, then what? Again you will go and learn the syntaxes. And that is the challenge, and that's where I think this kind of a solution that got discussed today is going to be the solution, because, and Sir, Professor Desai, to answer your question also, I think hackathons are the best way, because today research, as you rightly said, research academia takes time, industry wants it as of yesterday. Hackathons probably are the best way, sir, to bring the best of the academia as well as the industry mentors with the brightest of minds to solve problems. And that is what is most important. Solving hackathons, doing something, getting 1,000 people in a room in your college, etc., to solve a problem for 2 days is good. But then what? What next? I think it's important to have a sustained kind of a thing, right? As Professor Saab also said, you don't create things, it is built over time. That's where it is most important, that we should have a sustained kind of a thing. And today, if we look at it, 60% of our students who are in college, their parents haven't been to college, right? They're first generation learners. So the role that mentors would play over here, right, as part of the platform, as part of Talent Farm and this initiative, I think would be very, very useful for these kids to help them. We come from a very simple standpoint. If you can't stand the sight of blood, you should not become a doctor or join the defense forces. Correct? Attrition today in the industry is high because of only one reason. It's bear child, it's herd mentality. Everyone follows. If my peer pressure is also there, if you want to call it that way, yes. But yes, it's the same thing. Look at your competencies, look at your skills, your abilities, etc. And then if you are able to do it, right, and you can skill people. And that's what we have seen always, right? So you should have for example, just 30 seconds, so I'll take more. Safran, when they were setting up their aircraft manufacturing facility over here, we looked at not only the skills but competencies, right? So hand dexterity, 3D visualization, spatial thinking. These were the competencies that were required over there. We didn't select students. They were wanting aeronautical engineering. We took them to the polytechnics, diploma students, electronic and mechanical. And what we did was we gave them nuts and bolts, how quickly you could fasten them, unfasten them, right? There was a sheet on which there were 5 pins, 4 pins, etc. in different orientations. They had plastic discs. They had to keep it over there. So what we checked was what are your competencies which will help the aircraft industry. As a result of which, out of these people were creating cable harnesses for the aircraft engines. Out of the first 1,000 cable harnesses that were sent to France, not even one got rejected. Of course, I don't have competencies on aircraft engine training, etc. So Safran, our partner under the first efforts of productivity, trained those people, and none of them got rejected. As a result of which Telangana also benefited. We got a 1,500 crore MRO opening over here. So I think, it's practical trainings, helping people apply their mindsets under the guidance of a mentor is what actually is the game changer.
I think there are 2 or 3 things running in my mind even as you're talking about this. One is we can probably use this platform to advise all the colleges that we have to now think beyond hackathons, because I remember distinctly in 2014, a group of us, we call ourselves Hyderabad Hackers, we got together and created a hackathon, open hackathon, where almost 50 colleges had participated. This was with Computer Society of India. Vaishali was part of that group, couple of others who are here were part of that group. And then over a period of time, that was then to bring the culture of hackathon. Those were days when we had to explain to some of the principals that hackathon is not a bad word. It's not like security hacking. It's, to build something quickly. But then now I think it's become a common knowledge, and thanks to Smart India hackathons and so many other hackathons, it's a very common thing. I think now is the stage to graduate to what I probably call as product-a-thon. Pick the best ideas of the hackathon and make it into a 6 months to 9 months sustainable initiative so that it actually becomes a product and sees the light of the day. And the benchmark for that has to be that people use it or people pay for it.
right? Unless people pay for it, you are always going to get some guests from the industry who will come and say very good, because you've invited them. They also want to be good to the students, so they'll say very good, and then we all take solace in that. I think we have to go beyond that, stretch the benchmark and say, now, if it's good, pay for it. And then you'll really know the feedback, whether it's worth paying or not. I think I would request all the colleges and students here, because I know students are now so active, they conduct hackathons on their own. Ensure that at the end of the hackathon, someone is paying for that. If they are paying for it, then it's worth it. Otherwise, make a 6 months deadline that in 6 months it will be developed to a stage where it can be paid. The second thing I think that you were talking about is also very interesting, where it is about how all the partners come together, because none of us are self-sufficient. And I think that's where the partnership with FTCCI and Task, or FTCCI T-Hub, FTCCI T-Works, because in individual capacity, I think all the organizations have been trying to do something. I know of so many mentors sitting here in the first row who in their individual capacity have been doing a lot. Whenever we meet them, whenever we talk to them, they say, we're working with a bunch of students. I think it's time to get together and make it as a force multiplier. And finally, the concept of mentors, which earlier Professor Desai was also talking in terms of professor of practice or mentor. Like Sadhguru says, mentor is like GPS, Guru positioning system. I think we all need a mentor in our life, right? Because they provide the direction, and they are like role models who create fuel in our body. Can I become even 5% of this person? I mean, every time I meet someone like Professor Desai, that's what is the excitement I get, right? Can I become even 5% of this person? And that's what drives us to doing things. So I'm glad that you brought these points. Sir, I would also like you to dwell a little about this whole concept that we are trying to launch, where we want a continuous dialogue between the industry and academia. And even as I'm saying this, I hate to call this as industry academia. I wish we can come up with a new term where it's one team, Team India or Team One kind of a thing, where we have student representatives also, college representatives also, and some of the industry. So we would request Task also to support, facilitate this.
Sure. And I think very valid points, and of course what you said is talking about process of practice. Task was the first to start this as a process itself, and if you look at the Niti Aayog best practices 3 years ago, they spoke about process of practice over there also, because we have been using it, and of course Professor Desai was a governing council member earlier on of Task, so he's very much aware of it. And coming to the second part of it, I think there are certain things that we as industry and academia have to avoid to make this collaboration happen. Today, the very first thing when a person from a college, an academic institution meets an industry is he will say, can you come to my college for a campus recruitment, right? And that is the first place where you have drawn a line, because the industry thinks that you will keep on pestering him till he comes there, right? Instead of that, if we change our conversation and say, can you please come and interact with our students? It's a different story altogether, right? I think the reason why this has not moved, and absolutely right, we've been talking about academia and industry collaborations, and we'll keep on talking till the cows go home, but point is, we have to change our mindsets itself. And that is what is most important from both the points, right? Today, at least thanks to hackathons, and if we are talking about sustained hackathons or industry chairs that are there in multiple institutions, like institutions of repute, IITs, etc., have got the industry chairs, right, where they fund for research. Now, if those kind of things keep on happening, I think the involvement of industry will automatically increase in the academic institutions. Second thing is, I think academic institutions also need to realize that research, of course, as I always keep on saying, for good music, you need musicians which are skilled, right? But you also need the Bachs and the Beethovens, the researchers, without which good music will never happen, right? And that's where it is important for the academia to stop doing academic research, but look at industry-oriented research. And that is where things will change. Because I think that's when people Today what is happening is you need an interpreter to talk between these two, because these two people are talking different languages. And that is what this cell has to do. The cell has to play the part of an interpreter, but at the same time helping both the parties to understand that, look, these are some of the words of that party and these are some of the words of this party. Ensuring that they start talking in a common language. And the thing is, today, academic institutions have to look at their students also differently, right? Because if we talk about the future, no one can predict the future, right? People tried and they failed miserably. But the fact remaining is that we are in a, I'm sure some of you would have seen a boat race, right? When you start rowing, you are sitting opposite to the direction in which you are moving. And that is what is happening right now. Academic institutions have to involve the industry, because industry is the fastest to accept change. Universities, etc., move at a glacial pace, right? Industry can only guide you and tell you what could be the future. For example, if I look at it, AI, ML, and all these base technologies, IoT, 5G, etc., are going to be the foundation. And all other technologies are going to be on top of it. That is what IR 4.0, 5.0 is going to bring. How many of our educational institutions today, the professors are even aware or have gone to a manufacturing facility? I'm not talking about IT right now, I'm talking about manufacturing, right? And if you look at, okay, let me talk about automobile engineering, right? How this field has completely changed. You need to know about cell, so you need to have chemistry, right? You need to know mechanical engineering, because at the end of the day, it's a moving part. You need to know cyber security, because someone can hack your audio system, because all cars are connected and know where you're going for your dinner. You need to understand AI ML, because the battery which is generating the power has to get, it's going to use an AI logic, an ML logic. You need to know about electronics and electrical, because distribution has to happen. Earlier, you need to have only ICE knowledge, and that was it. And that is where industry today needs to be part of all academic boards and play a real part over there in ensuring that curriculum changes. We have to change the curriculum, as of yesterday. And that is where industry can play a part. Of course, academia into research, into helping test beds. If you are trying something new, the colleges have got so many students. Industry looks at group discussions, etc. But have you ever looked at the college as a test bed for doing your group discussions, etc., trying out your technologies, trying out your various things? We have not been looking at common goal of how we can support each other, and that's there. And task will be absolutely, as our definition says, a bridge between academia, industry, and the government institutions. Happy to play that part.
Thank you, sir. No, and I'm glad that, and I just want to re-emphasize the point that I think as academia, we should get smart to sell our value proposition in a much better way, rather than looking at ourselves as a seeker. I think if we can present ourselves as an equal and say that this is what we can offer, this is what is our students offering, this is what is our offering, I think it makes a lot of difference. I think that language and that has to change. And as we were talking about the complicated technologies, Manish and me were exchanging smiles to say, thank God we completed our engineering before it got complicated. Because I think it's very tough for these kids here, because they have to learn what we learned also, and they have to learn what is present and future also. So I think life is becoming very complicated for them.
I think they need to focus more on the basics, right? There's only one building called Hawa Mahal, which is a building without foundation, right? So ensure that your foundations are more strong, and that is more important.
Sir, but taking a little liberty here, the problem is you will talk about basics, and next session Rajesh will come and talk about blockchain and Web3. And Avnish will talk about cloud and say everything is on the cloud.
So if your basics are strong, I think all that.
So I am on student side, sir. I am confused, thoroughly confused.
No, I think technologies will keep on changing, right? It doesn't matter, but if your basics are strong, right? And today, if you, okay, so let me just digress a bit for a minute. If you look at it earlier, the skilling used to be a T-shaped, right? Where you knew a lot of things, but you had your domain expertise in one single area, right? Moving ahead, skilling will be a pie. You will know a lot of things. You would have your domain expertise in one single area, and the second would be all your things, what we call as 21st century skills, leadership skills, higher order thinking skills, growth mindsets, AI, ML, cloud, blockchain, cyber security, all these things would come over there. And plus, here is the best part, you also need a subdomain. And that is how things are going to move now, right? So skilling is going to be very different than the skilling that we know today. In fact, you are saying the students are confused. If I'm given a wish today to be reborn, I would like to be born as a youth in this generation and this age. The kind of opportunities, the kind of technologies, the kind of things that are available today, they can, really change the world.
Absolutely. No, I share that with you, and we can go on with this conversation forever, but in the interest of time, we'll wrap it up here. Thank you so much for your time and for your views, and I'm sure it was very thought-provoking for all the kids.
All the products which are on display on the upper concourse. I would urge all those present here to go and visit every stall and see what kind of innovation and productivity happens at Teamworks. Yesterday, I believe that our Make It at Metro event, which has been put together so wonderfully by our Teamworks team, it's a great way of coming closer to the people, and I believe that the maker culture, L&T is also very much part of the maker culture, because so I think that's a fantastic way to start, and because just a simple verbal agreement, more people, and spread the maker culture through the metro stations. Thank you so much.
I'm quite impressed. Today morning I came 1 hour early, just went around all the exhibition center. I am seeing for the first time, and somebody was painting with fingers and the 3D printers. Many things are displayed there. Everybody should take advantage of this 2-day exhibition here. The dreams of youngsters especially, and beautiful products are there. So I think we must encourage them also.
It's a great start for me to be here, and thanks for Teamworks. I heard so much about Teamworks, but how they work. It's wonderful. Next generation. ఎన్నో ఆశలతో ఉన్న యువతకి టీవర్క్స్ అనేది ఒక దిక్సూచి. ఆల్ ది బెస్ట్ ఫర్ ద హోల్ టీమ్ ఆఫ్ టీవర్క్స్. గాడ్ బ్లెస్ యూ.
సో ఢిల్లీలో కూడా ఒక మెట్రో స్టేషన్ ఉంది, ఉద్యోగ్ నగర్ మెట్రో స్టేషన్. అక్కడికి మీరు వెళ్తే వాట్ దే హ్యావ్ డన్, ఈ మెట్రో సంబంధించిన మొత్తం ఆర్టిఫాక్ట్స్, ఈ చరిత్రం నుంచి వాళ్ళు ఏ స్టేజ్లో ఎట్లా పని చేశారు అక్కడ డిస్ప్లే చేశారు, ఒక మ్యూజియం లాగా. సో ఐ థింక్ దిస్ ఈజ్ ఆల్సో గ్రేట్ ఇనిషియేటివ్. మనం టీవర్క్స్ ద్వారా తక్కువ ఖర్చులో ఎక్కువ అవుట్పుట్ మనం ఎట్లా జనరేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, అది నేర్చుకునే విధానం కూడా మనం ఇక్కడ డిస్ప్లే చేసేస్తే చాలామంది మన బీటెక్ స్టూడెంట్స్, లేకపోతే ఎవరైతే ఐటీ సెక్టర్లో పని చేస్తున్నారు, మనం టెక్నాలజీ ద్వారా ఏమేమి సాధించుకోవచ్చు అనేది చాలామందికి ఐడియా రాదు. మంచి కార్యక్రమంలో భాగస్వామి కావడం వల్ల ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి ఏదో ఒక కొత్త అనుభూతి కలుగుతూ ఉంది. నేను కూడా చాలా ఆనందిస్తున్నాను. గత కొన్ని సంవత్సరాల నుంచి ఈ సంస్థలు నడుస్తున్నాయి, కానీ ఎప్పుడైనా టీ హబ్ లాంటి టీవర్క్స్ లాంటి ప్రాంతానికి వెళ్తూ ఉంటే ఒకటి ఏం తెలుస్తుంది అంటే, అక్కడ బాగా చదువుకున్న వాళ్ళు, బాగా ఇంగ్లీష్ మాట్లాడగలిగే వాళ్ళు, పెద్ద పెద్ద డిగ్రీస్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే అక్కడికి వెళ్తున్నారు, అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి సేవల్ని వినియోగించుకుంటున్నారు. సో ఒక సామాన్య ప్రజకి నేను కూడా ఇది ఏమి అనుకోగలను, మా తెలివి కూడా ఇక్కడ ఉపయోగించుకోగలను అట్లాంటి భావన రాదు. సో జనాలు అక్కడికి రాలేకపోతా ఉంటే పదవి జనాల దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళిపోవడం.
Teamworks, India's largest prototype center, and also India's largest PPP, L&T joined together in this platform. So two great giants joining today. Thank you for Srikanth for giving this opportunity for us.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV. To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV. To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
FTCCI అప్పటి పాతది ఫ్యాప్సీ ఎక్సలెన్స్ అవార్డు 1974లో మా ఫ్లాగర్షిప్లో వార్షిక ఈవెంట్గా ప్రారంభించబడ్డాయి. మరియు విజేతలను ఎంపిక చేయడంలో పారదర్శకత మరియు ఖచ్చితత్వం కోసము అవార్డులు అత్యంత గౌరవనీయమైనవిగా పరిగణించబడతాయి. సార్, FTCCI ఒక శతాబ్దానికి పైగా వారసత్వానికి కలిగి ఉన్నది. దాదాపు 107 ఇయర్స్ అయిపోయిందండి. అనేక మంది ప్రముఖులు మరియు గౌరవనీయులైన పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలు, నిపుణులు ఫెడరేషన్కు నాయకత్వం వహించారు మరియు రాష్ట్ర పారిశ్రామిక అభివృద్ధికి అపారంగా సహకరించారు. మేము మా పూర్వీకులు నిర్దేశించిన అడుగుజాడలు అనుసరిస్తున్నాము మరియు రాష్ట్రంలో వ్యాపార వాతావరణాన్ని మెరుగుపరచడానికి ఎల్లప్పుడూ కృషి చేస్తున్నాము. మేము ఈ అన్ని రకాల పరిశ్రమల సంఘాలకి FTCCIని ఆహ్వానించుకుంటున్నాము మరియు విస్తృతమైన చర్య కోసం మిమ్మల్ని సంప్రదించమని అభ్యర్థిస్తున్నాము. చివరగా రాష్ట్రాన్ని పారిశ్రామిక విద్యగా అభివృద్ధి చేయాలన్న ముఖ్యమంత్రి ఆలోచనకు మద్దతు ఇచ్చే రాష్ట్ర అభివృద్ధి బోర్డు రాష్ట్రంలోని FTCCI మరియు ఇతర పరిశ్రమ సంఘాల నుండి ప్రముఖ పారిశ్రామిక సభ్యులతో ఏర్పాటు చేయాలని మేము సూచించాము.
We appreciate the decision of the Honorable Chief Minister for higher working hours for himself and the Council of Ministers to increase the competitiveness of the state, and I am sure this will further enhance growth in the state. Now it's the duty of the industry members to increase their outputs and reap the benefits of their hard work.
ఇవాళ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రజలందరికీ మీరు ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తున్నటువంటి వివిధ రకాల ప్రోడక్ట్స్ అవన్నీ కూడా ప్రజలకి అందుబాటులోకి రావటం మన రాష్ట్రంలోనే కాకుండా ఇతర రాష్ట్రాలకు కూడా అందుబాటులోకి వచ్చే విధంగా మీరు చేస్తున్నారని మిమ్మల్ని ప్రత్యేకంగా అభినందిస్తున్నాను. ఇంకొక విషయం ఏంటంటే, ఎక్కడ కూడా ఇండస్ట్రీస్కు సంబంధించి ప్రతి ప్రభుత్వం ఇవాళ పోటీపడి ఇండస్ట్రీస్ని ఆ రాష్ట్రంలో తీసుకున్నామని కావలసినటువంటి ఫెసిలిటీస్ కానీ ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ కానీ ఏర్పాటు చేయటం ప్రతి ప్రభుత్వంలో జరుగుతుంది. ఈ FTCCI తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో దాదాపు 100 సంవత్సరాలు పైబడి ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ రాష్ట్రం యొక్క అభివృద్ధి ఇండస్ట్రీస్లో ప్రముఖ పాత్ర పోషిస్తూ 1947 కంటే ముందు తర్వాత కూడా మీరు రాష్ట్ర అభివృద్ధిలో భాగస్వాములుగా ఉండి రాష్ట్రాన్ని ఈ స్థాయికి తీసుకొచ్చినందుకు మీ అందరికీ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం తరఫున ప్రత్యేకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను.
So whatever the pain points for the industry that you have already brought to our notice, I assure it will be addressed and they will be resolved in a satisfactory way. I understand the federation may be facing lots of challenges before them because all their partners over there, here, all the entrepreneurs who are sitting here, every day they come up with some problem which you will try to put it before the government, and between the government and between the entrepreneurs. This is the forum where they are contributing their might, their energy, their strength to bring in a business environment, a beautiful business environment to the state. I thank the FTCCI for putting all your effort and see that the state progress in terms of industry. I just learned that FTCCI has prepared reports on cost of doing business and also a ready reckoner on dispute redressal of delayed payments under MSME Act. So we would like to go through it, and I assure all the entrepreneurs and also FTCCI, our government will surely work for the benefit of industry by bringing industry-friendly policies and MSME policy, which shall be first of its kind in the country. I once again congratulate all the award winners who have come and also all the nominees for participating to win the award, and I wish all the best in their future endeavors, and I shall work for your progress to all the entrepreneurs who are sitting over here who would like to see them in the business map of India as a niche company product, and we are all here to promote you, and we are all here to encourage you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Not everyone can create a thriving business in a foreign land, especially from a humble background. But Dr. Guna Mukpuri did just that in Jamaica, thousands of kilometers away from his village in southern India, town of Chittoor, Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Guna's journey to becoming a global entrepreneur and philanthropist is a story of vision, dedication, and relentless pursuit of excellence. Dr. Mukpuri's path took a transformative turn when he interned at the University Hospital of the West Indies in 1992, laying the foundation for his future in the medical and pharmaceutical fields. Dr. Mukpuri served as a family physician in Jamaica for over 2 decades. His unwavering dedication to healthcare and his patients' well-being earned him recognition from the Jamaican government. However, his entrepreneurial spirit soon propelled him to explore new horizons. In 2005, at just 35 years old, Dr. Mukpuri founded Indies Pharma Jamaica Limited. As the principal founder and CEO, he led the company to the forefront of branded generic pharmaceuticals. A landmark achievement was Indies Pharma's listing on the junior market of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Dr. Mukpuri's contributions have earned him numerous prestigious awards from Jamaica and India. In 2019, he was honored with the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman, the highest civilian award for the Indian diaspora. The same year, he was nominated for the Padma Shri Award. Dr. Guna's dream was fulfilled when his icon, Dr. J.A. Chaudhary, founder and chairman of ISF, visited his company and was part of a business delegation. Dr. Mukpuri's words, which expressed respect and admiration, were palpable, reflecting a moment of profound significance in his journey.
See, all my generation of techie consultants and entrepreneurs, they were all, they wouldn't have been here if it was not his vision. Yes. See, someone has to do all the cleanup job and someone here to start somewhere.
Having built a thriving generic drug business, Dr. Guna is now set to embark on new ventures, including a medical school and a medical city in Jamaica. Dr. Guna outlined his vision for the future.
11th grade high school in Jamaica is enough for you to do 2 year and a half of pre-med, then you just get into medical school. That connecting link crash course is one we need, which is where STEM comes into play. So what I'm saying is, how do you bring that IIT into Montego Bay? The entire 20 countries in the Caribbean comes to Montego Bay. This way you do one technology campus.
Dr. Guna S. Mukpuri's journey from a small village in India to a multinational entrepreneur and philanthropist inspires us all. His story is a reminder that with vision, dedication, and a commitment to excellence, anything is possible. Dr. Guna is now aiming even higher, fully prepared to give his all to achieve his ultimate dream mission.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I want to greet His Excellency, Mr. Jason Hall, for coming all the way, accompanying the investors from India, and His Excellency, Mr. Sandhya Gupta from Indian High Commission in Jamaica. Thank you for being here. Most importantly, His Worship, the Deputy Mayor of Montego Bay, Mr. Crawford, Deputy Prime Minister, and the Minister of National Security, and the General Secretary of Jamaica Labour Party, and the Member of Parliament for this area. There's another one here in this room, the youngest man in this room, Mr. J.A. Chaudhary. Welcome to Montego Bay with the entire ISF team here.
spirit of independence, entrepreneurship, and a willingness to take risk, which is why it's a good place to invest. You'll find the atmosphere what you're used to. People who are very friendly, enterprising, and creative. And while I say we're a small country, we happen to have you in the corporate area, your shipping, etc., but we think this part of Jamaica lends itself to your kind of activity and your presence and business colleagues.
I have started a foundation called Quality Engineering Foundation. We launched very recently. I can tell you we will start a location, a branch, or a chapter in Jamaica to educate people in Jamaica on quality education. And I'll work with officials here to make it happen.
I wish you an extremely successful visit. I hope that amidst learning more about Jamaica and what we have to offer, you have the opportunity to really soak Jamaica in. Jamaica is easily one of the most diverse countries you'll come across as you travel from ocean reef to mountain ridge. There is just something here that is empowering, that's uplifting, and altogether positive. And so we hope that you enjoy this to the fullest. We hope that this will not be the first time that you'll be here and that you'll join the many others who come to Jamaica on a repeated basis to get that feeling, to get that benefit.
I once again congratulate all stakeholders who have put in their efforts to organize this conference. As such, business-to-business interactions play a pivotal role in increase of trade between the two or more countries. The High Commission is keen to facilitate and support all engagements which bring together the entrepreneurs, investors, and industry to openly discuss the viability of business proposals.
So ladies and gentlemen, now more than ever, I will say, is the time to do business in Jamaica. And we're very happy to be here. We have a number of JAMPRO team members that are looking forward to furthering this discussion with you. And of course, anything that you require to help you make that decision, we are here to serve.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I think I am the most happiest person today because the vision with which it has been started, I think it is very satisfying, and it looks, I believe that the small steps what we have taken at that point of time with the support of government, more particularly NABARD, Chandra R, and as well as the hub team. I think as they have mentioned, we started it in COVID time. It was a very challenging time. There were instances also people were thinking, what is this nonsense this Vice Chancellor is doing? Because it was not within the mandate, within the mission of the university. Okay, so that was the thinking. But sometimes idiotic ideas also prosper very well. So it was a disrupting idea, what we call it as. So we wanted to disrupt the ecosystem at that point of time. So we took this bold step, and that bold step actually fructified by the great support what we received from the NABARD. There were challenging times at that point of time itself, because there was an agri-hub just half a kilometer away from us. Yeah, idea. Okay, so while they were asking, why this another hub is within the half-kilometer range? Okay, so there were, this was a challenge. So that is where actually this idea was born. That is AgriHub with spokes. So we wanted to be different from the hub what we had half a kilometer away. So NABARD asked us, what is this distinct attribute this hub has? So that is how we ventured into this idea of AgriHub with the spokes, wherein rural innovation hubs will be established. Of course, at that point of time, other initiatives taken by the university officers in terms of one district, one commodity, establishing say what we call food processing units here, like oil, like dal mills and other mills have been added to this. That's how it has been built. So I'm happy that this rural innovation spoke has come into the reality. Now, I don't want to say what we call say what Raghuram Reddy was saying. He was my student. Okay. So I just want to ask you, what are the two greatest innovations this country has seen in the last 3 or 4 decades? That is the problem. This is actually the problem. That means you do not know. That means all the speakers have spoken since last 2 hours. I am sorry to say that you have not given the definition of innovation. What is innovation? What is innovation? So say for example, the guy who has spoken last, he has taken an innovative service to the farmers. Drone service is an innovative service. Application of pesticides was not new. Application of pesticides was known to us for a long time, but we were using a sprayer. Now this man has brought a solution where say he is using drone, so the innovative service he has brought to the farm. So any product, any process, any solution that actually disrupts the existing ecosystem and helps to increase the effectiveness, helps to increase the competitiveness, helps to increase the economic value, helps to increase the social value, that we call it as an innovation. So the two greatest innovations that we have is one you have in your hand, that is the mobile, and the second one is the Aadhaar. Aadhaar was the greatest innovation actually. Till date, no other country had this much, so what you call digitization of individual. So actually earlier, when we first opened the bank account, we have to run through the people. Can you sign for us? Can you to open the account? Can you testify for us? So it used to take few days to open an account. Now you can take your Aadhaar card, you go to the bank and you open an account. Okay. So for anything, say what we call any identity, you don't need other person's help here. So that is an innovative way of telling of your own. So what we call what is your identity and so on. So these are the two greatest innovations. This is one. Then another important thing is what actually, say the success of Singapore is because of innovation. The success of Vietnam, which has been completely destroyed by the Americans, and within a very short time, they could again build their ecosystem, that is due to innovation and entrepreneurship. Okay, why today China has reached that? I don't know how many of you know. In 1985, our economy and Chinese economy was the same. No difference, exactly the same. And today, we are at 3.5 to 4 trillion, and whereas China is at 18.5 trillion. How this has happened? How this has happened? I am very happy. We didn't understand. The second guy, Priya Mohan, Anjaya, he has made a very valid point. Why today China was able to reach that stage? Actually, he has told the answer. So if you want to, that of course, policies, liberalization, all this matters, but you need to have people in the country who can understand the innovation. So if I have to put a factory, I need workers. So if I need workers, I need to train him to manufacture this way, that way, my design is this. And there should be a person to understand it. So to understand it, you need skill. To understand it, you need education. To understand it, you need say what you call enabling environment. You need a policy supporting it. Okay, so keeping that aside, assuming that you have a policy, you have, say, this one. So you need skilled people in this country. That is where this hub has a role to play. That is where the importance of innovation comes into the picture. Then infrastructure. I'm also very happy to see, because though I came here several times while this construction is taking place, first time I am coming to this, what we call auditorium. So there was a single point agenda for me that the colleges what this university has, no other university in the country has. The infrastructure that this country has, physical and lab. Physical infrastructure is one, lab infrastructure is another. So that's how, say what you call, we have pushed, we have actually bulldozed. We have bulldozed the things to make it happen. So one is skilled people. So there is a huge skill gap today in this country. There is a huge skill gap. That is where this, say what you call, so knowledge, infrastructure, policies, say what you call, and talent. How to, say for example, if I have to attract talent, I need to create a very dynamic working environment for it. Unless I create that, it is not possible for you to actually excel, to get an idea, to move forward, and so on and so forth. Okay, this is one. Then another aspect is, this is a very challenging one, that is where the role of students and as well as the faculty comes into the picture. We are talking of innovation, we are talking of, so what you call this, that. But the issue is, whatever innovation we bring in, that should have a maximum value to the farmer. You have to build a potential value to the farmer in that product, in that process, in that solution. You have to build the value. Unless you build the value, the farmer will not accept it. Now, if you want to build the value, how you build the value? First, then you should understand what is that gap, what is that problem. What is that problem? Unless you have a problem-oriented solution, unless you have a problem-solving solution, whatever innovation you bring in, it has no meaning. It has no meaning. So when you first, so there is a lot of, so what you call, role by the RARS, by the staff, faculty, to actually, and there is a need, madam, I think you have 3 innovations, you have to map now, each innovation hub to what districts it will cater. You have a demarcation. You need to have a demarcation. So from this, because I am seeing that somebody has come from here, so you need to have to what district this rural innovation hub caters. So then you need to, the RARS here, the faculty here, have to map the challenges and the problems in these districts on which the students can actually think, ideate. You can think, you can design a product. You have to nurture the idea in you. That is where when you come with that idea here, these people will mentor you. The faculty will mentor you. So they will connect you to the, so what you call, agri startups if they are writing. So you need to understand the ecosystem. What are the problems you have? What are the challenges you have in agriculture? Don't worry about. So you did not worry about, say what you call, bringing a change in the entire country. I will address the climate change. Nobody can address the climate change. Forget about that. No, so it is not possible in the near future to address the climate. We are still understanding the climate change. Okay, so but here, what are the little problems? Say for example, we have 3 innovators who have come, 1 with solution and 2 with products. So they are addressing the problem in the, so what you call, agri-food value chain. So you identify the problem. Say connecting farmers to the market is a challenge. So if you can come out with a solution where the farmer can be connected to the, say what you call, markets with some innovation in that, whether you assess the quality, whether you have a product which has a demand. Say I was in America once. I went there and asked, so there was a Tamilian guy also with me. So I was asking basmati rice for preparing, say what you call, biryani in our home. Whereas Tamilian were asking some other rice. I didn't understand. So he said that this is the only rice we use in Tamil Nadu for preparing biryani, not the basmati. So they have a special variety for biryani. Okay, so that is an, so now anybody, any Tamilian in the world will use only that rice. Okay, so you have to think in that direction. So you have a, so our parents want to eat rice. They can't dispense with rice. Still they have sugar. They said that we want to eat rice. So you have, so but incidentally, I don't know how many of you know, Telangana son we have not bred for, so what you call, no GI. We haven't bred that. We haven't bred that. Our intention was, my only target was, because I know at that point of time when I was a student, Telangana, so what you call Tellahamsa, Sureka, IR64 were of 125 days. So our Telangana has a weather conditions which the rice variety should be of 120 to 125 days. So we targeted to breed a variety which is of 120 to 125 days. And that is the reason why we pushed all the varieties. You can see from then onwards, all our varieties are of this range. We also have mid-late and so 135 days and late varieties, but that was the, because that enables us to complete the life cycle in that 4 months, so that whatever it would be possible for the enhancing the cropping intensity, because we are creating water sources and so on. So that was it. Then we found that there was a low GI in that. Say what we call new people were the ones who initially identified that. Then we started promoting it. So this is how. So problem solving solutions are that is where your role comes into the picture. Your ideas comes into the picture. Now here there is another component, that is what we call it as interoperability. So he was talking about what you call IT software issues or C++, or what you call, you talk of machine learning today, you talk of deep learning today, you talk of artificial intelligence today. So there are several IT programs which I don't understand, but I know what is my agricultural problem. So IT guy doesn't know what is a plant, what is a stem, what is a economic field, what is rice, what. So they doesn't know. So you are the domain experts. They are the IT experts, so there is a need here. There is a need here. You both of you should marry. Unless you marry, this whatever we are calling as fourth industrial revolution technologies like artificial intelligence, like IoT, like machine learning, like say what you call drones, like say what you call other things like CRISPR technology, like big data analytics. All these you can make it happen only when, say what you call, you marry. There is another. My thinking is, I don't want to marry anybody. I want to be the expert. So there is a need for the university authorities to actually build courses which have this also in BS agriculture. This is the disruption. You think in that disruptive way. Nobody has now such type of courses. So you say that I will have a BS agriculture course where in 1 year I have artificial intelligence, where in 1 year I have big data analytics. So that I come out, because I come out with a knowledge which actually now the society needs. I don't want to do something which the society doesn't need me. If I go with base agriculture, maybe tomorrow the job opportunities are less for me. So I need a skill which actually. So this is another challenge what we have, which we look at. Then another problem we are facing actually. Now he has built a product. Now you have to upscale it. He has built a value to his product. He has built a value from the farmer, but you have to upscale it. How do you upscale it? So this is a big challenge. So while designing a product itself, you should have back in your mind that the product has an ability to upscale. So just doing a pilot and leaving it there. So that means you have to look at the incentives and the challenges of upscaling in advance. Unless you do that, it would not be. Then another important thing is, say what you call building action. Building action means your product should be. Now the problem with these three people is they have not built an action program. That means now they have come to the university. If they would have come long back, you would have built an action wherein so that the people will be talking about that. Now they have presented it in front of you. Now probably you will discuss. You will discuss about, he has done like that, can't we do like that? whether it will be useful to the farmer. So I was saying to the Honorable Director of Research here, asking him that why don't you purchase? I was asking the cost. I was asking whether it will be 3 lakhs or 4 lakhs. If I were in his place, I would have said 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs. He said 3,500, 4,000. Okay, so that means you have to, so what you call the value has to be based upon, not on the expenditure you invest on the product. The value should be based upon the purpose it serves in the society. They can, so how much disruption it brings. So I was requesting him, why don't you purchase 100 of them and you yourself validate in the farmer's field. Okay, so this is the role. Today people trust the scientists. Today people trust the science. So you validate it and you produce a paper. You produce a success story which actually will be acceptable by the society. Which will be acceptable by the society. This is one. Then say what you call collaboration. So the product should be such that the product or the innovation, whatever you bring, it should attract more collaborators. It should attract more collaborators. So it should be, so what we call more partnerships should be there. So that is another one which I want to tell you. And then there should be an ecosystem-wide action. It is not just, so what we call for one village or one thing, that it should be wide enough. So what we call, so these things actually, so what we call are today, which are happening. So you people, you use mobile. So if you type my name 10 times in your mobile, next time the moment you say P, Praveen will come there. What is it? That is machine learning. Okay. So if you take my photographs at different stages of my life during the last, then you can predict how I will look at 85 years. Okay. So what is important today? Data. So all this happens only because of data. You have to build the data ecosystem. That is where the students can play faculty can play very important role. So you have to build the data. Unless you build the data ecosystem in your colleges, in your universities, it would not be possible to implementing this, whatever we are talking of artificial intelligence or so on and so forth. Why? So, and mind you, people say that data is a new oil. Why new oil? Why it is, say, the oil, the fuel, whatever we are using in cars, if you go on pumping out, it will deplete. But data is the one which actually, the more you use it, the more it increases. The more you use it, the more solutions come, the more value it generates, the more voluminous it becomes. Okay, so that is your strength today. I think these are some of the things which actually I wanted to share with you. And people were talking. There is no dearth of money for these initiatives, I am telling you. I was just referring, when I was talking, I was just referring what are those. Of course, Nabad Madam is here like a bank for us. That is a different issue. So, but apart from that, I was actually referring. I was surprised to see so what about these things, because now I am heading another university because there was an expiry date here, so I left. So now you will be a competition for me. Okay, I will be a competitor for you. Okay, so UGC has launched at least 3 schemes, universities with potential for excellence. This is one scheme you have where you get money. Center with potential for excellence in particular area. Okay, this is another opportunity you have. For this, the UGC gives money and for special assistance programs for research projects, basic science, research and inter-university centers and so on and so forth. Then Government of India also have, so what we call impacting research, innovation and technology program, IMPRINT. Then Uchchatar Avishkar Yojana is another one. Global Initiative and Academic Networks, GAIN is another one. Global Research and Interactive Network, GRIN is another. So there is no dearth of money. Money is available. Only you should have an idea. Only you should have a talent. Only you should nurture your idea. So I was nurturing. Maybe many of my staff members know. So what you call, I was bathing irrigation. I was eating irrigation, I was walking irrigation, I was sleeping irrigation. So for the last 39 years, 39, now 42 years. 42 years I was doing this, so what we call throughout my life. So irrigation, irrigation, irrigation. So that was, I was building, so what you call in my, this one. So I am recognized as a, so what you call micro irrigation man. So unless you build that, it would not be possible. Yes, agriculture is today very, very, very small. And my special request to PG students and the guides who are, say what you call, mentoring them in identifying the problem, in implementing the experiment, and so on and so forth. I think we need to look at the things in a different way. We need all the three departments who are here. My sincere request is you need to look at the things in a different way. The experiments, what we are doing. You have to ask questions for yourself. What type of experiments we are doing? Whether they fit into this innovation concept, what we are talking. You have to bring a change in the lives of the farmers. So you work on a small. We need not work on writing 200 pages or 300 pages, 400 pages. The finding that is a question doesn't work is also a solution. Otherwise, I will go on investing on that problem money. So if you find, if your solution, if your result of the experiment is that it will not work, is the greatest solution what you are bringing. Okay, so choose problems. So what you call, what actually you can bring a solution to the farmer. So that is also such several initiatives actually we have taken in the university. So whether it is, I don't know how many of know the drone, whatever standard operating protocols that are there in the country today are the contribution of PJTSA. We were the first actually to work on the standard operating protocols at what height the drone will run, what speed the drone will run, what pesticide to be used, for what crop to be used, how much water to be used, how much concentration to be used, what pesticide to be used. All this has been done by the PJTSA, and they have just copied this and released it as a national document. Okay, that is one. Then number two, we were the first actually to show to the people with regards to agro-photovoltaics. That means growing crops below solar panels was another initiative which we have taken. And so what we call the central instrumentation cell was the another initiative we have taken. So there are several such initiatives. I think you should look into these aspects and help yourself. Help yourself. Nobody will help you. Let me be very clear. Nobody will help you. You have to help yourselves and be bold. And so what you call, don't. I always saw that the students have a what you call mental setup wherein to tell something you think twice what other people will think. This is the stigma you have. I think you have to come out of that stigma. You should express yourself. You should say what you call agriculture students are no way so what you call lesser than any other campuses. So I think the sky is the limit. God bless you. I wish you all the best in your life. Thank you.
very much for your precious time. We're going to start the program right now, and I would like to invite on the dais Mr. Jay Chaudhary Garu, founder of International Startup Foundation. We have Shiva Mahesh, co-founder and director of International Startup Foundation. I would like to invite Dinanath and Sheshagaru. Request Balaji Reddy Garu, founder and chairman, Vamshi Ram Builders. We have Srinath Pepura, founder of 108 Ventures. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you very much, everyone, and I would like to hand over to the media, press and media. Thank you very much. Okay. I would like to request Jay Chaudhary Garu to start the event.
Good morning to all of you. I want to thank all of you for sparing your valuable time during the rainy season to come all the way to this institution to attend our press conference. Thank you so much. So this reason why we wanted to have a press meet today, we have two important programs happening this year. One is the International Startup Festival, which is happening in the month of September, 26th to 28th. It's happening in the same campus where we are having a press conference. In fact, we started this idea of having the startup festivals about 2 years back. The reason why we wanted to have this startup festival, we want to strengthen the India's startup ecosystem. One of the main reasons for that is, whenever I used to go to US or Europe, keep talking to a lot of CEOs, CXOs, CTOs, and because this fear of the generative AI, chat GPT, they're going to take away jobs, I started asking, is it a paper kind of thing? Is it really going to happen? Most of them, almost 90% of those people, they said, yes, the tsunami is going to come. Then I was in Singapore last year attending a Thai Global Summit in Singapore. There, all the who's and who's in the world, like Vinod Khosla and all the top venture capitalists and CEOs, CXOs, they were all there. There, they released a report of World Economic Forum report on future of work. In that clearly they mentioned, the World Economic Forum report, that nearly 80 million jobs are going to be taken away by the automation, all the tools, whatever your this thing. At the same time, they mentioned about 60 million new jobs are going to be created using the generative AI and AI related. So AI is going to spread all the sectors. And again, they said the people who can get the jobs in the next 5 years, unless they have cross-domain skills, they will not be able to survive and they will not be able to get any jobs. That is a really scary thing, because that's one data point. Second data point, I was in US about a month back. I don't want to mention the name of the company and the name of the person. He is number 2 in a big multinational company. And in his keynote, he mentioned that this year, it seems all the Ivy League institutions in America, either undergrad or postgrad, they were all US citizens. Still, the moment they say, I am BTech computer science or any IT related, industry is saying no jobs, no internship. At the same time, when the student mentioned, I did mechanical engineering, aeronautical engineering, they are all getting good jobs and good pay packets. That's another very scary thing. If BTech or MTech people from universities like Purdue, Penn State, if they are not getting jobs, our engineering colleges, we have been talking about it, most of the engineering colleges, particularly private engineering colleges and some of the private universities, the quality of the people who are coming out of the institutions. Last 5-10 years, people have been talking. If you interview 1,000 people, maybe one person is selected for any job. Except during the COVID times. COVID times, what happened? Everybody, they did not take any new recruitments and all that, thinking that the COVID, how long it is going to have and all that. So, once the COVID period is over, there is backlog because they are getting a lot of new projects and all that. This thing, there is no manpower. That is the time they went to all colleges all over India, whether it's a college in a small village or town or this thing, or whatever the packages, this thing they started giving because they have to complete those projects. So everybody thought, still IT is going to do very well, even small villages also, all the people were getting jobs. So everybody very bullish and optimistic that still IT is going to. So with the result, what is happening? All the parents are telling their children to join only in computer science. If they offer free seat, even mechanical or civil, no. We want only in computer science. With that result, what happened? All the universities, private universities and public, engineering colleges, they removed mechanical, civil, all the domain departments are not there, faculty is not there, no research, this thing whatsoever. What they have is only IT, computer science, AML, data science, all those. Today, there is no job for them. Because these generative AI tools, they can create any language solution if you prompt. There was recently one conference in Dubai. The conference is about prompt engineering championship, some challenge competition. It seems there one of the Indians was also selected in that competition. So that Indian, he participated in that. He is like our Manohar is a good painter. So Manohar, your job also will be question mark. So I'll tell you, that gentleman, compared to other people, in 10 minutes they have to prompt the system what they want to, what kind of painting they have to create and all that. And his painting was the best. And that means he is given good prompting, good questions to the generative AI engine, and it automatically painted this thing, and he received. Like that, there are 4 or 5 verticals, and that's happening today. You think, any 3D printing or any UIX design, everything, the systems are, today's tools are, what will happen tomorrow's, they will not keep quiet, right? There is a big competition between Microsoft, Google, all these companies who have got generative AI, including Meta, that Llama 1, 2, 3, 4, it will go on. Today itself it is like this. Next year what is going to happen, you can imagine. What sectors, journalists already being hit in Europe, most of the journalists lost the job. Because generative AI can write a report. Just you tell the incident, it will write that report in a perfect English or whatever. You make little bit modification. In fact, my colleague Mahesh, whenever I had to send some report, sir, you just dictate, sir, in Telugu or English and all that, I'll give it to ChatGPT, and that created a good. Recently, I sent a similar report to, I don't want to mention the newspaper, it is one of the top newspapers in the country. When I was in Jamaica, they wanted, so I gave a voice recording to Mahesh. I don't know what he has done. He gave it to ChatGPT, a nice report, and immediately I just looked at it. Very, very good report. I sent the report, and immediately she gave a message, sir, this is a ChatGPT generated. I was stunned. See, people are already seeing what is ChatGPT generated report versus. Then she said, sir, you send your voice message, I will figure out and write an article, and finally she published a good article. See, the reason why I am telling all this, in India, with 1.5 billion population, all these 30-40 years, because thanks to IT services, whether you are BTech, second class, third class, in fact, during my STP days, particularly during Y2K period, many people I sent to America who are just BA third class, diploma in pharmacy, any degree, Just I used to ask them, go on the Amirpet, there's a lot of training institution, get some COBOL training, mainframe training. They used to get trained, and some companies, they used to take them and got H1 visa, and they went to Wall Street. Today they have become entrepreneurs. So Amirpet to America used to happen at a big scale. Today that story is coming to an end because we can't do any of the testing jobs, we can't do any programming this thing, and it's going to be a difficult situation for India to handle. And there was a report recently that in India, about out of 7 million jobs, 1 million jobs are going to be removed, existing IT services jobs. That's only beginning. I don't know how many more million jobs are going to be removed. So on both sides, working employees in IT services company, they are losing job at a big scale. At the same time, youth who are coming out of the colleges, fourth year or third year engineering, they don't have any hope that they will get a job because they don't have domain knowledge. So on both sides, India's unemployment rate is going to go up, right? In this situation, in fact, I keep telling everybody that Missamma, there is a Telugu movie, N.T. Ramarao and Savitri. Main theme in that movie is unemployment. So since there were no jobs, though they are good, they got good degrees and all that, both of them, no job. So for sake of job, they had to act like a wife and husband and all that, this thing. So during that time, number of colleges very less. Even when I was studying in IIT Madras, number of IITs were very less. Today, every state has got IIT, IIIT, Central University, all that, this thing, premier institutions. Plus, engineering colleges, private universities are plenty. That means so many millions of people are coming every year out of those schools and colleges. If there are no jobs, what will happen? So that really bothered me. All these years we enjoyed in India because of IT. The same IT is going down. Then how do we take care of the employment? That's when I thought about why not we create jobs through the startups. Fortunately, in India, startups are growing. Now we are world's number 3 as far as the number of startups, number of unicorns. So all good things are happening in the startup this thing. Plus, in addition to that, India with 1.5 billion people, and majority of them have got smartphones, and all of them are digitally connected. I keep telling this story. I'll repeat. Is actual story. When I was in my village during COVID times, I went to a temple. While coming out of the temple, a lot of beggars, they started asking me money. Then I looked at my purse. There were all big notes were there. I said, sorry, I don't have change. And then I was about to get into the car. One young beggar, sir, do you have GPay? I was really stunned. A beggar having a smartphone and having a GPay account, it stunned me. I don't have GPay account, but he has got a GPay account. That is India today. Wherever you go, you go to remotest village, the way they use, I was there in Tokyo, they were asking cash payments in one of the hotels. Whereas India, recently I think I was listening to Palki Sharma's, she gave a fantastic presentation in London about India and this thing. There she showed this thing, the shopkeepers on the road, even in the evening, they have a light, solar powered, and they have all the QR code in each this thing, and everybody takes whatever they want, just through the QR code, make the payment. See, all the farmers and the people, street vendors, they are using all the technologies. So that is a great opportunity for startups. Earlier, all the startups used to go to Silicon Valley. Why? There is no market in India. Now, US startups, they want to come to India. We had recently a conference in New Jersey, and how many US startups presented to us? About 10 startups. And they want India market, they want money from India. So India now both on the investment side, there are a lot of investors are there, and market, India market is very big. And the way our policies or recent budget, they removed angel tax. And they know that potential for startups. So that's the reason why I thought we should focus on creating more startups, making them successful. Suppose every year, say we have 50 unicorns coming from pan-India. They will create whatever jobs required and all that. Only thing is, are we going to create jobs who are eligible to work in those startups? Because all the startups, they work in cutting-edge technology. That's where now we are figuring out that we are going to create ISF Gurukul. We are going to select the best training companies as part of our ISF Gurukul, and for existing employees who are working in testing areas and all that, we will bring them to that Gurukul, and we will give them the domain knowledge. We will also give them the AI knowledge, and it is not done by a professor teaching in the class. We will give the problems to them. They have to learn everything by going through YouTubes and all that this thing, and by solving that problem, they should learn the new technologies, prompting engineering, domain knowledge. Everything will happen. Automatically, they will get a job. So that's for the existing people who are working in the industry. For the freshers who are about to come out of the college, we will start from third year engineering. We will take them, and through the same kind of mechanism, we will sharpen their skills so that there will be queue of people who wants to employ them. Fortunately, even the startup world, everybody wants to come and establish their development center in India, because India cost of operations are still lower and available to the people. So there is a 80-20 principle. 20% of the manpower will be in countries like US and Europe and all. The 80% they want to come to India. So that way, if we can create the right kind of manpower through this ISF Gurukul, we will be able to service the new startups, and their startups also will succeed. They not only create new jobs, plus they are creating the wealth for the nation, and with that help, for example, one of the startups in India, say they go up to NVIDIA or whatever, Microsoft or Google and all that. NVIDIA market cap today, they crossed already $3.5 trillion. Right? So once you create one such company in India, they will take care of the complete India budget. India budget is very, very small, and with that money, they can take care of all other welfare measures and all that this thing. Plus, they will create the jobs. So this is the new thing that what we are doing at ISF. Unlike many organizations, what we do is we don't just talk in this kind of press forums and all that, conferences and all that. For example, I'll tell you one example, then I'll leave it to my other colleagues. In the first conference, it happened in Bangalore. There were about 10,000 startups competed. Yeah. First conference, 2,000 startups competed for the prize money. Out of that, we selected about 150 companies we selected for the demo day. And out of 150, we selected 15 companies. So after the conference is over, most of the CEOs, CXOs, we ran that conference using only WhatsApp, no email, no even we were not having domain name and all that this thing. In one month, we ran that conference. So everybody was leaving. Then I told them, don't leave. Actual story begins. Conference is only a trailer, Bahubali's trailer. The actual picture Baki. What do you say?
Picture of Baki.
This is I am taking Sheshadri's, always he says this trailer, picture Abhi Baki. I gave the same dialogue to them. Stay on the this thing. They asked me why we had to stay. The conference is over. Everything. No. There is a picture actually begins now. So I requested them every Saturday, 8:30 to 9:30, we will present one of the selected companies out of 15. Each one will give a 1 hour. Normally in competition, what happens? Only 10 minutes only is given to them. In 10 minutes, many people are not able to explain. So once we gave 1 hour, they were able to explain what is the problem and what is whether they want money, they want market access, they were mentoring. So all the companies who are selected now, they are doing very well. I'll tell one example, and afterwards I'll ask my colleagues to talk. This startup company based out of Hyderabad, promoted by 2 Air Force pilots. They thought that the flight simulators are imported today at a very, very high cost, $10-15 million each flight simulator. Because they were pilots in the Indian Air Force, they thought they can create flight simulator at lowest cost. So they created that using their personal money, maybe 7-8 crores they spent, and they were one of the shortlisted companies. So after listening to their full story, me and Dina, we wanted to go and see whatever they're talking is real or there is anything missing. When we went there, though he was in a small shed in Balanagar area, actually we stayed in that this thing. We saw how that simulator is working. They had good software, electronics, and all the mechanical and all that this thing. I mean, everything's working. So whatever was missing for them, though they have a product, they don't know how to take this product to their customers. Unfortunately, all these prospective customers are defense, aerospace, or all that this thing. So they are the ones who import those simulators to train their pilots, either fighter pilots or commercial pilots and all that. They were not able to reach. Then I said, look, I mean, I'll talk to my contacts, this thing. I spoke to Director General of DRDO, and he was coming for a conference in Hyderabad, in Taj Krishna opposite, Taj Deccan. Then he said, Chaudhary, I am coming with a lot of senior people from like ISRO chairman, and all those people are coming. You bring them, I'll ask them to stay in one room. I will bring one after the other, and they can listen to the story, and then afterwards see how we can support. So that happened, and this entrepreneur was there in one room, one restaurant, one corner is taken some this thing. I started pulling all those people from the conference. And all of them, they listened to the pitch. They got fully convinced, and they sent within a week's time, right? The ADA director from Bangalore, along with his team, came and visited their facility. And today, he's getting a lot of investments, and he is very bullish about his company to become a unicorn. This is just one example I'm giving. So we don't end up with the conferences. We handhold, see that how he is going to be successful. If he is not successful, he cannot create jobs, he cannot create wealth for the nation. So that's how we have been doing, and our conferences not only in India. When I wanted to take all our selected startups to other countries, those countries asked me, sir, we also need your help. I asked him, why you need my help? Sir, India is a very big market. All our startups, this particular happened with Australian startup incubator. Sir, our Australian population is very less. Our startups are not able to get enough traction on the customer and revenue. Whereas India, consumerism is very high, and we will have a lot of prospects if only you connect them to India. Then I said, okay, it's a good win-win thing. Then we changed our foundation. Initially, it was India Startup Foundation. We made it to International Startup Foundation. And also, our Honorable Prime Minister always says, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family. So why not I start helping the startups from Australia, Singapore, or America, and also take our startups to those countries. It's a kind of a barter system. So that is working very well. We had several conferences in London, conferences in US, conferences in Jamaica, and many more conferences in Europe are going to happen next year. So whatever we believe, we are actually making it practical and showing to the people how we are helping startups. We created ISF Angels. Last conference, first day of the conference, we closed 150 term sheets. They're all early stage startups. Otherwise, they wouldn't have got any money. Today, they're all doing well. So that is our strength. We don't give the lip sympathy. We will make sure that those startups are going to get all the support and all that. So third conference, our flagship conference is happening in Hyderabad on September 26th to 28th. More than 500 CXOs, including Cognizant Global CEO, and all the such people are participating in this conference. Many VCs, international VCs, Indian VCs, and angel, they are all participating. Apart from that, our Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Garu also going to be chief guest for the inaugural function, and our Honorable IT Minister is also confirmed. And Honorable Civil Aviation Minister Ramo Naidu is also coming for the plenary. And Honorable Deputy Chief Minister agreed to inaugurate our expo of ISF. Plus, he is going to be there for the awards ceremony as the chief guest. So like that, because everybody feels that we are doing something good for the nation. That's the reason why we are getting support without or much effort. They want to participate. And The second one, which is again a very, very important thing, what we are doing, is a unique thing, first time in the world, that startup, rural startup bus yatra. In fact, our last conference was also rural. All panel discussions and round tables were all around rural. Because I believe how startups will be successful unless they solve a real problem. Where are the problems? Problems are not in the cities like Hyderabad. Problems are in the rural area. More than 60% of the Indian population still live in the rural area. I, as an agriculture farmer, I faced a problem of labor shortage, and one startup says, I will fix this problem through a robot. It is already getting done. So, every problem in the rural area is an opportunity for a startup. That's when I decided, let's focus. Let's not focus on urban areas. They already have T-hubs, and so we have some, all those, a lot of investors are also there, mentors are there. But in rural area, there are no mentors, there are no investors, and we have to make sure that they create opportunities for themselves, opportunities for the nation. That's when we thought, we'll concentrate on the rural India. That's when we thought of taking all the investors, CXOs, global CXOs, about 1,000 of them already confirmed to come and participate in our the first ever this kind of experiment called Ankur Yatra. Ankur stands for the startup companies. Ankur Yatra. Why we named just Ankur Yatra? We don't want to get restricted to one state. Though we are doing it first time in Andhra Pradesh on October 2nd. Honorable Chief Minister of AP, he is flagging off. We are expecting about 20-25 buses will be there, full of entrepreneurs, and selected startups will also be there, so that they will have some networking happens while traveling in the bus. So that's going to happen. So Telangana government also requested us to have a similar kind of rural startup bus yatra. So we decided to have it in the month of December. All the entrepreneurs from state of Telangana, from US, Europe, they're all coming to participate in that. And we are getting requests from other states also. Since our bandwidth is limited, we want to do this first two. Afterwards, we'll see whether we can take this model to Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Kerala. All these chief ministers are also requesting us whether we can do the same Ankur Yatra in the respective states, making sure that those rural people, they get the opportunity to start an enterprise, start a startup, get the funding so that they are successful in creating new jobs in the rural areas. So I request all of you to participate in our ISF conference, as well as I request in each bus, I request at least one media person, so that you see whether J. Chaudhary is telling only stories or is actually happening, because you have to witness that. With this, I request my colleagues to talk, and afterwards I request Balaji Reddy Garu also to speak.
Thank you, Jay. Good afternoon, everybody. Jay is a very tough act to follow, so and I think it's my my bad luck that I have to speak after him. So he actually gave you a very, very good overarching view of what we are doing in ISF. He covered it from all the angles in terms of the developments in the technology, the socio-economic factors of this country and around the world right now, and plus how we have evolved. We are also a startup, so I'm very thankful for Jay that he left that part out. So I'll cover that. So we ourselves are a startup. We are probably the most unique startup in the world. We are a startup with 0 employees. There is not a single person who gets paid from ISF. Everybody that you see on the stage, off the stage, and when you come to our conference, there will be hundreds and hundreds of them. They're all volunteers. It's entirely volunteer-driven conference. And I do request all the media people, there are some very, very influential people from the media here, and we request your help to take this word all around, because this is...
I request all media persons also to join our volunteer group, because whatever responsibility that we have as a citizen of this great country, you also have the same responsibility. We are not doing these things for any visibility or money, no such a thing. All our volunteers, though they have their own companies, they are giving 80% of the time to ISF without expecting anything from ISF. That's the reason why we have not employed even a single employee. Though we had several conferences in India, outside India, People are, they are asking, Jay, how you are able to get this kind of international conferences without any single employee working? We are not having even 1 rupee in our foundation bank account without money, without employees working for us. We are because we have the passion. We are doing some. We are thinking that we are doing something for the nation. Because of that, a lot of people. There was a recently Sheshadri organized one conference in Hyderabad. All the HR heads were there. After my keynote, everybody wants to become a volunteer with us. Then I asked them, and they were asking my photograph with them. I said, whoever came to me, I used to ask, have you joined our volunteer? Then only I will allow you to take a selfie with me. 100 people showed up. So I am requesting all the press and media, whatever responsibility we have, you have the same responsibility as a citizen of this great nation. Join us and participate in Bus Yatra so that you can cover the live, whatever is happening.
You mentioned that. Okay. So I will cover one part of the ISF that I get very focused on, and I think that's a very, very critical part of how these startups will essentially derive value from this entire network, not just from ISF, but all the people involved, including all the volunteers and all the mentors and the investors. So as Jay mentioned, we actually onboard startups with an intention to help them. And what kind of help they need? They typically need 2 or 3 different types of help. One, if they have an idea that they're getting their product out, and many of them are in very early stages, they actually want some customers to try that out. And usually in this country, we have this culture that if somebody is a startup, somebody wants to help them, they say, oh yeah, you can do this free. So we actually encourage the people who want to help them, saying, don't just give your place to come and, put their product and show it to you. Buy it. You may or may not use it entirely, or sometimes it's a loss. Sometimes it may be a great, useful product for you. But let us get away from the culture of asking something for free from a startup. And this has actually led to a very different culture in the startup world right now. Otherwise, majority of the reason why startups were failing in India is all their early customers whom they thought were good sandboxes, were good beta customers, where they could get a prototype done, they were all demanding that for free. Now they're saying, in their form of help, they can pay a little bit. They don't have to pay the full price, but they pay a little bit. So one, they're becoming sandboxes, they're becoming testing grounds, they're becoming beta customers, they are the paid pilots for the startups. And that's a great help for startups. It's not always the funding. Now, that's the second part, right? So these startups need the money. Yes, absolutely. So the next part is the money, right? So to do anything, for startups to hire, for many big companies it's difficult to hire in this country. Now we can imagine the plight of the startups where, when they have to find critical talent, and they're working on cutting edge technologies, very different ideas, things that people are not used to, right? So you need a very different type of workforce talent. So they need money for that. So the second is the capital. So we actually arrange funds for these startups. Jay mentioned this, we actually have a network called ISF Angels, where many HNIs contribute into these funds. It's not charity. They're actually investing in these startups. They get an equity share in those startup companies, and they take part in their success. And when these startups have difficult time, they also become the supporting system for them to find their next bit of money or next set of customers. And then the mentors, the most importantly, when these startups, they are being a startup not because they know everything, but they know a few things. They're very passionate. They're driven by their idea and their inspiration on what they want to do. But that doesn't mean they're good in every aspect of business. So they need a lot of mentoring from people who have seen this from various angles, and they actually advise them at the right time, saying, this is the right way to do it, this is the wrong way to do it. I know somebody who can help you here. We can actually send you to a system or a place or a company where you can actually get the right kind of help you need. This mentorship. So these are the 3 things. There are a few others that we do, but these are the 3 critical factors. Now, how they happen, and that's what Jay was mentioning, that is our mantra. It happens how we do it. We just do it by connecting. We say, if you're looking for as Jay mentioned about this defense company, right, we'll connect you to DRDO. And if you are another type of company, we'll connect you to that kind of a customer base, or that kind of an investor base, or that kind of a mentor. So that is the first part of our mission, connect. And then usually it doesn't work when you just connect. You send a phone number by WhatsApp. very few people respond to those things. And in fact, a lot of the startups also are very junior people, as I said. You know, they don't even know how to approach people, senior people. They're intimidated. They'll first say, hello, sir. Well, I mean, say something after that. You know, you can't just stop saying, how many of you get these messages saying, hello, sir? So we actually train them. Look, you know, when you go and ask sincerely for help, ask openly. You know, this is the situation I'm in. This is the help I need. That's the part. And then even that doesn't automatically happen. We have to set a system of collaboration. You know, that is our second part of the mantra. You connect them first, but don't just stop there. You create a mechanism. In fact, today what we are doing is part of that. You know, we actually bring in a whole lot of people and say, you know, now let's start talking to each other, and this is collaboration. Now the third is a celebrate. Now between collaboration and the celebration, there has to be some success. And that we make it very clear to everybody. Now we asked all of you to be volunteers, we asked all of you to be participating in this, but not just for the namesake, right? So make something happen in the middle. And that's when we actually have a reason to celebrate. So, and that has been happening for 3 years now. And my, you know, aspiration and request for all of you is that it's exactly 2 months between now and the date of the conference. When the first day of the conference is 26th September, that is when in this particular campus, there will be 100 startups who are handpicked in 20 different sectors. They will be sitting in front of the potential investors, potential customers, the CXOs of those companies, and potential mentors. All of them will actually be pitching in to help them. So they would have seen some of their stories first, and they will collaborate obviously on that, and they'll make it a success. So in these 2 months, we need to pick the best of the startups in those selected sectors, mentor them, curate them, and bring them on the day of 26th. And at the second half, when we actually get to the other side of the pitch sessions, we're believing that we're going to have 100 reasons to celebrate. So with that, I'll hand it off to... Okay, so I'll give some statistics. So when we started our very first conference, we just had 40 days to the day of the conference. So we actually onboarded 2,000 startups, and about 1175, if I remember correctly, they actually came to the second round, and the third round was 150. Out of the 150, we selected 15. But this time we go to the second year, we became super popular. So we had about 10,000 plus, I think a little over 10,000 startups who actually approached one way or the other, registered and saying, you know, we want to come and pitch and try and raise money. So that was 10,000. And the similar numbers, we selected the top 100, and we worked with them to make sure that all of them are funded. If not by us, by somebody else, right? So the reason is, the point is that they have to become successful. They have to get funded. And this year, we already have exceeded 50,000 identified startups. I don't think any, thank you. I don't think any event in the startup ecosystem in this world is able to achieve those kind of numbers. Out of that, we have already screened upwards of 7,000 startups, and we have given them a yes or no. So it's not an easy process. You know, it goes behind the scene. There's a lot that happens through systems, tools, people, volunteers, and sometimes we do actually get professional companies to do all this evaluation, etc. And we are pretty sure by the time we get to 26th of September, we will have the top 100 startups that are ready to be funded. In fact, not just ready to be funded, we actually, some of their funding requirement would have already been met with our system in place. That will be the day to close their funding, not to begin their funding, right? And then we pick up the next batch of 100. So this is a year-long process. Conferences come and go. This year conference is, number one, is a reason for us, is a place and a location, a date for us to celebrate the past year's success, and we're doing that. We will be finding those 100, and we'll all be celebrating their success, and it just goes on. And we have, just the DPIT registered startups, we have more than 1.2 lakh startups in this country. And all those million people who lost the job, as Jay mentioned, guess how many people these 1.2 lakh startups employ? They actually employ 12 lakh people. So when they lose this on this side, somebody is there to gain on that side, right? So unless, and Jay is absolutely right on that point, where if at all anything can save this country from that upcoming mega transformation driven by AI, driven by the geopolitical situations, and there are so many things that are contributing to this process, startup is the way to go. Because these startups, and there are 1.2 lakh registered, there's almost an equal number, and you'll never know the exact number because they're not registered, right? So there will be almost double that number who are not registered. And when they see the success of these startups, they will come into the system. And when they collectively employ 10, 20, 30 lakhs of people, That is a major employment sector in this country. Nothing else can come close, right? So I think it's very, very important with that view in mind. And I will let some of my colleagues here.
I don't know whether we are taking too much of time. The press people may be having another engagement, this thing. So maybe Mahesh, why don't you look at what are the MOUs or announcements?
So first of all, thanks for all the press and media and all the volunteers for coming and joining here. While Jay and Dina has explained you why we have started this startup conference and what's going on in the pitch sessions. See, there are a couple of other components in this conference. One is the basically conference event by itself, and there is an exhibition is also taking place. One of the finest startup exhibitions in our country, which we are planning to do here. And in our last year's exhibition, we have seen more than 10 plus international pavilions has been set up here. And this year, we are expecting 25 plus countries are ready to participate in our expo. Along with this, we'll have our state pavilions and startups from the early stage, idea stage, growth stage. Everybody would be participating. So this would be a great opportunity for the startups to showcase their products, services, whatnot. Along with this, there is another opportunity which we are providing is to launch their products in this big stage. Any startup or any growth stage startup, they want to start their new products or services, it would be a great stage for them to showcase their products and launch their thing. Coming to the conference, we have more than 15 plus roundtable discussion topics that we have identified. Some of them are the burning, or I would say the upcoming sectors like agri-tech, of course fintech is there, consumer tech, energy tech, VLSIs, health tech. While these are the discussion topics, we are also doing a unique roundtables such as Junicorns. I would ask Jay sir to describe more about Junicorns thing.
Thank you for bringing the topic. మీ అందరికి తెలుసు కదా, తెలుగులో ఒక సామెత ఉంది, మొక్కే వంగంది మానే వంగదని. సో నా ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఏంటంటే చాలామంది బీటెక్లు, ఎంటెక్లు, పిహెచ్డీ చేసిన వాళ్ళని కన్విన్స్ చేసి క్రియేటివిటీ సప్రెస్ అయిపోయి ఉంటుంది. మన ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టంలో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ వాట్ దే ఆర్ డూయింగ్ ఈజ్ దే ఆర్ సప్రెసింగ్ ది క్రియేటివిటీ of the student. They are all good when they join the colleges and all that. But our mechanism, they are suppressing all the creativity. So what is happening now? The people who are studying in schools, that's why we kept 8 years to 18 years as the Junicorns. And I am getting the requests from all over the globe. Lot of people who are already demonstrated their entrepreneurial spirit. From US alone, there are about more than 10 such students who are studying in the schools. They already created products and all that. And similarly from London, a lot of people are coming. India also, a lot of such students who wants to demonstrate their the capability to create new year startups. So my gut feel is India is going to produce more unicorn from that Junicorns. So we are creating a new club called ISF Junicorn Club. Like any other clubs, this thing, from all over the world, whoever wants to be an entrepreneur, this thing in that age limit, they will get some of those privileges because we are going to connect them to the investors and mentors, all that we will be doing. So that's one prediction what I am thinking. The second one is, my prediction is future unicorns or sunicorns will not come from cities. They will all come from the rural background. Maybe from Adilabad, some unicorns may come. From Anantapur, some unicorns may come. So that is the kind of thing which is happening because they have a lot of problems to be solved. They got more fire in their belly. They wanted to prove something. So these are the indicators. That's the reason why we have such roundtable conferences. And this is a very important roundtable. The other one is, the other roundtable which is very, very important is the Rural Economic Forum. Like World Economic Forum, see, World Economic Forum, every year it happens in Davos and they take the same conference to other countries. Whereas our REF, Rural Economic Forum, we are going to concentrate on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Like removing the hunger is one such goals out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So far nothing really happened in a sustainable way, though United Nations announced this a long time ago. So we want to pick up Rural Economic Forum, pick up one or two of those things and experiment in India, how they are going to really remove all the problems in that particular segment and have all the standard operating procedures. Then we'll train other states and other countries how that can be done. So that's another important roundtable called the Rural Economic Forum Roundtable. So we are not picking up all the routine fintech and all that. They will be there. Startups point of view, they want some network connectivity and all that. But this new dimensions and the new way which is going to happen, we are catching them early on so that these people are positioned to create more unicorns. India should beat Silicon Valley because we have all the plus points to make our startup companies from the rural area, from young people in the unicorns and all that. And we have big market, very big market. There may be funding issue in USA, but in India there is no funding issue. Like I mentioned, first day of the conference, 150 term sheets for early stage startups. This never happened in any conferences anywhere in the world. So that's our strength. Now I request Balaji to talk about, my friend Dinanath mentioned about three things: connect, collaborate and celebrate, right? Connection we are doing through the festivals like Sankranti Muggullo ఏం చేస్తారు, ఫస్ట్ చుక్కలు పెడతారు. చుక్కలు పెట్టిన తర్వాత ఈ చుక్కలను కనెక్ట్ చేస్తే మంచి ఫిగర్ తయారైపోతుంది. సేమ్ థింగ్ ISF is we got expertise in connecting the dots. ఎవరిని ఎట్లా కనెక్ట్ చేయాలా, సో దట్ success automatically happens. So connection is happening. Collaboration, everything we can't do it. We need other players to collaborate with ISF so that as a whole we can do well. So one such collaborator who has come forward is Mr. Balaji Reddy. He is Executive Director at Vamshiram Bay Builders, and let him talk about what component, how he is going to help the startup ecosystem through his own words.
Thank you, Jay Garu. As he rightly said, Jay Garu is a good friend of mine, and I have been watching their growth story for a long time, for last 2 years about ISF. So I have also traveled worldwide, and I have a passion towards empowering this rural youth and the startups. And we are now planning to launch a new entity called International Startup Network, ISN, which will be the world's largest incubator, and which will house all the startups, mentors, investors, corporate connects. All this will happen under one roof, like a super big area, which will be the largest such incubator in the world. And this will happen in the near future. And thanks to Jay Garu for offering this. All the ISF startups which have been selected, they will be housed in ISN. We are signing an MOU today. They are our first partners to collaborate in our facility. And we already have initiated with 2 such people in the world, the second largest company accelerator program. They are planning to launch Enterprise and AI soon in January in India, and they have partnered with Microsoft and Google already for this program. They will also be housing in our facility. Thank you so much. And the last thing, this will be a hub and spoke model, as Jay Garu has a passion towards rural areas. We'll be doing district level incubation centers in all the districts. When they complete the bus rural yatra, where they select startups, they did not come to Hyderabad or anywhere. They can just work from their own district and connect to global network with the investors and with the corporates to grow their business. Thank you so much.
great milestone. We are taking this concept globally. As I mentioned, he is going to create virtual and physical world's largest incubator facility. He says this will be much better than Y Combinator. Everybody knows what Y Combinator has done. I was saying every entrepreneur wants to get into Y Combinator so that their valuations will go up and all that. So he says this will be kind of a Y Combinator plus. That's what he's trying to do. So this is the first collaboration with ISF on a with key component ISN is going to bring to ISF. So I really want to thank Balaji Reddy Garu for coming out with a great initiative which goes very well with what we are trying to do. Thank you, Balaji Reddy.
This will be the game changer not for ISF and ISN but for India. For India.
Now I want to introduce another key component is the investment. So Srikanth is raising about $108 million and he has been our volunteer right from the day one, and he is going to be collaborating with ISF, see that the investments, only problem with Srikanth is minimum ticket size is he says only $5 million. So I had to figure out how to get smaller checks for the early stage startups. So I request Srikanth also to say how Srikanth Venture Capital is going to help us. Srikanth, though your VC fund is minimum ticket size 5 million, you think of getting at least $500,000 or this thing to introduce that component also, so that we can help many more startups. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So my name is Srikanth. I'm a founding partner at 108 Capital. We are a SEBI registered Cat 2 AIF. But very importantly, as sir mentioned, here as a volunteer for ISF ever since it started. And all that I can tell you that, we've been part of this journey over the last 2 years. It's a fantastic platform for entrepreneurs, investors, mentors to actually come, collaborate, connect, and celebrate, right? That's what we actually stand for. And with the kind of collaboration that we just saw with Ram sir, I think this is going to be a game changer for a lot of people, because it's very difficult to kind of have everything on one platform and have access to also. And most of us, of course, have our day jobs, but all of us are very passionate about supporting this ecosystem, and that's why we are here. And of course, be it from 108 Capital or even otherwise, as we said, we have a large network of mentors and investors. All of us are here to actually help out startups in a meaningful way, right? And it's also therefore the onus is on you, the startups, to actually make yourself look good in front of investors. And that means that you'll get a lot of support from our mentors and everybody to prepare you for the day, right? And which is what, Dina is doing. So this is a very serious platform. Don't think that, you will probably just walk in and get away with money. It's very important that you do your bit and therefore then leave it to ISF. And that's the way we build credibility, right? That's very important for any organization in terms of sustaining it. So we expect the same from startups and mentors who are part of this network. Thank you so much.
Another important component is how do you take this concept international? So that's where Mr. Sheshadri is the co-founder of International Startup Foundation. And he shown me only less than a trailer in UK. Last year when he invited me to London, the way he organized meetings in House of Lords. House of Lords, only parliamentarians and country heads, they go and attend those meetings in House of Lords. For ISF, he gave that platform. All the ministers from British Parliament and many parliamentarians also attended that ISF network conference event in last year. Not only in London, he has got tentacles in entire Europe. I don't know which are the countries. Once I gave him a job, he is 24 hours on that. I don't know how he takes care of his other company requirements. Let Sheshadri tell about what is the recipe formula, how he is able to do that.
Thank you, Guruji. First of all, it's all your blessings and wishes. That's what I'll say. So I say, first of all, how I got it's close to about a year and a half for me in this mission, ISF, where I always say this, and again, I know it's stereotype for many. In my Chetty days, I used to see JSR building this, all we see, whatever it is in. So I never found after that anybody who was doing selflessly, I mean, with due respect, something in. So all the energy, that's where. And I have been lucky, while everybody used to say, I know JSR, they've been there 20 years, 15 years, 20. I say, when I will have that kind of a thing, and it's been from the last 1.5 years. So I'm the podium. I'm also blessed with him day in, day out, learning a lot of things. Secondly, I want to thank all our volunteers here, right? Because, sir, the volunteers are not only media, you said, even men in uniform. I said the armed forces in Bangalore, they all committed that they will also be part of volunteers in this. That's from Defense, Naval, Army, Defense, Naval, Air Force. So that's one thing. And yes, of course, while many of the details have already been there, I said, what is ISF? Everybody was asking me, what is ISF? ISF is a movement led by, obviously, Jay sir, and also many of the volunteers who come from all the way. I said, we are not always saying we are a not-for-profit, that's always there. But again, we are a non-event management company. We don't do anything in conferences in 5 stars. We do all conferences in the Chinta Chetukinda Telugu Valaki Ardhamaithe or Banyan Tree, Neem Tree, no cruises, high expensive cruises, doing pitches there and all that. This is what we see regularly. Our mentor, whenever he has said, we are always doing that. So you'll see very different, like we are talking about this Ankur Yatra, we'll see very different style of things. This is what the actual India has been there, our Bharat has been there. So we all know that, I don't know how many of us know, Bharat has shown the world there. We always say, whenever somebody else says we are a developing country, we are killed. I don't think we are already a developed country. The 0 to infinity was all from us. Whenever I go to the Cambridge, Oxford, when I go to I see the manuscripts of our Ramanujam or someone else, hamara billion hamar ko mil raha hai abhi. So I don't think it's all the mindset. So last but not least, what AI for me? Action in India. With this, thank you. Again, please all come to me.
Now, with this, I request our media persons, if there are any questions, any clarifications regarding ISF conference, as well as the first time in the world is Rural Startup Bus Yatra, which is happening, which is going to be flagged off on October 2nd by Honorable Chief Minister of AP. And next one is going to be in Telangana. So any questions related to these two, please go ahead. Open for Q&A.
So could somebody take us through the 2 days of event that will happen? What are the crowd pressure? What are the activities on 2 days?
So,
the 2 days, what are the activities you have on 2 days?
See, ours is, the schedule is September 26, 27 and 28. 26th is completely dedicated to the pitch sessions. While Deena said, we are already filtering the top 100 startups, and these 100 startups will have a demo day where they are going to pitch live in front of the investors. So that's day one. And day one, we also start with the expo inauguration. And day 2 and day 3 are all these round tables, which will be. Yeah, on day 1, in the morning, the expo is being inaugurated by Deputy Chief Minister, and in the evening, we'll have a Chief Minister who will be the chief guest. Along with him, we'll have a couple of union ministers. One is IT Minister of Telangana. Yeah, and Global CEO of Cognizant, Mr. Ravi Kumar, is also going to be with us as a chief guest. And day 2, I'll go through that. So on day 2, we'll have various roundtables, as we mentioned, which will be straddled across 2 days, health tech and all those stuff. And the most important thing, what we are doing for the past 2 years is we are doing Lifetime Achievement Awards, who has done an excellent work in their sectors. So this time we are giving Lifetime Achievement Awards for more than 20 people. So that is what we'll be doing on day 2 plenary session. And on day 3, we will continue to have more roundtable discussions. And one of the important things this year we are doing is something very similar to TED Talks, and an Indianized way of, we are doing an ISF Talks. So people who had done an excellence in their sectors are going to talk in a freestyle way that will be useful for all the startups. So this is all straddled across 3 days.
If you can throw some light on Ankur Yatra, which say starts on October 2nd, be it 1 week long, or you can share a little more detail as to what the route you have decided to take, because I know it's going to be rural. So if you can throw some light more about the rural Yatra itself.
Yeah, I'll tell you how the whole idea started. When we were in Jamaica, we were having a dinner in the evening. So there, one of the participants who came from Vijayawada, during the discussion, sir, I have a bus which has got all the modern amenities like a big LCD screen and a round table. So this, you can use that bus for your conference and all that. For conference, why do I require a bus? Then immediately I thought, why not we have a rural startup bus yatra? That's where Jamaica actually wants that, the concept. The idea came during our Jamaica visit. And because I strongly believe rural India has to be supported big time now. Farmers are still committing suicide. There's no hope for many people. And the remaining people, they're all getting into drugs and alcoholism, and they're getting free money. There's no incentive for them to do something and earn money on this thing. We are making them totally lazy and parasites. If you leave it like this, I think rural India will become a big liability for the nation. And once we stop that money going to them through direct benefit transfer or whatever it is, this thing, then there will be revolution from rural India. So only solution is how do we convert them from that this thing to make them a respectable entrepreneurs earning their own money. Then they don't take all this this thing. So then rural India also will come up to this thing, and there's no difference between Hyderabad. Like yesterday, Honorable IT Minister was telling, they are planning to create mini Hyderabad's. Warangal will be mini Hyderabad. Adilabad can be mini Hyderabad. So that means whatever infrastructure in a limited sense they are trying to create, automatically the entrepreneurs in that area can make use of that. So with that idea, we thought of taking this bus yatra. So what we are doing, this bus yatra is not people who are coming from USA, Europe, Singapore, they are all coming. They will anyway see what they can do in that. So what we have done, suppose if I come from Anantapur, I will be in that Anantapur bus yatra. We will all go, all the CXOs, investors from Anantapur who are all from different parts of the globe. We will go much before bus yatra starts, and Dina and his team, they are conducting the business plan competition in that area, whether agriculture startups, healthcare startups, rural finance startups, all these things, I mean, they are going to, his team is going to conduct. And we have selected host institutions at every location. The host institution has to take care of their responsibility, not only their students and their startups, this thing, entire zone, they will be conducting all that. And they're supposed to finish all that, selecting the at least 10 good startups from that zone before we go to that city or town or village, wherever it is. And 30th of September, the local ministers, for example, Kakinada, our Honorable Deputy CM of Andhra Pradesh, Pawan Kalyanji, agreed to be the chief guest to flag off. Not only the flagging off, we requested him to give the awards to those selected because they'll get inspired. If they are getting something in their own town, getting an award or recognition from people like Pawan Kalyan, they will, their excitement will be boundless. So that will happen on September 30th. This is hub and spoke model. Simultaneously, on the same day, Anantapur bus yatra will happen, Vizag bus yatra will happen, wherever we have Kakinada, Rajahmundry and all that. And all the buses with the entrepreneur selected companies, they will all come to Amravati on 1st of October. And Amravati, Honorable Chief Minister agreed to give at least 1 or 2 hours depending on his schedules. He will interact with these startups, and also he will interact with all the people who are coming from different parts of US and Europe, and he is going to take the commitment from them. Okay, you have come to participate. How many jobs you are going to create in your area? We have got a project called Project 100. In 100 days, they have to first show their commitment, whether they have invested in some company or created some jobs in their districts. So only those people will be in our next bus yatra or whatever activities. People who only talk, oh, we'll do it and all that, this thing. If they are not able to complete that 100 days project, we'll request them, probably you come to us whenever you got real this thing. So with that kind of a commitment, all the buses will be flagged off on Gandhi Jayanti, which is October 2nd, by Honorable Chief Minister. Why Gandhi Jayanti? Because Mahatma Gandhiji believed in rural empowerment and rural industry, all the cottage industry, all those things. He wanted to do it. But unfortunately, we sidetracked and we only took care of public sectors and the cities kind of for this thing. That created the imbalance. Today, nobody wants to stay in the rural area. In fact, my brother's son, though he did BSc Agriculture and MSc, he went to Wageningen University in Netherlands, and he came back and he wanted to be in the village to do some agri-tech. And no father was willing to give their daughter to my brother's son for marriage. So finally, I had to request Mahesh. Mahesh gave him an opportunity to work in his in your company, and I pushed him to Bangalore. Immediately after that, he got. So that is the situation in India. Unfortunately, nobody wants good people. Nobody wants to stay in the villages. That trend is not good. We have to reverse that this thing. So that's one of the key things why we have taken up this rural startup bus yatra, not driven by the government, driven by the industry. So all these buses on 2nd, once they are flagged off, they will all go to Sri City. Why Sri City? Sri City has got a lot of manufacturing companies. These startups, they need business, right? If only we are giving the money, there is no business, they will not be able to. In Sri City, one day completely we are going to have, and Srinivas Raju is organizing meetings with all the manufacturing companies like Foxconn, and so many manufacturing companies are there, Hero, all these companies are there. So they are going to come and give a presentation where they need help from the startup companies. What are innovative products that they can build for them? So that gives an opportunity to break the main thing for the startups to get the business. So after that, we will all go to IIT Tirupati. There we will be giving all the prizes, final prizes to all those people. And that is the last leg of our journey.
So that's going to be about 10 days?
No, see, actual bus yatra starts on October 2nd, the main bus yatra. But before that, preparation, like people will go to Kakinada on 30th, that program has to, these things, take the selected people, selected all the CXOs, they all have to travel to Amaravati, and Amaravati having discussions with Chandra R Garu. Then next day, this thing, they will follow this thing. Same thing we are going to do it for Telangana state in the month of December. Same pattern we want to do it. Once we successfully complete these two, then we will go to other states where they are already requesting. I don't want to go to them unless we have all the procedures are standardized, and we have to produce the results. Just by taking bus yatra for a visibility sake, if there are no results are coming, I don't think that's a correct model. So we want to see how the results are coming. Then with all that, this thing, we will go to Uttar Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and all the Madhya Pradesh and all that who are requesting us to this thing, because whole India, we need to serve the rural India. That is the main concept. And this is the first time in the world. In fact, Guinness Book of World Records, the team, they want to join us in the bus yatra. They want to see really all the CXOs are coming from US. If so, they want to enter this into the Guinness Book of World Records.
Mr. Balaji, you said you were setting up the world's biggest innovation center. Is there a timeline for it? At what stage are you currently setting up this?
Yeah, we are already on the drawing board, and next 4 to 6 months it will be up and running maximum. And we have already initiated discussion with global players to house their accelerator programs and startups here. And this is the first MOU we signed to collaborate with ISF.
Any more questions from others? Yeah, please. Yeah, good question. Yeah, as I was telling earlier, the future is going to be rural. not only in India, any country, because the majority of the population, they still live in the rural area. In India, more than 60% of the population still in the rural area. Unfortunately, because they are not getting a support, migration is happening and cities are getting crowded and all that. We want to stop that. Create these opportunities like the minister, the honorable minister is telling, mini Hyderabad had to be created. Similarly, mini Vizag had to be created in Andhra Pradesh, so that they have the complete social infrastructure, then digital infrastructure, other infrastructure, so that they'll be able to think of, for example, Joho Corporation, multi-billion-dollar company, they do products only in their company. You know where they do the recruitment? Only rural India, that to 10th class or 12th class. In fact, when we met Sridhar Vembu, when we wanted to invite him to come to Visakhapatnam, so Honorable Chief Minister Chandra R requested them, I'll give whatever land you want on the top of Rishikonda Hills, overlooking the ocean. Why don't you set up your development center? Then Sridhar Vembu said, sir, we don't want any land whatsoever in Visakhapatnam, but we want land in your Kuppam constituency. Then Honorable Chief Minister said, Kuppam is not developed, then what is that? No, sir, we want only in such places. We hire only rural people, either 10th class or 12th class. Then I asked Sridhar Vembu, why rural people, 10th class or 12th class, are there in urban areas? Why are you not able to take those people? Then he said, JSR, the urban students, they live in air-conditioned homes, they travel in air-conditioned buses, their classrooms are air-conditioned. In some international schools, even playgrounds are also air-conditioned. Their minds are all conditioned. We don't do any IT services, we develop innovative products. We want creative people. Whereas in rural area, those children, they don't know whether they can go to the school next day. They don't know, because there are so many conditions which they are not certain about that. That's the reason why we want to take rural boys and girls, and they are creating innovative products, and we are one of the largest companies in India producing the products. Any more questions? Yeah. Telulona? Okay. Amirpet to America. అందుకే కదా ఐటీ ఫోకస్ లేకుండా స్టార్టప్ ఫోకస్ తీసుకొస్తున్నాము. ఇది ఒకందుకు మంచిదే. ఇప్పుడు ఒకానొకప్పుడు ఇండియా ఆల్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఇంక్లూడింగ్ జీరో దే ఆర్ ఆల్ ఇన్వెంటెడ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. అంటే మన భారతదేశంలో అవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి, కానీ మనకి ఈస్ట్ ఇండియా కంపెనీ వాళ్ళు వచ్చేసి ఇక్కడ మీరు ఏది మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేయకూడదు, అన్నీ యూరోప్ నుంచి ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకోవాలా. దే ఫోర్స్డ్ us to become slaves. That's why I keep joking. Our IT services is like a slave industry. తెలుగులో ఓకే. సో మనము ఆ బానిసత్వ దీని నుంచి ఇప్పుడు బయటకు వస్తున్నాము. ఇంతవరకు ఎందుకు ఐటీ సర్వీసెస్లో మనం బాగా చేసామంటే మనకు ఆ మైండ్ సెట్, తెలంగాణలో ఏదో అంటారు కదా బానిసం దొర, రైట్? అందరికీ ఆ మైండ్ సెట్ ఉంది. ఎవరైనా చెప్తే, ఇప్పుడు అమెరికాలో కంపెనీ చెప్తే సార్ మీకు ఏం చేయాలి సార్ అంటే వాళ్ళు చెప్తారు, అప్పుడు వచ్చి వీళ్ళు కోడింగ్ ఏదో చేసి వాళ్ళు పంపిస్తారు. అదేం వర్క్ అది? కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ స్లేవరీ వర్క్, రైట్? వీఆర్ నాట్ ప్రొడ్యూసింగ్ ది ప్రోడక్ట్. వన్స్ అపాన్ ఎ టైమ్ మనం భారతదేశంలోనే అన్ని కనుక్కునేవాళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు వీఆర్ ఫోర్స్ టు గెట్ ఇన్ టు ఏది ప్రోడక్ట్స్, ఇన్నోవేటివ్ థింగ్స్ అండ్ ఆల్ దట్. దిస్ ఈజ్ యాక్చువల్లీ భగవంతుడు మనకి ఇచ్చిన ఆపర్చునిటీ. అంటే జాబ్స్ గిబ్స్ ఇక్కడ కూడా వస్తాయి, కానీ ఇక్కడ వచ్చేటి ఎలాంటి కంపెనీలు? ప్రోడక్ట్స్, అవర్ ఓన్ ఇంటలెక్చువల్ ప్రాపర్టీ. దెన్ ఒక కంపెనీ ఒక గ్రేట్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ తయారు చేస్తే ప్రాబబ్లీ వీ కెన్ బికమ్ ట్రిలియనర్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ సిచ్యువేషన్. ఇప్పుడు ఏదైనా మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ కానీ గూగుల్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ కూడా వాళ్ళ మార్కెట్ క్యాప్ అంతా ట్రిలియన్స్ ఆఫ్ డాలర్స్లో ఉంటుంది. మనం వై నాట్ వి క్రియేట్ దట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ కంపెనీ? దానికి ఈ స్టార్టప్స్ ఎకోసిస్టమ్ మైండ్ సెట్ వాళ్ళకు సర్వీసెస్ మైండ్ సెట్ నుంచి ప్రోడక్ట్ మైండ్ సెట్లకి తీసుకొస్తే, అండ్ దట్టు మనకు ఏ దేశంలో కూడా లేవండి ఇన్ని ప్రాబ్లమ్స్, ఇన్ని ఆపర్చునిటీస్. అందుకే మిగతా దేశం వాళ్ళంతా ఏమడుతున్నారంటే మా స్టార్టప్స్కి మీ ఇండియాలో మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ చూపించండి. ఎందుకంటే ఇంతమంది పాపులేషన్లో ఇప్పుడు ఒక అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఏంటంటే రూరల్ ఇండియా ప్రతి ఎలక్షన్స్ అప్పుడు వాళ్ళ చేతుల్లో చాలా డబ్బులు వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఆ డబ్బులు వాళ్ళు కొంటున్నారు, మాల్స్ కొంటున్నారు, దాంట్లో అంతా. సో కన్స్యూమరిజం యాజ్ పర్ ది రీసెంట్ సర్వే 10 times have increased in rural India. That's a great opportunity for startup companies. మీ ఇదివరకు రోజుల్లో మన వాళ్ళంతా పొలవమని అమెరికా పోయేవాళ్ళు, ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడేం మార్కెట్ లేదు, ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసేవాళ్ళు కూడా లేరు. ఇప్పుడు అవన్నీ మన దగ్గర ఉన్నాయి, వేరే వాళ్ళు కూడా మన దగ్గర వస్తున్నారు. ఇట్స్ ఏ వన్ వే బ్లెస్సింగ్ అండ్ డిస్గైజ్. అందుకని ఆ స్టార్టప్స్కి అనుగుణంగా మ్యాన్ పవర్ లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఆ మ్యాన్ పవర్ తయారు చేయాలి. మనకున్న మ్యాన్ పవరు ఐటీ, బీపీఓకి, కేపీఓకి పనికి వస్తుంది, కానీ ఈ న్యూ ఏజ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ, న్యూ ఏజ్ స్టార్టప్స్కి పనికిరాదు. అందుకనే ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ గురుకులు ఎందుకు పెడుతున్నామంటే ఎగ్జిస్టింగ్ స్టూడెంట్స్కి వాళ్ళు నష్టపోకూడదు. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళకి తెలుసో తెలియకో బీటెక్ కంప్యూటర్ చేస్తున్నారు, వాళ్ళు అదే విధంగా ఉంటే ఉద్యోగం దొరకదు. మరి ఆయన తప్పు, అబ్బాయి అమ్మాయి తప్పు కాదు, మన తప్పు. So we have to create some training modules so that they are transformed to suitable for startup companies. అది స్టార్టప్ గురుకుల ద్వారా చేస్తున్నాము. సో దీనివల్ల నేను అనుకోవడము, ఇందాక దీనా కూడా చెప్పాడు, దాదాపు ఎన్ని లక్షల జాబ్స్ ఉన్నాయంటే ఆల్రెడీ వీ హ్యావ్ హౌ మెనీ మిలియన్స్ ఆఫ్ జాబ్స్ త్రూ స్టార్టప్స్? ఆల్రెడీ 1.2 మిలియన్ జాబ్స్ స్టార్టప్స్ ద్వారా. అది ఇంకా 5.6 million లేకుంటే 10 million చేసేందుకు అవకాశం ఉంది. ఈజ్ నాట్ జస్ట్ వన్ కంపెనీ. ఆల్రెడీ దే ఆర్ మోర్ దాన్ 120 స్టార్టప్, 1,20,000 స్టార్టప్స్ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. దట్ నంబర్ ఇస్ గ్రోయింగ్. ఇప్పుడు మన హైదరాబాద్లో అండి లాస్ట్ 5 yearsలో 2 యూనికార్న్స్ వచ్చాయి హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి. In 5 years, how can they produce 8,000 crore company? 2 unicorns, Genoti and Darwin Box. అలాంటి యూనికార్న్స్ వచ్చాయనుకోండి, హైదరాబాద్ ఎకానమీ ఈజ్ టేకింగ్ కేర్. సో అది ఆపర్చునిటీ మనకి. ఒక రకంగా భగవంతుడు ఫోర్సింగ్ అస్ టు గెట్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ కేపీఓ, బీపీఓ ఆ జాబ్స్ నుంచి రెస్పెక్టబుల్గా చెప్పడానికి ఇండియాలో మేము ప్రోడక్ట్ చేసాము. ఆల్ ఓవర్ ది వరల్డ్ దే ఆర్ యూజింగ్ దిస్ ప్రోడక్ట్. వై వీ హ్యావ్ టు యూజ్ అదర్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ ఇన్ ఇండియా? సో ఆ ఆపర్చునిటీ మనకు వస్తుంది. దాని ద్వారా ఎకానమీ బాగుపడుతుంది, తర్వాత జాబ్స్ కూడా విపరీతంగా జాబ్స్ వస్తాయి. మేము రూరల్ స్టార్టప్స్ ఎందుకు అంటున్నాము? వాళ్ళకి అక్కడ ఉద్యోగాలు క్రియేట్ చేయాలి. ఇప్పుడు అగ్రికల్చర్లో వాళ్ళు ఏమి సంపాదించుకోవటం లేదు, అందుకని అందరూ ఫ్రస్ట్రేట్ అయ్యి టౌన్స్కు, సిటీస్కి వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు. మేము అట్లా కాదు, మీకే అక్కడ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము, అక్కడ జాబ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము, అక్కడ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాం, అక్కడ యూనికార్న్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము. దట్ ఈస్ అవర్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్. దట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు హ్యాపన్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
అంటే మీరు మీడియానండి, మీరు మీడియా నుంచి వచ్చారా? ఇప్పుడు అంతా అమెరికా నుంచి అమీర్పేటకు వస్తున్నారు. రివర్స్ ఏంటండి, అమీర్పేటలో స్టార్టర్స్ పెట్టాలి. మేబీ బాలాజీ సార్ కెన్ థింక్ ఆఫ్ అమీర్పేట్. ఐ థింక్ మేబీ వీ కెన్ రివర్స్ ద సైకిల్. సో బేసికలీ అందరూ ఇప్పుడు యాజ్ యూ సెడ్ ఎవ్రీబడి, మొత్తం అమెరికానే కాదు, మనం మాట్లాడితే అమెరికా అంటాం, అమెరికానే కాకుండా చాలా దేశాలు ఉన్నాయి, అందరూ ఇప్పుడు ఇండియా వైపే చూస్తున్నారు. సో మనకి మీరు కూడా ఇందాక సార్ చెప్పినట్టు మీరు వాలంటీరింగ్ చేసి రావాలి. ఈ న్యూస్ వేయడమే కాదు, మీరు కూడా వచ్చి వాటిలో ఉంటే అందరికీ మీరు హెల్ప్ చేస్తుంటున్నారు. మీరు ఏవేవో న్యూస్లు వేసే కంటే ఈ న్యూస్ల వల్ల మనకు కూడా ఉపయోగం పడుతుంది. టీఆర్పీ రేటింగ్స్ కూడా పెరుగుతాయి, ఎందుకంటే చాలామందికి జాబులు ఇచ్చాము, ఇది ఇచ్చాము అనేది మనకు వస్తుంది. అందరూ కలిసి మనకి చేయాలి, ఒకరితో అవ్వదు, ఇది స్ప్రెడ్ చేయాలి, మన బాధ్యత అది. ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ బిఫోర్ దట్ సార్, ఐ థింక్ వీ షుడ్ థ్యాంక్ ప్రశాంత్ గారు ఫర్ ద ESEA. మనం ఇక్కడ చేస్తున్నాం వంకాపున ఈ ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టాఫ్ కాలేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా ఈరోజు ఎందుకు పెట్టామంటే, వారు ఎంతో ఇక్కడ కన్వెన్షన్ సెంటర్ కొత్తగా వస్తుంది. నేను ఇందాక మీకు చెప్పినట్టు మనది 5-star హోటల్స్లో వీటిలో పెట్టాం. మనదంతా ఈ కాలేజ్ 100 years చేస్తుంది ఇంజనీరింగ్ ఇది అండి. సో ప్రశాంత్ గారు వారు ఇక్కడ ఇది. సో ఇట్
Thank you ISF. Actually this is all great goes to our director sir, Dr. Ramesh Rao sir. We welcome ISF. We see this is going to be a grand success. Thank you.
October 2nd జరగబోయే అంకుర యాత్రకి ఒక థీమ్ రెడీ చేశామండి. ఎలాగైతే October 2nd మన గాంధీ జయంతినో మహాత్మా గాంధీ గారు మన అంకుర యాత్ర బస్సుని డ్రైవ్ చేస్తున్నట్టుగా ఒక థీమ్ రెడీ చేశారు. సో దీన్ని ఇప్పుడు జయ చౌదరి గారు అన్వీల్ చేస్తారు. దిస్ ఈజ్ ద థీమ్ వేర్ మహాత్మా గాంధీ ఈజ్ యాక్చువల్లీ డ్రైవింగ్ ద అంకుర యాత్ర బస్ విత్ ఆల్ ద థీమ్స్. అండ్ ప్లీజ్ కమ్, ప్లీజ్ కమ్. Yeah.
Shows what we are doing. You explain what it is.
Good morning, Andy. సారథి గారు యాక్చువల్లీ అంకుర యాత్ర ఈ పోస్ట్ చూశాను. దాని ఎయిమ్ ఏంటి అంటే రూరల్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ ఎలా చేయాలి అనే ఆ పోస్ట్ చూసినప్పుడు నాకు ఒక ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ అనిపించింది. దానికి ఒక మెమోటో లాగా చేస్తే ఎలా ఉంటుంది, ఒక మాన్యుమెంటల్ స్కల్ప్చర్ కూడా చేస్తే ఎలా ఉంటుంది, దాని గుర్తుగా ఈవెంట్ గుర్తుగా ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్స్ కైండ్ కాబట్టి అనే ఆలోచనతో ఇది చేశాను. దీన్ని మేము మ్యూరల్స్ లాగా స్కల్ప్చర్స్ లాగా కూడా రిలీజ్ చేస్తాం దాని గుర్తుగా. థ్యాంక్స్ అండి.
ఈ చెట్టు పెరిగి ఎన్ని యూనికార్న్లు ఈ ఏరియాలో
ట్రీ ఆఫ్ లైఫ్ అంటారు కదా. ఓకే సార్. అంటే ఒక చెట్టు అనేది మనిషి జీవితానికి ఎంతో ఉపయోగము. ఆపర్చునిటీస్ని ఎంపవర్మెంట్ చేయడం కూడా అంతే ఇంపార్టెంట్ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్తో చేస్తాం.
అంకురం అంటే మనం విత్తనం వేస్తే చిన్న మొక్క, అది ఇంత పెద్ద మహావృక్షం అయిపోయి అందరికీ నీడలు ఇస్తుంది, తర్వాత అందరికీ ఫలాలు ఇస్తుంది. దట్స్ వాట్ అంకుర యాత్ర ఈజ్ ఆల్ అబౌట్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
I request all volunteers to come onto the stage if anybody. Yeah, please come.
You want this also any media volunteers, please come. You are part of us. Come. Without you people.
Anybody without a camera.
Still some people are sitting there. Please come. You are all recruited. Please come. నేను ఇందాక చెప్పాను కదా, మా ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో ఒక్క ఎంప్లాయీ కూడా లేదు. ఇట్స్ ఆల్ రన్ బై వాలంటీర్స్ అండ్ దే హ్యావ్ యువర్ ఓన్ కంపెనీస్. దేర్ ఆల్ ఇన్ బిగ్ మల్టీనేషనల్ కంపెనీలో సీనియర్ ఎగ్జిక్యూటివ్స్. వాళ్ళు దే ఆర్ గివింగ్ ఆల్ ద టైమ్. ఐఎమ్ ఓన్లీ వైఫై చూస్తున్నాను కానీ పని అంతా వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్నారు. I want to give thanks all my volunteers who are really responsible all these people. Thank you.
Thank you.
మన వే ఆఫ్ వర్కింగ్ వేరు. మన ఈవెంట్ అప్పుడు కూడా ఒక బిగ్ మాన్యుమెంట్ పెట్టి మీతోని ప్రొటోటైప్ చేసాం. సో దాన్ని ఈవెంట్కి అలైన్ చేస్తే ఒకటి దాని మెమరీని ఎక్కువ
Namaste. My name is Jay Chaudhary. I'm the founder and chairman for the International Startup Foundation. We started this journey about 2.5 years back. Now what we have taken up a unique project called Ankur Yatra. We believe that India has got immense potential in the rural India. Every problem in the rural India could be an opportunity for a startup, a rural startup. That's the reason why we want to bring this awareness through the rural startup bus yatra. It's called Ankur Yatra. First time in the world we are experimenting. Many CEOs, CTOs, investors from North America, from Europe, from Singapore, India, they all want to participate. They all want to give back to the country to their own motherland, to their own districts and towns and villages. And this kind of response I never anticipated. It's happening. They are all going to participate in the Andhra Pradesh rural startup bus yatra, Ankur Yatra, which is going to be flagged off on Mahatma Gandhi Jayanti on October 2nd by Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Going to be experiment, a pilot, how rural India we are going to create the startups, we are going to create jobs and wealth creation also happens. Then rural economy also can be a uplift, and there are a lot of enthusiasm coming from investors and mentors to help the rural startups in a very big way. This pilot, if it is successful, not only in India, everywhere, wherever country they want to uplift the rural economy, this model can be taken up. And I welcome all the people who wants to join this unique bus yatra. Join us and strengthen our hands, see that we help the rural India by creating the opportunities. We have taken up this unique bus yatra called Ankur Yatra, starting with Andhra Pradesh. In December, we are going to do the same thing in the state of Telangana. And wherever there is a need, I think Ankur Yatra is going to help the rural India, creating the jobs in the rural India and creating the economy in the rural India and creating the unicorns and decacorns from rural India. That is our objective, and we want help and support, encouragement from all of you. Please come and join our Ankur Yatra in Andhra Pradesh on October 2nd. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Namaste, this is Srilata Shankar. In our Leadership Talk series, in collaboration with MyStartupTV, we today have Veena Yeleshwarapu with us. She is into product management, project management, and many more things. Let us understand her journey. Welcome to our series, Veena. We are pleased to have you with us as a guest today.
Thank you, Srilata, for having me here.
What you did in your graduation and what took you to the journey that you are now.
I did my graduation from Bharati Vidya Bhavans. I did my BSc Electronics, and it was in 1994 when I started my BSc Electronics, and that time my idea was to join ECIL. All my uncles and my aunts were all in ECIL, which is close to my place where I stay. So that was the reason I took electronics as my elective. But then after a few years I realized, okay, this is not my cup of tea, and I want to do something which is in boom right in the industry. So then I took help of my friends and also my dad, who was also educated during that time of his journey. He did his MA as well, and he suggested that I should go for Master in Computer Applications. So I finished my electronics with lot of pain, I would say. But I took up MCA and obviously into IT industry. And
where did you finish your MCA?
I did it I completed by Y2K 2000 as an MCA graduate, postgraduate.
Where did you do your MCA from?
I did my MCA from Osmania University, but the rank which I got was kind of, at that time we didn't have many colleges. So there were hardly like 15 or 20 colleges. I got my seat in Nizamabad. I did my MCA from Nizamabad, but it was affiliated to Osmania University as well. Sure. So I completed it in the year 2000.
Okay.
And then
so after your MCA, where did you start working, and how did you continue your work?
So that was like the time where we didn't have much of web and networking as such. We used to have the hard copies of our resumes. We used to drop it in every industry that we used to come across. So there were there were only a few big names that we could hear, Satyam, TCS, and not many. So I think it was my third attempt in the companies that there were no fresher recruitments, there were no off-campus or campus recruitments as such. So it was like a manual work we used to do. We used to print our resumes, drop them in the drop boxes of these IT companies, and luckily among all my friends, I was one of the first persons to be called for an interview in Metamore.
Okay.
So that was the company which took me in as a fresher. I joined as a junior software engineer.
Okay.
But then unfortunately that was the Y2K time where all the systems were going down, mainframes were all down and whatnot. There was a lot of boom that IT industry is going to come down, and everybody will be on the roads and things like that. But I never took that seriously. I said, okay, everything happens for a reason. There will be ups and downs in various industries that you talk about. It's not only IT, right?
So as a software engineer, which domain or vertical were you working on?
So I started as a mainframe developer. I started as a junior software engineer. I used to do code. I used to prepare designs and all that. So I am core techie person, I would say. My background is technical. So then I moved over to Java also for some time. Then a lot of designing, support, maintenance, and production support. All these things were.
So you must have used COBOL and C++.
Oh yeah. COBOL was my first programming language. I really enjoyed it. People say that it's boring and all that, but I had fun. So I mean, it doesn't matter what language you really work on, right? I mean, there's every learning in every aspect of the work that you do. That was my mantra from the beginning.
Absolutely.
I continue with that.
Yeah, and I did my NIT course, and that's how I know COBOL and DBase and all that, which is obsolete now, but except for COBOL, everything else is obsolete. So from a software engineer, what was your journey as from mainframe to Java, and how did you transition as a project manager?
Okay, so initially in Metamore actually took a lot of metamorphosis, I would say. We had a lot of transitions happening, different companies took over. It was called Keen. By the time I came out of that company, it was Keen India Limited. I grew up in Metamore as a software engineer, then I moved over to senior software engineer role, where I took some responsibilities for the team. I used to groom a few set of people who were junior software engineers. So I came out as a senior software engineer from Keen India Limited. Then in Accenture actually there was a lot of growth curve. That's where I moved. That was my second company. So from senior software engineer to project management. So it was a long journey, lot of learnings, lot of challenges on the way, but it was all a very good learning curve, I would say. Lot of learnings, I would say. I mean, project management training as well. We had a great manager. I don't want to take their names.
Sure.
But there was a lot of very good grooming, and the coaching that I received in Accenture is impeccable. That is kind of a, always I cherish the moments that I spent in Accenture, where I grew from senior software to project management. I did my PMP certification as well in Accenture. They sponsored my certification. So that really helped me move into a management role, where there were a good number of reportees at some point of time in Accenture. When I was coming out due to my health reasons, I had to leave the company, but there were about 100 plus people reporting to me. One full organization, I would say. I mean, it was called a business unit.
Subunit,
yeah. So that business unit was built from scratch along with me and my manager. So I take pride in that.
Most of our audience is management students or engineering students and the young professionals who have just started their career. And when I say young professionals, it could be 0 to 8 years experience. For these people, what is the transition, or how does one get into a different role similar to you, who started with mainframes, then moved to Java, and then moved to project management? How does one seamlessly get into it, or what are the steps that he or she should take to get into project management?
Transition is just an attitude, I would say. I mean, if you have the right attitude of doing something, you have the passion, you can move into any career, I would say. irrespective of the industry. It's just that you should be passionate about it, and maybe you do some initial groundwork of learning,
yes.
right? You train yourself or you join a course outside that will really help you groom your skills, and then you can definitely, you know, if I am now doing project management, nobody can say that I can move over to some product management or I can do coding. I cannot do coding. I mean, it's nothing like that. It's all in your attitude and everything. I mean, I would give that advice to even the students who are budding, you know, programmers or getting into management areas. I think it's nothing like you can't do anything. You can do everything. It's just that you'd have the right skill, just build it over time. It doesn't come in a day or two, right? I mean, it's over time. You keep learning and learning, network, have, you know, have conversations with your peer groups and understand what is the prime area that you need to focus on, and also your interest, right? What is your interest? You can groom yourself in that.
I'm glad you said that, Veena, because people, you know, tend to get aspired by somebody who's, you know, senior or wanting to get into their kind of a role, but not put in enough efforts. I had typical number of examples such as yours, who the youngsters, you would come to an HR person and say that, ma'am, she's into SAP and she's traveling or he's traveling abroad and she's earning so much of money, so I want to get into SAP. So which is a wrong want or desire to move into that, because unless you are wanting to get into that role, wanting to get into that domain or vertical or any other role, doesn't make sense, because money and role should not chase you.
Correct.
Your desire, wish, want should chase you. Very rightly said. What is PMP certification? How does one get into, how does one do a PMP certification? What is the course? What is the role after?
Project management, the basic requirements nowadays that companies ask is the project management certification, that is PMP. It is offered by PMI, Project Management Institute, USA. They have like a PMBOK, that is a book of knowledge. They have laid down certain guidelines for a project management to happen, right? It's irrespective of industry. Even if you take a construction industry, there's a process, right? You build the basement, then you know, you go for the walls and then the ceiling and all that. So something like that. Project management is irrespective of the industry. Once you do that, you can apply that knowledge in any kind of industry. So it's financial management, it is staff management, right? Resource management. Then you have the schedule management, cost management, right? Then you have reporting, how you manage the stakeholders, how you manage a project end to end, like the maintenance and things like that. So it has laid guidelines of how a project should run right from inception to the implementation. So there are various steps involved. So it is kind of a book of knowledge, which is, you know, you can mug it up actually. If you have to give that exam, it's just mugging up and applying that knowledge in the industry that you work on. And then nowadays it's unfortunate that people are looking for that certification. It's not always that. It comes with a lot of experience as well. So having the certification is definitely a plus, but then there is an experience that is way more than the certification itself. So once you have that knowledge of how a project should be run, how do you set up a team, how do you staff the team, how do you interview, what is people management, how do you deal with people, how do you handle situations, right, where people get into conflicts, what is conflict management, what is risk management, all these aspects in a nutshell is called project management. So that is what this certification is about, and it takes about 3 or 4 months of preparation. At least for me it took that. I mean, you have to look into various aspects, because I had a little background of managing a project as well, and a team. You will get to know these with experience. So with definitely little amount of knowledge of how to run a project plus studying, you can clear this exam. It's not easy. It's an online exam. You have to go to a Prometric center, give that exam, and then it's very tough, I would say. I mean, even if you have an experience with project management, you will have to, there are situational questions which are difficult to interpret as well. So you have to really focus for those 3 or 4 months, and then I think you can definitely clear it. It's not a rocket science, I would say.
Sure. So how does one apply to this PMP course?
So I think once you go through the books that are preferred, I think there's Rita Mulkey, there's a PMBOK book which is written by her. There are mock exams that you can give. You can apply it in PMI, Project Management Institute USA, on the website, and there's some fee that you have to pay, and you can
I
give
think
the
it's
exam.
about 35 or 40,000.
Yeah,
right.
initially, and then you renew it every 3-4 years.
Sure.
So with the current knowledge that you have built in, if there's a team management that you have done, you add some PDUs, professional development units. You keep adding them year on year, and every 3 years you got to renew those PDUs.
Sure. So what one always believes or one understands is project management is specifically only for the IT people. So I'm glad you said that it can be used across industries, across verticals, across domains, etc. Even an HR person or finance person can use project management, and he or she can do the course as well. So you also mentioned it is people management. It is dealing with people management. How one organizes the entire fulcrum of HR. How does one do that as an HR person? Let's say I am wanting to do an PMP course. I am the HR leader. How does it benefit HR department or a finance department?
Definitely. So you can take the particular assignment that is given to you as a project itself. How do you start that? Suppose you are a HR person. You are given a task of recruiting some n number of people by 3 months or 4 months. You got to get profiles, you got to interview people, you have to see the fitment, then you touch base with the technical, you have to schedule those interviews. So all these steps are actually, I would say, it's part of project management. What is the first step? You lay out a plan. What is my first step? So in that step also I'll have sub steps. How will I have to liaise with some external consultants, or will I get the resumes? How will I get those resumes? So those things are like project management. You define the dates. Unless and until you define dates and work upon, so I have 3 months, you have to work backwards. By the end of, suppose this is June, right? By end of August I need people. So you work backwards. August 30th I need my people here. So what should I do? Just work backwards and get things done. It's a project for you, right? Even if it's a HR or finance team, for example. So finance team is probably introducing some new tax component into all the salaries that are being credited to employees. So how do they do that? It's not a simple task, right? How do they introduce that? Where should they introduce that? Whether it's basic or flexi or things like that. So that itself is a project. So by which month they are supposed to credit.
It can't be March.
So that's how they'll have a project by itself. I mean, every industry you name it, construction, PMBOK itself says that, the book which I'm talking about, which is referred to for all the PMP certifications, that itself says that there's no industry that you cannot apply the project management.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be a mammoth project, it can be a tiny project as well.
Tiny project, yeah.
Right. What is the difference between project management, program management and product management?
So project management is a subset of program management. A program is like a group of projects. Like suppose I have a huge project under which there are multiple projects A, B, C which have to be executed in parallel. Different dates, different go live dates, different start dates. But then I actually am sitting on top of, suppose the management is here, and then they are having multiple project managers under them. They will assign the projects to them, but at the program level they will have to monitor that all these projects are running smoothly and they are delivered as per the timelines. For them it's a program because it comes, suppose it's a health or pharma industry under which they are operating different projects, and they are launching a product for a particular division, and that division comes under their purview.
Right.
So that means that is a program for them. So I have to launch this product for X, A, B, C companies, and then I have to introduce this into the programs that are running for them. So that is a program. So program is a it's like a group of projects which are being executed at various levels. That is program. Product, as you understand, I mean, it's like a tool or a product. I mean, how should I say that? It's a, software as, suppose the product, how can I give you an example?
Product that is being manufactured has to be sold out?
Yeah, you can take that as an example when it comes to the product industry, but when it comes to project management in the IT side, I would say there is some kind of an application which is being developed by a company. Suppose I am a company, I am trying to provide some kind of a package to a pharma industry or any industry for that matter. I am developing a full solution for them. So that is a product. I give that product to the company which I want to, liaise with, and then I will give them this product saying that this will serve the purpose of so and so with your organization. Sometimes there might be some edits to that, right? It might not work as I have developed for my company. So X company might use it as is, but Y company might say, okay, it doesn't work for me as is. I need a lot of edits to this. Okay, it has to suit the compliance related things in my company. So you have to tweak that product accordingly so that the second company can use.
Correlation with marketing, compliance,
Exactly,
solutions,
lot of things actually. So product as a solution is nowadays buzzword, I would say. So product as a solution, SaaS products, you might have heard, software as solution. So product as a solution, platform as a solution, all these are like products which are owned by a company, and then they customize that according to the needs of the organizations that they are serving, and then that is the product management. So I manage this product from my perspective.
So till now I understood product as selling a particular product, package,
anything.
It could be a talcum powder, it could be for an IT company, it could be some package. But now what you have told us is it can be solutions for that you're delivering for the outside market. For a student who's got into Java or .NET, for a student who's joined company and moved into Microsoft technologies, Java, .NET, how does one become a project management or product management? What is the career?
So I think it depends on their choice. Nowadays companies are offering different kinds of choices. They can choose their path. Either they can go technically, they can build their knowledge technically, they can be technical experts. They can do architect, solution architect and all that, right? You can go up to that level. Some people are passionate about people, people management, dealing with people, having people around makes them happy. So somebody like
team
me,
management,
right? I love to be with people, I love to interact with new people, learn from them, it's mutual. Project manager is not somebody who's, dictating terms to the team. I don't believe in that. There's a lot of learning back and forth. The team thinks that, okay, they are my boss and all. I don't believe in that concept at all. Like you have more experience than them. That is the only difference that your team and you have. So some people are passionate about that. Then they can go into project management where it deals with, people. People aspect is a major core of project management. If you don't treat your team properly, you're not a good project manager at all. I mean, you can't deliver what you promise unless you have a good team in place, and team rapport can be built with a good project management skills. How you deal with conflicts, how are the risks handled. If a team member comes to me and says that, okay, I'm having this situation right now, how do I deal? Whether it's technical, you diagnose that situation, right? It's technical, non-technical, or it's with people themselves, they are having conflicts. How do you resolve that? You sit with them, have, remand kind of a thing where you understand what the situation, how that situation occurred and things like that.
So my question is, you as a project manager, are you dealing with teams who are working on different Microsoft technologies or verticals? Like for example, one person is working in SAP, one was working in Java, .NET. Do you manage this entire team or how's it?
So it's a mix of people. It's a matrix organization that I currently I'm working on. I mean, in Accenture it was a different situation where we belong to that hierarchical model, where people, they were different technologies there also, here also, but this is a matrix where they don't report into me, but we come together as a team when we execute a project in my current organization. Whereas in Accenture, it was like my team who were distributed across various domains, technologies. Again, they were reporting to me there. I mean, the kind of organization, I'm currently working in a GCC, Global Capability Center, which is kind of a captive right? The
Sure.
previous term of this. Accenture is consulting services where you have that hierarchical model and things like that.
Not in the question of hierarchy, but my more relevant question was various technologies that one is working on.
Mhm.
I could be a Java person, my friend
Yes.
can be working in SAP. They
Yes.
all kind of merge into project management.
They can, it's technology aversive, I would say. I mean, there's no particular technology that will lead you to project management.
Okay.
Whatever technology you're working on, if you are like passionate about leading a team, being a project manager, you can go from any technology and come to this area.
All right.
Right?
So even a person with ERP background can get into project management.
Course.
Right.
Yes.
So, Veena, today's youngsters, whether it's college students or young professionals, they have a lot of exposure compared to you and me. If you remember, I am sure you're smiling already. We had to go to an internet center, wait there for 20 minutes to get a half an hour slot, and we did whatever we could then. Today, everybody has a laptop at home, maybe probably 2-3 laptops at home, and everything is on a click of a button. Today's youngsters are very smart, very passionate. I wouldn't say very passionate, but to an extent passionate. But they also are very restless. They want to keep jumping jobs. I as an HR person, I keep telling them this stability is the most important thing. So what are the 3 important things that you would tell the youngsters and students today for their career?
I would say be abreast with the current technologies. I think you have to keep honing your skills. It's not that you stop at one and say that I'm done, right? Every industry is like that. I mean, you can't stop at something you learn and then you say, okay, I'm done. This is going to take care of me for my life.
In fact, learning doesn't stop even at our stage.
Yes, of course. I think you have to keep upgrading your skills, upskilling, right? Every moment.
Upskilling and reskilling.
Right. Too much. I think that's change that you have to accept in today's industry. I mean, today you talk about one technology, tomorrow it's gone, and day after tomorrow there will be new technology coming.
Even 5 months back, we didn't even know what was ChatGPT.
I know. Today people are using, even first grade child is going and typing his project in ChatGPT, and you have everything coming up, right? So today AI is taking over, cloud technologies are taking over, right? You have to machine learning, whatnot. You keep upskilling and reskilling. That is one first and foremost thing that I would say. The second thing is, once you learn a particular technology, build upon that at least for a few years, right? You can't be saying that, okay, I'm done, this is 1 year, this is gone and things like that. At least build so that you have that groundwork, like base developed, at least So languages are no different, I would say. I mean, even the latest technologies have some language going on in the background, right? Once you learn a language and its basics, those basics will help you learn the other languages as well. Otherwise, if your ground level itself is weak, that means as you go, even if you be a jumping jack, looking for other jobs, this groundwork, if it's not strong, you will not be strong in anything. Build that, I think. Be with a particular organization, learn all the groups, like what they are doing, be curious, right? What other groups are doing, go keep learning, keep inquiring. Network also is the third thing that I would suggest. Network. Some people are very, introverts, and they say, okay, I'll do my work, day job, and then leave. It will not really help you in nowadays. Networking is a first and foremost thing where you should know what other groups are also doing. It's not just your job, right? Nowadays, you have to know what the organization's goal is. Otherwise, if tomorrow somebody comes and says the organization is changing and this is what we are introducing, and you are not even aware of what is happening, so you will not be considered for a particular role that they might be looking to fill, right? Unless and until you network, you build that group, right? LinkedIn is a place I would suggest where you go network with people from different industries, your friends, your peer group, and your college, everything, right? It includes the entire set of people that you deal with.
I will add to what Veena just mentioned is every student who was passing out, whether engineering student or MCA student or a management student, I always insist on telling them that at least minimum of 3 years in each company is a must. Correct. If you're jumping within 10 months, 11 months, is not going to have any growth for you. You may get 5,000 or 10,000 more in a different company. That may be your second job. Third job, no one will even look at you. And I am, as an HR person, I'm authentically telling you about it. Because if somebody, let's say Veena has come to me with 11 months experience, I will ask her a series of questions, not just in terms of technical, but saying why did she leave, what is the reason, etc., etc. So 3 years minimum, otherwise there's no stability. The reason I say about stability is when companies recruit you, they invest a lot of money on you in terms of recruitment, in terms of infrastructure costs, in terms of training. And if a person is going to leave in 11 months time, why will a company invest that kind of money on you? That's point one. Point two, what she mentioned in terms of learning, continuous learning is a must. There is no two ways about it. There's no shortcomings to success. You have to do the grounding. You have to go according to the universe of what is in store for you. You have to be patient. You cannot get it done within 3 months, 6 months. It's not a 2-minute noodle. There is a career path. If you want to reach a vice president's role, as a junior executive to the vice president, it will take you minimum of 22 to 25 years. So you'll have to be patient. Third is, like she said, you have to be like a sponge. You know, what does a sponge do? If you put a sponge in a pool of water, it absorbs. So as a student, you have to learn, absorb. Networking, the third point that you mentioned, was not just in terms of LinkedIn and your seniors, but within your organization seniors, your cousins, your friends, your college seniors, network with them, speak to them constantly. And that's how, like, let's say Veena is your friend, Veena's friend can be your friend as well. May not necessarily you have to hang out with her, but these are all networking for your future career and growth in terms of learning. Thanks for the great inputs that you gave, Veena. What are the things that you will say that a student should not do? 3 things student and young professional should not do, which will hamper their career.
You know, some people I have seen in my experience, when somebody from college pass out joins the organization, you know, they get bored very easily with the technology that they are on, right? Irrespective, I was in mainframe, which was like considered as, you know, boring obsolete, technology, obsolete, it's going. Why are you even opting for that? It doesn't matter, whatever you are put in. Initial part of your career, you have to ensure you build that base, as I said earlier, right? Go learn it. Even if it's old technology, go learn it. I think there's that basic groundwork that you still have to do. You know, every programming language, you know, you define the variables, you define the logic, how you end the program, you introduce various loops and all that. I think it's all common across the board. It's just the language that is different and how you apply it is different, right? So go learn that, whatever you are assigned, take it as a challenge, learn it completely, gain experience, you know, use, as company is making you, you know, work for them, you have to also take advantage of the company and use that as a ground for you building your base. I think it's all mutual. When you go join a company, it's a mutual win-win situation, right? Company Absolutely. Wins from your work, you win from the company's work as well, you build that knowledge. I think without that, I mean, that is one thing that I've seen people, you know, they get bored, they say, okay, I need a different role, or they'll, you know, straight away resign. They will not even spend the initial part of their career, which is like solid 4 or 5 years. You said 3 years, but I would say 4 or 5 years, be with that organization, Absolutely. Learn everything that you can, right? There's no job anywhere in the world which doesn't give you learning, I would say. I mean, that was Absolutely. My attitude, at least when I joined as a fresher. Learn from every small thing, even if you are given an Excel data entry, right? There will be a lot of macros that you can build. You can make things easy. People who are taking like days together, you can create a macro, right? Learn from it.
Even There's small things like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP,
correct, learn it. There is a lot of things that you can learn. Don't say that it's boring, right? automate and see that you can give that as a challenge to yourself, that okay, let me automate this, this is going to be manual and boring work, I'll make it interesting.
Absolutely,
right? So that thing you'll have to develop. Don't say that it's a trivial job, it's not a great job that I'm doing, right? That is second thing. Third thing that I have seen is, they are not learning nowadays. I mean, with the new technologies, I mean, once you have gained enough knowledge in a particular organization, don't settle for that. Keep learning. Look for, ping the market and see like what are the current trends, right? Ping the market. What are the demand? What are the technologies in demand? Go train yourself. Go certify. Invest some money. It's okay. You spend that money, you gain, twofold, threefold in future. So invest in your learning. That is definitely. And I think maybe this is the second one. Third one, also give time for yourself. Mobile is not the only world. Gadgets are not the only world. Invest in your, spiritual things, which will definitely bring all the kinds of stress that you are going through.
Well said.
Right? Invest in yourself. Go travel, explore the world. I would say, whatever you earn, 50% you can save, 50% you spend on yourself and your family. I think that is something that people are missing. They are sitting in their own confined rooms,
cubicles
cubicles, whatever I would say. I mean, they spend time for
silence,
days together on the internet, but they don't explore what is happening around. Right. There are so many things that we can explore.
Yeah, she mentioned traveling, but beyond traveling, I would also say that invest in your inner self, understand your inner self. When I say meditation, it doesn't necessarily belong to a particular religion. Meditation, yoga is religion free. Please invest yourself in that. Today, youngsters, as you rightly said, are extremely frustrated, extremely stressed, and people like, not necessarily our generation, please understand that we do not get stressed at all. Why? Because we understand how to manage life. I think that's the next question that I will ask you. People are very frustrated. We youngsters are very stressed out. Small things like, okay, the mother doesn't buy them a smartphone, they want to take their lives. They want to commit suicide. If they don't get the bike according to their liking, they commit suicide, which is bizarre. Which you and me, we never even thought about it. Even today, we understand, we've gone through so many aspects of life, whether it's health, whether it's family, problems are there, and we know how to circumvent them. So what is the one most important thing, or the most important thing that you would tell the youngsters in terms of stress?
I think they are like over passionate about whatever they do. I think once they are addicted to a particular thing, they are like, let me explore more, let me explore. They just go dig deeper into that. I mean, which is kind of a stressful environment. You travel to work, you are on the road, you don't have patience for the traffic to clear, right? You abuse people on the road and do what not, right? Likewise in the office as well. I mean, if somebody is telling you something, you just give them back in different kinds of languages. I mean, these things have to be curbed a lot, which is like a retrospection, which is lacking, I see. I mean, just see what you want in life, right? Do things that you love. If you have joined a course, suppose you have joined an IT industry or you have joined a particular industry, it's your choice, right? You have joined with your interest. Why are you not able to focus on that? So just self-retrospect, I would say. And definitely, as you brought the point of spirituality, investing in yourself, that is what I don't see in the current generation. If gymming is something that you love, go spend time in gymming. Draw a line for everything that you do. Or work, draw a line. Say, I'm not going to take up any work after this time. There might be situations where you have to compromise, but that's okay. You compromise on that. But draw a line, give yourself time for gymming, yoga, spirituality, involve yourself in, jogs, right? Whatever enthuses you, right?
Work as well.
Yeah. Do some social service that really help. Do some volunteering service at various organizations. They offer, it gives a lot of self-satisfaction that is missing, I see.
When we are talking of spirituality, it doesn't necessarily have to, I don't mean to say that, one should spend 7 hours, 8 hours in front of a deity, but that inner calming is required. You can either tell a Hanuman Chalis or a Gayatri Mantra or whichever faith you believe in. That calming is very important, and that will lead you to less stress, which will lead you to more success. It's a mantra. Less stress leads to more success.
Correct.
So do not get stressed. Do not get, and you must understand, like I told you, it will take, everything has its own time. It took you 10 years to finish your 10th class. You didn't finish it in 1 year. Similarly, to get to a vice president level or a CEO level, it will take you 22 to 25 years. It does not happen overnight. So we've had a wonderful chat till now. What are the things that you like as an individual apart from your work? What are your interests?
Yeah, so I'm into spirituality a lot. I believe in spending time, at least 1 week to 10 days. I detox myself from the current happenings, family, everything. I go alone to, I'm a Isha follower. I follow Isha yoga, and I practice yoga as well every day. I spend a lot of time in my inner well-being as well. As you said, I was also in that situation of stress, right? I mean, I was very frustrated. I was, screaming at everybody. I was yelling at my kids. People never used to like me before when I was around. I was always that cranky kind of a person. They unpredictable. When I would give them back, it was like that kind of a situation. So that's when I came across this Isha yoga. That has really helped me in, managing stress. It's not that we can completely avoid it in the current situation. We can't avoid.
Is more important,
so how do you manage that stress is what matters, right? How do you manage? So with yoga, I have been able to manage stress. I had a lot of balance in my, situations, that I look at it as a, a moment of situation. Okay, it has come, it has come. You can't do anything about it. How do you resolve that is what you need to think about. Right?
More so, it is a learning,
yes.
Learning in your life.
Of course, I think
you won't have success all the time.
Correct.
You will have failures. And what is a failure? Failure is a stepping stone to success.
Exactly. So don't take that as a problem or some kind of a nuisance that is happening in your life, right? It's a learning. It's a situation. Call it as a situation. Deal with it.
Overcome it and go on.
Move on. That's it. I mean, don't sit down and get bogged down about it, keep thinking, crying, disturbing the entire, people that are around you, right? It doesn't really help. So think about it as a situation. Okay, this has come. It's not a problem. It's a situation. You gain experience out of it. That's what I would say. Learn about it. Like how can you resolve it? Solve it, and then you come out as a great achiever. When you look back after 2 or 3 days, you might look at it as a trivial thing that you really bothered about. So I think yoga, spirituality, whatever God you believe in, spend time, invest some half an hour to 45 minutes every day before you begin your day, right? Before you begin your daily chores, invest in that, and that gives you a lot of calming and brings balance in your mind, body.
It also helps you deal with teams much better. You are more wiser, more matured, and know how to deal with people.
Yes.
Apart from yoga and spirituality, what else are your interests?
My interests are like traveling. Nowadays, I have reduced it because I had some situation last year with my health, so I reduced it. But travel, I used to love. I'll start it again. That's
I think we should travel together.
Yeah, of course. And my family, I have 2 boys and 1 pet. So being with them, every weekend we go out, spend time with your family. That's a piece of advice that I would give to the current generation, which doesn't really happen, I see. But
I know the fact and the glory that we are living in India. India is a country which gives a lot of importance to family, unlike the West. I would second what she said. Invest and spend time with family, and that's your fulcrum of your existence. And whatever goes wrong, if at all it goes wrong, they will be there to fall back upon. So invest time with your family. A couple of last questions is, apart from your family and interests that you mentioned, you also do a lot of community work. What do you do, and please explain.
So I am a part-time volunteer with Isha. So we go to villages. We go to they are like in farms most of their time, right? We motivate them to come and invest in their health also. I mean, if we ask the villagers to come and do yoga, they might not appreciate it. So what we have, I have actually partnered with Isha, where there is something called Gramotsavam, which talks about introducing some small games that they play, right? Kabaddi, volleyball, throw ball and things like that, which everybody is interested. I mean, even the people in villages or towns, everybody alike play games. I mean, they would love to do that. So I do a service with Isha as well. So there is also in my organization also there is a CSR activity that we do, corporate social responsibility, where we have something like mentoring. So they are like college fresh, in their final years of BTech or engineering, where we are tied up with one particular person and they are from little financially background, they're not as strong in their financial situation, so they can't go and reach out to a consultancy.
Sure.
So
you're like a mentor for
I'm
them.
like a mentor. I give them tips around how an industry works, what are the skills they have to build on, what are communication, how do you speak to people, what are the kind of tips for them to come into an industry. So they are little backward in their financial and also their family background. Their parents are not educated. So I have mentored. I have offered myself as a mentor for that particular program, and I'm currently doing that.
All right. Yeah. What are the awards and citations you have received so far in your career, Veena?
I would say many.
I'm sure.
With I have 20 years of experience in the IT industry, so every team that I work with, there is definitely star awards, spot awards. So I have ensured my team is well recognized wherever I work in all the consulting firms. Recently I was awarded a star award in my current organization as well for my attitude and jumping into whatever is offered to me, as with the same enthusiasm. Even if it's a trivial work, I go with the same enthusiasm. So that was recently, just 2 days back, I received a star award.
Congratulations.
Thank you for that. And many other things I would say. I think we have also collaborated with the traffic police to build an application for them. The ex-DGP Mahinder Reddy, if you are aware.
Yes.
So Mahinder Reddy, I collaborated with him, we presented the solution to them, and then they gave the project to us. I mean, I take that pride for developing something for the cause of development of the society as well. So that was well appreciated by my organization. I also had some, there were various earthquakes and flood situations as well, corporate social responsibility. So there as well, I was recognized as a key person who has driven that from my organization perspective. So every year there is some award. I don't really, crave for that. It's the satisfaction that I get out of doing this. I mean, awards are secondary.
It's kind of a recognition. So
exactly.
You feel good about
it.
We have been speaking to Veena so far, and the points that she has mentioned is a skill, constantly upskill yourself, learn, reskill yourself. Never look at small things as a trivial job. Always take it as a challenge. Always learn to adapt yourself. I would always say that learn to adapt and adopt in any situation. When I started my career, I was doing data entry, and today I'm the HOD of a department. And it is okay to even do the smallest of jobs like Veena just mentioned. Do not get stressed. Do not say that, I can do this only, I cannot do this. Don't slot yourself. Be like an open ocean. You can do everything, and that's how you're constantly learning, growing. She also mentioned about spirituality. She's also mentioned how she has imbibed spirituality to calm herself, to achieve what she wants to achieve. And she's today the HOD of a department. She's leading a large number of people, responsible for large teams, and that is the career path that she has led herself to. She has given a lot of inputs to the young students. So take the inputs, take the examples of Veena and imbibe it in your career. Veena, thank you so much for being a guest today. It was wonderful talking to you.
Same here. Thank you, everyone.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Namaste, I'm Srikanth Shankar. In collaboration with MyStartupTV, in our Leadership Talk series, today we have Ramesh Swaminathan. Ramesh Swaminathan works as Vice President Products at RealPage. We welcome Ramesh Swaminathan to our Leadership Talk series in collaboration with MyStartupTV. Good evening, Ramesh. Welcome to our Leadership Talk series.
Good evening. Thank you, and thanks for giving me an opportunity to talk to you and chat about my professional career.
It's wonderful to have you, Ramesh, with us. Let's start from your graduation. I understand you have moved into different areas and different designation as you've grown in the career, and now working with product management. So we will understand your journey. Can you please explain or tell us right from your graduation and what took you to product management?
When I started getting into college, I never knew a profession called product management existed.
Exactly.
I wanted to do business administration, and I did a bachelor's in business administration from Chennai. It was from the Madras University, and to be fair, when I finished my class 12, I wanted to do hotel management. I was like a big fan of cooking and making a lot of exotic food, right? And I wanted to do hotel management. And we're talking about hotel management like this is like 28, 30 years ago, right? And there were very few institutes doing that. And there was this Indian Institute of Hotel Management in Bangalore. And I did not realize that at that point in time, getting into that course was as difficult as getting into IITs, right?
Yeah.
So there was an entrance exam. I qualified for the entrance exam. Then they had some kind of a group discussion and stuff, but I didn't get through, right? So my secondary was to get into, I wanted to get into sales, right? So then I looked out and said, okay, let's do, at that time, bachelor's in business administration was pretty new.
The thing, yeah.
Yeah. And so I thought I'll get in there and started doing that, right? So that's how my career started. I did business administration and I finished that. And then once I finished that, looking for jobs, my dad moved to Hyderabad. This was in Chennai, and my dad moved to Hyderabad, and I moved to Hyderabad, and then got into an FMCG company, right, doing sales coordination. That's how I started my career.
Once you started your career in sales, what are the challenges that you faced in sales? And what kind of sales did you do? And when you were, did you do consumer goods or any other aspect?
Because I started out in consumer goods. I was selling paper, right? I worked for a paper manufacturing company. My job was not a direct to consumer selling. It was more of selling to agents who used to buy paper from us, right? So I did the job for a year, and that was a very interesting kind of a learning for me because that market at that point in time was very manufacturer centric and not really consumer centric, right?
So which was this company, Ramesh?
This company called AP Paper Mills.
Right.
They're based out of, the factory was in Rajahmundry, but their head office was in Secunderabad at that point in time. So
this was near ITC office.
Correct.
Absolutely. Right. Small world.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Right. So so my job was to sell paper. My job was to we had like agents, paper selling, agents across India, like 75 registered agents. And my job was to collect orders from them on a day-to-day basis, right? And because at that time, because of the way that market was, paper was manufactured to order. It was not manufactured and then sold. It was like manufactured to order. So you'll have to collect orders from agents, then send it to the factory to be manufactured. It will take about 30 days for manufacturing and then it will be delivered. So that's how I started my job. I thought it was an interesting job because for somebody who was just out of college, it was very um, uh, high activity, lot of action happening. Was learning a lot, working with like agents across the country, first time exposure to a lot of people. Uh, that effectively means a lot of behavior,
Management, yeah, people management.
patterns, which is very different. Talking to somebody in Delhi is different from talking to somebody in Calcutta, which is different to talking to somebody in Tamil Nadu, right? So being able to, somebody who has not got out of South India, that was a big cultural change for me, the way people were behaving, the way people were, uh, you know, uh,
Interacting also.
communicating with me. And my job was to be on the phone every day, right? To
Yeah.
speak to those guys. But I felt that actually helped me very well because uh, I thought I was an introvert before that, but that actually helped me to get out of it, get into that comfort zone where I can talk to anybody in whatever language, right? So I think that was learning for me.
So the Ramesh Swaminathan that I know, who's telling me that he was an introvert, is completely no for me today.
Yeah. It's not. It was me 28 years ago.
Right. So what were the challenges that you faced, and how did you overcome it in the job that you just spoke about?
My first biggest challenge was communication, being able to communicate and get orders from them, right? That was one big challenge. Somebody who's just out of college, and these guys are not small guys. These guys are all big paper agents, big paper merchants. Uh, they were doing
They were
multi
king in their own
multi
business.
multi 100 crore businesses at that point in time,
Right.
right? I mean, yeah, they were sort of those old world business dons who were actually running those businesses, given the nature of that, given the nature of that industry, right? But then that's how things worked, and for me that was a challenge. And the second challenge was, um, I had sort of uh, um, you know, strict rules on what kind of orders to take, right? So there was complexity in terms of, because if you see paper is not paper, right? There are like multiple varieties of paper that you can print, right? And when I'm taking orders from agents, I had to take orders from agent in a specific variety of paper for a given week, because the machines once there were like quite a few machines, and a machine once manufactured paper, it had to manufacture paper in that specific variety only. So I had to take orders in that specific variety. Being able to convince a dealer that he had to consume paper of that variety that week was a challenge, right? So
And how did you overcome such challenges and many more challenges?
I would say that I was lucky enough to have a great mentor. I was lucky enough to have a great manager who used to actually work with me, teach me on how to work with these complexities.
Sure.
Some complexities, I would say, right? Of working with people to understand their needs, being able to work with them. Both parties can empathize with each other and be and get to a win-win situation. So I think that actually helped me a lot.
AP paper mill, paper company, what took you to a next job?
So early days of IT in Hyderabad, when there were quite a few startups that came up at that point, and some successful, some not so successful. But then there was this startup company that was looking for salespeople. They were trying to sell some software product for Hyderabad-based industries, and they needed somebody who can come in and do software sales. And that's what I got. I mean, after working for a couple of years with an FMCG company, I got into an IT sales position. And I didn't know at that point in time that would be a turning point for me in my career. I didn't know much about IT, right? Once I joined that company, I actually went in and started learning IT. As I was working there, I did a course to learn software and technology and stuff like that but my job was selling. I never was a technocrat, I would say, or a geeky kind of a guy. I was more of a sales guy, right? This company did pretty well at that point in time, I would say, and I did pretty well in the company. It was early days of IT, so I still remember me and then my friend would actually go in a Bajaj Chetak carrying a physical server,
Right.
right, to actually demo software products to folks. Because laptops were like unknown of, and even if it was known, it was very expensive for a startup company to afford a laptop at that point in time.
Sure, sure.
So
It's only the
that,
senior management who had, when I say senior management, is probably the CEO and vice president who
correct,
had a
absolutely,
laptop.
right, right. So we used to literally carry the machine we used to take a Chetak because Chetak had that space in the front to hold
You're
those.
actually advertising Chetak.
Right? I mean, it felt that because we had to go all over the place, all over the city, trying to sell software, and that was interesting too. There were challenges there, a lot of challenges there, but then that was also interesting. It was those were days that my career was getting made. I was building my character, my knowledge, right, on how I can do this stuff. One is I was learning technology on the side. I was selling technology to folks, and that was interesting.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
The Leadership Talk series, wherein we are interviewing leaders across domains, verticals, industries. This is going to be beneficial for young professionals, management students, engineering students, and students across various domains and various subjects. Today, our guest is Srikanth, has done his graduation in applied sciences, went on to do his specializing in finance and marketing, and has worked predominantly in HR. It's a very interesting career that he has had so far. And the last 1.5 years, he's quit the corporate sector and has become a happiness coach. Let us understand his journey. Welcome, Srikanth. We welcome you to My Startup TV. We are doing this leadership talk series in collaboration with My Startup TV. And like I said, you've done a post-graduation from Bangalore University. Please walk us through your journey.
I started in 97. I joined Mercedes-Benz at that point of time. And it was a marketing job. And I quickly realized that, that was not where my core strengths were. And it took a few years for me to then shift from there to Infosys. And at Infosys, I found my path in a way. And at that point of time, Infosys was recruiting for people, from sales backgrounds. That's how I got into HR. And since then, it's gone 24 years now. I've been in HR, various kind of roles. In Infosys, I moved across locations. And then from there, I moved to a company called Shaw as head of HR in 2009. And then we split the Shaw into two firms, and I went to a startup called RCZ in 2016. And then I got out last year to really pursue my passion, which is around the theme of happiness at work, happiness with individuals, and so on.
What are the aspects you have, what are the facets you have taken care of in the HR domain? My second question is, For the young students, management students who have specialized in HR, what do you advise them? What is the career path they should choose? Who have chosen HR?
Start with, what I've done in HR. I started with recruitment. I slowly moved into employee relations. From employee relations, I moved into development center management. From development center management, I was part of the team that created business partnering HR at that point of time. From business partnering, in that role, I was anyway doing a little bit of training as well. From there, I then became head of HR, which was a larger portfolio with compensation, benefits, all of that came in. I think you, as a student, if you're kind of getting into HR, now what's happening is that there are specializations within the domain itself, and a recruiter core skills are probably different from a compensation specialist versus somebody who's business partnering, because all of these have a slightly different front-ending competency. Like a recruiter has to sell the job to the candidate. A compensation benefits specialist has got to have the data mindset, where their accuracy, the ability to analyze is very important. And whereas a business partner is somebody who can relate to people, who can kind of get. So there are, in HR itself, there are these variants. So it's not one job.
Different segments.
There are several pieces to it. The key is to really figure out what is it that I excel at, what makes me come alive in that, and then quickly try and get closer to that to the extent possible. In any job, there's always a mix of things that you will do, but it is about knowing your core and doing more of that.
And learning.
And learning. As part of that, any job will have to have, expertise. You have to invest in learning throughout. And that is not a journey that ends at any point. For a youngster or at any point, learning is important because things are constantly changing.
Right. What is the difference for, a young student who's in the first year or the second year? Colleges, unfortunately, don't prepare the student for the corporate trend, for the corporate business. So what is the difference between HRBP and what is ER? And my second question is, can I just get into HR and not into HRBP or ER?
Okay, so again, these are nuances where, I would say if you're getting in and you're keen in HR career, just get in and gradually navigate your way through the processes. But to answer your question of what's the difference, a business partner is somebody who's working closely with the business, and hence they are driving the business's people agenda, which is, so how do I achieve this business goal through people, and how can somebody help me with that? That's really what the business
partner.
Can you elaborate, please? Okay. So if somebody is a business partner, then they work closely with the business unit head who will say, okay, listen, my attrition in that particular team is high. Okay, I need to contain that. Can you help me? And then the business partner kind of gets into that. Then they look at the data from an external perspective. There is a manager who's already there, who's doing the job. But then the business partner comes in with a slightly outside view with the intention of helping you. Sure. And then you look at that thing and then you realize, okay, problem could be the manager, problem could be the kind of work, problem could be the type of people we've hired. And hence they are able to then come back, look at it very objectively, and then influence the change, saying, oh, people need to be trained, or the manager needs to get some perspective, or the business needs to take care of people better or give a slightly different job. So that is how a business partner tries to influence it through different facets of analysis, influence, training, coaching.
Interesting point that you mentioned is it could be a wrong hire as well. What is that and how do we rectify that? Or how do we fix that? Supposing an employee or set of candidates have joined the company and they don't fit into either the culture or the job. How does an HRBP fix that?
Okay. But it's not an easy fix first. I think, we should agree that sometimes, everything doesn't have a very easy fix. This is one of the problems, but it's a real problem. And there are few ways to look at it. First, I think the most important thing is to understand that it is a wrong hire. Many times we just don't want to accept it or don't want to acknowledge it. and it takes a while to, kind of get that going. So first is to acknowledge, saying that, okay, it's not working. Once there is a clear understanding it's not working, then you have some options, which is that, can this person fit somewhere else with what we have? If that is the case, then make the movement possible. Sometimes it's available, sometimes it's not. Then it could be an issue of, can we train the person, reskill them to what we have? That will require some effort. That will also require some effort to the individual, because they need to also invest and say that, okay, I am willing to be part of this to reskill. If that's possible, then you do. If none of that works, then I think we should say at some point, saying that, okay, it's not working. You don't have the opportunity, you are not ready for reskilling. Then we need to take it to a logical closure of saying that, okay, let's just part ways. But with a reasonable conversation, giving them the time and so on. So it's always real. Keep it real is my thing, and to the extent possible, we must always treat people well, whatever the situation.
Absolutely. Since I come from an HR background as well, I completely agree with Srikanth that you have to treat people well. It's not that cannot be hire and fire. My next question to you is, Srikanth, as once an employee joins in the recruitment, let's say one candidate or student joins in the recruitment department, can he move into company benefits or ER or PMS, etc.? And how?
If somebody comes in a thing, there are two types of growth which are possible. One is grow in the same line, or grow across and then move and then grow. Okay? Laterally and then vertically. So now the question is, first is that you don't want to make these movements based on whims and fancies of saying, oh, I saw that person, they achieved that. That's a different story. When you match your passion and your skills, and then say that as part of what I want to achieve, I think that will add to my dimension of.
You also are talking about have fixed or set goals and then achieve your goals.
And always rely on who you are and what you can influence the most.
Your core strength.
The core strength. See, if you are an extremely good recruiter, and then you say, I want to become a compensation specialist who's going to sit and work in front of the computer and data all the time. Now, is that really good for you? That may give you a temporary growth, because that may be a role which is slightly elevated from what you're doing. But eventually, if it's not tallying with who you are and what you're good at, that's not going to give you growth. So that is the illusion that we must not succumb to, but really look at it from saying that, and today growth is possible. And that's my whole message is, become an expert, become excellent, pursue excellence. Expert is that you really know your domain really well. And this whole thing of I spent 2 years, I spent 1 year, I know everything, that's not enough.
Okay. Very rightly said, because youngsters today want everything in very short time. It's not, life is not 2-minute Maggi noodles. So what is the advice that you give them?
See, I am all for energy. I'm all for, the need to grow, need to learn. But I'm also for realistic, practical patience. And because what we often think is only one dimension of intellect, but there is social intelligence, there is emotional intelligence, there is, and all of these are part of your growth. And some of them take time. It requires maturity for you to deal with people. You want to lead people. You have to inspire people. How will you inspire people with an intellectual knowledge? Unless you've really gone through that yourself. Right? And that's what people sometimes fail to understand. We are somehow too caught up in the intellect part and say, oh, I know it all. As a thing, and most of it is coming from internet, from, kind of thing. That's not enough.
True. You have to not just learn from the internet like you mentioned, but you also have to be soaking and learning hands-on. My next question to you, Sriram, is if one gets into company benefits in terms of growth and there is an opportunity, I would very strongly advise that student or that young professional to learn Excel thoroughly. Beyond just learning, what else can he do to grow vertically and laterally?
Important is to network and get to know what is happening in the Because sometimes we are like that frog in the well. We think, I know everything, but you have to get out of the well. Then you know, oh my God, there's a huge world out there. And then there are so many more things to learn. And then ideas come like that. How did Steve Jobs, put a brick phone and your Walkman and a computer together? That's creativity. When different things come in and then you're able to make something tangible of that in your workplace. That is creativity and innovation.
I will just add one more point to what Srikanth just mentioned is beyond just wanting to grow into another role, you also have to ensure that you value add to that role. Because there will be 10 others. So what is the difference that you are going to create for that role? Do you want to add to that point?
See, when we want to value add, we must also have a little bit of humility. Okay? Because sometimes what happens with intellectual knowledge is our ego kicks in, you become arrogant and you start thinking they don't know, I know. Right? But influence is not that. When you want to really make a difference, the biggest thing that you get as you go higher in your levels is that realize that I have to influence.
Absolutely.
And if I have to influence, I need to work with the person who's opposite me. You have to get into their mindset. You have to understand what they're going through. Then tweak what you are saying, what you want to their language. And that's a lot of effort. It's not.
And that's not just your colleague, but it's juniors. And your juniors probably 10 years down the line. 10 years junior than you.
Because knowing is not enough. It is to get people to do things as well as you.
Very true. It is very important to connect with youngsters, not just in the context of saying hi, how are you, and things like that, but context of saying go down to their level, learn and be adaptable, adapt and adopt. That's my philosophy all the time. You also have worked with Mysore Infosys, and that was that was a job that was given to you, which you did not want to take. Can you please?
I was just extremely reluctant to move, but then my boss, was much more senior and older, called me and said, "See, these kind of opportunities don't come off. You must take this up if you're serious about your career." Okay? And I know the people who are there; they will take care of you. You will really kind of. So based on his maturity and his kind of thing, I took it up a little reluctantly. The first day I ran over there, pouring and saying, "Okay, what have I got myself into?" Then it turns out the next 5 years of my life are probably best. Okay, just because of the fact that I really enjoyed that experience with the people that I was working with the freedom I got, with the amount of stuff that I was able to, really kind of. And the fact was that I took that risk. I was willing to kind of say, okay, I'm serious about my career, and even though I wasn't really kicked about doing it, I did it, and then I realized that's what I got to do. And sometimes people are too stuck on with the location, with the circle, and so on. If you really want to grow, you have to go after. Yeah, go after where your growth is. Don't be like shut in a thing saying, "Oh, this is what I can do. I will not do that," and all that. You go try it. If it doesn't work, then it's okay. But most times, in that trying is where you go out of your comfort zone. Then you realize, oh, I'm actually good at it.
There are two questions that comes to my mind. One is, how does one take risks? Because risks is something which we get claustrophobic and don't want to take that. Second is, or rather that could be the second question. The first question is, what are the various roles that you did in your Bangalore's tenure?
I'll answer the second question because it's easier. Okay, so I started with the development center HR, where I took on a business partner, we lead for a big, kind of unit. By the time I left, actually I was leading 2 business units, and then I moved to a bigger center as the head of that location. So all those kind of movements happened, but the big thing was that I had the leader of one business unit sitting out there. He was absolutely inspirational. So many things that I've learned from him, which I still kind of value a lot. So that's the second easier part. Risk taking. I've taken the biggest risk of my life last year by moving out of corporate into something which is kind of thing. Now, how do you make that decision, right? One is to really know what you want. That I've always known, and I've known for about 7-8 years that these are the kind of things I want to do. I want to teach, I want to train, I difference to a larger audience through who I am and what I know. So, and through knowing that also it took me some 7 years to actually, be willing to take that risk. So it takes time to kind of, but it's not about taking a foolhardy risk.
That's very nice.
It is about being practical, saying, I'm passionate about this, and at this point of time, can I do it? Okay, do I have the little bit of financial support that can help me take this risk, which is important, so that we don't, kind of just blindly run into something. But beyond that, there is an element of knowing that I have to go all in this, give it my everything, and really make it work. If you are really passionate about something and that's aligned with, what you are trying to kind of get into, and if you're willing to have the patience to wait and go through the grind, that's where your whole point, that resilience will test you.
Resilience, persistence.
And because in that process, it is not just for the heck of it, right? In that process of resilience is where you grow. It is where you think out of the box, where you're saying, okay, how can I do more? How can I reinvent myself? How can I, kind of make a bigger impact? So that comfort zone goes away because now it becomes survival.
So I like 2 more adjectives of there: resilience, persistence, and consistency.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure you agree with that. When you were working with Infosys and you went to Bangalore, I understand your journey.
Yeah.
You then moved on to DE Shaw.
Yes.
Can you walk us through that?
So DE Shaw was entirely different, right? So Infosys had been almost 10 years and I had the best experience for a while. And then, I felt like I was not growing and I needed a change of thing. And this was a good role, it was a head of HR role, but it was a completely different culture. So it was an MNC, it was a hedge fund technology setup, extremely top end. That is that you have the top talent in the country, very well paid. And at that point of time, HR was kind of irrelevant. It was all being run by mostly the business and what they thought was right for people. And so from a process to policy to benefits to, getting the team right, to really making, they had a good culture. It was not that they had a bad culture, they had a good culture. But HR was not the driver of many things over there. So
they had HR team and HR process.
While it was there, it was not really something that was seen as a very important function. Right? From there to really now, even now, if there are people who will talk about saying, hey, now people who moved out and gone to other companies, they say that we still talk about the culture that was there when you were, kind of managing HR there. And through that, I'm now getting some business also because people are saying, okay, sure, I want my HR person to talk to you as a thing. But that was the kind of thing we took from. It had good ingredients, but HR wasn't very good. So we built that whole thing. And they were willing to, they were not a very stingy firm, so they were willing to spend money. So it gave me some freedom to kind of operate. And I think we really took it to, I would say at that point of time, 2009 to maybe 2000, 3-4 years, we were among the, top companies in the country.
DE Shaw was a very predominant company and it still is. Going back to the risk point of view, young professionals, youngsters today, after the graduation, they want to become entrepreneurs. What are the 3 salient points that you will advise for the young professionals, young students who want to become entrepreneurs, or even the young professionals who just 2-3 years in the career, they want to become entrepreneurs?
The why is extremely important because you don't get into it for the fact of it, you don't get into it because I don't want to be part of corporate, you don't want to get into it because I don't like my manager. Okay? All those are not the right reasons. Certainly, that's the first element of it. Now, if your why is good, second is, are you willing to take risk? Because you know for a fact that not everybody makes it. In that journey, a lot of people fall off. Many more people fall off than people make it. We know the stories of people who make it. We don't know the stories of people who don't make it. But there's enough data to say many people don't make it. Okay, and that's a fact of entrepreneurship. Are you ready to, so if you're looking for success and not willing to do what it takes to succeed, that's not a journey for you. Then you're better off in a place where you will continue to get that steady income, and that's not a bad thing. Right? It's just knowing what I'm ready for. Right? Third is that when you are an entrepreneur, it is a multi-faceted journey. you have to do everything, right?
From the janitor to the managing director.
Correct. You have to do everything and be okay to do everything, right? And those are the three elements. And if you're willing to go all in, if you know that this is why I want to do it, and if you have the resilience, persistence, and the risk-taking ability to kind of sustain it, then it's a journey. Don't go into entrepreneurship just because you have an idea. Oh, I have an idea. People have millions of ideas. You know how many thoughts people, everybody gets about 60,000 thoughts a day. In the 60,000 thoughts, there are some 2-3 ideas that people get. It is not the idea. It is that I am willing to make this idea work and I am willing to do whatever it takes. And I believe it.
Right. When a student or a young professional wants to become an entrepreneur, you have to have the funding capacity. It should be coming from the family or yourself. The second, very long way down the line, maybe 5 years, you will get venture capitalists who will fund you. So what is the advice you would give the student to prepare to become an entrepreneur? In both context of his abilities and his financial abilities.
So first let's talk about what is endowment, which is your abilities. So remember that the entrepreneurial journey is a multi-faceted journey. So you need to know a little bit of finance, you need to know of marketing, you need to know your domain, you need to know the product. So you have to now, because many times why the entrepreneurial journey works is because you're not willing to look at the other domains because you have a aversion to it. Oh, I can't deal with numbers, I can't. This is one story. Okay, you think that the vendor on the job he needs all those capabilities apart from selling, sourcing, quality checks, customer relationship. He's doing all of that. You have to do all of that. Okay, so it's simple equation. Where are you ready to do? Because some people know I am only interested in the idea and talking about the idea. I will not do anything else. That's also okay, so long as you have the expertise available at for you to somebody else or anybody else. Then it's kind of still okay to be able to build the.
I'll interject you here. If you were having 3-4 people like Srikanth mentioned who can join your team, they should also be in the capacity to not be earning a single rupee for the next 6 months or 1 year.
So I come to the financial part, but even if you have 3-4 people, the best combination is to have complementary skills with some overlap. So it is like you take 2 circles, there is an overlap, okay, and then but then you have, you form like a chain, right? That I can do product, somebody else can do digital marketing, somebody can do finance. Okay, then it's an extremely good. If all of you can do the same thing, you don't have too much, kind of thing. So think of that aspect as well. Now, the financial aspect, right? Which is that if you believe in the idea, go all in, give it everything. If you need to borrow, do that as a thing, but understand that it will take time. No good thing in this world ever got done in quick fix. Nothing. Nobody, including what you see as success stories, have all gone through those journeys of, kind of in their own way. They've had to struggle, right? You will also have to struggle. So there is no running away from that thing. All it is to be realistic, saying that the struggle, how much time are you willing to give yourself? Okay, and I would say a reasonable time is anywhere between about 2.5 to 3 years is a good timeline to really be prepared for, to give everything, go after something, make it work. And at that point, if it doesn't work, then you should know that this is not. Because there's always a time when you abandon ship, right? If you wait too long, you crash, right? So you don't want to crash also. So, but 3 years, I would say, is because the incubation, the whole thing. But by the time you kind of get into second year is when actually things start moving for you. And by the third year, you know how much it's really going to take off or what is going to happen, right? And then you know, is it working for me? It's not working for me. And at that point, but are you willing to give yourself to this? Are you willing to go all in? If you are willing to do these 2 things, then it's worth it.
Going by the last point that you mentioned, are you willing to give that kind of time? If, for whatever reasons, the entrepreneurship business or my role in a particular job, specifically entrepreneur, it does not work out.
I'm asking you in the context of young professionals succumbing to pressure. What is the inputs you want to give the young professionals, students, and not necessarily just young professionals? We had Cafe Day, CMT committing suicide. So what is the most important things that students, young professionals should learn and not succumb to pressure?
Remember, life is too precious to be wasted. Doesn't matter. What we think of failure is a construct. Okay? And you know how many times Babur attacked before he became successful. If you go back into history, there are so many failures that, we celebrate the victories, but there is so many things that came, even with the most successful people, even who you revere as people who think, Steve Jobs, he went into hiding. He was, chased out of his own company, and he was like, out of that before he came back into it. So there is no thing saying that this is a failure. Yeah, there is a learning.
There's a journey.
There's a journey. In that journey, there will be up and down. That is the way of life. And if you live long enough, you will know that as you go down, you'll also come up. That is how it is. And sometimes the pressure goes up. And at that point of time, you take help to understand that it will pass. You stick through it. Be through it. Whatever has to happen. Okay, what's the worst that can happen? The money will go. So what? We can come back as a thing. But life cannot come back. Okay, so many times, and I see this with kids also, right? Because the expectation that is built up, you try to match that expectation, and sometimes because you fail that expectation, you suddenly feel that I am a failure. There is no such thing as failure. There is only trying and learning.
Failure is a stepping stone to
success, because that is just, I just look at the word failure as a learning opportunity. It's a new opportunity to learn. Okay, so as long as you look at that from a thing, and everywhere there is learning, that's the mindset. That when you have that thing, so for people who are under stress, one is that first be reasonable with your expectations. Second is do what you're good at. Follow your passion. Know where your core strengths are. Follow that. Because if you are doing what you like, even if it doesn't get you the money, you still enjoy it.
Yeah, money is not be all and end all. Having said that, as long as you're upskill and reskill, money will come to you. Not today, tomorrow.
I believe in this thing that value is always, there is a way in which the world works, and that way that works is that you give value, you get value. Simple equation. Okay, so it's always the question is, am I giving enough value? If you give enough value, the money will come. So don't focus on the money coming, focus on giving value.
This talk that you just gave is leading to the success, you becoming a success coach. Yeah. What is success coach? What are the things that you cover under this platform?
Right. So, I'm of course focusing both on the individual and the corporate. And for the individual, I'm calling it peak performance, success and happiness. Okay. Which is that first is before we kind of expect somebody to do something, we fix ourselves. How do you fix yourself? Fundamentally, there are three elements. You fix your mindset, you fix your behaviors, you fix your habits. If you can do these three things, your success and your element of earning money, all of that will follow. It is easier said than done. Okay, and it's a journey. The entire life can be a journey, and these things may not be fixed. So the mindset is all about what I believe, what my values are, what my virtues are, what my purpose is, and really always kind of aligning yourself with who am I, how do I become the best, and how do I keep thinking about it in a positive way. Second element is saying, how do I become a better human? How do I keep getting over my limitations and my cheap behavior and my cheap thought process, evolve beyond that. Third is,
what if a person is constantly, wallowing in self-pity and negativity?
That is the element of mindset, right? Where you not elevated your mindset to understand, what is possible for you. Because why are you in a negative mind space? Because you are either caught in this is happening to me, people are doing this to me, and all of that. And this whole thing, somebody or the other will do something to you. It is to get out of that whole thing and say, I own my life. I am creating my life. I am willing to do what it takes. That ownership, accountability for your life comes. And that is the first step of the mindset. The last part of it is I always recommend that go after your habits. Okay, fix your day. If you do enough good things in your day becomes happier, and as you build momentum, eventually you move towards a happier life because the solution is in your day. And what you do in your day is fix the parts of your day so that you put in good habits. Good habits, yeah.
How does the young young student in their 20s have a fixed schedule, and how can he improve his life better?
First is understand that if you want to be successful and make a lot of money, you have to fix your life and your day. Okay, now your day starts with sleep. People are sleeping at 2 o'clock and saying, I'm waking up at, this time I sleep for 5-6 hours, I'm superhuman, all of that. You're not superhuman, you are just shortcutting your life. Okay, don't go up at all that thing, because sleep is so powerful. People don't understand the science of sleep. Need 7.5, 8 hours of sleep. Very, very important. For you to have the energy you need during the day. Then what do you do with your mornings? The mornings are an extreme, that's why all, kind of religions have always focused on the mornings. Do your yoga, do your pranayama, do your, gratitude, all of that. Because the mornings have some, special power in terms, because there's science to it. The morning, if endorphins get released in your bloodstream, they stay in your bloodstream longer. And thereby, your mood gets affected. Your mood generates your thoughts. Your thoughts drive your actions. So these are all interconnected very beautifully. They didn't explain all of that. They said just do the yoga, do the meditation. Right? So you start with your day.
So you're saying Surya Namaskar is the best way to start your life?
Yes.
Saturday, sorry.
Yeah. In fact, if you can do 12 sets of Surya Namaskar, what happens is that the body releases endorphins at the point of breaking into sweat. So even if you do for 10 to 12 minutes, you have to do it to the point that you're sweating. At the point that you're sweating, your body is releasing endorphins in your bloodstream. That's really good. So people don't understand, it is stretching, it is, something and all that. No, there's a chemical influence of these things, and that is why it is important.
And yoga is definitely not religion-based in that context.
No. I mean, people misunderstand any of these things. Yoga now has gone to the West and they made it into hot yoga, all those fancy things as a thing, but it is far more than that. It's a way of life. It's a way of life. Yeah.
Can you talk more in detail or elaborate on your success coach and your career for the last 1.5 years as a success coach?
So it's not been a very easy journey, for sure. Okay, so I've had my, kind of thing to say, did I do the right thing and things like that. But I know that this is what I want to do. Okay, and I'm saying that I'm doing the same formula, giving myself 3 years to make it work. And if it works, it's good. Otherwise, I've given it everything that I've got, and it didn't work, That's fine too. Okay, but I'm more or less sure it will work, and the signs of that are now, kind of showing up, because now, I can see the road ahead more clearly. So when I started off, it was more about 2 people I knew and little random bits of kind of thing. And I was also creating different types of, solutions that will work and things. So now I think I'm at a point where I know what I want to do, what will work. I've experimented enough, tested it. So now I know, so clarity. I think that was one piece which was missing in the initial days. Now clarity has come. I now follow up clarity with the right strategies. So then, because without clarity, where to invest in? What do I push? What do I sell? Who do I talk to? And all of that is very confusing. Now with clarity, now I know what my strategy is. Now I know that in LinkedIn I need to do a few things. I need to talk to people. This is how I kind of project myself and so on. So with clarity, I'm able to now propagate my kind of solutions much better. And with that clarity and the propagation, now the traction is picking up as a. And I think model is I want it to be multi-pronged. And so I'm focusing on speaking, coaching, training and teaching and writing. So, different, and it gives me different accesses, it's different, kind of thing. And of course, I've written my book, Happiness Habits as well. So that also kind of generates some income.
So can you also talk about what is happiness coach and what do you do in that area?
It's a big domain. So the question is that, what is your definition of happiness? That's the first question I ask people. And people will say something vague. Right? And the problem is, the first is that people don't have a standard definition of happiness. Okay? Which is, I feel, a problem, because if that is what you're looking for in life and you don't know what you're looking for, how will you get there?
Yes,
right?
people say that I've got chocolate, so I'm happy.
Yeah, and that is the pursuit of pleasure. Now, pleasure is in the spectrum of happiness, but it is not happiness because the same chemicals that work for happiness work for pleasure also, but they have in pleasure you go up and down like a sugar rush. So when you go down, you can't stay there, so you want to go up again. So then you're constantly chasing. You're constantly chasing food, entertainment, sex, anything that will kind of get you out of the down. But then this up and down keeps you stuck, and you're not going to get out of that because you're thinking that this is what it is. But that is where the element of your habits and all that comes in. What they do is they actually manage the same chemicals, but at a far more, stable way. They don't take it up like pleasure, but it goes up slightly. Over a period of time, the benchmark is higher. So then your triggers are lesser. What would irritate me doesn't irritate me. What would, kind of think my thought process is much better, my tolerance is better, and my positivity is better. So that is how the element of, kind of happiness. Now, what is happiness? Just as a thing, it's a much bigger dimension. There are two large elements that I want people to understand. One is that happiness is about being a successful person in all the important dimensions of your life, which is your career, your money, your relationships, your health, your parenting, your spiritual, your hobbies. All of them have to work to a reasonable extent. Otherwise, examples like Rakesh about 40,000 crores. What is the point of a life where you have so much money but you're not living a full life, right? Same thing that, and today, so many people, have relationship issues and problems. Right? So, first is you have to look at the dimension of life more holistically, make sure all dimensions are balanced. Second is that two things. One is I should always be doing the things that I'm really good at. I must enjoy what I'm doing because every day matters in your journey of happiness. So you can't say I will become happy at 60. You know enough old people to know that happiness doesn't literally land on you when you're old. You just think so, it doesn't happen, right? So today is the day for you to be happy. How do you do it? By doing what you're good at. The last element is always pursue being a good human. Have the right values, have the right virtues. That is our journey. And that and we know that all of us have shades of grey. We have in our thought process enough things going on over there. When you become a good human, it's not only about doing, but internally, even your thoughts change. That is the thing. My benchmark at some point that I want to become is when I can, my thoughts can be out there and I can really say what I'm thinking as it is without filters. Then I can work.
Sriram, you explained it very well. But my next question to you is why youngster may understand what you have said. But youngster will question Sriram saying, I have a lot of aspirations. Aspirations means a lot of burning as well, or burnt out as well. So how does one balance that?
Okay. So first is to understand that happiness is multidimensional. I should do what I love. All of that is very important. So for me, I'll tell you what happened with me, right? So, and I know that, initially you're chasing in the Maslow's hierarchy also, you want security, you want entertainment, you want money, all of that. But what happens at some point of time, now it's happening faster because people are earning more money, that you get all that security and comfort very soon. What happens next? And for me, it actually took an episode of almost having a heart attack to change my whole dimension. I was about 40, when my younger daughter was just a month old. I thought I might die. And that was the turning point of my life where I realized that, okay, but I'm not happy. Right. Okay, something is wrong. I'm empty on the inside. Everybody thinks that I have everything that I'm supposed to be, but I'm not happy. At that point, I decided to change. Okay, but so it takes a little bit of time. I think people have to go through their hormonal cycle of enjoying and going after things in life, but it will come. At your mid-30s, it's likely to hit you that I have the comforts, I'm not finding meaning, I'm not finding purpose, I'm not enjoying what I'm doing. And then all of these things come back in full flow. Right? And then that's when the earlier you start pursuing, at least follow what you're good at. Because that itself takes care of a large part of, your eventual happiness.
I will just add to what Sriram mentioned is, one is being happy, second is being content in what you're doing. While you can have aspirations and aspirations one should have, but you should also be content in what you're doing. You want to grow, fantastic, but growth will be progressive. It cannot happen as a 2 minutes noodles.
In fact, I just want to, sorry to interrupt you, but I have this term called contented aliveness as one of my definitions of happiness. People say, tell me what. don't give me stories, just tell me in 2 words, right? I would say contented and aliveness. Contented is to know that, we are all, in a way, we must be grateful for what we have. We have perhaps more than what is needed. Yes, you can get more, but learn to be happy with what you have. Doesn't mean that you don't aspire for more, but just be happy with what you have. That will give you the ability to be alive to the opportunities.
True. I will also add that you constantly have to upskill and reskill. Young students have the stigma of saying, I want to grow, but I don't want to learn. What will you tell them?
Growth is part of the core needs of your life.
Of any being.
Of any being. Without growth, there is no meaning. So let's get out of the illusion saying, I'm not willing to learn and grow. Because even whether you want to choose it or not, life is always trying to teach you something. In its own way. And we just don't understand it as a learning. But life is always teaching us. It is necessary to be open. To be willing to kind of grow. And there will be times when you have less growth, you have less learning. There will be times when you have more of it and steeper curves and so on. But then you cannot eliminate that and say, I've arrived. There is no arrival over here. Okay, there is a journey and there are different stops in that journey and we continue to go. And as if you do enough in your life, I think things are always changing. I shifted from marketing to, to do a job in marketing to then recruitment to then different HR and from there now to, kind of coaching and happiness and so on. So there is always, things which are going to shift. So the whole idea that no, this is it and this is all, I can be is just an illusion.
You've also written a book. Can you talk us through your book? What is the title and what is the content of the book?
Yeah. So a little bit of that I covered earlier. The book is called Happiness Habits and it originated from the instance where I had that episode of almost having a heart attack, and then for the next 8 years or so, I was just learning. I was learning, growing, trying to understand the meaning of life, happiness, and so on. So I followed coaching, gurus, religious, modern kind of philosophy and so on, until I came to a framework which I feel worked for me. Mm-hmm. So then I thought this framework is something I have to offer to people like me. So it doesn't really work for the people who are like a laborer kind of a mindset because they're still chasing the basics of life. But this is very, very, kind of relevant for people who are, worked in the corporate for about 3 years. Then you kind of settle. So what I talk of there is that first start with finding what you're meant to do, purpose. Second is how to become better. Third is fix your emotional mastery as a thing. Then, learn how to be in flow. There are elements of productivity, peak performance, which you need to learn and, kind of practice on a regular basis. Then bring in the element of balance in different dimensions of life. Then it's about mindfulness. And I also talk a lot about in that thing about healing. Because that's not something which people often discuss. Mm-hmm. But healing is very important when we want to be born. Like we hold on to so many grudges. How do I forgive? How do I become more grateful? How do I, kind of learn to elevate my mood? And healing is an important aspect of letting go of our emotional baggage to really think. So those are the 7, I call it the 7 quests. So it starts with the mindset, with the 7 quests, and then I have a framework of implementing it through habits. So that's the final, kind of thing. Saying that all this is fine, but now you go do something. And how will you do? Do it by fixing your habits on a daily basis.
You may have touched on this point, but I will reiterate. Anybody, it could happen to you and me as well. More so with the youngsters. If there is a financial problem or a health problem or a tragedy at home, we always constantly say, why me? So what is that he should not do and he should not ask God why me, and how can he pull himself up or elevate himself?
Okay, that is a big answer. Okay, now if I start that answer, I think that will just take all the time and it goes into a lot of spiritual wisdom as well.
I think briefly.
Briefly, okay. See, what happens to you is not in your control, right? The moment you are going to sit and blame, why did this happen? Right? Now that is not going to give you any movement. It's not going to keep you stuck. Because when you say, this happened to me, I put the blame there, and what happens with blame is there is no responsibility for me to do it. It's beautifully kind of passed on to say, you did something bad, God did this, circumstances did that, oh, why is my luck so bad? Everybody, there is no human being who does not go through difficulties in life. The richest person to the poorest person, everybody has a cycle of upward. Now, some people have it easier, some people lesser as a thing, but everybody goes through it. There's no concept of, kind of saying that it doesn't happen to me, right? It is about ownership. It's about ownership. There are reasons why certain things happen. All of them are rooted in you learning something. For example, this concept of how will I learn to be a more forgiving person if I am not exposed to a situation which needs forgiveness, right? That is a duality idea, which says that you learn from an instance which happens to you, and then is when you evolve. For that evolution to happen, something had to happen to you. Now, without that happening to you, how will I become grateful? How will I become forgiving? How will I, kind of evolve? So, but then somebody did that, right? So, if you keep blaming, say, but what can I do? Anything that happens to you, always focus on, is there something that I can learn from this and do something? When you always redirect it into your own ownership, saying, okay, this thing happened to me, this bad thing happened, can I now take something from that?
Introspect is what you're saying.
And take action. Not only introspect. Introspect is to give you a shift in mindset. But with that mindset, now you should take action.
Right. We spoke about risk, but what was the risk that you took moving from the corporate sector, being head of the department in TE Shaw, and then starting your career? May not have started your career, may not have started being a success coach in terms of finance from scratch, but it would have taken a huge shift. What happened? Can you tell us?
See, I've been planning it for a while. At least not planning it, but thinking about it. So it's been in my thing. So I've been telling people, saying, this is what I want to do. It's not a hidden thing. So my team knew, my management, everybody knew that somewhere at some point, kind of thing. And, I kept postponing it because this whole risk business is real, right? When you want to really do it, there's always apprehension and there's nothing. Then COVID came, that kind of thing. I wrote my book, that kind of thing. Once the book went out and I saw, decent response to it, that gave me confidence that, okay, I'm willing to now, actually try it. And so I was very clear that there is risk. There is a, kind of element of it may work, may not work. And I said 3 years. If 3 years all in, do it, works, good, doesn't work, I'm willing to go back and, get into corporate. It's not that my skills are going to go away. Somebody will give me a job. I'm good at what I did. That's why, I got here. So, that's not a problem. As a thing, I was willing to do it. If I have to relocate, I'll do it. All of that, I'm kind of as a thing. So, and for me now, I have younger kids. Okay, I have EMIs to pay. So, it was also that I was not doing this as a retirement. I'm doing it as something which I'm passionate about, but it's also my livelihood. And hence, I have to make it work at a scale which justifies my decision. So, what I'm trying to build is equivalent or even higher than what I was, kind of earning earlier. And hence, that is trying to say that I will not now say, because sometimes you get in the comfort to say, okay, why should I go and sell to this person? Why should I send this email out? Because I don't feel good about it. Can I just stop doing it? Now, I don't have a choice. Okay, because I've got one of the bridges. Okay, I need, to go forward. There's no really going back. There is an option of going back, but, I want to use that only when I have gone far enough, tested it, and said, okay, it works, doesn't work as a thing. So I did my research, I did my kind of thing, and still there was struggle. Still there was, enough things to doubt as a thing. So it took it, slowly, I think the momentum is picked up. And now it's like, in a much better shape.
Especially when you have young kids who are still in school, then you have to put them in college, etc. That's even bigger financial drain, I would say. What is your plan for the future, for the next 5 years? What are the things that you plan to do?
So right now I'm focusing on corporate. Okay, my thing is that I want to propagate happier workplaces. First, happier workplaces means teach the individual to be happy, teach teams to be happier, teach leaders and make the culture happier. Big pieces. Okay, so very ambitious on its own, and but everybody needs it. It's just that they have to, kind of be willing to do the work for it. It's not rocket science, but it needs work, and and it's slightly different from how it's been done in the corporate, because corporate doesn't talk about happiness, they talk about engagement, things like that. But emotions are the most under-tapped thing. If you want somebody to go and fight in a war, you can't use logic, you use emotion. That is the most powerful driver for human beings. Corporates are not tapping into it. So that is one of my things. They tap into emotional feelings. So you want happiness, that's key. That's missing. Right? So that's one piece. Second piece from there is to move into retail, which is that teach people how to be happier in the context of the life. And my whole idea is from sleep to sleep. Is your opportunity in that? How can I fix my life? That's my eventual goal, to take that to a scale where you can propagate something which is practical and doable, but at a scale where people are, where it's flexible and doable to the extent they can.
Apart from your coaching abilities, capabilities, what else do you plan to do? What are your interests?
I'm all in this. Speaking, teaching, coaching, writing. It's a big spectrum on its own, because slightly different skills again, as thing itself is like thing. For me, it is audios and books are the kind of things that I am kind of think. One really thing that I'm keen is to bring ancient wisdom and stories in the element of what I'm doing, to kind of, because we're become too left brain, too logical. But emotion tapping is creativity, is through stories, right? So, but we need to alternate. To go too much over there, people say it's fluff, okay, nothing, right? You go too much logical, there's no inspiration, there's no motivation. I understand, but I'm not doing it. So how to do this? And there's so much ancient wisdom which needs to be used.
You're so right. I'm glad you spoke about this, because our Puranas, our Vedas, I hate to call Ramayana and Mahabharata as mythology. Our history of Ramayana and Mahabharata has got so many nuances, so many small stories which teaches you even your day-to-day life. It can change you dramatically. So the point that you mentioned, our ancient history and culture, has given us lots of inputs. Do you want to speak on that as well?
See, I think what we forgot is that we've stuck to rituals and practices.
I don't like to use the word ritual. I like to use the word ceremonies.
Yeah, but even in all of that, right, what got missed is, and why people are not doing it right now, is they're questioning it and they're not getting the right answers. But there is deep science on the why it is you're being asked to do it. There is such deep science. But our traditional Western science has not evolved to understand quantum mechanics, energies, there are so many. We have 7 layers of body. And all of this is documented and, kind of so many thousands of years ago. Still science is validating it. Right? And that is where the gap is. Because there was so much science that explaining all of that to a layman was difficult. So they codified it through pictures, through practices, through rituals, through ceremonies, so that you get the benefit of it. Now what happened with our, history and people trying to take away stuff, now why that needs to be done went off. Only some ceremonies and some things remain, and now people are questioning, because the Western influences, they're saying, why? What is it? What is the thing, right? And people are getting convincing answers, and they're saying, oh, this is all just, no. If you take every year, and even in our system, there are certain things which were done in the context of that environment, which may not work now, and that maybe should not really continue.
No, but in a larger context, Sriram, I will agree with you that every small aspect, even like I was just talking to somebody, even the rangoli that we put down south, we used to use rice flour. Why was it used? Because the insects will not come inside the house. So there was huge science, it was all scientific and extremely logical. So for the youngsters to fashionably say that I don't believe in culture, Indian culture and tradition, but I will go, understand or agree with what the Western culture. I'm so sorry. Please go back to your roots.
Yeah, no, and not only the rice flour, right? That you first disinfect the whole place
with cow dung,
which had antiseptic properties.
Yes.
And they would just do it. Nobody understood antiseptic, this, that, and all. They would just do it as a practice, saying that it's good for the place as a thing. And now, not only the rice flour, it's also the shape of what you're doing has an impact on how, because the brain thinks in pictures.
True.
So there is so much science in that one thing that you're doing.
One small rangoli.
Yeah. And this is what is missing, right? People don't understand that, that your mandalas, all of them, all shapes have a certain impact on your mind. That is one reason. Then there is a practical reason of that. Of course, it looks good. Then there is a reason of, using rice flour. Then there is, disinfecting the place. So much is there.
And not just the Rangoli, but the stories of Ramayana Mahabharata has got so many nuances. So I would strongly, through this podcast, would strongly advise and suggest to all the youngsters, go back to your roots. There's enough material on Google. Please read it. What else do you wish to do in your life, apart from being a success coach?
My life purpose is to try and transform lives of other people using my skills to the best that I can. And those skills I feel are in the space of speaking, teaching, coaching. Right? That's what my ultimate intention is, to be able to really impact lives of people because I've done so much work. It is the money I've spent, the time I've spent. I don't think people will have that much energy to do it. Now I want to be able to offer that to people like me. Okay, I'm not claiming that I know everything, but I've certainly invested a large part of my life in learning. And if I can translate that into pieces which people can then quickly pick up and just use it, right? They don't have to spend the 8-10 years of study that I've kind of done. So not even the 8-10 years. Even before that, I've anyway studied. It's just that it kind of accelerated as a thing. But the idea is that let's make our lives more pleasant. We have everything. This is the time in the whole history of mankind where there is so much comfort and so less happiness.
The last couple of questions is, what are the things of the podcast that we have spoken for the last few minutes? What is the 3 salient points or 3 important points that you would advise young students and young professionals?
First is
in terms of both their career and their mental wellness.
First is enjoy life. Okay, life is precious, but it's also meant to be lived fully and enjoyed, and all experiences add up. So don't look at experiences as good, bad, success, failure, but just as experiences, because the failure then makes you enjoy the success. That is how duality is, that is how life is, day and night, all of that is like that. So life is a journey, life is an experience. Just take it as an experience. Okay, don't get too caught up in expectations and so on. Second is, kind of do the work that's needed. Yeah, I'm not saying that you have to do hard work and things like that, but I'm saying that work is required. That you have to do it.
What you mean is get your hands dirty.
Get your hands dirty. Become the expert. Do what it takes to really go down. Because a lot of things I understand, people are on the surface and then they claim to be experts. They've not really done the work.
They've not done it.
Okay, because that it is not possible for you to create great value. Do the work. As a third is always follow what you're passionate. That is the most important fact. For that, first you have to discover what you're good at, and that I've seen even when I'm coaching very, very senior people. They say, I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know what I'm good at. But they are good at something. That is what brought them here. But it's just to decipher that, pull it out, and do more of it.
My last question is, you mentioned networking. Young professionals should network. How does a student build his network?
See, first is that treat every conversation as an opportunity to connect. First is to listen actively.
And also meet
and meet and connect and forge a genuine connection. Because if people think that you're just connecting with them with the need to sell them something, they're going to run away. Right? So it is not that. It is to have genuine, interesting connections. When you do that, eventually that connection then grows, but that only comes from the fact that I care about you. I want to know about you. I want to, kind of be the recipient of listening to what you have to offer. Then connections form. As you have more connections, from these connections, there will be people who can point you to other connections, people who can buy what you are selling, people who can direct you. And people who can value add, who can do service to them. It is always a give and take. It is never just taking, never just giving, always give and take. And if you go into that mindset of genuine interest and then connect with as many people as you can, that's the
I will add to what Sriram mentioned is, as a student who's just in their college, you can build your network through your seniors, your lecturers, your visiting professors. You will get into doing internship, build your network there, and gradually it will grow. It was wonderful talking to you, Sriram, and thank you for being a guest today. We wish you all the best for your career, and thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Wonderful having you.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Namaste, I am Ipsita Shankar. In collaboration with MyStartupTV, in our Leadership Talk series, we have our guest today, Dr. Srikala Jwala. Welcome, Dr. Srikala. We are delighted to have you as a guest today. Srikala, we are doing a Leadership Talk series, and you're our 10th guest this evening. We would like to understand your journey right from your college days. What made you take radiology? What made you take up MBBS? And so on and so forth. I will be delighted to ask you more questions on that. Can you please tell us your journey?
Hi, Srilata, and thank you very much for having me on your as your guest on your program. And it's indeed my pleasure. And of course, we have known each other for years now. And
20 plus years now.
Yeah, 20 plus years now. So I joined MBBS in the year 1992. And before that, I started my school and my journey through classical dance together when I was 5 years old.
Right.
So my education and my dance went hand in hand.
Sure.
So much so that by the time I was 16, 17, I was a regular full Sabha performer, right?
Sure.
And then I came to these crossroads of, whether choose dance as my career or do medicine. In those days, I come from a service class background. My dad was an officer in Food Corporation of India. So you had a son, he had to be an engineer. And if you had a daughter, she had to be a doctor. So
Right.
that was this typical, middle class prototype. So, I was very passionate about dance and I was pretty good at it. So, and it's always so exciting standing on the stage and with these beautiful costumes. So I had come to the crossroads in my intermediate, and then I had to choose between being a full-time dancer or being a doctor, and also try and continue to pursue my passion, which is dance, Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi. So my dad said that, arts are always something that give you immense happiness to your soul. So let it remain a passion and let it not be your livelihood. Choose something else as your livelihood so that you can enjoy your dance selflessly, not thinking about, whether you're able to, make money out of it, or whether, you're making a name, whether you're getting a platform or anything. You don't have to think about it. You can just dance for the sheer bliss. So I said, yeah, maybe that's right. And then I said, let me give it a try. If I didn't make it in medicine, then I told him that if I'm not getting through medicine, then dance is going to be it. So then I did my BPC in my intermediate, gave my entrance exam, got through, and luckily for me, I got admission in Hyderabad in Gandhi Medical College, and then the journey began. And then because I achieved, I completed my diploma by then, so I didn't have to work really hard on my dance because I was already a performer. So I could focus on my academics and then also pursue my dancing. And then I completed my MBBS, and throughout I was a regular performer with my Guruji, Dr. K. Umarama. And then I got married in my internship, which was pretty early for today's times. I was just about 23, 24. And then I had to choose a specialty which kept my evenings free to pursue my dance.
Wonderful.
I didn't want to get into something which would require me to sit in a clinic in the evenings. Suppose you're a gynae or a pediatrician. There's no way that you can stay home in the evenings. You have to run a clinic to be able to do well in your chosen branch,
Okay.
So I said, which branch will give me a flexibility where I can work from 9 to 5, come back home and have my evenings to myself.
Why did you choose radiology? And before you answered that, while I understand, normal middle class parents, like you mentioned, is wanting a son to be an engineer, or rather an engineer and a doctor, irrespective of the gender of the children. But didn't you choose arts? Didn't you choose BCom, BSc, because that would have been easier with your dance as your career, as your passion then?
Only see myself either being a doctor or a full-time dancer.
Okay. Those things were very clear, right?
Yeah, it was pretty clear. And then there have been no doctors in my family at all. And we have had certain, issues where we wish there was a doctor from the family.
Sure.
It was always my dad's, ambition that, there should be one doctor in the family. So he said, why don't you try? If you don't make it, then okay, then that is destiny. Whatever is destined is bound to happen. But why don't you give it a serious try? I said, why not?
And you cracked. You said you cracked your MBBS.
I cracked.
What made you take up radiology and not? I understand pediatrician and all is more of a full-time job. But why radiology and why not a dermatology or some other science? Some other subsection of medicine.
Yeah, right. So when I was doing my internship, as a house surgeon in Gandhi, I would accompany patients to the Department of Radiology, and we wouldn't be allowed inside. I could only take the patient till there and make him sit. So I would peep in and see what they would do. And that was the time when ultrasonography had come in a big way, and CT scan was just, CT and MRI were just about coming. And then it always fascinated me that we could peep into the human body and see what's happening without having to cut it open.
Okay.
We could
I like the way you said cut
the body
open.
from outside,
right?
And then see what's happening in the liver, what's happening in the kidney, and then it really fascinated me in my house job. Because, all my friends would say that I would cut out to be a good physician, because of my communication skills or thanks to dance, the way I connect with people. So they said, you have to be sitting in clinic, you are a people's person and stuff. But then it always fascinated me to be able to peep into the human body and see what's happening inside without having to do anything to the patient. That kind of fascinated me. And then radiology was actually the specialty when I had my post-graduation,
Okay.
So radiology
what is radiology? All right. Yeah. What is radiology? For a student who is just wanting to become a doctor, or who's doing her MBBS or his MBBS first year, second year, can you please explain what is radiology? What are the various segments in radiology, and how can one build a career in radiology? So 3 questions for you.
So basically, radiology is a very broad term, and it's actually an oldish term for imaging. Now it's called imagiology, because when imaging started, it started with the use of X-rays, right? So we used X-rays and to look, take a radiograph of the chest, radiograph of the broken bones. So because it was using X-rays and radiation, it was called radiology. But as we moved forward, we started using ultrasonic waves and we started doing ultrasound. We started using MRI, magnetic resonance, and do MRIs. So now it's not just X-rays that we use, but we use so many other energy waves to image the body. So now it's actually imaging. And after imaging, radiology has gone further into interventions where, for somebody who's listening, you would have heard of coronary angiography. What is it? It is putting a catheter, we put a dye into the blood vessels which supply the heart. We image them real time to see where the blocks are. Right. Similarly, you can do that to any vessel in the body, your limbs, your brain, your, upper limbs and body and everything. And then if there are any blocks, we can open them up with stents. If there are aneurysms, if there are balloons in the head, in the brain, we can coil them so that, they don't rupture and the patient doesn't have an emergency. And also, suppose you diagnose a tumor in the liver, you diagnose a tumor in the lung. So we stick in a needle because now we are in an era where without a biopsy, you cannot treat a patient. So it is a radiologist who stick in these needles, get those bits of tissue, submit them for pathologic analysis to get a diagnosis. So basically, we are the doctors who are going to diagnose the patient with their ailments and then give the diagnosis to the treating doctors so they take it forward from there. Sure. I understand there's a lot of clinical science and clinical examination, but in this time and age, because it is evidence-based medicine, everybody depends on the diagnosis made by the radiologist to treat the patients. So in a nutshell, you are the doctor who's going to tell the patient what is wrong with them and tell the treating doctor that this is what the patient has and this is probably what you got to do with them. That's number one. Number two, with interventional radiology, we are also treating a number of ailments and a number of diseases in our own way. So radiology and imaging, now it encompasses not just diagnosis, but also therapy.
Right. All right. So when you're talking of the radiology and the explanation, a detailed explanation you gave, can I understand you do radiology for breast cancer? So a radiologist for a breast cancer specialist, can he move into something like for the limbs or for gynecology, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely. See, when I started my career, I was a general radiologist. I was not a subspecialist.
Sure.
I was a general radiologist where I was doing ultrasounds, I was reporting chest x-rays, I was reporting x-rays of every part of the body. I was doing special studies like, we do the barium studies for the gut to know what's happening in the stomach and bowel. I was doing all of that. I was doing ultrasounds of pregnant women. I was doing antenatal, we call them antenatal ultrasound. So I was doing blood, I was doing regular ultrasounds, I was looking at CT scans, I was reporting MRI of the brain, spine, the shoulder joint, the prostate. I was doing everything. Right. But as we move forward, you got to, because the medicine and each branch of medicine has grown so much in its, the vastness of subject is so much that if you remain a general radiologist for long, it doesn't take you anywhere. Number one. Number two, probably with the kind of developments in every sphere, in every organ, you're not going to be best in doing that. You will be able to report to a certain extent, but you may not be typical of knowledge and competence in every branch that, if you're handling everything, say MRI, CT, you're doing everything. It's like jack of all trades. And
Nicola, your voice is cracking. So your voice is cracking. You'll have to come closer.
Yeah, now it's better.
So you'll have to repeat what you just said. I can't.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, with the development of science and the vastness of knowledge that is available now, And with the advancement of the technology in imaging, there is so much about every organ that is happening,
Right.
So we are in an era of subspecialization where
Sure.
I do radiology, and then within radiology, we have abdominal imaging, chest imaging, neuroimaging, neurointerventions, interventional radiology, and breast radiology. So it was, as I progressed for about 7 to 8 years, I was a general radiologist. Then an opportunity came in my own organization where they were looking for someone to specialize in breast. And I, being the senior female radiologist in the department, I was asked to go and, train in breast imaging and come back and develop that specialty in my hospital. And then by then I had done quite a bit of general, imaging. So I said, why not? I said, why not? Let me go train and come back and see how I do with my training and how good I am at that, And then I thought, well, I take it forward. And then there's been no looking back, thankfully.
Right. You are associated with Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences, as we know it as KIMS. What are the various aspects that you deal with in breast cancer? What I'm talking about is there are 4 stages, as I know, is in breast cancer. So what is your area of work in terms of all these stages of breast cancer?
So we at KIMS, as you already know, are advocacy of early breast cancer screening and early pickup of breast cancer has been our campaign and motto right from the time that the unit was established in KIMS, right? So what is early breast cancer and what is breast cancer screening? Early breast cancer is that when the breast cancer, the size of the cancer in the breast is less than a centimeter or a centimeter and a half. Now, why is it important to pick up a cancer that early? When it is 1.5 centimeters, it's barely palpable. So what I'm saying is, we want to pick up cancers even before they become palpable to the surgeon's hand or to the hand of the woman. We always spoke about self-breast examination. I'm talking of something even before something is felt by self-breast examination.
Okay.
There have been a lot of randomized controlled trials done in the Europe and US, where they have found that if you pick up a cancer which is less than 1.5 centimeters, and if the cancer has not spread to the lymph nodes in the armpit, then the 5-year survival rate of this woman is more than 95%. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, not even 5 years, the 12-year survival rates are between 95 to 98%. Means you're practically talking in terms of cure. So very rarely we use the word cure in the cancer setting. But if this is a screen detected cancer, then I can assure the patient that she is not going to succumb to this cancer.
Sure.
With confidence, So my job entails, it's 2 things. One is screening for breast cancer. Number 2, diagnostic studies, which means that the patient has a complaint, say a lump in the breast or a nipple discharge or a simple pain, cyclical pain. Every month they have this very severe pain in the breast. So they could come up with any complaint and then we evaluate it.
Sure.
The other limb is woman who's turned 40 and then she just comes to the unit to know if she's well, if everything is fine in the breast. So they just come to do a mammographic screening. So I look at the mammogram, and then if I feel that she would benefit with an ultrasound of the breast, I add that also. If I find something, then I sit them down, counsel them that I've found something which may need further examination in terms of biopsy, where we take out small bits of tissue, send them for diagnosis, and then depending on what the diagnosis is, we tell them what is to be done next, right? Gone are the days where women felt a lump, they go to the surgeon, Nothing is done. The surgeon will remove the lump, send it for testing, and come back and say, okay, it turned out to be a cancer, so you need a second surgery.
Okay.
So this is now archaic. This is vintage. We do not practice that medicine any longer.
Right.
Every
I like
woman,
the way you put it.
Yeah.
So in the day and age that we live in today, like a lot of young women want to delay their marriage and also delay their childbirth. If a woman has breast cancer, can she nurse a child?
Yes, she can. I mean, depending on what kind of surgery she has chosen. Suppose it's a mastectomy, obviously she cannot, there's no breast there, but she can comfortably feed from the other breast. And depending on whether it's if she has conserved her breast, and if there is milk let down from that breast, even after radiation, because one must understand that once they choose to do a breast conserving surgery, meaning only the lump and a centimeter of tissue around the lump is removed. And it is always followed by radiation to that breast. So even after that, if there is milk production from that side of the breast, she can comfortably nurse the breast. Right. There's nothing stopping them from nursing the baby. They can very well nurse the baby.
Right. My second follow-up question to the same question is, so she's had a tumor, she's gone through a surgery, she's not yet gone through chemo or radiation. Can she nurse the child?
She can, very well, she can. There's no relation to, cancer, and, once the cancer is removed and she's well, she can nurse the child. And it's not like the cancer cells are going to, get into the milk. And these are all just misconceptions that people have. But as long as there is production, and because, see, some ducts are going to get injured while the surgery is done. So if the other ducts which are intact are still producing milk, very well she can nurse the child.
All right. I mean, I'm sure these questions may be simple for you, but I would like to answer it on behalf of all the audience.
These are a lot of myths and misconceptions that women have. And, this adds to that fear, fear that they have. Yeah, so it's always nice to, dispel these myths.
Yeah. Doctor, you have been in radiology for many, many years now. You must have seen patients like my sister who just breezed through it, patients who are anxiety driven, very, very scared of even a needle. So how do you counsel them? What are the various things that a patient should understand before she even approaches you?
See, frankly, fear gets them nowhere. I have these women who feel a lump when it is probably just about 2.5 centimeters.
Right.
The fear of biopsy and the fear that it might turn out to be a cancer. Forget about the needle. The fear that, if I go and present myself to a doctor, and if this turns out to be a cancer, so they're going to remove my breast, my hair is going to fall away. So thinking of all of this, they don't even step out of their house to even get themselves examined in the first place.
Right.
For all you know, it could be an infected cyst. It could just be a fibroadenoma, a non-cancerous lump. They just sit on that. Now, unfortunately, what happens is, as you said, there are 4 stages in breast cancer. So once the cancer jumps from one stage to the other, the prognosis meaning the life that they have after treatment with cancer, the disease-free life, the recurrence-free life, or the longevity they have after cancer therapy keeps coming down. If I say screen-detected cancer, 95 to 98% 12-year survival rate, I'm not going to talk in 90% when I'm talking about a 3-centimeter cancer. I'm not going to talk about, survival rates in stage 3 or stage 4 disease. I'm not even going to talk about 12-year survival rates. We are only talking about 5-year survival rates, right? So the fear is going to get them nowhere, you know.
Sure.
So, but unfortunately, yes, you know, you'll be surprised. We think education equips and empowers these women. No, education has nothing to do with this. It is the way they are, the way they are made, and also
Society
the
plays
family, the
yeah.
family that they are surrounded.
Right.
The family plays an enormous role in all of this. You know? Talking to them, convincing them, the children, you know, you're talking about a 45, 48-year-old, probably she has a 20, 22-year-old daughter or a son. So, you know, having that relationship where she can openly talk about what she has, and for them to pay attention, pay heed to what she's saying, bring them to a hospital. And then, you know, it requires a lot of talking and convincing, but that's what we are here for, you know.
Right.
So we tell them that, you know, for all you know, it may not be anything. Just give me that half an hour of yours and we will tell you what's wrong with you, you know.
Sure.
So yeah, we have to convince them to do what is right for their own good. Yeah.
So even the educated urban society women don't understand what is breast cancer or don't understand how to examine themselves. Point one is, what do you suggest for them? Point two is, what if I know it and I'm like, I'm scared of needles. I don't want to, you know, I understand cancer means death. So I don't want to go and approach a doctor. So how do you address my two questions?
See, number one, knowing what is normal for you is very important. Normal meaning, how does your breast feel before your cycle and after your cycle? Because you must understand, breast is an extremely dynamic organ. Like, see, we understand that every time a woman menstruates, and you know, it's a cycle of ovulation, and then 15 days later she has her period, and she knows, you know, ovaries have ovulated and the uterus lining is shedding away. But what we don't understand is, along with all of this, the breast is also undergoing its own changes, because the breast, every cycle is preparing for pregnancy. The breast is preparing itself to produce milk. You know, those hormonal estrogen, progesterone, all these are having an effect on the breast also. So it's important to know what is normal for you. You know, how does your breast feel before the period and after the period? Now is the era of breast cancer screening. So any woman who is over the age of 40, we advise that they go for a mammographic screening once a year until they're about 60. And after 60, we would call them biennially, once in 2 years, right? With or without ultrasound. That depends again on how your breast is composed. So we add an ultrasound. Now, below 40, my advice would be to do a self-breast examination every month while you're taking a shower. There are umpteen number of videos on YouTube which explain to you how you have to examine your breast and know what is normal for you and what is a normal variation that happens to your breast with your menstrual cycle. Because unfortunately, under 40, if you do not have a family history of breast cancer, we do not offer mammography or any form of breast cancer screening. But having said that, in our country, more and more we are seeing women between the age of 30 and 40 coming with breast cancers. So I really can't say that, you know, you don't have to do anything. Don't do screening, don't do self-breast examination because it is no longer scientific. We have to offer them something, you know, after they are 30. So I believe that between 30 and 40, definitely a self-breast examination would pick up a lump, if not screen detected, at least when it is less than 2 centimeters, let's say. Right? Even then, it's a T1 tumor. It is still a T1. Anything below 2 centimeters is a tumor which is stage 1. And most likely it has not spread to the lymph nodes. Right?
That was my question. Next question. You rightly mentioned, people within the women between 30 and 40 years. Today, we find young women, late 20s or early 30s, having breast cancer. What are the reasons? Is it just lifestyle or is it food?
I strongly believe if you take out the genetic predisposition, okay, there is a subset. About 10% of cancers are genetic. One must understand that if you have a family history of breast cancer or ovarian cancer, you may be predisposed to have a breast or an ovarian cancer, or rarely a colonic cancer. All right. So family history meaning grandmother on both sides, paternal, maternal, aunts, maternal aunts, paternal aunts, and your own mother and sisters. So this forms the family history of breast cancer. Right now, if we take out that subset of people who have family history of breast cancer, the rest are all these sporadic cases of breast cancer for whom we really don't have an explanation in this time as I speak. But we surmise that it has got to do with it's either from the air, the Panchabhuta, as I would say, I always say, what is body made of? After all, it's made of these 5 elements. It's the air, the water, the food. Indirectly, the food comes from the soil. So it has to come from any one of these. And
again, the soil is filled with chemicals and what?
Chemicals,
pesticides,
absolutely, pesticides. So plastics, are being blamed in a very big way for many cancers, especially the female cancers, because these are all estrogen dependent, and there's a theory that these plastic molecules mimic estrogen, and the body senses it as exogenous estrogen and reacts to it as if it would react to it.
If my family member, my sister, my mother, my maternal cousins, maternal grandparents, grandmother specifically, have cancer, am I a high risk patient?
Certainly. So, how we stratify risk is that we look at first degree and second degree relatives. First degree meaning mother and sister, your immediate blood relations, your mom and your sisters, older or younger sisters. And second degree would be your mom's sister or your grandmother. Third degree would be your cousins, your aunt's daughter or your masi's daughter, your bua's daughter. That would be third degree. So we say that if you have a single first degree relative who was diagnosed with breast cancer under the age of 40, then you're straight away a high risk.
Sure.
Then if you have two second degree relatives under the age of 50, then you're a high risk.
Okay.
Now, you can ask me, so what? Why is this important?
Right.
This is important because I'm not going to be recommending you the same set of tests in the same interval as I would recommend to a person in the general population. Because when we say high risk, the chance of this person getting a breast cancer is close to 20 to 25%. Lifetime risk is 20 to 25%. And when we say average risk, we are talking about 10 to 12%. Okay. So you carry a double or twice the risk of breast cancer than the general population. So the kind of tests I'm going to do on you are going to be different. And the time intervals are also going to be much shorter. Right?
What do you mean by time intervals being shorter?
See, for the general population, as I said, some countries recommend breast cancer screening once in a year after the age of 50. Some countries recommend once in 2 years, and some others recommend once in 3 years. Depending on which country you live. But unfortunately, in India, we do not have population-based breast cancer screening programs because the scientific explanation for that is that breast cancer incidence has not attained such proportions that it can be added in a regular screening program. Okay. Right? So, but then, as doctors and specialists, we see so much happening around us that we don't think we are very far away from that day when breast cancer is going to take is going to take epidemic proportions, right? So yeah, that is scary. That is scary, really, believe me. So as on today, what we recommend is an annual mammogram for the general population, an annual mammogram starting the age of 40, at least till 60, and then you can come once in 2 years. Okay. But if you qualify as a high risk for breast cancer, then the recommendations as we speak today are that I see you every 6 months.
Got it.
So I do a mammogram and an MRI of the breast at 6 monthly intervals.
Okay.
Right? So I'm seeing you every 6 months. So if you see me in January, for example, I do a mammogram. And then I bring you back in July for an MRI of the breast.
Okay.
And then take you, do a mammogram in the following January. So I see you every 6 months so that I do not miss cancer that has started, assuming that, today you're well and tomorrow something is started. 6 months is not too far away to get a control on the disease. Okay. So that's where we are today.
What is the difference between ultrasound, MRI, and CT scan?
Okay, ultrasound is where we use the sound waves. Technically, we use the ultrasonic waves in the frequency of about 3.5 to 15 megahertz, depending on which organ you're interrogating or which organ we are examining. All right. So in ultrasound, we have a transducer, a probe. You must have gone through that ultrasound, right? There is this funny little thing that we rub on
like a mouse
with a gel. Yeah, very, very similar to a mouse. So that emanates ultrasonic waves which hit the organ and then get reflected. So for abdomen and deeper structures, we use higher frequency, obviously because frequency is indirectly proportional to penetration. So if we want more penetration, we want lesser frequency.
Right.
Now, if I'm examining your thyroid gland, or I'm doing an ultrasound for, these IT guys have this carpal tunnel all the time,
Me here.
I know, that's why I'm saying that. So you guys are on the laptops and mouse. So if I have to see what's happening in your carpal tunnel, then I don't want too much penetration, right? So I'm going to use high frequency for superficial structures and lower frequency for deeper structures.
Okay.
So
in fact, I have a carpal tunnel syndrome.
So you need an ultrasound. So ultrasound is no radiation. So as I said, we use ultrasound, ultrasonic waves, which do not carry any radiation hazard with that. So we can perform them. It's more easily available. Of course, it is operator dependent because it depends on how much knowledge I have, how much competence I have in interpreting what I'm seeing on my monitor. Right? And then whether I have actually looked at that organ that carefully or not. It is not automatic. It is operator dependent. It depends on the skill of the person who is performing. Now, the next is CT scan. CT scan is again an X-ray based investigation. We used X-rays to do our chest X-ray, a simple X-ray, or a broken bone or a back, a painful back, you do an X-ray or radiogram. So we use the same X-rays, but here what we do is we take cross section of the abdomen or the brain, we slice it slice by slice and get sections of the body and we interpret those images. So these are all black and white and shades of gray.
Sure. When you, what Srikala mentioned was slice is not cutting slices into like beans or bendi, but slicing in terms of the imaging.
Imaging. I'm getting a slice by slice image of the organs in the body, right from the skin to skin. So I'm able to see the liver. It depends on how much thickness I have in my setting. Depending on the indications, it's too technical, but that is what we do. We get a slice by slice image of The chest, the abdomen, the brain, the legs, the thighs, the pelvis, all of that. But this involves radiation. So, CT scan became extremely, a household discussion thanks to COVID. Everybody knows CT chest, that is the investigation to diagnose COVID.
Sure.
So we all got a lot of radiation thanks to COVID. But yes, if there is one investigation that one has to be little wary about in terms of radiation dose, it is CT scan.
All right. Can a lady get breast cancer post-menopause?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Breast cancer, if we are not talking about the young cancers, is a disease of the peri and postmenopausal women. Theoretically, I would say, because I've seen so many young now, I don't want to scare people who are watching me, but then, yes, we are looking at a different disease. The disease is evolving into a different one now, but historically and in general population, it is a disease of the peri and the postmenopausal women.
Menopause, yeah. What Srikanth is definitely not scaring, but more educative to the audience, to the young audience out there, young professionals, both students and young professionals who are not aware of breast cancer. She's just explaining in detail and not scaring anybody.
Yeah. See, awareness and knowledge is power.
Absolutely.
No matter what your age, you could be 22, 25, 28, 30, 30.
Or even 58.
Anything, you're a woman, you have breasts, you're at risk.
Right.
Right? So anytime you feel something different, it's always wise to go examined, get evaluated. That's all that I'm saying.
Sure. What are, as a radiologist, as a doctor, what are the three very exciting things that you have faced in your career? And what are three challenges that you have faced?
Three exciting is...
Exciting, or, that adrenaline jump.
When you're doing your post-graduation and you're training in radiology, of course, in your house job, you do deliver babies in the labor room posting, and you see the babies, the newborn babies. I mean, it's amazing to, as a 23-year-old to hold newborn which you have delivered in the labor room. I mean, that's amazing. But to add to that, I ended up doing radiology where I tell the woman that she's pregnant and I see the baby from the time it was conceived to probably a day before it is delivered. And there are times when I've seen the baby, I've scanned the baby a day after it's delivered. So I've seen the entire journey from the time that it was conceived, and it's looking at you in flesh and blood. The baby is staring at you. I mean, I cannot explain that, that feeling that it gives me. It's extremely very gratifying, and you feel so blessed. You feel so blessed.
But as radiologist, what are the three exciting things that you went through?
Yeah, so when I tell a woman, somebody longing to have a baby, and I tell them that you're pregnant, I see the joy in their face, and when they deliver the baby, they come to you and say, "Doctor, this is my baby." Oh, that makes me amazed.
True.
And the other one was when I first diagnosed the first screen detected breast cancer. I remember the lady's name. I cannot reveal for the reasons of anonymity. She was a 50-year-old unmarried lady who was staying with her brother and was working for the national, the NFC. So as a part of our screening, when we started off, we had this bus which was going to all these organizations, a mobile van where we were getting women to do breast cancer screening. So she was 50-year-old and she came, and I read her mammograms a couple of days after it was done. And I picked up this little 5 millimeter area of distortion. So we sent a message to the NFC saying such and such woman who came for her screening needs an additional test. So she came to us. She stays with her brother and family, and I did the biopsy.
Okay.
And imagine doing a biopsy of a 4 millimeter tumor. It's as good as it can get, you know, and tough. That was my first case after my training, and the gap of
size.
It's really tiny. And there was a gap of 6 months between my training and me starting to do breast cancer screening. So I was not sure of my skills, and I did get the right tissue. And my pathologist called me and said, "See, you must understand that unless I pick this up and I biopsy it, my pathologist is not going to get a chance to see such a small early cancer."
Got it.
We are as good as what we see and we get, you know, as a clinical material. So my pathologist called and said, "Jwala, I have not seen a cancer as early as this in ages." So she confirmed that it was an early cancer. This was in 2007 December. And believe me, she was in my office 4 months ago, you know, about 6 months ago. And she's doing absolutely fine. She's now 2007 to 2023, 16 years. She's 66, 67-year-old, absolutely fine. And
Wonderful.
then more, you know, that's, you know, God has given me this opportunity to save a life. You know? I'm so fortunate that, you know, I have this opportunity to make a difference in a woman's life.
Sure.
It's absolutely thrilling. And
What
number
are the
three
challenges you
is,
had?
Sorry?
What are the challenges you went through?
Challenges are difficult patients. Are, you know, the minute you say, I see something, they just break down, and it's so difficult for them to, it's a
Process.
shock. Somebody just walks in thinking, you know, she knows everything is going well in her life. She has a beautiful family. Children are doing well. Husband is extremely supportive. She just walks into the clinic assuming everything is fine. And here I am telling her across the table, the dear lady, this is wrong with you. This is a cancer, unfortunately. Believe me, it's not easy. It's not easy because I'm a woman. I have a family. I have a young family, and you know how important a woman is to the household. You know, everything revolves around.
Yeah, she's the
She
fulcrum.
holds everything together, and to see them crumble and just, you know, be devastated in front of you is not easy at all. It is extremely challenging. No matter how many hundreds or thousands of women I would have spoken to, every day it is different. And for me, she is an N number, but for her, it's only me. And
for you also, she's a new case. She's a new person to deal with, and emotions to deal with.
Some people say, "Doctor, oh yeah, you see so many every day. For you, it's nothing." No, it's not like that. It's not like that, because I understand that I'm the only one for her. For me, she may be the fifth case of the day, but I understand that I am the only one for her as on that day in that moment. So I have to keep giving myself this, this morale, the boost. You know, we also crumble. We also feel bad. You know, I have to break this news to a 32-year-old lady with 2 little children. I mean, to tell her that she has a cancer, and believe me, young cancers don't do well. I know everything, but then I have to put up this brave face, and I have to be that pillar of support in that moment to her. I cannot be emotional. I cannot be sympathetic. I have to be extremely stoic, put this across to her, but at the same time be empathetic to her.
Very
Give her
true.
all that support.
Yeah, very well mentioned that you said empathy, because you cannot be rude, you cannot be stern, you cannot get angry. These are some elements which I think a doctor plays a vital role in dealing with emotions for her own self and for the patients. You're not only dealing with patients, you're dealing with patients' family, and they can get hyper, they can get angry. So how do you deal with the patient's family?
You know,
more than
anger, more than anger and angst or depression, they get very hyper. So
you have to just calm them down, keep talking, and then that is what that is where all the other things that we do, that we need to do as doctors come in. Even as doctors, because I don't know if I can say this, but this is a lot of negativity. If you're telling her when she has a cancer, she's sobbing, she's crying, the husband breaks down, the children are devastated. So it's not just the patient. When it's cancer, it is the entire family. So you are breaking the bad news. So for me to gather that composure, that strength, I have to train myself to do that. I have to work on myself. Each one of us has a coping mechanism. For someone, it may be meditation. For someone, it can be fitness, running. For someone, it could be nature walks. For someone, it could be music. But we need to look at something beyond the physical to be able to gather that kind of balance and composure, to be able to handle these patients at the same way at 9 a.m. in the morning to 4 o'clock in the evening. You must remember that as doctors, we are human. We also have a family to go back to. I cannot allow this to affect my balance of mind when I come back to a family which is waiting to, share their day, how their day unfolded. So I got to have that patience, not just with my patients, but also with family. So for me personally, it is music and meditation, which I believe gives me that strength and the love of the work that I have. I just love what I do. I just love what I do, and I believe this is the purpose of my life. I keep reminding it. Yes, we have our good days, we have our bad days, we have very difficult patients, but then we just got to sit down, calm down, give ourselves that 10 to 15 minutes. Take a deep breath, go back and attack the next day, right? Yeah. Like Dr. Srikanth just mentioned, it is what is very, very visible in her talk as she's not just a doctor who likes her job, it's the passion that drives her. It's very visible on her face and eyes. That's passion is what drives her every day, irrespective of the disease that she's going through, or she's treating patients. I'm sorry, I'm not going through, but treating patients and their families that they deal with. It is the passion, like she very rightly said, she deals with a zillion amounts of emotions of her own self, dealing with patients, dealing with families, because it's not easy to tell a patient who's just walked into her clinic saying, hey, you got cancer. And nobody in cancer today, till date, despite technology advancement, is still a very forbidden word. Srikanth, lovely talking to you. My next question to you is, what do you suggest, advise the young medical students who want to take up medicine, become doctors, not necessarily radiology, but become doctors as neuroscience, gynecology, etc. What is the advice that you would give young doctors? As I said, and as you said, passion is the key word. And you must remember, you should not, studying medicine entails studying for at least 6 to 9 years. 6 plus 3 plus 3. About 9 to 12 years before you come out as a specialist or a subspecialist, at least 12 years. So you're giving 12 years of your prime life to this subject. So obviously I need not say that the kind of passion you should have, that, it has to be immense, and then you should be willing to work hard. And you have to have compassion, because here these are people These are people in flesh and blood. These are not computers. These are not brick and mortar. These are not wires, right? These are not cash. These are not papers. These are people in flesh and blood with emotions, sentiments, and you cannot deal with them as a job, you know.
Also, you cannot deal with the same with different patients in the same manner.
The same way, you know.
You have to deal with the Sri Lanka differently. You have to deal with
Absolutely, there is no just one right way. There's a certain way I would talk to somebody. I can't repeat the same thing to another lady because she speaks to me from a different plane. So I got to get myself to her plane and then talk to her in a frequency that would match her, you know, the kind of person that she is. And then all this comes provided you have the passion for it. Identify what you like. Remember, this is what you're going to practice for the rest of your life. So you better like what you're doing. Don't do it because it is fashionable to be a doctor, or you know there's family pressure, or you think you can earn a lot of money. Believe me, if you think there is a lot of money in medicine, I'm sorry, no. There's not a lot of money in medicine. There are 100 better ways of making money, and much earlier than you would make money in medicine, because by the time you just qualify and come out, you're going to be 28, 30. And then that's when you have just started. And you look at your engineering colleagues who are, you know, who have a 5-digit annual salary, you're going to be in depression, you know. So this is not a profession that you should come for if money is your aim. You know, there are 100 different ways of making money. Yes, you will make money also, but primarily understand that you're investing 12 years of your life. So you got to love it and enjoy it and have a passion for this and have a love for humanity. You should
money
love
is
people.
not just the factor. Money is one of the
Money is one of the things. Money will come. Money will come. You know, medicine as a career assures you of a decent living. It doesn't assure you richness.
Luxury, yeah.
Understand luxury. You will have a good life. You will have a lot of respect in the society. You are, you know, as doctors, when everybody knows that we do derive, but then that comes with a lot of hard work, passion, and commitment.
And compassion, like you rightly said.
You know, you can't do it like any other job.
Right. And for all the weak hearts or the girls or boys who run away from medicine, please run away from injections. Please don't take medicine. Yeah. Last couple of questions. How do you manage to have work-life balance? You also mentioned, and I know you personally, that you are a classical Kuchipudi dancer. My first question to you is, do you still continue to perform? Second is, how do you manage to have a work-life balance? Work-life balance, not just work and home, but work and a second career in terms of Kuchipudi dance.
Yeah. So luckily for me, as I said, by the time I came to my 12th standard, I was, I was a pretty decent performer. So, you know, I was through my basics and I was performing regularly. So through my medicine, I continued my art. I never bunked my dance classes, citing difficult, exams and stuff like that. I know my mother, I should thank my mother for that because, it might sound very cliched, but time management is the key.
Okay.
I tell my children also that this moment, as I'm talking to you, I look at it this way. This is time away from home, from family, from dance, from my work, right? So the value that I attach to this moment in my hand is all that I'm depriving myself, which I enjoy much, much more. So when I think of it that way, this moment becomes extremely valuable to me. Right. And I give my 150% to this moment in hand. This is something that my mother drove into my head, that the moment in hand, once gone, is gone forever. So make the best of it. I mean, you'll be surprised. I performed through my board exams in my 10th. There was this gap of 3-4 days between exams. And I had this very prestigious performance where I think R. Venkatraman was the president of India. And I was playing a very key role in a ballet, which my guru had choreographed. And she wanted me to perform. In between my exams was the day of the performance.
Sure.
She told my mother, and she said, why are you even asking me about that? You should just go dance and come. What were you doing the entire year if you cannot pass an exam, if you didn't study one day before the examination? That's so sad. And I was like, okay. I went ahead and performed. So it does take, but then, if you love doing what you're doing, you wouldn't do it any other way.
Absolutely. Do you still perform?
Yes, I do. Not like like your sister, but then yes, at least 5 to 6 shows a year. And I try and teach a few students in the weekends because I took over as a director of my dance teachers academy after she left. So I have a few students. So I run a dance school. So I take dance classes twice a week. And I keep it alive because that's where I completely unwind,
Absolutely.
That's
spoken like my sister has. I completely resonate with what Srikala mentioned. I come from a family of art. My sisters have been Bharatanatyam dancers. Sorry, I repeat. Varshini, you'll have to edit that. So my sisters are Bharatanatyam artists, a very well-known, renowned artist, and Ananda Shankar, has had her corporate as IRTS officer and a dancer, and she's managed both simultaneously. In my own way, I am a HR professional and do podcasts, write poetry, etc. So the context of not having time doesn't come into the picture at all. Yes, like she rightly said, you'll have to manage time, you have to allocate time, and you can do 10,000 things at the same time. My last question to you, or second last question to you, is what do you wish to do in future as a doctor and in terms of your Kuchipudi career? I would like to believe it's a career.
I would, I do a lot of diagnostic work, but in the next phase of my career, I would like to do more work on the field. Reach out to these women at the taluk level, at the village level, maybe, train people to go and, teach them the importance of breast cancer screening or self-breast examination in case they don't have access for mammography. Try and see if we can kind of, try and get a mobile van for breast cancer screening in the, underprivileged women in the villages and in and around Hyderabad to start with. So I want to take the next phase of my career into, to be more socially relevant, not just sit in the hospital. Of course, that is always there, but because that's where you are actually looking at patients with breast cancer, diagnosing them. That is also important. And
but you want to reach out to more people.
Advocate, take the breast cancer screening advocacy forward, give a thrust to this campaign, educate women, both rural and urban. I don't believe urban women are any wiser. They are as foolish. I'm sorry, but I know because I've seen them. You sometimes wonder, they're so educated, and how dumb can they be? When it comes to their health, their body, you'll be surprised, how dumb they can be sometimes. Probably stemming from a deep fear inside them, probably. That's what I think, and just forgive them for that. But then, try and educate the young women, because if I'm talking to a 22, 23-year-old, I'm educating her. At the same time, she is going home and looking after her mother, her sister, her grandmother. So I want to empower these young girls, especially in corporate offices, in IT offices. We do that, during the Women's Day celebrations and
But it should be more often.
Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So I want to reach out to these young girls, educate them about breast cancer, and then also educate them that cancer now is not synonymous to death. There's so much happening in cancer therapy that you don't have to think of succumbing to the disease. There's so much we can do. Yes, do go through a bit of pain and a little bit of, you have to attain that. But then after that year or two, you're completely well. You have an entire life ahead of you.
Absolutely.
So cancer now is not synonymous to death any longer. So one has to get that myth out of their head. So I want to work more in the public and, have more work relevant, socially. So that's where I see myself going in terms of being a doctor, and especially, how breast imaging happened to me is a story by itself. So I believe I'm here with a purpose. So I think that's where I think I should be going, and then God He'll take me there. And then as regards to Kuchipudi, I'm teaching now, and then I'd like to probably, train students academically, maybe, prepare them for examinations, prepare them to take Kuchipudi as a career path, train them academically in Kuchipudi, maybe for a BA or an MA dance and PhD in dance, events that kind of interest in them to take up art as a career, if I can manage that. And then, of course, in breast imaging too, I want to train more and more radiologists in breast radiology, because among all subspecialties in radiology, breast imaging is quite nascent, quite young, and not many radiologists understand the importance and its potential for the future. So I want to train more and more women radiologists or men, male radiologists who want to take up breast imaging. I want to train more of them and bring them into this society for the greater good of women in this country.
I think from my end, I would love to introduce you and invite you to various corporate organizations where you can come and educate the young women, both men and women, because men can also go and educate their mother, sister, brother, whatever, mother, sister, grandmother.
Wife,
very important. I will definitely take it up and introduce you to various corporate organizations. Depending on your time, I would love to have you come and address them. If I don't do it, please ping me and say, hey, please introduce me. I would love to do it. So it was wonderful talking to you, Srikala. Thank you so much for being our guest today. You have really opened up many areas where people are kind of having a negative image on breast cancer, the seriousness or the disease per se. And I think you have also opened up the fact that it can be very, very positive. So thank you so much. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me on your show. Thank you.
Srikala, can you please let us know what are the various awards that you won in your entire career so far?
Yeah, so I'm a recipient of Annamacharya Scholarship, and then I have been an invited performer at the Khajuraho Dance Festival, and I've had a title of Nritya Chudamani from Pushpagiri Swamiji from the Mutt.
And your awards as a doctor?
Doctor, my paper was adjudged the best paper in our national conference as a postgraduate. And then I've presented a lot of scientific work in our prestigious national journal, which is the Indian Journal of Radiology and Imaging. And then I'm a very avid speaker in a lot of our CMEs, the continuing medical education. And then I've held a very high position in our breast imaging society. And some of my papers and my work have won gold medals. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Srikala, it was wonderful talking to you. You have explained in detail what is breast cancer. You have ensured that people are not going by the myths. You have explained or opened up various ideas, various thoughts in young women. And they should not look at breast cancer in the negative manner. And there is huge amount of potential of life after cancer. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you for being a guest. Like I mentioned, you are our 10th guest. It was wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I thank Acer for giving us opportunity to open this Acer Gaming Creator Store. This is a prestigious store and this is a happy moment for all of us. And adding this to our portfolio will add lots of value for us and our customers also. The world is getting into gaming, the world is getting into AI, getting into lots of solutions. And Acer is one such brand who can offer all these solutions. Acer is also working with Intel, AMD and NVIDIA. They are the powerhouse behind all those things. From technology of a person who needs a product from a basic requirement to the most higher end, Acer is able to give solution, and we take this privilege to take this store and make sure that we reach to the maximum possible customers through this store. Here we'll be doing lots of gaming events also. Gaming events will always be conducted free, and mostly every quarter we'll have 1 or 2 events over here. We welcome all the guests and customers of Hyderabad, Andhra, Telangana, come here, visit this store as soon as possible. They will really feel nice and seeing the kind of collections what Acer has. Today we are having first event from 1:30 onwards. We have an event with meet and greet with a creator, and she will have lots of events and giveaways. Lots of things will be going on today also.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Store wise ga chusukunte Acer the biggest store in Hyderabad. Ee store maatramu meeku edaina complete ga starting gaming below 50,000 laptops nunchi meeku above montham higher end laptops variki meeku gaming segment laptops anni available lo untayi. Like Acer 5 gaming, ALJ gaming and Nitro, Predator, Helio Neo 16. ఇందులో ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్ కూడా డైరెక్ట్ క్యాష్ లోనే తీసుకోలేకపోతుంటారు. వాళ్ళకు టర్మ్స్ లో కావాలి, మంత్లీ ఈఎంఐ ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్, ఈజీ ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్ ఉంది. మీకు డౌన్ పేమెంట్ 30% పే చేసుకుని రిమైనింగ్ 70% ఈఎంఐ లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. క్యాష్ బ్యాక్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి, మీకు క్రెడిట్ కార్డ్ క్యాష్ బ్యాక్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి, బజాజ్ ఫైనాన్స్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి. మీకు నాన్ లోకల్ పర్సన్ కి కూడా మేము క్రెడిట్ కార్డ్ ఈఎంఐ త్రూ మేము మీకు ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్స్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయగలుగుతాం. ఇక్కడ స్టార్టింగ్ ఏదైనా ఇక్కడ స్టూడెంట్ ఏరియా ఉందనేసి ఇక్కడ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం. ఈ ఏరియా కంప్లీట్ గా స్టూడెంట్స్ కి బడ్జెట్ హైయర్ ఎండ్ ఉన్నా కానీ కొనలేకపోతుంటారు. బేసిక్ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ కూడా కావాలన్నా కానీ ఏసర్ గేమింగ్ స్టోర్ లో కూడా మీకు స్టూడెంట్ కి ఏదైతే రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉందో ఆ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ కూడా ఇక్కడ అవైలబుల్ లో ఉంటాయి. బేసిక్ లైక్ 25,000 నుంచి కంప్లీట్లీ స్టార్ట్ చేసుకుంటే మనం ఎబో 3 lakhs వరకు మనం ల్యాప్టాప్ ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు ఈ స్టోర్ లో. ఎవరికి ఏ చిన్న రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉన్నా, ట్రేడింగ్ పర్పస్ కానీ, గేమింగ్ పర్పస్ కానీ, కోడింగ్ పర్పస్, ఎవరికి ఏ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉన్నా కానీ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి ల్యాప్టాప్ పర్చేజ్ చేయవచ్చు. స్టోర్ వైజ్ గా చూసుకుంటే ఏసర్ ది బిగ్గెస్ట్ స్టోర్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్. ఈ స్టోర్ మాత్రము మీకు ఏదైనా కంప్లీట్ గా స్టార్టింగ్ గేమింగ్ బిలో 50,000 ల్యాప్టాప్స్ నుంచి మీకు అబోవ్ మొత్తం హైయర్ ఎండ్ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ వరకు మీకు గేమింగ్ సెగ్మెంట్ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ అన్ని అవైలబుల్ లో ఉంటాయి. లైక్ Acer 5 గేమింగ్, ALJ గేమింగ్ అండ్ నైట్రో, Predator, Helio Neo 16. ఇందులో ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్ కూడా డైరెక్ట్ క్యాష్ లోనే తీసుకోలేకపోతుంటారు. వాళ్ళకు టర్మ్స్ లో కావాలి, మంత్లీ ఈఎంఐ ఇన్స్టాల్మెంట్, ఈజీ ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్ ఉంది. మీకు డౌన్ పేమెంట్ 30% పే చేసుకుని రిమైనింగ్ 70% ఈఎంఐలో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. క్యాష్ బ్యాక్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి, మీకు క్రెడిట్ కార్డ్ క్యాష్ బ్యాక్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి, బజాజ్ ఫైనాన్స్ ఆఫర్స్ ఉంటాయి. మీకు నాన్ లోకల్ పర్సన్ కి కూడా మేము క్రెడిట్ కార్డ్ ఈఎంఐ త్రూ మేము మీకు ఈఎంఐ ఆప్షన్స్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయగలుగుతాం. ఇక్కడ స్టార్టింగ్ ఏదైనా ఇక్కడ స్టూడెంట్ ఏరియా ఉందనేసి ఇక్కడ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం. ఈ ఏరియా కంప్లీట్ గా స్టూడెంట్స్ కి బడ్జెట్ హైయర్ ఎండ్ ఉన్నా కానీ కొనలేకపోతుంటారు. బేసిక్ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ కూడా కావాలన్నా కానీ ఏసర్ గేమింగ్ స్టోర్ లో కూడా మీకు స్టూడెంట్ కి ఏదైతే రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉందో ఆ ల్యాప్టాప్స్ కూడా ఇక్కడ అవైలబుల్ లో ఉంటాయి. బేసిక్ లైక్ 25,000 నుంచి కంపెనీ స్టార్ట్ చేసుకుంటే మనం ఎబో 3 lakhs వరకు మనం ల్యాప్టాప్ ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు ఈ స్టోర్ లో. ఎవరికి ఏ చిన్న రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉన్నా, ట్రేడింగ్ పర్పస్ కానీ, గేమింగ్ పర్పస్ కానీ, కోడింగ్ పర్పస్, ఎవరికి ఏ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉన్నా కానీ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి ల్యాప్టాప్ పర్చేజ్ చేయొచ్చు.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So, hi, this is Bhavya. So, we got to know about this stove, some of my friends. Actually, this is a gift for my sister that she is pursuing her MBA honors in VFX. So, we have gifted this laptop for her. Few of our senior team members have suggested the Acer Predictor for gaming laptop. It's the best laptop for them. So, that's why we choose Acer for this. CEO may not be, we don't know exactly, but we came to know that Acer is good for gaming purpose, so that's why we choose Acer. Yeah, we are looking forward to grow this company along, and also we are happy to be the part of this inauguration as well. And also we are happy to be the part of inauguration as well. And apart from us, my sister is very happy. Actually, we first visit near Parade Grounds Vishal Mart, right? So we visit over there, and they suggested us to visit here, Amitpet.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have launched today our first gaming store in Telangana, in Hyderabad. This gaming experience zone will have a product range starting from 45,000 rupees and it goes up to 3 lakh rupees. This Predator store will have a capacity of 6 gaming experience workstations where anybody can come and experience the gaming products, the gaming range which we have. Acer is a top leading brand in gaming worldwide. We are number 1 in few segments and we are number 2 in few segments. Acer, apart from the gaming, we have multiple non-gaming products also available in this store which can be experienced and purchased by the customer. Acer is expanding the retail across India. We are currently 220 operational stores and we have aim to reach minimum 300 stores by year end. So that gaming is always targeted to the youth, and currently that that India is a youth country. The age bracket which we cater here is 18 to 35. So that all people currently who are using that mobile gaming or the laptop gaming, that's growth what we have currently in the gaming segment is immense. The product which I have mentioned earlier, that whatever we cater starting from 45,000 rupees to up to 3 lakh rupees, it caters to all segment, the pro gamers, the casual gamers, or the new gamers who wanted to try that. So we have all segment, all product range which caters to the all age groups. Currently our main hero SKU, the name also you have seen in this store, is the Predator. Predator is the pro gaming machines which is used by all pro gamers worldwide.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
ఇది ఫస్ట్ స్టోర్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్, కంప్లీట్ ప్రిడేటర్ గేమింగ్ స్టోర్ ఈ రోజు ఓపెన్ అయింది. విశాల్ కంప్యూటెక్, వి ఆల్వేస్ థ్యాంక్ఫుల్ ద ఆపర్చునిటీ ఇస్ గివెన్ విశాల్ కంప్యూటెక్ టు ఓపెన్ ఎ గేమింగ్ స్టోర్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్. So this is 1000 square feet gaming store, complete range, Predator, Nitro, gaming laptops, ALG gaming, Aspire Pi gaming, all models available for the students. Majorly our target audience is students. So thanks for Vishal Computer to give opportunity to open a gaming store in Hyderabad.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
ఇది ఫస్ట్ స్టోర్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్, కంప్లీట్ ప్రిడేటర్ గేమింగ్ స్టోర్ ఈ రోజు ఓపెన్ అయింది. విశాల్ కంప్యూటెక్, వి ఆల్వేస్ థ్యాంక్ఫుల్ ద ఆపర్చునిటీ ఇస్ గివెన్ విశాల్ కంప్యూటెక్ టు ఓపెన్ ఎ గేమింగ్ స్టోర్ ఇన్ హైదరాబాద్. So this is 1000 square feet gaming store, complete range, Predator, Nitro, gaming laptops, ALG gaming, Aspire Pi gaming, all models available for the students. Majorly our target audience is students. So thanks for Vishal Computer to give opportunity to open a gaming store in Hyderabad.
stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Not everyone can create a thriving business in a foreign land, especially from a humble background. But Dr. Guna Muppuri did just that in Jamaica, thousands of kilometers away from his village in southern India. From humble beginnings in the southern Indian town of Chittoor, Andhra Pradesh, Dr. Guna's journey to becoming a global entrepreneur and philanthropist is a story of vision, dedication, and relentless pursuit of excellence. Dr. Muppuri's path took a transformative turn when he interned at the University Hospital of the West Indies in 1992, laying the foundation for his future in the medical and pharmaceutical fields. Dr. Muppuri served as a family physician in Jamaica for over 2 decades. His unwavering dedication to healthcare and his patients' well-being earned him recognition from the Jamaican government. However, his entrepreneurial spirit soon propelled him to explore new horizons. In 2005, at just 35 years old, Dr. Muppuri founded Indies Pharma Jamaica Limited. As the principal founder and CEO, he led the company to the forefront of branded generic pharmaceuticals. A landmark achievement was Indies Pharma's listing on the junior market of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Dr. Muppuri's contributions have earned him numerous prestigious awards from Jamaica and India. In 2019, he was honored with the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman, the highest civilian award for the Indian diaspora. The same year, he was nominated for the Padma Shri Award. Dr. Guna's dream was fulfilled when his icon, Dr. J. A. Chaudhary, founder and chairman of ISF, visited his company and was part of a business delegation. Dr. Muppuri's words, which expressed respect and admiration, were palpable, reflecting a moment of profound significance in his journey.
See, all my generation of techie consultants and entrepreneurs, they were all, they wouldn't have been here if it was not his vision. Yes. See, someone has to do all the cleanup job and someone here to start somewhere.
Having built a thriving generic drug business, Dr. Guna is now set to embark on new ventures, including a medical school and a medical city in Jamaica. Dr. Guna outlined his vision for the future.
11th grade high school in Jamaica is enough for you to do 2 year and a half of pre-med, then you just get into medical school. That connecting link crash course is one we need, which is where STEM comes into play. So what I'm saying is, how do you bring that IIT into Montego Bay? The entire 20 countries in the Caribbean comes to Montego Bay. This way you do one technology campus.
Dr. Guna S. Muppuri's journey from a small village in India to a multinational entrepreneur and philanthropist inspires us all. His story is a reminder that with vision, dedication, and a commitment to excellence, anything is possible. Dr. Guna is now aiming even higher, fully prepared to give his all to achieve his ultimate dream mission.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Not everyone can create a thriving business in a foreign land, especially from a humble background. But Dr. Guna Muppuri did just that in Jamaica. Dr. Muppuri's path took a transformative turn when he interned at the University Hospital of the West Indies in 1992, laying the foundation for his future in the medical and pharmaceutical fields. Dr. Muppuri served as a family physician in Jamaica for over 2 decades. His unwavering dedication to healthcare and his patients' well-being earned him recognition from the Jamaican government. However, his entrepreneurial spirit soon propelled him to explore new horizons. In 2005, at just 35 years old, Dr. Muppuri founded Indies Pharma Jamaica Limited. As the principal founder and CEO, he led the company to the forefront of branded generic pharmaceuticals. A landmark achievement was Indies Pharma's listing on the junior market of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Dr. Muppuri's contributions have earned him numerous prestigious awards from Jamaica and India. In 2019, he was honored with the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman, the highest civilian award for the Indian diaspora. The same year, he was nominated for the Padma Shri Award.
See, all my generation of techie consultants and entrepreneurs, they were all, they wouldn't have been here if it was not his vision.
Yes.
See, someone has to do all the cleanup job and someone here to start somewhere.
Having built a thriving generic drug business, Dr. Gunnar is now set to embark on new ventures, including a medical school and a medical city in Jamaica. Dr. Gunnar outlined his vision for the future.
11th grade high school in Jamaica is enough for you to do 2 year and a half of pre-med, then you just get into medical school. That connecting link crash course is one we need, which is where STEM comes into play. So what I'm saying is, how do you bring that IIT into Montego Bay? The entire 20 countries in the Caribbean comes to Montego Bay. This way you do one technology campus.
Dr. Gunnar S. Mukpuri's journey from a small village in India to a multinational entrepreneur and philanthropist inspires us all. His story is a reminder that with vision, dedication, and a commitment to excellence, anything is possible. Dr. Gunnar is now aiming even higher, fully prepared to give his all to achieve his ultimate dream mission.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Greetings from Plepsy Innovations. Our vision is to make ultrasound accessible to inaccessible regions of the country. So if you look at the global data, one woman dies for every 2 minutes due to preventable causes during pregnancy. And if you look at the Indian data, only 24% of the Indian women undergo at least one ultrasound scan in their entire pregnancy cycle, whereas the recommendation is 4 to 5. Thereby, India is having the highest number of birth defects. And 60% of these birth defects can be detected and managed prenatally with ultrasound. So not only with the pregnancy and birth defects, 80% of all the cancer cases can be screened early with the ultrasound. And this increases a 5-year survival rate from 20 to 90%. And not only the cancer and 2D echo scans, and even in case of road traffic accidents, traumas, ultrasound increases the time to diagnosis by 50%, thereby saving the golden hour. And not only the diagnosis, 27% of all the clinical cases like interventional radiology as well require ultrasound as a basic imaging modality. So if you look at the barriers of ultrasound, there are 20,000 practicing radiologists in the country, but only 13% of them are in the urban areas. What happened to the 66% of the rural population? On an average, Indian patients has to travel 45 kilometers to get the ultrasound scan done. The parity increases if you move from southern part to northeastern parts of the country. So all this is because of the requirement of physical presence of radiologists for the ultrasound. If you look at the other modalities like CT or MRI, X-ray, we don't need any physical presence and radiologist can give a diagnosis. So we are solving the need for a technology which enables radiologists to perform ultrasound without being physically present on site and also retaining the habit and feel how they are doing the scans. So if you look at the solution, there is a doctor station, somewhere he is sitting in Hyderabad and the patient somewhere in any rural town like Karimnagar or Nizamabad within Telangana, and doctor will be able to control the ultrasound probe with the help of a robotic arm, and the same image will be relayed back in a real time with low latency and with a secure network layer. On the doctor side, there is a haptic curve pad which gives a unique touch feel to the doctor, and he will be able to do the basic ultrasound motions, and there are 2 displays for audio video feed as well as ultrasound feed. So on the patient, there is a 7-DOF robotic system placed, robot system which does rocking, tilting and rotation motions. The novelty in this 3-link manipulator is it doesn't change the plane of contact, which is a crucial requirement for ultrasound, and it is attached to a XYZ positioning system, and it is responsible for motion from one place to other. So the network required for this scan is 3 Mbps upload and download, whereas our recommendation is 10 Mbps, and with the help of broadband we experienced a latency of 130 milliseconds, and with 5G it's around 80 milliseconds. So our IP, our product can reach from thorax, pelvic, abdomen to varicose veins regions. True from head to toe control we have, and it can do additionally 2D echo scans as well, and it can do the lateral side scans as well for pregnant women and obese patients. So I'll quickly take you through the market size as well as the business model. So for today we are looking at tele-operated ultrasound scans, but our vision is to automate the ultrasound scans. We'll deploy these to the rural centers. We'll collect the data. We'll do the automation from organ to organ, such as liver cirrhosis or 2D echo scans, and we'll do predictive diagnosis as well with the robotic systems. And if you look at the market size, the ultrasound service market in India itself is around 8,800 crores. And if you look at the targeted population with towns with less than 60k population, the market is around 1,096 crores, and the SOM will be around 700 crores. So we have three different business models. One is the FOCO model, franchise-owned company-operated model. For a small-scale diagnostic center, you bring in 50 lakhs and a space. We will give the entire radiology support as well as a robotic support and
so does this unit require a remote control system and all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that also ready?
Yes, ma'am. The doctor side is also ready. So we are at the MVP stage and we are yet to go for safety certifications.
MVP stage. So it's not in the market yet.
Not, ma'am. We are in the pre-compliance stage.
Okay, what are the challenges you are facing? Because this looks, I know portable is a selling point, but there are various components to it, right? So what are the challenges you're facing to get the whole thing in place?
So the technical challenges we were facing was the embedded latencies, which we have already solved. So the technical part is sorted now. Challenges in the sense it's a regular part to go for the safety certifications. We are in that phase now, and the challenges with the latency also, which were already covered.
Okay, so what is the cost price
so
advantage?
The robotic system will cost around 12 lakhs selling price, and it is bundled with the ultrasound machine, which is a OEM, which will be around 10 lakhs. So the selling price would be between 20 to 22 lakhs.
How is this in comparison to the traditional ultrasound setup?
So the basic difference between traditional ultrasound and this is, on an average, the radiologist price per month is 3 lakhs in the city. If you look at the rural setup, it's 3x. So rural hospital should pay 3x the price which they are getting in the city to attract the radiologists to their centers. But here, the capital cost is increased by 12 lakhs, but still there is no recurring cost. We'll be paying only per scan basis, and diagnostic center need not hire a full-time radiologist, and they'll be doing on a paper scan model.
So you're positioning more from the radiologist costing point of view in comparison to the technology.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I graduated from IIT Delhi in mathematics and computing, and I always had the inclination to do something in healthcare. And that is wherein I joined Stanford India Biodesign to understand healthcare. And that is wherein I met my co-founder, as well as I have advisors from AIMS and IIT Delhi. So having said that, so we roughly came across more than 300 problems that we identified in the clinical immersion that we had. So out of all those problems, diagnostic was one such area where we realized we actually can do something through technology. And so given the fact that there's a lot of people and processes involved today in even the most basic test, which is called the CBC, complete blood count. So next slide, please. So there's right from the collection of the blood, which is which you require a phlebotomist. Then you basically require a lab technician. Then you require a lab clinician, right? And it cannot happen in a primary setting. And this is one of the most fundamental tests that is being used across your healthcare system. So we thought if we can actually challenge that and bring down to a system in which you can actually do your test just like you do your blood sugar, right? Prick your finger, get the sample done in your small kit, and then it processes it less than 10 minutes. And that is what we have built at Neuronix. And it takes less than 10 minutes, which otherwise takes you at least in tier 2 and tier 3 cities as you go around. It will take you more than 24 hours for the same test. So the 4 fundamental technology to which we have basically, rather than venous blood, you can actually do it on a finger prick, is that we have a precision robotic system. Then you have a microfluidic cartridge. Then you have multispectral imaging that we do. And on top of it, we use AI. So we have, for the first time, what we have done is that we have actually separated the hardware and the software part of it, which essentially means that today, if we are able to do CBC, the same platform can essentially be scaled to malaria, filaria, thalassemia, leukemia. And the underlying principle behind that is that anything which has to do with your morphology, cell structure can essentially be done on the same device. So one of the important aspect of this particular technology is that it's visual based. Just like you in your radiology, you get a film, right? You get an X-ray film so that the doctor can get it. But in blood, you just get numbers. You never get a visual evidence. In our case, what we are saying is that if we are able to give you, say if we are giving a nucleated RBC positive, we can actually give you images of that. So on the market side, we have a huge market for the CBC, just for the CBC alone, and roughly around $1 billion of market is what we are basically is the serviceable operatable market. Next slide, please. So on the revenue model side, this will be a kit-based, so razor blade model, in which we will charge for the per cartridge, and the device will go either as a one-time cost or as a rental model. So on the unit economic side, the BOM of the device costs us 3 lakh rupees, and the kit is roughly costing us 10 rupees. So if you actually just do 20 tests per day at one particular center, which is on a very lower side, if you actually look at the number of tests CBC is being done, so the cost of the entire machine can be covered in 6 months. So our idea is, to install it at 10,000 centers for in next 5 years, and for which we can expect revenue between 700 to 800 CR. Our global competitive landscape, if you actually look at, there are very limited players who are actually doing something in the point of care CBC. One, which is in Israel, SiteDX, who has already got the FDA. There are other couple of companies who are not exactly into the CBC, but into the peripheral, which is the 10 to 20% of the segment wherein the visual analysis of the smear are done. So what we are basically saying is that we are playing at a point wherein we are reducing the complexity as well as bringing the cost down. Yeah. So we have already got our IP covered. We have 1 patent granted. We have already done 1 scientific study, academic study at AIIMS Delhi done. So we have already got the test license received. We are now in a process to get our manufacturing license. We are already in talks with some of the bigger distributors. So we were awarded some grants. Next slide, please. So we were Tech 30 startup in 2022. We are supported by AIC CCMB, we are supported by AIIMS, IIT Delhi, and Venture Center Pune. We last raised at a 4.25 CR at a valuation of 36 CR pre-money. We just closed our another bridge round of 4 CR to commercialize this particular technology. What we are basically looking forward is, I think there was 1 slide next to this, yeah. So the idea was, the money that we raised was to build a core team for the technical team. Next slide, please. And we have built a team. So we are currently raising 3 CR because we spent 10,000 on the flight. So we thought we'll close this particular round with additional some funds. So this particular 3 CR will go into 100 installation post. I mean, once we have our commercialization, the factory license comes in. which will happen in after July. So thank you. Any other questions? Happy to answer.
Currently in the market, it costs roughly around 120 rupees, the CBP test.
Yeah.
So are you saying that somebody will pay 100 cartridge plus some money for the hospital to make some money out of it?
So if you actually look at it, the cost to the lab is roughly between 30 to 40 rupees today. And that is just the cost of the reagent. Then extra cost, you have phlebotomist, your lab technician, and then lab clinician. That is an additional cost. And of course, the licensing part that goes, you cannot have a CBC machine at any facility without taking a license. What we are basically building is you do not have to take a license for that. So the cost to the patient comes anywhere between 250 rupees to maybe 600, 700 rupees.
Second point is on the same platform, I'm interested in knowing what are the things in pipeline to build more models other than CBP.
So currently we are in talks with some of the institutes who are dealing with malaria, some of the institutes who are dealing with filaria, and that after that we also would like to go into more of like say thalassemia or leukemia based testing, which is basically done on the morphology based.
Okay, thank you.
So one is, why are you thinking of manufacturing these units, and why aren't you like subcontracting or contracting it?
Currently we would like to, at least for say first few 100 devices, we would like to do an assembly, and post that, because there is a lot of optimization that we believe when we actually do it in-house, there's a lot of processes that can be optimized. And that is what we intend to do in first few 100 devices. We want to optimize the entire process and then do maybe a contract manufacturer.
So what's the BOM cost today?
3 lakh rupees.
3 lakh. Okay. So let's say I am a diagnostic center. I am taking your device just for CBC or CBP, right? But I'm doing other tests through whatever mechanisms I'm doing. So what's the advantage that I get?
So if you actually look at the entire market, so we have 1 lakh diagnostic centers, out of which you have 5,000 NABL, and basically someone who has in-house testing units and devices. Most of them are collection centers, but all of them aspire to at least do some of the testings themselves.
But that's what you're assuming, that I'll do only CBP as a patient, and hence the requirement.
Right. So as I said, CBC is one of the most primary tests, and apart from that, anything that you do, you can actually outsource that to AD. At least for now, you can actually send samples just like you do today. But the idea here is that at any center which does have say 3-part differential, because so even in CBC you have 3 kind of machines. One is 3-part, 5-part, and 7-part. We are giving you 7-part analysis at a cost of 3-part analysis, right? So yeah.
And finally, what is the efficacy numbers?
So currently, out of 19 parameters that we would like to go for the entire CBC, 10 parameters have already been done for internal validation that we have completed, and it is 10% of deviation, which is by far WHO standard. It's okay, because if you have a hemoglobin of say 10, and if you are basically giving a 10.5 or something like that, it should be okay.
Thanks.
Do you have? Is it a digital pathology that you're doing, or is it like a manual?
No, everything. So it's basically a small point of care device which has a kit in which the blood goes, and it basically digitizes your sample, and then you actually build analysis on top of it. So it kind of digitizes all your cell lines.
So you'll have a cloud connectivity for a central collection center where they would actually analyze this? So, or do you have automated?
We are currently doing it, say, on cloud, but the same model can be scaled, to put it down on the device itself. So everything will be edge computed. It will not have to go back to the cloud and then.
What's the time to market that you have? Like,
so we are looking forward to commercialize as soon as July this month. In coming 2 to 3 months.
With the regulatory approvals also in the timeline, the CDSCO and all those. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah.
Do you have any manufacturing unit right now?
Manufacturing unit. So we have established in Gurgaon itself. Okay. So we can actually do 1 unit per day at our center, the current setup that we have today.
You said your ask is for 3 crore with 100 installations, right?
Yes.
Can you just elaborate about what are those 100 installations? What do you mean by that?
Can you please repeat?
You said 3 crore
Yeah.
with 100 installations.
Yeah.
What are those 100 installations? What do you mean?
So basically what we're saying is that for 100 installations, for manufacturing 100 machines, given the BOM is 3 lakh rupees today,
Okay. Mhm.
right? So you need a working capital of 3 CR in order to go forward with.
So it's more like a working capital.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
So, you mentioned that your BOM currently is 3 lakhs. At scale, how much could you reduce it to?
We are very ambitious. We are looking forward to bring that below 50,000, but
Below
we are
50,000.
but we are not promising it yet.
And
But
at what
essentially,
scale, what would that number be?
anywhere between above 1,000, we would be able to bring that cost to less than 50,000 rupees.
Interesting.
There's a lot of engineering that is already ongoing to actually bring, because the last time I spoke to Aditi, our cost was 10 lakh BOM roughly, which we have already reduced to,
Interesting.
3 lakh rupees. And now we are basically pushing forward to bring the BOM to further 50,000, because as we understand, it's a volume game. Because one Trans Asia has roughly 10,000 installation of 3-part differential in the market, roughly doing 600 CR of revenue. What I believe is the given the kind of solution that we are building, it can easily replace such kind of systems which are say 3-part or 5-part, given that one, it will be cost friendly, and second, you do not require any expertise in basically operating those devices.
Right. And you mentioned, of course, this is all visual, right? So what's your lens quality like?
So,
and in comparison to the competitors?
So one, basically you can visually see and differentiate the cells, the granularity, the cellular structure,
but give me
and
the number.
nucleus.
Give me the number. What's
So I'm really sorry. So that is something that we have basically with our own manufacturer, we are basically working on that particular.
Where are you right now?
Huh?
Where are you right now?
We are based in Gurgaon.
No, I meant where are you right now with the image quality of the lens and the stage of the project, the product.
Yeah. So
readiness?
in our product, with the lens that is going, that is built sort of with our sort of expertise and with manufacturers in-house capability of what they can actually build. We are not using standard objectives which are in the market, and for that reason we have actually reduced the cost of 10 lakh to 3 lakh, because एक जो objective जो Olympus का आता है with high achromatic with all the aberrations, so it costs you 1.25 lakh.
Quick answers, please.
Yeah. And what's the product readiness like? Is it
so by
completely-
July we should be able to commercialize.
This July?
This
3
July.
months?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
In terms of milestone achievement, what exactly do you plan to achieve once the 100 installations are done?
Post 100 installation. So our idea is to mainly think about say 1,000 installation, right? And for that we would require again some capital to scale it, and that is wherein there are VCs who are interested, who would like to take this. Come along with us to take it from 100 to say 1,000 or 5,000. So the idea is mainly once we do that 100, one, we will establish the entire product line. The second, you understand which are the areas wherein this particular solution is actually accepted well.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
From Biome, what we do is we partner with exceptional entrepreneurs such as you, and we help build businesses and invest in them. Special congratulations to all the entrepreneurs, because I know how hard it is to communicate biotech to a bunch of people that might not necessarily be biotech investors, and I think everyone put in a lot of effort, so thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening. I just want to draw your attention to the bag that we gave you, the image on that. It's an elephant on it. I just want to bring your attention with one of the activities we are doing now, where we are running an ideathon that closes on 30th of this month. We are very serious into wildlife conservation besides what we do. This ideathon is about bringing technology solutions in wildlife conservation, whether it is AI or some kind of any kind of warning systems and things like that. whatever people may have. It is in our website, all the details. Anybody who has how to prevent poaching or using acoustic methods to prevent any wildlife crimes, or how to reduce the wildlife, wildfires, or how to maintain digital fences to reduce human-animal conflict. These are the kind of things we put up there. And I'll really request you to spread it among your, group of friends. If they are interested in putting up, it is just an ideathon where we give some money to the best awardees. We have a lot of wildlife conservation people as judges for it. And we really want this kind of activity to go around, because technology has gone up so much, and it's important to use these things which is very important in wildlife conservation.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Very, very warm welcome to all of you all, and everyone please applaud and encourage them to come for more events like this. Okay, so this is Cafe Mandala Propel. Why Cafe Mandala? All of you know that this is our flagship event, and we are very happy that this time we are going to be putting wind beneath your wings. Okay, so that is why Propel. We are hoping that the VCs are going to give you the much needed propellant. So with that, I'm just going to ask Dr. Ramji to come and introduce what this event is going to be about.
Welcome you all. As Ritika defined the program, Cafe Mandala is our knowledge sharing platform. We do often monthly once and all, but why can't we do it something very different? Because biotech space, and the word biotech, sometimes people don't get much excited. Sorry to say biotech guys, but myself also into the stream. And we want to make it something sound this way, to come to this part of the city, to engage with people who are actually looking into the technologies, especially in the deep technologies. So why can't we use this Cafe Mandala platform to bring all the startups who can pitch, or even some of them not even pitching, but listening to the pitches, so that they'll be ready for the next time. And of course, in front of some of the enablers, some of the angels and VCs that we have. So in that sense, the major objective of this today's event is to see some of those 10-12 pitches that we have, how best we can help. So it's not primarily to crack the deals just like Renika or other Shark Tank guys do on the spot checks. Renika's here, but otherwise, they may tell in their slides about their valuation. Don't get scared. You don't get scared. But generally, investors, they listen. But the numbers, whatever they present, also just observe and guide them, give genuine feedback and great comments from your side. And also, whatever the numbers that they mention, maybe part of the numbers can be looked exciting for you, so you can be part of the developmental activities or further scale-up activities. Some are in the traction, some are in the commercials already. So I want you to be part of their teams, not only for tonight, but through their journey. So I hope today's event can bring much success to everyone. All the best to the investors, like VCs, angels, and enablers, and all the startups and participants. Thank you so much for being here. So I ask Dr. Madhu to say a quick two-liners before the startup speech.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for taking time and coming to us and looking at our startups. These startups are with us for almost 6 years, some of them for 2-3 years, and have done very well. And as you know, biotech startups need definitely a kind of more trust in terms of their early journey. I'm sure you look at that in that perspective. They're not ready to go, guys. Some of them are ready to go. So it's my, I'm very proud of these cohort of startups that are presenting today. and hope they'll impress you and something good will happen, and also good advice. Thank you very much for taking time on a hot day.
Hello everyone, this is Ajay Jain from Silver Needle Ventures.
Hello, I am Udaya from Global Innovation Hub.
Hello everyone, I am Aditi from BioAngels Indian Angel Network.
Hi everyone, this is Sonisha from Bloom Ventures. Hello everyone, I'm Kulwan from and representing Temples Law Associates.
Hey everyone, I'm Saran and I represent Biome.
I'm Vivek Verma. I'm from Upsurge Global.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm Satyanarayana Vaddi representing Finamics Capital.
Hi everyone, this is Renuka Bodla, representing Silver Needle Ventures as a venture partner.
Hi, I'm Neeta Sachan. I'm an independent investor.
This is Sushanto from Lead Angels.
Right time now to have the startups.
A very good evening. This is Team Semantic WebTech. Myself, Asha Subramanian and Vijay Varahaswamy. We are the founders of this tech bio startup who is wanting to make a positive impact in the world of genomics and life sciences. And today we are here to present our semantic AI-enabled knowledge integration platform for genomic data analysis. We often discuss and worry about cardiac ailments, about hypertension and diabetes, but how much of attention do we give to genetic disorders? Genetic diseases create a huge burden, and actually a huge proportion of them are treatable if we are able to detect them early. India has a huge genetic disease burden, over 100 million people affected, and actually 1 in every 4 is a carrier of a genetic disorder. Process of digitizing the human DNA, the cost of that have substantially reduced, but the data diagnosis is still a massive challenge, and this is a challenge for genetic diagnostic service providers, hospitals and researchers. So currently what they normally do is either they have a huge battalion of IT engineers or bioinformaticians, or they go in for costly commercial tools, or they tend to do it manually, which is actually hugely ineffective. Our solution is an end-to-end B2B SaaS platform that takes care of every pain of each and every target customer who are clinicians, researchers, doctors, private hospitals, labs, and genetic service providers. What they have to do is the plug and play platform. They have to feed in the data, and the output is a clinical report, which is actually post all the data crunching and analysis. The core knowledge engine is in the process of patent examination. So our platform actually uses semantic intelligence to make the algorithms do reasoning just as a human brain does by working on all this domain intensive data from several scientific databases. At the same time, simultaneously, it is building a rich knowledge base of Indian specific variants. Our platform is ready for the market. We've been able to do very successful beta rounds with multiple potential customers. We have all the security certifications in place. We have actually had collaborations with all the top genetic research institutes in India. We have validated the platform, and we have perfected the art of deploying this platform on multiple cloud platforms. Currently, we are in the process of pushing the platform into the GEM and also converting our beta adopters into paying customers. If you look at the genome, previous slide, if you look at the genome data analysis, it comprises of primary, secondary, and tertiary analysis. Our platform is actually looking at the tertiary analysis market, and that is what is our service addressable market, close to $1 billion. The SOM, which is the service obtainable market, is actually the Asia Pacific, including India market. Immediate focus is on beachhead, which is actually proving our credentials in India. We have kept our business model very simple. Free assisted 14-day trial period where we make the customers get interested on the platform and they are hooked to the platform. We have pay-as-you-go models to make them, these are for customers who have low case loads. The annual subscription models are for customers who have over 1,000 cases load. Apart from this, we also provide value-added services. The rates for our business model are very, very affordable when you compare it with global commercial models. Go-to-market strategy, initially it is going to be founder-led, which means the two of us largely working with the customers in a top-to-bottom fashion where the branding is largely done through conferences, through assisted onboarding. We actually want to give them a personalized experience on the platform. So in terms of competition landscape, we are the only India-based solutions provider who is actually working towards creating a comprehensive end-to-end solution. We are able to provide flexible deployment models at affordable costs. In terms of financials and ours, you can see that our projected revenue is indicating a break even at the third year. By the fourth year, we would have done close to 11% of the beachhead and close to 2% of the SOM. This is the team. We are a perfect blend of technical leadership, of business and investment acumen and operations. Our scientific advisors are a combination of highly skilled academicians, scientists, and clinical genomic practitioners. We have been able to garner continuously funds from investment and also from government grants. And we've raised close to 1.8 crores this far to get the platform to the market ready stage. We are ready to take questions now. Thank you.
So currently, I think you're working with beta customers on a B2B basis. Do you have any revenue at this point of time, or it's only proving the concept at this point of time?
Not yet. We have not generated revenue, but the beta trials have happened. In fact, one of the customers, which is a large hospital chain, has actually indicated to us to give them the price metrics. So we are in the process of converting.
Second point is your competition. You have stated the guys who do DNA analysis, but they give you some manual report. And what is the secret sauce? Anybody can copy it. You have knowledge graphs kind of thing. So what is how difficult it is for somebody else to copy the same thing?
Well, first of all, building the platform using that secret sauce, as you said, but largely to be able to do the validations. It took us close to 2 years to get the platform validated with all those premier research institutes that you see, right? Over 150 datasets tested. The same were live patient cases, which were done manually by these institutes and then tested on our platform.
Are we covering a large spectrum here when you say, anything goes in and then it comes out, right? And what's the efficacy of such a measure, right? Because let's say if I'm doing only for cardio or something like that, I have a specific strain. But here you're saying a lot more
version of this platform. We are doing germline diseases or inherited genetic disorders. And in our next version, we'll be doing somatic cancers and also some of those new things like specifically related to pediatrics and so on. And there was a reason why we chose this, because the cancer market is heavily crowded, but the germline diseases is not.
Probably the larger market still lies with the cancer research specific analysis only. So how are we acquiring that non-Caucasian data? Because that is like the secret sauce for that.
Cancers are two types. One is genetic, that is hereditary cancers, and others are tissue-based cancer. We've already taken care of genetic cancers through this platform. Okay. So for the tissue-based cancer, there is a process you need to actually get a couple of more scientific databases integrated, and that's why that is high on the priority list. Okay. What really happens is that when somebody does only tissue-based cancer, they are unable to handle the germline because the pipelines are different.
Exactly.
That's the reason why we go through the germline first.
Got it. So do you think you will have to venture into tests to get this data arriving for the flywheel effect?
No, because the data partnerships that we have done with these institutes, they cover the somatic tissue samples.
Got it. Two quick questions. One is, how do you plan to acquire your customers in initial first or 2 years? Second, how do you plan to utilize the 4 crore that you're raising?
Okay. How do we plan to acquire customers? It's been a long journey, Aditi. So we've been at it for the last 1 year. We've gone to conference after conference to show them a glimpse of our platform. We have a very strong funnel of close to 150 people who have shown interest. And this was actually gathered initially through a process of primary market research. And then we were in the conferences. Then we started to engage with them. And now we are seeing the fruits of all of that, because people are now reaching out to us and saying, can you not show us a demo and how do we go further? So with every customer, the process is simple, 15 days of trial, because we really want them to get hooked onto the platform. They have to get comfortable. That's the way we are going to be doing it. The strategy to go after these customers initially will be founder-led. So we don't have a dedicated marketing team. How are we going to use the 4 crores? 3 things. One is, when we get into the market, we need to pay up market launches expenses, which are largely licenses and all of that. And then it is at this point that we have to now invest in a proper sales and marketing team, and then we want to increase some more workflows, as you know.
Against the data sets from the Indian subjects or the Indian research based centers. If yes, like how will you position it for the global market? Because a lot of this is driven through the database that you have accumulated over years, right?
So first thing, the databases that are currently integrated into this, all of there are some standard 6 to 7 global databases that you have to integrate. All that has been done. So whether it is the UK, US, some of the Middle East ones, they've all been integrated. Actually, the challenge is the integrated because nobody has the proper Indian database. And that's when we had a partnership with IGIU, who have actually built a database of close to 1,012 whole genome. So that is already integrated into this platform. And so if it works, it actually works for Indian patients. A lot of novel cases comes up. So it is going to work with others because the global databases are already into the platform. Beyond that, when you go for a specific geography, if you take this platform to Canada or if you take this platform to Singapore, so the local database has to be integrated, which is a very small, mediocre activity that can be done as and when we reach that particular geography.
I have one more question. What is your unit economics? I didn't see a slide on that. What's your pricing model, as well as your go-to market as well? Maybe you covered a little bit, but if you can elaborate on both of these.
Right. So if I've understood the unit economics.
So what's your pricing model? What will be your unit economics, as well as your go-to market strategy as well?
Pricing model is very simple. We have only two pricing slabs. One is pay as you go, and the other is for enterprises. We've got more than 1,000 samples processed in a year. Pay as you go model starts from 50, 100, 200 licenses. 200 processes, samples being processed in the system. So it caters to large diagnostic labs and the small and medium-sized businesses who can't afford the tech teams or the large bioinformatics teams to do that. So that's the pricing model. In terms of go-to-market, we are, as she mentioned, we are looking at direct sales for the initial few customers in the first 6 to 8 months.
The individual price per customer. So while you're doing a B2B model, I understand that, but what would be the individual price per test?
Okay. The price per test depends. It runs between 800 to 1,200 for us. So the retail price to the end customer in the enterprise range starts from 2,500 roughly, and for the pay-as-you-go customer starts higher, 3,500 plus. An average on based on what they buy.
Thank you. Any question from the jury?
See, when you said pay as you go, around 4 to 5 lakh, I didn't understand about that. Is it for a diagnostic center or on a retail basis?
People subscribe. Let's say there is a lab who does only 150 tests in a year. If they want to subscribe to the system, I cannot tell them, go pay me for the enterprise license. So I am allowing them to buy bulk of 1,500 units.
Okay.
And then they pay for it. So when they exhaust that 100 unit, they may just know that, okay, this year I am not going to be doing more than 50. They can come back and buy a 50.
So is it like a subscription model for the diagnostic centers?
It's a subscription, complete subscription.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Please come. Yeah.
So one of the investors couldn't join early, so they'll be joining in half an hour. They would like to hear. We already shared the startup list, so they requested this change. Suresh, you have a time limit of 5 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. Good evening, all. Really honored to be here. My name is Suresh, and I'm one of the founders of this company called Startoon Labs Private Limited, a medtech company based out of Hyderabad. Okay, so we are addressing a very big problem that's there in the world, which is more of a joint health or a movement health problem. So almost 80% of the adult population in the world is suffering from musculoskeletal pains, which are like shoulder pain, back pain, joint pains, etc. And almost 1.5 billion people on this planet are suffering from neurological ailments like stroke, spinal cord injury, or trauma. So all these people have to undergo something called as physiotherapy, which is all about exercises. One thing which I wanted to share here is, though we feel that cardiovascular diseases and cancer is one of the biggest spend in the world, it's rather musculoskeletal ailments which has crossed $100 billion. So this is an alarming problem, and ways of assessing the root cause of this problem and addressing that is lacking. So we have come up with a solution called as Fizi. It's a wearable device, one of its kind in the world. It is backed by 2 granted patents and is also US FDA approved. So what this device does is, it can be used to assess the physiological aspects of all the major joints in the human body: the shoulder, elbow, wrist, hip, knee, and the ankle, and the back and the neck. These are the main joints that suffer from a lot of pains, especially employees, corporate wellness programs, etc. They address a lot of diagnostics which is into master health checkup, but joint has always been neglected. So we are one of the pioneers in this. We have our copyrighted algorithms, trademarks, patents, IP, etc. in place. And with this device, we are literally first in the world to have created a physiological picture of the joint, and we can identify within 8 to 10 minutes what is the root cause of the joint when it is related to muscles. Next one, please. So we use surface EMG, we use the range of motion, and the best part is, there's one more thing which I want to share, whether it's a neurological ailment or an orthopedic ailment or a musculoskeletal ailment. All of these people have to undergo physiotherapy, and unfortunately, there is no reporting mechanism in physiotherapy yet. For example, in cardiology, we have ECG as a standard way to show the picture of the heart. In orthopedics, we have X-ray as the basic picture to show the the level of ailment that the bone has suffered. In physiotherapy, there is nothing. So we are definitely first in the country and definitely foremost in the world to have designed a well-researched report, which is now the basic report which helps you understand the health of the joint. And these reports are shared with the neurosurgeons, orthopedic surgeons for the treatment decisions. Yeah, please. So what the flow is very simple. The patient basically undergoes a Fizi test, which goes for around 8 to 10 minutes, and then he or she is given a treatment protocol where they do it either in a clinic or at home. And then after the session, one of the reports are generated and the status is also given to the patient. Next, please. So this is I already spoken about. So almost 3.5 billion people in this world are suffering with the kind of problems that I'm talking about, and it's a multi-billion-dollar market. The elder care, which are not yet specified, is also about joint health. So people fall. So a lot of use cases are coming up in US where fall prevention sensors are coming up, and insurance players are actually playing a big role. So yeah. So we have some good names like Healthcare at Home, KIMS, MIMS, Pratima, Uchwas. Please go ahead. So we are raising a bridge round of around 4 crores, of which 2 is secured. So I'm here to ask for this growth capital, which is, we are an early traction company. We are in the market for 1.5 years. We have a presence in 12 states with 100 plus units as our customers already so 2 crores is done. I'm open for investments from 24 lakhs to 2 crores from this event. Most of it will be going for marketing, scaling. It's a growth capital that I'm requiring for to drive towards Series A round. Yeah, so myself, I am Suresh. I am an engineer, alumnus of IIT Madras, I am Calcutta, supported by my wife, Maitri, alumnus IIT Madras, I am Ahmedabad, and I have some really good partners. I am supported by AICC, CMB, IKP Knowledge Park, Cognify as institutional investors, and many more angels in my company. Please. Thank you very much. I am open to any questions, please.
I'm a physiotherapist. Probably you'll be selling to me, and you do not prescribe any new wearable technology. It's the existing